Oh, baby! We are happy this morning. Not only is it Friday, a football Friday here on the Morning Roast, it's also a payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday. Money time! And we are, even though my check is already gone, we are going to break down the Minnesota Vikings and talk some football here. Obviously, starting with last night. Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 Game Insider, is going to join us at 8 o'clock to break down what he's seen at practice, the latest on Christian McCaffrey, anything else. D. Winters, I saw, was back at practice. Peter Gross-Matos was back at practice, so the Niners are trying to get healthier before they head up to Minnesota to take on the Vikings, who are also 1-0 Sunday morning today. And kick, as we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Truck drivers, the overnight dancers. Probably was even slow at South Beach with the way they got beat up by the Buffalo Bills, 31-10 yesterday. Josh Allen's playing on another level. James Cook was cooking, literally. But the big takeaway, obviously, and the big story that everybody's talking about this morning is Tua Tagovailoa, who left the game again with a concussion. Now, how many concussions is that for him? 3 or 4? Is that 4?
On prime time, he had the Cincinnati one where he got, kind of like slammed to the ground, and then his hands, came up. It's at least the second primetime standalone game where he's had this happen. He
had a concussion against the Buffalo Bills before the day game, and he went back into the game, and that was actually the week. I think that was the same week as that Cincinnati game against the Bengals, when he clearly shouldn't have been playing in that one. Tua was healthy last year, played really well, led the league in passing yards, had a very, very successful season, and then he signed a big fat contract extension this offseason with the Miami Dolphins. And Chris Greer, the GM of the Dolphins, Shasky, he was asked about the injuries. Like, hey, look, man, does concussion history play a role in consideration on Tua Tagovailoa in terms of contract length and guarantees? And Chris Greer said, no, I think for us, every player deals with certain things. Even as you've seen this year, you look at all the quarterback injuries around the league, and there are other quarterbacks and really good players that have had multiple seasons-ending injuries as well. The one thing Tua did was he attacked the offseason, wanted to prove that he could stay healthy, spend into time, learning to fall with the jiu-jitsu and all that stuff. It paid off for him before he signed that big-time deal. But, boy, it's not good. It's not good at what happened to him yesterday. And so now a lot of people are saying, hey, he needs to retire. He needs to retire. He needs to retire. I'm not going to go that far yet, but it is definitely a concern for not only the Miami Dolphins, for Tua Tagovailoa and his long-term health, but also the NFL as a whole, because I'm not sure how you can control guys getting hit and guys suffering concussions. It's a tough deal. Violent sport, Shasky. Violent sport.
Well, there's a variety of elements to this. Number one, like telling Tua what to do as the fans or whatever, it's almost impossible.
Yep.
You can't tell someone what to do. I think there's a lot of similarities here. It's not a like for like, but there's a lot of similarities between what happened with Chris Bosh and Tua Tagovailoa. And those that don't know what happened with Chris Bosh, he was diagnosed with specific blood clots, and the NBA refused to find a doctor that could clear him to allow him to play, and they were worried about the liability of him stepping out onto the court. Chris Bosh went around all over the country trying to find various doctors to clear him to play, and he found certain doctors to clear him to play, and the NBA, they wouldn't allow it, and they didn't want to have something happen on their floor. And I understand all points. And I'm looking at it from Chris Bosh's perspective, and it's like he knows what the risks are. And he has obviously done his research, and there are things that he's comfortable with. And if he wants to play, he should be able to play. Like, I understand that. You can't tell people what to do. The guy making the quote-unquote tackles, DeMar Hamlin, and I'm sure people in his life said, hey, I don't know. And if he wants to play, he wants to play.
And he's out there starting to safety.
And he's making plays. And if that's what makes him happy, who the hell am I, Joe Shasky, to tell him what to do? The hard part is this, and I was explaining this to you on the way in, and I want to make sure we make this very clear. I think there are so many unbelievable positives to play football, and I'm going to lay them all out. But I'm sitting there with my wife and got the little guy, and we're about to put him to bed, and she's like, oh my goodness, I'm never letting LJ play football. And I understand her point. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I've got nephews and I've got kids that I'm coaching who are 12, 13, 14 years old. They're all starting to play tackle football. They're all going to go into high school. I'm like, one of the kids that I know who was got a little trouble and whatnot, he wasn't doing anything after school. And he had all this idle time. And you guys know, at 14 years old, if you're a young man, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. And he started to play football. And you know what happened with football? Working out every single day, lifting weights every single day, more discipline, playing ball every day. He's in the best shape of his life. He's got new friends. He has newfound respect for authority. There are so many great things that football has provided his life. And yeah, there are some crazy risks, like, you could get hurt. And so, like, how do you weigh it? That's up to each individual family, right? And to your point about, like, every time you step on the football field could be your last time. Absolutely.
It's a risk. I mean, guys in soccer suffer concussions playing soccer. I would have no idea. At one point, like 10 years ago, soccer was leading in, like, concussions. There was a lot of things going on in the game of soccer which they had to fix. Playing football, I played football for 7 years, not at a high level, Pop Warner in high school. But I've been around it for a long, long time. The team building aspect of football is so fun. The discipline you gain from playing football.
Exactly.
Learning how to coexist as one. You got to have 11 guys at one time moving on the same page, moving to the same beat. Lifelong friends. I have a lot of lifelong friends from just playing football. People that I know today, it started on the football field. The trust and the bonds. And yeah, it's violent. It could be a violent sport. You could get rocked. I saw Tweety Birds a couple times getting hit a couple times, but that's the risk. Football's a great sport. It's an awesome sport. It's an awesome sport to play. I'm sure my fiance, I've heard Anna say this. Yeah, if we had a son, he's not playing football. That'd be hard for me. It's like me. I tell my wife, I'm like, it's easy for you to say that, but what if he's coming to you at 13 years old? All my friends are playing. Why can't I play? Yeah.
And you're like, wait, he can't play DB even if he's small. He can't play DB and be the seventh stringer.
And no matter how much the sport tries to clean up all the injuries, they've put more attention to it now. You could say some people work around it, and there's still some dirty things that probably happen behind the scenes. But I think for the most part, at the high school level, at the JUCO level, the Pop Warner level, they've tried their best to clean the sport up as much as possible. You see the players in practice now wearing the shells on their helmets.
Jabril Peppers was wearing it during the game, the Guardian cap during the game. And that's up to each individual's prerogative. There was a tight end for the Colts who came out and said, hey, I don't care what I look like. I'm going to wear the Guardian cap, which is like a puffy cap that goes over the helmet. He says, I'm going to wear it in games. And you're allowed to wear those in games. It's just concussions, and I want to make this very clear. I know a kid who plays high school baseball currently who was in a batting cage and a ball hit the non-padded part of, the structure that holds up the batting cage, and the ball ricocheted back and hit him in the head. He's been out for like a year and a half with a concussion. Mike Matheny, this is baseball. Yeah. Mike Matheny, his career was ended because of concussions playing. Patrick Bailey got rocked earlier this year with concussions. Joe Panic. So this is not just a football thing. Like, there are risks. How many girls I know who play with my niece who have torn ACLs playing on turf, playing soccer? And there's also another head injury thing regarding that. Every sport has its risks, and it's us. But I think with the Tua thing, what makes this unique, and the reason why I think this is a little different, is because with all of the billions of dollars, you have lawyers and liability, and you get into this optics thing. And I think that the lawyers are going to go, hey, we just settled this huge head injury lawsuit. We can't have the visual of Tua Tagovailoa on the field doing what he did. And could it happen to another player? Absolutely. But it's happened to this in particular guy. And I think they're in a really tough spot here.
Well, it's sensitive, but I'm going to keep it real. When he didn't slide, I said, oh, boy.
We all did.
Oh, boy, because you know the history with the player. Steve Young, for a long, long time, his career ended, obviously, with a concussion. Lawrence Phillips missed a block on Dennis Williams Monday Night Football. In the image of going to commercial break, Steve Young had his eyes closed. His eyes were closed. But for a long time in the 90s, there was a thing. Every game day, the announcers would discuss it. They're trying to get Steve Young to to slide. They're trying to get him to slide, because Steve Young would go head first. He'd throw his shoulder pad in. He tried to send a message, try to set a tone. And for many years, they tried to get him to slide. Well, Tua, watching that play yesterday on 4th and 4, I'm like, oh, you got the first down. Just slide. Just slide. Now, it's tough to say that because these guys have instincts and they want to make a play for their team. And by Tua going in head first, if he does get up, maybe he gives his team a spark. But knowing his injury history, he's got to slide. Well, he didn't slide.
That's so hard.
And his hands are going one way, his fingers are going the other way. I don't know if he was throwing up the west side or what. I was like, damn, this ain't good. And he got up, and you knew right away with Mike McDaniel when he kissed him on the cheek, this isn't good. This guy could be out for a month here, but it's a sticky situation with Tua Tagovailoa, Shasky. He just signed a $212 million contract. They got $167 guaranteed. So Steven Ross in the suite, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, what is he thinking? I just gave this guy $200 million.
Bonte, I keep coming back to, like, each individual has to make their own choices, and I'm not going to sit here, whether it's voting, whether it's this, that, and the other, like, whatever you determine to do, that's on you. And I'm not going to come here and be the moral high horse and try to tell someone not to play the game anymore. Right. But I do think the lawyers will somehow get themselves involved, because I think if you're running the league, I understand the optics and the liability and all that. I have a hard time sitting here with a microphone going, Tua should never play again, and da-da-da-da. Hey, man. You know, like I was telling you guys, in this,
Tua will play again, folks.
Well, if he wants to, he's going to try to.
Tua will play again.
I don't know if they'll allow him. That's a different question. But
I don't think the NFL, if he gets cleared by doctors, because that's all it takes.
Well, that's the thing. It goes back to the doctors. You know,
if they clear him, he's going to play.
Well, that's what he's going to do.
And the Dolphins are going to say, well, he's cleared and he's ready to go. And his teammates are saying, we're not the same team without him. Let's play. And the owner, who just gave him $212 million and $167 guaranteed, he's going to say, well, the doctors cleared him. It's all good. We've done our evaluations. He's ready to roll. We know the risk. We know what's happening. Then you got Tua's parents. Mm-hmm. Tua's got parents. He's got a wife.
Absolutely.
He's got a family. I'm sure they're talking to him. I'm sure they're discussing everything with Tua Tagovailoa. So, yeah, I definitely didn't wake up thinking, boy, Tua got to retire. Oh, they need to force him to retire. We've seen these things before. Now, is it going to end well for Tua? He's probably going to have a shorter career than anticipated.
Probably. I mean, Steve Young won R2. Like, he's on a short list of our favorite athletes ever. His career was ended short because of the same thing.
Troy Aikman
as well. You know, but here's where I peel it back, and it's like, and I know where everyone's thinking, like, I'm not going to let my kid in this. You got to do this. I know about the PAL program for San Francisco football, okay, here in the city, and there's a lot of inner city at-risk kids who have nothing to do after school. And I see how many lives positively this program has affected in a great way to give these kids somewhere to be after school. And you're talking about discipline and friendships and making friends outside of your neighborhood, you know, and having just the regiment of everyday practice and something to look forward to. These kids, and again, I don't want to turn this into these kids should play and these kids shouldn't play. I think the majority of football players, there's so many more positive. This is just one of the risks. Just like there's a risk in playing baseball, you get hit in the face with a baseball. You know what I mean? Like, it's just different levels of risk, and you can have this in any sport across the board. And it just sucks for this guy going through this to have it happen on national television. And I think it's going to be this weird indictment from people who are fringe football fans, where they're going to go, this is why you don't play the game. It's like, hold up, wait a minute. What about the other 50 million things that football does positively for kids and for, young adults?
Well, I'll tell you my experience playing for the San Francisco Seahawks. I think they're not the 49ers, but a lot of good friends. Phil and Mike knows about the San Francisco Seahawks. Big Dog City. Coach, if you ask any former Seahawk, whether they played junior pee-wee, junior midget, and you say, who are your favorite coaches? Unanimously, we'll all say Coach Greg Isom and Coach Paul Berger. Coach Paul Berger played in Washington in the late 70s. Coach Greg played in Ceremony. Coach Greg's wife, Sophie Isom, was actually my social worker, who introduced me to Greg and said, you need to play football. Not only were they the most successful team, the junior midgets, the most fun, the most disciplined, you'll learn the most. But to this day, every national championship, Coach Greg and Paul, they either have people over at the house or they do a Zoom with former Seahawks during the national championship in college football. And the people that hop on that Zoom from the late 80s, from the 90s, and the stories about Coach Greg, you saved me. Coach Paul, you saved me. Coach Greg, you saved me. Coach Paul, you saved me. All those inner city kids in the Fillmore district, we look up to Coach Greg and Coach Paul to this day as one of my favorite coaches ever. But just people. And I would have never got that if I hadn't played football. I would have never got that had I played football. So, there's a lot of positives to football. I know it gets a bad rap.
I totally agree.
It's just meathead kind of, I don't know, negative connotation where it's like, oh, the meatheads and it's bravado and gladiators.
You're going to get a lot of pearl clutchers.
But you got to have a high IQ to play football on a high level. You know, we talk about Brock Purdy all the time. The great teams have very good IQs, smart at what they do. De La Salle and their program, that's not an easy offense to run. Look at how they're year in and year out, all the kids that they've saved over the years, everything. So Tua football probably saved Tua's life. It made his family a lot of money and got him out of poverty.
You know, we went and we were doing a charity event. There was a boxing fight going on. Yeah. Is boxing violent?
Absolutely. It's worse. It's worse than football.
Can you get hurt?
What?
Can you get hurt?
I mean, you can get blind.
Exactly. Did you see the young man from Potrero Hill, the white kid?
Yep.
He grew up in the projects, and he was talking about how, like he got pulled to the side, and they were telling me his story. And, like, this kid grew up with nothing. Nothing. And you know what boxing gave him? Similar to football, structure in his life, something to look forward to, you know, the discipline, the regiment, all of those different things. And so I find a lot of similarities between the sport of boxing and the sport of football. And is there a risk for that young man who's whatever, 18, 19 years old? Absolutely. But the positives far outweigh whatever the risks are for that young man. And I can see it in that kid has changed for life.
No doubt. He is changed.
Changed for life.
Now, boxing,
from being introduced to the sport of boxing. And I look, it's not a like for like, but my point being is that I just think that there's going to be a lot of pearl clutching today on what you can and what you should do with your own children and blah, blah. I'm not going to tell people how to raise their kids. I'm just going to give you my experiences. And I know far more people who have been positively impacted from football. And this is just unfortunately one of the risks, just like there is playing soccer and baseball and other sports. There's risks in those. You could have Tommy John and be out for years in baseball at 15 years old. Believe me, I know kids that have had it.
You know, I love boxing. Love boxing. But, you know, for every good fighter, for every fighter who gets out the sport, makes like Andre Ward right now, he's got all his faculties. He's doing well in broadcasting, went undefeated. But there's also a Jarrett McClellan. And Jarrett McClellan in 1995 fought a guy named Nigel Benn over in Europe. And it was like this highly anticipated super middle fight, the best of the best. And Jarrett was killing Nigel Benn. And the fight turned. And basically, Gerald McClellan, to this day, after that fight, has been in a wheelchair, has blinking, hearing problems, vision problems. It's just screwed up. That's boxing. I mean, you don't play boxing. You play football. You don't play boxing. That's life and death, literally. Fists going to your brain, juggling up your brain, which is why we see guys like Riddick Bowe, for example. Riddick Bowe's speech, the way he speaks, right? When he was in his prime, he was as smooth as a cue. You know, he's so smooth. Lines, bars. Now you listen to him, you're like, what the hell did he say? You know, so that's boxing. Now, is Tua going to be like that? Steve Young's one of the smartest dudes we hear. He does 30 minutes at a time on radio. Yeah. So you can still have your faculties playing football and get over the concussion thing. You hope that it doesn't turn into a death situation. I don't think Tua's going to die on the football field. He suffered another concussion, and it's a bad one. And when you look at him, it's obvious that the impact of hits, he takes them a little differently than other players.
I gave you this analogy about my dad, and I'm gonna play. It's not perfect, but this is what it is. You can't tell people what to do. Every time we would go get food or whatever, my dad would get an Arnold Palmer, and he'd get his little stevias and his little sugars, and he'd throw his sugars in there, and that's what he loved. And I would say to him every single time, Dad, why are you doing that? It's not good. Stop doing that. It's not good for your health, blah, blah. And Joe, I'm going to do what I do. That people are going to do what they want to do. Who am I to tell Tua? This is my dad I tried to convince. Who is Joe Shasky to tell Tua what to do with football? If he wants to play, God bless him.
Hey, real quick before we hit the break, 925 and Sydney Mobile Text Line. It's a good point here. Sidney Crosby, Pittsburgh Penguins, missed almost 2 full years due to concussions 12 years ago. He's still out on the ice right now. Nobody even discusses it. So Tua can't overcome this. You can't overcome this, but you got to be delicate with this situation here. All right, River Islands guest line, Jake Hutcherson, 8 o'clock. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? What's going to open a game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. I would love to hear from fans on what they saw last night with Tua Tagovailoa, if you want to chime in on that. Before we get to Vikings and Niners, what does Brian Flores have in store for Brock Purdy and company? Will Christian McCaffrey play? We'll do all that. We got Shasky's plays. A lot coming up here on the roast on a Payday Friday Go 95-7 the game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 27th through September 29th for their
You're down by 21 points, 4th and 4. Pressure. Tua steps up. He's going to run for the first down and takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him, and Tua down. Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's a scary scene. Al Michaels on the call for Amazon Prime. Al and Kirk Herbstreit still trying to find their chemistry in the broadcast booth, but Tua 4th and 4 as the Bills just rolled the Dolphins. Tua threw 3 picks. The first 2, I don't think were on him. Hits the guy in the shoulder pad, timing route. Guy just doesn't get his head across and doesn't look for the football. He's an inexperienced player. And then you throw one at Robbie Chosen. And Robbie Anderson, Robbie Chosen has been on like 15 teams in the last 5 months. He doesn't run the right route. Tua airmails it. Robbie's running the wrong route, obviously. That's a pick. And then, he tries to throw it away. That's a bad play. That's terrible. But Tua was not good yesterday. He was not good. And then that play happened, and now we're talking retired. Is anybody out there, 888-957-9570? I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking he should just walk away from the game. Just walk away from the game. He's earned a lot of money.
It's easier said than done.
It's easier said than done. I get it.
This is what I always think about. What if someone says to you, this is what I want to do?
You can't stop them from doing what they want to do.
Right?
He's a grown-ass man.
I know. And it's like, this isn't addiction. But in addiction, people do what they want to do. You can give them all the infrastructure and you can give them all the support and everything. But if that's what they want to do, I always think about this, everyone's your health. You got to think about your health. What if he's sitting here saying, this is the only thing in my life that I love? I'm not saying that's exactly where he's at, but for some people they are. This is where I find the most peace and the most satisfaction and happiness in my life is through playing football. Who are we to tell him what to do? Now, is there a doctor who could say, hey, we can't clear you because there's going to be a liability situation and we can't have you get further injured on the field of on the field? That's a different question. But for me to sit here and pound the table and say that this man shouldn't do X, Y, and Z, that's just not how I live my life. I don't tell people what to do.
Yeah, I don't think that's the point here. Telling Tua what to do. I think people just have suggestions. And if you were a parent to Tua, I'm sure a lot of people it would be different. If so, I'm not Tua's dad, but hypothetically, if we play this hypothetical.
Let's play the hypothetical.
If I was his father, I'd probably tell him to walk away because that would be tough for me to see my son respond to hits like that. But that's me as a parent. It's different. Got a lot more. I'm going to be there after football. There's a lot of these groupies, a lot of these Hageras who are going to fall by the wayside after football, and Tua's circle will be much, much smaller. But if I was his father, and I'm not his father, but if I was a parent of a kid who was suffering concussions like Tua, I'd probably tell him to walk away too.
Wouldn't you? Does he have children? I don't even know.
He has one kid.
Okay.
He has one kid.
So for me, once, and you hear this from a lot of people, but once you have a family, your algorithm does change for you, and it's whoa, quality of life is very important, and being able to be there in your children's lives. But not everyone is wired that way. Right. And I don't know how Tua's wired. I would assume he's wired that way. But when you're in your 20s and you're not married and you don't have kids, you think one way. And then as your life starts to change and as people around you maybe drop, your perspective and your attitude changes on certain things. You start to have kids and it changes things. I don't know where Tua stands on this one. I know that he is going to get a certain amount of guaranteed money one way or the other, whether he retires or not. But money isn't everything. I know we all think that money equates happiness. Not always. It makes it easier. Mm-hmm. I would love to have the money and figure myself out, but we act like people with money don't have problems. They do have problems too.
He's got 2 kids. He's got a son, Ace. Daughter Maisie, been married to his wife since 2022. So I'm sure they're having discussions. And look, if he gets cleared, if the doctors clear him, say he's ready to go, he's fit to go, obviously we're going to be monitoring what happens here. I think a lot of people are suggesting that he retires, but it's not hey, we want him to retire because I think people care about Tua. They care about his well-being.
Seems like
and when you get,
dude.
And he is a great dude. I love the guy. Love the guy. I mean, he was must-see TV in Alabama. And even when he suffered a hip injury in Alabama, I thought, damn, Tua, I don't know if he's going to be able to make the NFL getting hit like this. And I love Tua. I thought, boy, at one point he was going to be number 1 overall pick. But the ankle injury, he wasn't as mobile as I originally thought. The hip injury. But then he found himself in the NFL and fought through adversity. Got with Mike McDaniel and started making some things happen. Speaking of Mike McDaniel, boy, it was a tough presser. My man was shook up. Let's play a couple cuts.
Did you see him as Tua's?
He kissed him on the cheek.
Yeah, walking off. I think Mike McDaniel's a really good dude. I mean, everyone shows their affection in a different way. I couldn't even imagine having to go through it because clearly these two love each other.
Yep. Here's Mike McDaniel after the game.
Yeah, I talked to him in the locker room. Obviously, I talked to him on the field, and then talked to him in the locker room before he was headed home. You know, he was in good spirits.
He was in good spirits. What went through your mind, Mike?
Yeah, my thought was concern, and I was just worried about my guy. So, yeah, it's not something that you ever want to be a part of. You know, you hope not to.
Will he go on injured reserve?
You know, I'm not really. It's more about getting a proper procedural evaluation tomorrow and taking it one day at a time. The furthest thing from my mind is what is the timeline? I want to know. We just need to evaluate and I'm just worried about my my teammate and like the rest of the guys are. But we'll get more information tomorrow and then take it day by day from there.
Mike is clearly shook up by this situation and obviously cares deeply for Tua Tagovailoa, but that's a scary, scary situation knowing the history of Tua.
It's like, and I know we celebrate is not the right word, but I know we remembered 9/11 this week, and there are certain things in your life that'll happen that make all these other things feel very insignificant. And I understand that the world keeps moving. Like, believe me, I totally get it. Like, it just keeps churning and keeps churning, whether you're ready to move on or not. But like, how insignificant does a bunch of questions from Mike, you know what I mean? Like football related, when someone that you care for is hurt and lying there like that in a defenseless position, and it's happened multiple times. I can't even imagine going through that. Yeah, I really couldn't. Tough. Could you imagine being Tua's mom or dad and seeing the kid? I couldn't imagine that at all. The helpless feeling.
They've been through this though. They've been through this. He had some serious injuries at Alabama. Serious injuries. Had an injury that knocked him out the SEC championship game. And Jalen Hurts had to come in and replace him. I mean, that happened. So injuries are part of the game, man. It's a part of the game, and it's the nastiness. That's why, I try to go into every game that I watch as if, hey, it's going to be an injury-free game. I try not to even think about the negative of what could happen during a football game, but there's always going to be a nasty injury. Somebody's going to get hurt. That's the nature of this game. Let's go to Chris real quick in Fremont. Chris, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, you guys were kind of about to touch on it a little bit, but I don't know how you go about this, because I think, Shasky, you were saying it's like, can you really stop a man or woman from what they want to do in life? Can you really take away their profession? He's made it there. He's got this big contract, but the other side of it is it's going to happen again. Like, we all know it's going to happen again. I'm not trying to, talk down on the guy, but if you're really realistic about that play, Tua did it to himself. Tua launches himself head first into the defender. Defender makes a basic play, and boom, he's out. He's, his hands, he's got the whole, we all know it's an immediate concussion. He's been sacked before. I mean, he's been pushed back, not even a dirty hit. He's been pushed back, and he doesn't even have the ability to keep his head from snapping back and hitting the turf. So it's like, it's going to happen again numerous times unless the NFL or the Dolphins or somebody comes in and intervenes and tells him, you cannot do this anymore for us.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
That's what's going to happen.
And he's going to get cleared, and he's going to play again.
Well, I don't know. Let's talk about it on the other
I think he's going to play again. I mean, you think that's the last time we see Tua Tagovailoa on the football field?
I would not be surprised if lawyers or doctors or someone got involved and, they intervened. I wouldn't be surprised.
And then what did the Dolphins do?
I think it's 50-50. I really do.
Literally the first month of a new $212 million contract.
Well, you know what the Dolphins do? They pick up the phone and they call Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons and they make a deal. And that feels very insensitive saying that out loud as we're talking about a man's, brain.
What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. Jake Hutchinson joins us at 8 o'clock to talk some Niners. We'll get into Niners and Vikings. Get your thoughts on last night. 888-957-9570 408. You are right. It was pretty bizarre that the hit was against DeMar Hamlin. And we know what happened with DeMar Hamlin a couple seasons ago. All right, we'll be back on the roast on the other side.
Is your water heater on the fritz? Upgrade to reliable comfort with Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They've got the best selection.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
EDH. I keep thinking he said EDM. EDM. Oh, no, EDH, El Dorado Hills. Concussion gate. We're talking Tua right now. We'll shift to the Niners in the 7 o'clock hour, talk some Purdy. Got a Purdy question. I do really have a Purdy question. I don't think we realize how good we have it at the quarterback position when it comes to Brock Purdy. I'm going to bring up a name. And I'd rather have Brock Purdy than this particular name. I'll get to it in just a second, Shasky. I think you would too. It will shock a lot of people.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
No, it's not that guy. I mean, who's taking anybody over that guy?
I hate you. And I hate him. I hate them.
I actually really love watching Patrick Mahomes play.
No, I love watching him too. It's like LeBron. I watch and I hate, but I be watching.
Like I really, yeah, it's tough. Let's go to Michael and Cocker. Michael, what's happening?
Hi, Michael.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing tonight?
Doing great.
So I'm at SFO right now, getting ready to go to the game.
Ooh, how long is that flight to Minnesota?
3.5 hours.
It's not bad.
How you? What airline are you flying?
Delta.
Let's go.
Not bad at all.
Let's go.
Michael. So Minnesota. Have you been there before?
Minnesota.
I have never been to Minnesota. I'm meeting with some friends that we met 5 years ago at a KC game, and we've been friends since. And we always get together during this week because it's our friend anniversary. So we always pick a road game, the first road game to go to.
It feels like a lot of Niner fans are going up there, Michael, to Minnesota. Now, what is it that you want to do in Minnesota? Mall of America? Do you want to go to a Golden Gophers game? I don't even know if they're in town. What are you looking forward to other than the game in Minnesota?
Just checking out the vibe, checking out the food scene, the bar scene. I know the Twins are in town, so we might check out a Twins Reds game tonight.
Target Field, yeah.
Target Field, just to knock another baseball field off my list. And then, of course, they go deck out Niner gear, of course. So, you know.
I love that. Are you confident in the Niners improving it 2-0 without Christian, if they don't have Christian McCaffrey?
I believe we are. I feel a good vibe. One of my buddies last night, he's a diehard Niner fan, and we were bowling in our league last night. He threw a 300 game, so I feel like the stars are aligned. If you do a 300 game bowling perfect game, then we're going to come out on top because everything's just lining up this week.
I like that, Michael. Tickets. He's got U.S. Bank tickets. He's going to Minnesota. I know Dwayne Fontana, the fellas are going to Minnesota. They're getting ready to roll out there. So we got to go on a road trip game, Shasky. Maybe it's Green Bay this year. Because definitely ain't going to be the Buffalo game.
That's the Thanksgiving weekend?
Yeah. Or the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's LJ's birthday. Probably going to be a no from my wife.
Chestnut's birthday is the next week. I think she already has something scheduled the day the Buffalo.
And
game,
I'm doing Mikey G's confirmation. I'm his confirmation sponsor.
What the hell is a confirmation sponsor?
Well, when you are in the Catholic Church, you go through baptism and then communion and then confirmation. And that's part of the sacraments. Yeah. And so when you walk with God like I do every single day, people want you to be their sponsor.
Felt a little bad. He's like, what the hell is that? Well, it's actually God-related.
It's very much God-related. So Guido's oldest son, he asked me last year, he asked me at baseball practice in passing. He's like, hey, Joe, you want to be my confirmation sponsor? I was like, all right. I've done that a few times. So no, that, and then also that same Friday, I think it's the 21st, 22nd, I'm doing the alumni Reardon luncheon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm very booked. Very booked.
Wow. Look at, can't touch Shasky these days.
I think it's at the Italian Social Club. Or something like that.
Sal Castaneda did it last year?
Yeah, I'm sure Sal will be there.
Wow. Yeah. Well, who else? Will Gary St. Jean be there?
Well, they were hoping that I could reel in Bonte Hill.
No, they're lying.
That's
a lie. That's a lie.
You got to have things on your calendar.
That's a tough guy to get.
Shasky wants me nowhere near that place.
And that weekend, see, it's funny. Like that weekend, this is when you know you're old. Every weekend is booked for the remainder of my life.
Yeah, can't say yes to everything.
I'm learning that.
Well, no, you're
not. It's bothering me.
You're not. It's hard not to. I'm just, can I get your autograph one day? Can I walk with you?
I mean,
like God.
The amount of photos still circulating from the other night with you, it's unbelievable.
Boy, I haven't seen one photo. I've seen like one photo.
Oh, you're all over the place. Oh, a lot of people were happy to meet Bonte Hill.
Oh, well, that's a lie. That's a lie. I'm going to be humble in this one. That's a lie.
Dude, they were loving him.
We'll see if I'm invited back for a third year.
The best card we got, though, was from John Dugan, Westlake Joe's. It's like, anytime you need something, it's like, dude, you don't understand. We are going to call you.
I know. I showed Ed in the car. She goes, okay, so we could maybe say, calm down. We don't have to go this weekend. Yeah. We have the card. We can go any weekend. Let's chill. I want less on the docket on the weekends. I want more time for football, more time for video games, more time with baby Ches.
You were going to say something about a quarterback, something to do with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, football, video games, baby Ches. Somewhere Anna's listening to say, where am I on the list? I don't know, man.
Baked into all of those things.
I'm walking with Anna. I'm walking with God sometimes, too. I pray to him every now and then.
Well, yeah, we got that picture of you that one time.
Oh, yeah. I'm just well-rounded. He answered my prayer.
Wait a minute. Explain to me this picture. What are you talking about, Sam?
As this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. See, there's people like you who beg for forgiveness every single Sunday from Lord Jesus Christ, right? You beg all the time. See, it's like a favor, right? You got to cash in a favor every now and then.
Uh-huh.
Down 24-7 at the NFC Championship game. Felt like it was a good time to talk to God. It was like, hey, we've been riding with the Niners for a little bit. And we would hate to see it end like this, God. Just,
hook us up, Big G.
Just let me see some heart.
Let me make sure I got this clear. So you don't talk to God for years, months on end, but in the middle of a football game, you think like, oh, now's the time he's going to listen to me.
That's his relationship with him.
That's my relationship.
He works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
We
all have different relationships. You have a different relationship with Lubman than I do. Different relationship with Spinoni than I do. Everybody here, we all have different relationships. My relationship with God is like, hey, I'm not going to bug you because a lot of people are bugging you every single Sunday, Saturday, even do Friday night services now, Thursday night, Tuesday night. I mean, man, they're trying to pimp God out. But listen, all these people that are begging God for forgiveness every single day.
Father Patrick.
I stay in the background and say, hey, God, look, man, I know you're a busy guy. You're a very, very busy man. I'm not going to bug you all the time. But when I do, you're going to know that it's very, very important.
Do you hit it with the "Oh baby" to start?
I don't hit it with the "Oh baby." I don't hit it with the "Oh baby."
I said, "Dear Heavenly Father, it's oh baby, God, I need some help."
Oh my God!
So
Ricky Bobby, Talladega Nights. I like the baby version the best.
Yeah. So I don't bug him all the time.
I'm with him with that.
Shasky's walking down every Sunday, and everybody's walking down. They're begging him. I mean, they got Monday night mass and everything. I can't even keep up anymore. But I come in when I need to come in. And so during the NFC Championship game at halftime, the picture would have never got out. Anna never took the damn photo. I had no idea she was taking the photo, but you know what? I saw the photo. I said, you know what? I'm going to post it anyway. And the thing went viral.
You didn't want it to get out, but she posted the photo. You took the photo of you praying, and then you reposted it.
Absolutely.
Sounds like you wanted it out.
Well, I've got it out there just to let them know that, hey, this is what I did at halftime. I prayed, and people felt that. And you know what? That Sunday, God answered my prayer.
Can I ask this question? Do you think Detroit fans were praying?
No, they were happy. They were chanting Jared Goff. They weren't praying at all.
What is going on here?
Their prayer had already been answered by winning the NFC North.
I personally believe he's a little too busy to be worried about sports, but that's just me.
No, God's never too busy. I mean, he's busy, Hey, God. God, save my Achilles tendon in his 3 softball games that I'm playing last night. He don't got time for that stuff. He don't got time for that. He's got a lot of problems on his hands. A lot of issues that you guys come with him. Monday night mass, Tuesday night prayer, Sunday school, Wednesday night there's something, Friday night there's something. I found out there was Saturday church. Oh, you can just do it on Saturday, Bob. It's like, wait, calm down.
Every day there's church. There's it depends on where you go. St. John's used to have 6:30 a.m. mass, and my grandfather and my grandma used to go to that all the time. We get dropped off over there in the morning as my mom would go to work, and so it depends. There's 5 o'clock Saturday mass. So like Sunday, for example, there's 7:30. There's 9:30. 9:30 is the family mass.
That's what I'm saying.
It's also 11. I usually go to 9:30, but now that football's back, I might have to adjust and go to 7:30.
Right. Somebody's asked me, the 209 Xfinity Mobile text line, where were your prayers in overtime? of the Super Bowl. And, that was, God had answered my prayer at halftime. I wasn't going to come back to him 2 weeks later and be like, God, I need another one from you, buddy. He did his work. He had the biggest rally in NFC Championship game history.
Even Mahomes is bigger than some things.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of Mahomes, quarterbacks. You
God
said something about
Niners money line
quarterbacks.
against the Lions. Real quick, one more joke from SFA Trevor as we put a bow on our walk of faith.
Oh, my God.
SFA Trevor actually makes a good point. Looks like Butcher Boy doesn't have time to be on the Warriors pregame show anymore. He's booked and busy for the next 12 months. That's a good one. Come on. Laugh a little bit. Laugh a little bit. Laugh, man. It's Friday.
I'm just worried that when I see, Father Patrick, Father Mike, they're going to be like, what is going on here?
Oh, they listen to the show?
Well, Father Patrick, huge Niner fan.
Oh, wow.
Huge Niner
Father
fan.
Patrick, he knows what I'm saying is very true. I mean, I'm sure Father Patrick gets some people coming up to him, calling him, looking for confessions. Like, dude, stop wasting my time, man.
Father Mike was actually at the Olympic Club on Father Mike LaRocca.
He was at the fight night?
Yeah, he was out there the other day.
Well, so he was having a little fun.
Yeah.
He wasn't in God's cathedral.
No.
Oh.
What is going on here?
So back to quarterbacks.
God is not going to strike us down, Shasky, I promise you. God knows. God likes to joke, too. That's why comedy has existed. He likes to laugh.
He does.
Oh, that's a funny joke. Like, God is good. God is really good. She's well-rounded.
You're Loveman through the glass laughing.
God, Loveman, do you pray? He prayed that Miami got a quarterback this summer. Can we get a quarterback? And you know what? God says, you know what, Loveman, you suffer so long. Cam Ward, you're going to leave Pullman, Washington. Let's go to South Beach, Miami.
I'm just
Clean it up, Auntie.
I'm a big believer in balancing it out with a little bit of praise every now and then and being grateful for what you have, not just always asking. That's all.
That's why I don't ask God for everything. I talk to him like once a year in terms of prayers. But
ain't nothing you can do about it.
The relationship is just, it's an open door. It's an open book. I can send a text down right now. Hey, Bonte, hurry up and talk quarterbacks, man. All right, let's talk quarterbacks. Watching Tua last night. Mahomes is number one, right? He's the quarterback we're all taking.
Yeah, clearly.
Josh Allen, I think, has closed the gap on Mahomes. I'm not taking Josh Allen over Mahomes, but I think Josh Allen is widening the gap over the next best quarterback. It's Mahomes 1, gap, Josh Allen 2, and I think there's a big gap after Josh Allen. But you know what? That third quarterback, everybody keeps talking about Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow. No, it's not Joe Burrow. I'll tell you, after watching quarterbacks through the first week and a half of the season and watching what I saw from Burrow, and I heard what you said about Cincinnati, don't freak out on them. They always start off slow. Right now, Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Joe Burrow. And right now, after watching these quarterbacks, I'd rather have Brock Purdy quarterback of my team than Joe freaking Burrow.
So you're saying he had a better week than Joe Burrow?
I think he's had a better year and a half than Joe Burrow. Since Brock Purdy's been inserted at quarterback, he's been better than Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's had flashes. Joe Burrow's special, but he's also 5-5 in his last 10 games. He's had some injuries. His wrist already seems to be hurting a bit. And you took away one of his playmakers last year, T. Higgins, and he looked pedestrian. He looked very, very pedestrian. And he's kind of looked like this over the last 10 games. Joe Burrow has all the attributes, the arm strength, the IQ. But we put him in the top 3 like it's, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow. I don't even know if he's played like a top 10 quarterback over the last year, Shasky. And that's why I think Niner fans, we need to feel really good about having Brock Purdy. Right now, he's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. One of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. And right now, I think he's better than Joe Burrow.
Well, I think Joe Burrow, I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know what. But the reason why he gets elevated into that upper echelon is because he's beaten Lamar in the playoffs. He's beaten Josh Allen in the playoffs.
Did the Bengals beat Lamar?
Yeah. I'm looking at it right here.
In the playoffs?
Round. Yeah, 2022.
Oh, in Cincinnati? Was that game in Cincinnati or was that in Baltimore?
Yeah, in Cincinnati,
Yep.
yeah. 24-27. 24-17, excuse me.
Lamar didn't play that game. That was, I think that was Huntley.
Well, but he's beaten them. And then he's beaten Josh Allen. And he's beaten Patrick Mahomes. That's why. I mean, you're asking why. It's pretty simple. Also, I look at the team that he took over. There's a Steph Curry quality when you take over the Cincinnati Bengals, okay? Like, I think it holds more weight. Had he done this with a more established team, with a more established coach, I think there'd be more pessimism on him. Like, look what Brock Purdy inherited, a team that won double-digit games 3 out of the 4 years prior. You know, Kyle Shanahan is regarded as a high-level coach. So, fair or not, I think a lot of people dilute Brock Purdy. I think part of the Joe Burrow narrative, if you will, the conversation is like, does anyone think that Zach Taylor could take over the Carolina Panthers right now and turn them around? Probably not. You know, does anyone think that Cincinnati Bengals are some well-oiled machine? Like, outside of Joe Burrow? Not really.
Jamar Chase is a superstar.
What?
Jamar Chase is a superstar.
Talking about when he got there.
Oh, when he got there, yeah.
I mean, they were pretty low. He's the number one overall pick.
Zach Taylor helped build them, though. He helped build that team.
I mean, if we were just doing like pick coach that you want, I don't think most people are taking Zach Taylor in the top 10. So you're asking why he gets elevated to this? I think it's because of all of those things. He did throw 4,500 yards and back-to-back 35 touchdown seasons. So the guy's been really good. Has he been good the last year and a half? No, because he's been hurt.
I don't know if Zach Taylor might be a top 10 coach. Andy Reid, McVay, Shanahan, Sean McDermott. I'm throwing them in there.
Okay.
Zach Taylor's been better than Tomlin the last 3 years. He's been better than Tomlin. John Harbaugh, put him in there.
Okay, 5.
Who else? You put D'Amico? LaFleur.
Done it with 2 different quarterbacks.
I mean, Bengals been to playoffs, man. Zach Taylor's damn good. I don't know if there's still better coaches, but we're getting sidetracked here. Burrow, sure, he gets the credit for going to Arrowhead, and they get the win, and they go to the Super Bowl, and they had that run, and he got sacked a lot. I get it. He was special during that run, and maybe he gets elevated. But since that moment, you started in 2023, or excuse me, the late 2022. I don't know if Joe Burrow. I mean, I look at that playoff run. Yeah, they beat Baltimore, but Lamar Jackson wasn't in that game. They go to Cincy, they win, they take Mahomes down to the wire. I get it. Purdy just took Mahomes down to the wire.
Well, and they beat him too, you know.
A few years ago.
Yeah, they beat him.
Yeah,
you know?
a couple years ago.
And when you beat Josh Allen.
But since the beginning of 2022, I think Purdy's been a better quarterback. And right now, I think I'd rather have Brock Purdy than Joe Burrow. I don't know if Joe Burrow's going to be able to last.
Well, that's a different question.
Like you look at him play a quarterback against the Patriots. Guy looked stiff in the pocket. He looked unsure of himself. And so for all the people who say, oh, man, take away Brock Purdy's weapons. Well, it looks like if you take away Joe Burrow's weapons, he looks like a very average quarterback.
Well, I think he's still really good. And he's obviously going through some sort of a slump right now or an injury or whatever. Why people elevate him is because, you know, he's done the one thing that almost no one's done is like beat Mahomes, right? There's so few people have been able to do it, especially in the playoffs. It's literally Burrow and Brady.
And really,
that's the only two guys.
And I look at that. I'm sorry. I look at that. And it does make me cringe a little bit when we say this guy beat that quarterback when they don't even play against each other, but that's the way we speak. Kansas City blew that game.
Well, okay, but you could also say that the Bengals blew the game where they pushed Mahomes out of bounds late and then they got a field goal. I'm just saying, like we could go back and forth on that.
It was tight.
I mean, he's played them. He's played them very well, and Mahomes himself has said like that's one of the few guys that I fear. So you're listening to the legends talk.
Well, in that game against Kansas City, Joe Burrow threw 2 picks.
Threw 2
picks.
The one that they won,
the one that they lost. He threw 2 picks.
Okay.
Threw 2 picks.
Threw for 300 yards.
5 times. Threw for 270.
Okay.
Threw for 270. Threw 2 picks. Wasn't really good in that game. He was okay. He threw a big pick.
So I think you're standing alone on this one, and that's fine. I think that he's a really good player. Whether Brock's playing better football right now, I think clearly Brock's playing better football.
That's all I've said. I would rather have Brock Purdy today, right now, than Joe Burrow. Because I don't like what I'm seeing from Joe Burrow. I don't like the sides.
I'm not ready. I don't know.
And I think the hype on Joe Burrow, he's living off those AFC Championship wins from a couple seasons ago. But over the last year and a half, Brock has been better. It's okay to say it.
What about when he came to Levi's and dismantled the Niners? Does that hold any Water
it was
you?
great. It was great. It was great.
I'm
But we
talking about
also,
Burrow coming to
but we
Levi's.
also knew the Niners didn't have Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel. We also realized that the Niners had a short week, and they were playing the Bengals off a bye week. And it was obvious that the Bengals were just a step quicker in that game. Again, the Bengals are coming off a bye week before that football game. Coming off a bye week, Niners coming off a short week, Monday Night Football, and a quarterback who hadn't practiced all week. That was a schedule loss.
See, I'll take your bigger point, which was like, all right, Mahomes, and then you got, it feels like a little bit of room, and then you got Allen, and then a little bit of room. And then I think on any given day, it can be Lamar, it can be Burrow, Stafford, Purdy can be up there. I think there's a variety of guys that could throw their name into the mix and be considered one of those guys on any given day. And so I think the margins are very thin. I think Purdy's perfect for what the Niners do. I think Burrow's really good for what Cincinnati wants to do. And it's very, 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 very close. I don't think it's that far off one way or the other.
I just think right now Purdy's played a lot better football than Burrow. A lot better football. And he has, and the data tells you he has over the last year and a half. He's played better football. He just has. It's okay to admit it. But, I was just thinking about it last night. I'm watching Josh Allen. I'm like, Joe Burrow's not on the same level as Josh Allen right now.
No.
Not even close.
Josh Allen's really good.
Not even close. Joe, we need to start talking about Joe Burrow. Like Baker Mayfield right now. Is he playing better football than Joe Burrow? He has over the last 8 weeks. Last 10 weeks. Date back to last year. I mean, I like Joe Burrow a lot. But the hype, we get on Lamar Jackson for everything.
Because Lamar's done nothing in the playoffs, Monte. It's
He's
very
won a couple games,
straightforward.
okay? So,
that's
but
what
he
it
carries
is.
that team.
But that's
with
the same
a lot
thing with
less
James Harden.
playmakers. With a lot less playmakers.
Okay, but this is why James Harden got crushed year after year after year.
Jalen Hurts, think about the dialogue about Jalen Hurts. He's got to a Super Bowl,
I don't think anyone throws him in the top 5 anymore.
But we get on him for everything. And Jalen Hurts has been really productive with Philadelphia. Really productive.
I don't think we put him. I think he had the 1 year, and I think since then there's been a dialogue about him. I think Joe Burrow, this is a big year for him to try to prove to stay healthy. There's no doubt about it. And he hasn't looked great. And whether it's the real injuries, the not good injuries, I think the reason the guy gets the benefit of the doubt, he was drafted number 1 overall by one of the worst organizations in sports. Nobody really thinks that highly of Zach Taylor, fair or not. And
I don't know about that. Zach Taylor's been really good. I don't know about that. I don't know how people feel about Zach Taylor. I don't. Maybe casuals don't like him. Zach Taylor's done a lot of good in that system in Cincinnati. The playmakers that he has, the way they ran their offense. Zach Taylor's a damn good coach.
I don't know if he's a good coach because when he didn't have Burrow, they didn't win, and when he did have Burrow, they did win. I think he's all right, but I don't think most people are like, Zach Taylor, that's the coach I have to have. I'm explaining to you why people give Joe Burrow so much benefit of the doubt. And guys like Baldy who break down film speak glowingly about him.
I hear that. Burrow's not a bum. I'm not saying he's a bum. But right now, Purdy's playing better football. And when Burrow struggles, we make all these excuses for him. When other quarterbacks struggle, he's just not good enough. He's not this. He's not that because of a couple playoff wins. Does he have more playoff wins than Jimmy?
I don't know, but I know in those games he played better than Jimmy.
I don't know. I just think Joe Burrow, the hype has gotten a little too much. He may be overhyped, and we're afraid to say it. Why are we afraid to say Joe Burrow's overhyped? In Cincinnati, let's not act like Cincinnati's been dog poop for many years. Let's not act like Marvin Lewis didn't take that organization to the playoff year after year after year after year. And I know what they did. They lost. They were winning division championships. Cincinnati's been good for a while, man. Wow. Zach Taylor, I like Zach Taylor. Anyway. More on that, 888-957-9570. A lot of people think I'm high right now. Explain why Brock Purdy hasn't been playing better football than Joe Burrow. Explain it.
I think he has. I don't think anyone would argue. Like the numbers speak for themselves.
I think they would. I think they would. All right, we're coming up. We got a break because I see the boys back there squirming. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
All right, Turtle Pie, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to everybody out there on a payday Friday. Don't forget about Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game insider. All guests appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop really is a fun place. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app as well. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free. So whole thing was Purdy over the last year and a half has played better than Joe Burrow. We could move off from that because I get the hype with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow this, Joe Burrow that, but guy hasn't been playing good football, and I don't hear about it. I hear about when Lamar struggles. I hear about when Jalen Hurts struggles. I hear about when Brock Purdy struggles. I don't hear about it when Joe Burrow struggles. Everybody just kind of hides into the bushes. So, anyway.
Isn't that because of the injuries, though? Like, that's mainly the reason.
That's a part of it. I mean, last year it was pretty obvious when he went down. He had the calf injury before the season even started, and then he missed, obviously, what was the final 7 or 8 games. And then this year, I don't know. Like, is he laying it on thick because he's not playing well, or is he legitimately hurt? Like, having your wrist hurt like that does feel like a pretty big injury for a quarterback.
I mean, they opened the season last year at Cleveland, just got their braids beat in. He threw for like 140 yards, right? And I get the calf injury, and he's got to sit in the pocket and just throw the football or whatnot. Joe Burrow was very inconsistent last year, very inconsistent. And they've lost a lot of playmakers. I get it. They were very inconsistent last year. I don't think he was having a great year. Not to the standard that we've set for Joe Burrow. When you sit Joe Burrow up there and you said, hey, this guy is – some people think – and this was a conversation last season. It was. I saw it on national shows. Who would you rather have, Burrow or Mahomes? They do the same thing. And a lot of people – there's a lot of former players who say, oh, Joe Burrow's the best quarterback in the league. He's the best quarterback in the league. And I just don't buy it.
How much of that you think is baked in that people give Andy Reid so much credit?
I don't know. The goalposts change so much on who we give credit to. Like, Now we're not giving Zach Taylor credit for Joe Burrow and the playmakers or whatnot. Zach Taylor's running. I think Zach Taylor's a hell of a coach. Hell of a coach. So I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Well, you thinking he's a good coach and him getting a lot of love, like league-wide, are two different things, right? When I hear who's a schematic genius and who's on the rise and this, that, and the other, people don't give Zach Taylor the credit. They do jump to Joe Burrow. So the reason why I say, like, most people's minds he's not a top 10 coach is because they go through, and I know you dismiss Tomlin, but people put Tomlin in there.
Right.
You and I probably agree on that. I don't really know how great Tomlin's been. They haven't won a playoff game in years, right? Like, but then you could also say he hasn't had great quarterback play in years. So I think when we're doing these mental exercises, a lot of it is how do you perceive someone? And I think when you beat Mahomes in the playoffs, whether Mahomes was hurt or not, or he played poorly in an individual game, like you're going to get a lot of credit. When you go toe-to-toe with Josh Allen and you beat him, you're going to get a lot of credit. When you go to Kansas City and you lose in the final 2 minutes of a game, you're going to get a lot of credit, right? And I think they've also beaten them during the regular season. And so, like, the legend of Joe Burrow is in part based on him beating Mahomes.
I've seen Justin Herbert's beat Mahomes. Right? Yeah. Justin Herbert's never beat the Chiefs?
I don't know.
You sure? They didn't. What about that game at Arrow? That wasn't Justin Herbert.
He's never beaten him.
Who was the quarterback who was the Charger? It was a Thursday night game.
Phillip Rivers.
Was that Phillip Rivers? Mike Williams scored the game with a touchdown? Damn, Justin Herbert. But it feels to me, so this is where I was going to go with it. It feels like we've just put Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow on this pedestal to where they're top 5 no matter what, unquestioned. I'm starting to question that, especially Justin. You know how I feel about Justin Herbert. Now, we'll see with Jim Harbaugh. I think he'll get the best out of him. But Joe Burrow, and everybody says, well, Brock Purdy has all these weapons. It's not Brock Purdy fault that he maximizes his weapons. He took this offense to a level that we haven't seen in years in San Francisco. It was the most prolific offense we've seen since probably 89. Like, that's how potent Purdy was in the pocket and how potent he was to get the ball to his playmakers. At times, Cincinnati, they play so inconsistently that do they actually maximize the talent that they have? Like Joe Mixon, for example, goes crazy in his first game for the Houston Texans. And the word come out of Houston is like, well, Cincinnati didn't really use Joe Mixon the way they should have used Joe Mixon. Did they maximize that talent? That's part of the equation with Joe Burrow. Did you maximize Joe Mixon in your run game? Did you maximize Jamar Chase? Have you maximized T. Higgins?
Where's Zach Taylor's influence on that?
Zach Taylor's a good coach, but, quarterbacks got to make consistent decisions, right? Zach Taylor does get a little credit. He does get a little something there, but players play, right? Players play. Is there any question that Mahomes wouldn't be good without Andy Reid?
It would be a little different. I mean, being with Andy Reid, he's amazing. I don't like if I put Patrick Mahomes with, I'm just trying to think of who, Matt Rule, who was in Carolina. Yeah, I think Mahomes would be good. I don't think he'd be as great as he is. I don't. I think he'd be good. Absolutely. I don't think he'd be great. Like, if I put Patrick Mahomes right now with Antonio Pierce, yeah, I'm sure, like, this version of Pat Mahomes, I think he'd be really good. But, like, early versions of Pat Mahomes, like, yeah, I don't think it'd be as close to dynamic as what it is.
Has Lamar beat Joe Burrow before?
I don't know.
He has.
Okay.
So, like, Jared Goff. They had the wild Monday night game.
Criticisms really bug you.
No, no, it doesn't bug me, but I'm saying we need to be fair with our criticism. We need to be fair. Like, fair is fair. Jared Goff beat Mahomes a couple times, right? The wild Monday night game last year at Arrowhead Stadium. That stuff doesn't mean anything.
No, I think we're
on any given Sunday. Any given Sunday, anybody could be beat, and these quarterbacks aren't playing against each other. They're playing against opposing defenses.
But why does everyone scoff at Jared Goff? Because in the playoffs, he kind of shrivels, right? And people don't believe in him in the playoffs, and I think that's the line of demarcation for a lot of these guys. It's where Josh Allen is currently. It's like, hey, Josh, we know you kick butt in the regular season. Can you do anything in the playoffs?
Yeah, he does do something in the playoffs. He doesn't lose those games. He doesn't drop passes. He doesn't miss field goals. He doesn't.
I love Josh Allen.
He doesn't not play defense with us 13 seconds left, and the Chiefs got to get a field goal and get about 30 to 40 yards. That's not Josh Allen's fault. That's why he's like, oh, he beat Josh. Well, Josh Allen didn't drop a pass last year against Kansas City. He didn't drop the 5 passes. He didn't call the fake punt. And Jared Goff, I'm going to defend Jared Goff for a little bit. 4th down throw to Reynolds. Did that hit Reynolds in the chest or what?
Twice, and he dropped the ball.
Twice. But, Joe, we're going to sit here and say, well, Jared Goff came up short. He made the throws he needed to make. Receivers got to make plays. He helped the Reds get to the Super Bowl when he gets Belichick. Belichick undressed McVay, Jared Goff, and everything, and not having Todd Gurley, it hurts. But it's not so much that the Lamar criticism gets to me. It's let's be fair with our criticism. And what's fair is right now, Joe Burrow hasn't played good quarterback. He hasn't played good quarterback in quite some time. It's been very inconsistent. And the knock is, as we talk about Tua Tagovailoa and these concussions, Joe Burrow gets nicked up quite a bit.
Oh, that's pretty obvious. I mean, he's hurt a lot. There's no doubt about it. He's hurt a lot. I think the Lamar thing is a little different because their whole offense is centered around him. Like everything that they do is so Lamar-centric. And so when he struggles in the playoffs and he doesn't run, which is his number one attribute all year, you're like, what are we doing? Like, why did you play one way all year? And then in the biggest game of the year where you're a home favorite, you play a different way. I don't understand it. And so, yeah, I think he's going to get crushed. I put Lamar in a James Harden zone. Not that everyone can't stand him. It's that he's so dynamic in the regular season.
Chris Paul, baby.
Chris Paul, same thing. But until you do it in the playoffs consistently, a lot of people are always going to be like, yeah, but. Right? Whereas Burrow's kind of like in this, well, you won a couple of big games. You went on a magical run. You were tied in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, and Stafford had a great drive. And so I think he gets elevated because of some of his playoff moments.
I'd be the first to tell you Lamar struggled in that AFC Championship game. He wasn't right. But what happens if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble in the fourth quarter at the goal line to tie the game up? I mean, these things happen. Some things are just out of your control. So it is wild. Like, Lamar's overrated, yet he's winning MVP after MVP. And the quarterback I saw, and all the performances last year, Joe Burrow had a hell of a performance. And then Christmas night happened. I said, oh, my God. Like, Fred Warner, who we love and adore, had no shot against Lamar Jackson in open space.
No, he was amazing.
They had no shot on the RPO game. They had no shot. So, the criticism, I just want to be equal. And right now, I'd say it right here on these airways. Call me a homer all you want to. Quarterbacking my football team today, I'd rather have Brock Purdy than Joe Burrow. Quarterbacking my team. Joe Burrow may have the bigger arm. He may have the better talent. He looks like a physical freak, 6'5", 6'6", has a moxie. He has the hair. He has everything. Joe Cool, right? Give me Brock Purdy for what he's doing right now. Brock Purdy's playing mistake-free football. He's getting the ball to his playmakers. He seems like he's calm, cool, and collected. He's got all the commercials in the world now. Right now, I want Brock Purdy quarterback on my team. If I can't have Mahomes and I can't have Josh Allen, and I look at the pick of the bunch here, the next 27, next 28, you know what? I'm taking Brock Purdy off my board first.
I think a lot of Niner fans feel that way.
I don't know if a lot of fans feel like that. I don't think a lot of Niner fans feel like that. Now I'm looking at the quarterbacks yesterday. Give me Brock. But I just say it's just kind of weird how we choose to delegate our criticism when it comes to quarterbacks. Joe Burrow's been, oh no. Speaking of Purdy, I guess he got asked about all those commercials. Take a listen.
Can you tell me about the latest one, Applebee's? Is that the most fun shoot you've been on? I know you did the John Deere as well.
Yeah. I mean, John Deere, Toyota, Applebee's, Ariat, a bunch, drink or Recover 180s, a sports drink. So I've done, a handful of them, but Applebee's was pretty fun just because I was running around like the restaurant, like clapping and throwing plates of food and stuff. So it was pretty entertaining, and the thing, like how it's come out, with Saquon Barkley and Dan Campbell, I think it's been like a pretty funny thing that we were all able to put together.
God, he's in so many commercials right now. He is such a darling, and they are selling him to middle America, and it is working. I mean, the guy is sponsored by a vegetable, not even a vegetable company. He's sponsored by corn. I mean, it's incredible. He's got cowboy boots. He's got Toyotas.
Wait, corn is a band, right?
K-O-R-N.
That's a different thing.
Yeah. Freak on a leash.
I knew that. Pandora's box.
Give you a 4.
They got bangers. Korn had some albums.
Oh, Freak on a Leash, like the music video is still all time.
Play their most popular song for Bonte. He'll recognize it.
We'll come back with it.
Yeah, pull it up.
That's not a guarantee. That's not a guarantee that I'll recognize
Brock Purdy is crushing it with these commercials.
He's making a lot of money. a lot of money.
There's an everyman quality to him, whereas Joe Burrow, as you were bringing up, he's got like almost a rock band kind of like aura. He tries to have one at least. Let me bleach my hair. Let me come walking into the stadium in these wild outfits. And, I was the quarterback of LSU and what's that?
I was saying he's listening to Korn probably too with that Slim Shady haircut.
He might be. He
2001.
Might be. But he's just totally different, right? I mean, high profile player at multiple schools, transferred, goes to LSU, undefeated season. Just, I don't know. They're just totally different. He's a swashbuckler, whereas Purdy's kind of more the everyman, and I just think that they're always going to be kind of viewed very, very differently.
Sorry, I was looking at Justin Herbert here because he does have a win against Mahomes in Kansas City. They beat him 30-24 back in 2021. Herbert, I knew he threw 4 touchdowns in this game. Go figure. 4 touchdowns in the game. Mike Williams had a couple. Patrick Mahomes threw 260. We threw 2 picks. So he does have a win over Mahomes, but I'm not going to elevate it. Guys are going to win the game here and there. They're going to win the game here and there. Why did Bonte wake up and choose violence? Hey, man, you got to have takes. I'm not scared to have a take. My take right now is I'd rather have Brock than Burrow. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening?
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. Listen, first of all, I think Brock Purdy is going to have a big game on Sunday. Here's why. I'm looking at the Vikings injury report right now. Former All-Pro, former Pro Bowl free safety Harrison Smith didn't practice for them yesterday. So that could be a big hit to their secondary if he's not playing on Sunday, and that could be an opportunity for Brock Purdy in the passing game to go off. But on the other side of the ball, I'm looking at the Vikings offensive line. I'm looking at Sam Darnold, and I think the 49ers, if they're going to win this game, they got to get pressure on Darnold. The Vikings last year, they allowed 47 sacks. Their QBs were pressured on an average of 27% per pass attempt. So 1 out of every 4 pass attempts, defenses were getting pressure on Vikings QBs last year. Darnold, over the last 3 years, he's got an abysmal completion percentage against pressure. It's 46% over that time frame. So if you can get to Sam Darnold early and often, I think this could be a game where the 49ers really blow this open. And look, Jordan Addison also didn't practice yesterday for the Vikings, so that's a big weapon in their passing game that they could be missing. I think the Niners are going to win this.
Real quick, Vikings last year, weren't they 8th against the run? Weren't they 8th against the run? Yeah. So they
were 8th against the run.
8th against the run. So you're saying it's going to be a big Brock Purdy game due to that because they are stiff in the run game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the game the Niners played against them last year. I think the Niners only had 65 yards of rushing in that game. So the Vikings really tried to make Brock beat them with their arm. And I think that's going to be a similar case this week. But I think it's going to come out in favor of the 49ers. I like the Niners to win 27-17. So another win.
There it is. I like it, Alex. That's why it may not be a big Jordan Mason game. Minnesota is tough against the run. 8th last year against the run, Minnesota.
Without Hunter, does that change a lot?
I don't know. I mean, they shut the Giants down last week, but that's the New York Giants.
It's hard for me to take the New York Giants.
Yeah, the New York Giants.
Like anything done against them feels.
Yeah, I was
automatic.
watching. Did you watch some of that game?
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
It's so bad to watch.
I did like was throwing to wide open guys.
I did like the logo at midfield, the old New York Giant logo. That was pretty cool. But
the uniforms they were wearing too,
good.
but they were like nude colored, like legs. It was
good.
very awkward to look at.
Not good.
Somebody at the gutter, man.
Mine at the gutter is just weird to look at. I don't know what you're just saying. That color should not be part of a uniform, is what I'm saying.
There's a back color.
No, it is for a uniform.
There's basically one guy who we're thinking about is the guy that, to me, is the one that you fear, and it's one of the best players to start a wide receiver career ever, and it's Justin Jefferson. I mean, you just look at his raw numbers: 1,400 yards, 1,600 yards, 1,800 yards. Last year he was hurt for like almost the whole year. He still had 1,000 yards. They played 9 games basically. It's incredible. So it's Justin Jefferson, and I'm very interested to see what they throw at him, how they try to defend him, and can they get Sam Darnold to throw a couple up?
Are we looking at hands down the best? Because I go back and forth between Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. But I think, number one, unequivocally, everybody's taking Justin Jefferson over anybody in this league, right? As the wide receiver position?
For this year or?
For a period. For this year, next year,
I would take Justin Jefferson. Probably. I would probably take Justin Jefferson. Tyreek has an argument too, though.
Right. Tyreek does have an.
I mean, like,
how did
he's not a
Justin
great guy.
Jefferson, we talk about that draft. It was Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Michael Pittman Jr., Chase Claypool, Rieger.
Rieger.
And you got Justin Jefferson, who went 22nd overall. Had a historic year at LSU with Joe Burrow. Maybe it was more
Jamar Chase.
Maybe it was more Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson than it was Joe Burrow. No.
You're getting ridiculous now. Burrow's still a very good quarterback.
I mean, Joe Burrow was literally dropping back, throwing in bombs left and right. It's like, you want to go one-on-one coverage with Jamar Chase? Joe Burrow's fine. He's a good player. But I'm taking Brock right now for Joe Burrow. I'm probably taking Justin Jefferson over him. Like, who does he remind you of? He runs every single route. He runs deep routes. He runs shallow routes. He runs slants. He runs everything on the route tree. His speed is underrated. The gritty is taking the league by storm. His numbers are historically good. He's on pace to be the greatest.
To me, it's the toughness and the acrobatic catches that even when you watch them over and over and over again, and you see a lot of guys in the league make unbelievable catches, the way he makes these acrobatic contested catches are unbelievable. His highlight tape of 5 years, like his 5-year highlight tape is as good as anyone else's 15-year highlight tape. And I have all the respect in the world for the Chris Carters and the Larry Fitzgeralds and the Calvin Johnsons and the Jerry Rices and all those guys, Tio, Randy Moss. Just look at his highlight package. It's crazy. His catch radius is so underrated. He's not a physically imposing guy.
Right. What is it about him that you fear, though, for this Sunday?
It's the game breaker ability.
It's the game breaker ability. Just one play could just change it. Because they didn't play against him last year.
You could be draped all over him, right? And he goes up in traffic and twists and contorts his body and hauls it in with one hand to rip it down and falls. And I mean, he's unbelievable. And then also, if they press as much as they did last week, he can get off that press very quickly.
I'm not sure I'm doing that.
He is so shifty and so fast, and I just think that I really think we underrate how tough he is.
Yeah, no, he's a tough ass. Did the receiver doc add to the toughness of Justin Jefferson? What did that do for him? Because everybody talked last year, Kirk Cousins stole the hearts of America. It was like, no, Patrick Mahomes is a damn badass. That's the big takeaway. And Marcus Mariota quit on the Falcons. This receiver doc, watching Justin Jefferson, I think when people see him and they see the flash, I do think certain people in the league or maybe fans think that, he just thinks it's so easy. Does he really put in the effort? Is he a team guy? Because the whole receiver aspect, right, they get labeled as divas. I learned that, this guy's all about team. He wants to play.
Well, he's maniacally obsessed with it.
Right.
And he seems like a really good guy.
Yep.
A really good guy. The other element is that if he's doing this and he's got like a sugar candy addiction, like I do, like imagine if he ever got his diet right, what this guy could do in the league.
With all the candy in his room.
I mean, he's obsessed with candy.
Right. Obsessed. He's a funny dude.
He really is.
So he has a chance to do something, fellas, this Sunday. Sunday's game against the 49ers will be the 62nd game of Justin Jefferson's NFL career. If he totals at least 42 receiving yards, he'll reach the 6,000-yard mark in game number 62 of his career, something only Lance Allworth has done before. Wow. Allworth reached 6,000 career yards in his 62nd game way back in 1967. So that's
basically 100 yards a game. I mean, that's just incredible.
It's incredible. Allworth doing it then, too, is even more remarkable.
Incredible. And to do it with this team, which everybody thinks isn't that. And it's not like they're down 30 every single game. They've been competitive the last few years. It's within the fabric of other playmakers.
Yeah, they need another playmaker. They need more running back. They're in the rebuilding phase right now, Minnesota. And there was the rumor last year that the Niners were going after him. They would trade Debo for Justin Jefferson. And I just always thought the whole time, I was like, why would Minnesota trade Justin Jefferson straight up for Debo Samuel? Makes no sense. Now I'm seeing stuff about the Golden State Warriors maybe being in on Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler rumors, right? Rumor mill starting. Yeah, I know. I look at Shasky. He's like,
Jimmy Buckets for 1 year. I know he wants a contract extension. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Oh, man. The Burrow takes really got people flustered.
Well, that's how you feel. That's fine.
Shameless shoutouts coming out. Somebody asked us, are we doing shameless shoutouts today? Sure, why not? 888-957-9570. There's a lot to shout out. There's a lot of big games in the high school ranks. St. John Bosco tomorrow at Sarah High School.
That sounds awesome.
I think I might have to go to that game. I gotta hit somebody up there.
I think they are getting very lucky, the 49ers, this weekend with not having Addison out there, sounds like. And if Harrison Smith is not participating in practice, then at minimum he's limited, and that is going to be, obviously beneficial for the 49ers. I do think that they're going to have to probably throw the ball a little in this game and open it up some. Mm-hmm. And so, how was Ayuk's week at practice? How's his conditioning? How's Trent's conditioning? Can't have him leaving the game in a tight game to go get an IV again. These are things that I will definitely be monitoring, and they are on a short week. I mean, it's an early start, and you played Monday night.
Still winning by 20?
Oh, I didn't say 20. 2 scores.
You said 20.
Well, originally, and then I stepped back just a little.
Well, now it's 2 scores. So it was 20, then it was 2 touchdowns. Now it's 2 scores. So it could be 10 points. Could be.
Well, it's 10. Double digits. Yeah, we're going double digits.
All right, double digits. There we go. There.
We've gone from 20 points to 2 scores to 10 points.
10 points. That's 2 scores. That's 2 scores. It's a touchdown and a field goal.
I mean, it could be 2 field goals, too. That's 2 scores.
No, that's 1 score.
No, that's 1 score. 6 points, love it.
Yeah.
I know they didn't teach
Play
math
the game,
in Miami.
buddy.
I know they didn't teach math in Miami.
I mean, you're still scoring there, but okay, fine. We could split hairs. That's fine.
No, you said 2 scores. 2 field goals.
I guess, okay, is a field goal a score?
A 2-score game.
Okay, fine.
Get in where you fit in, Too Short.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Wait, what'd you say?
You said get in Too Short. I just said I'm taller than you.
It's the name of an album. Get in where you fit in.
I know, and that was just my response.
What is going on here?
We're having a rough Friday. Just
to finish strong Friday.
No, you're having a rough Friday. I'm having a great Friday. Don't speak for me. I'm having a great Friday. This is fun. We're talking Niners and Vikings. I got me a quarterback in Brock Purdy that I'm taking over everybody with the exception of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and I feel good about that because Christian McCaffrey may not play on Sunday. Who the hell knows when he's going to play? But you know what? I'm not worried about it. If Christian doesn't play for the next month, I'm not worried about it. Why? Because I have number 13 playing quarterback in Brock Purdy. That's why. Sam Darnold going to come in here and beat the Niners? Fred Warner? Now, Minnesota will make Brock Purdy beat him this week. I think Brian Flores is going to blitz the hell out of him. And they have that 8th-rate run defense from a season ago. It could be a Brock Purdy game to get these playmakers involved. Get the ball down the field. Maybe Jacob Cowie gets some run, gets a little seam route. Come on now. Get with it. Get with it. And yes, this may be a close game, Shasky. I'm glad you're coming around.
I don't think it will be. I think it'll be close in the first half, and I think the Niners are going to blow the doors off them in the second half. And this is a like business-like trip for me. And I think this is a good early season flight away where the team can kind of galvanize themselves. There's been a lot of talk and people missing and this, that, and the other. And I think everybody going on a business-like trip to Minnesota is going to be very good for everyone. I'm very interested to see what wrinkles we get from Brandon Staley and from Nick Sorensen. Feels like that they didn't have to show a lot of stuff that I'm sure that they have in the back pocket. I really want to see what they have cooked up for a guy that they practiced against every day last year in Sam Darnold. They have great familiarity with Sam Darnold. I mean, even our guy, Diamond Lenore, said it hey, Sam really likes throwing me the football.
Yeah, he does. They have a great connection.
I love that.
I do love that. Oh, I think Sam Darnold will throw a couple up. They're not losing to Sam Darnold. They're not losing to Sam.
And then
Darnold.
also there was a article written by NBC Sports Bay Area about how Burford, played left guard in college, and he's a little more comfortable on that side of the line. And with Aaron Banks' injury, he got inserted into the left guard position. And I referenced and you referenced that, he blew up number 11 for the Jets with a huge pancake block and felt like they didn't really skip a beat with Aaron Banks out, even though I was very worried. And if Banks has to miss time with Pooney now at right guard, and there is not a question about it, and he is a solidified starter, looking over at left guard, I wonder if Burford's just better at that position.
Yeah, he might be. He might be. But the offensive line is in a good shape. They're in a good position because Trent Williams is back. That's the most important aspect of it. The anchor is back, Trent Williams, and he didn't skip a beat other than getting the IV. 888-957-9570. We did a horrible job promoting shameless shout-outs today, but you know what? We got to have a couple on the text line. I'm sure we could come up with something. Let's go ahead and hit it.
I got a couple quick ones. First one, this week was the 18th birthday for our goddaughter, my niece, Megan Manning out there. She turned 18. She's a senior at SI. We love you dearly. LJ loves you. Great basketball player, great athlete, field hockey, whatever. I think it's called field hockey now. Great camogie player, just a better person. Love you, Megan. Happy birthday. But that's not the only one. She's 18, and look, you got to obviously have a lot of respect and appreciation for every birthday that you hit. But when you get to our age, they're few and far between. And, I've had the opportunity to work with you now for going on 6, 7, 8 years.
What the hell do I have to do with this?
I'm going to do it. And, I've learned a lot from you. I've learned a lot of what not to say, what not to do, things that I've had to walk back. I've probably ruined lots of your professional relationships, and for that I apologize.
Trust me, you haven't.
But when I think about it and I step back and I see the man that you've become as a father, and you're going to get married soon, and I know you're a great partner to Anna, and everything you do for your family and what you've done for me, and what I would say is one of the hardest years of my life and also one of the best years of my life simultaneously. Just know that I, as one of your best friends, love you very much. Happy birthday. Thank you for everything that you do for everybody out here. I know today is not it.
Yeah,
it's this weekend.
Sunday.
It's this weekend, but we're not going to remember because Monday's going to be football, and we don't have time for his birthday.
Hey, listen. I'm so happy that my birthday's on a Sunday this year. So
I'm giving a shout out to you, Bonte.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the shout out. It was well said. Let me just say you haven't ruined. Trust me, you haven't ruined my professional relationships with anybody. Because if you did, I may not be sitting here today. You have not ruined anything. I appreciate that. That was well said. You made me choke up a little bit. But yeah, I'm happy that my birthday's on Sunday because I will be off the airways watching football, tucked in the cut.
Do me a favor. As we get older and older and older, appreciate this one. Sit down and enjoy it. I know a lot of us especially men. It's my birthday. I don't care. And you tamp it down. Now, every year that you're out here and you're living and you have a beautiful family and a big family that loves you and friends that love you or whatever, take the moment to soak it up and enjoy it because nothing is promised.
I'm going to shout out the Tunnel Boys at Levi Stadium.
There we
Tunnel
go.
Boys. They were like, Bonte, you got to show the shout out to Russ, the Tunnel Boys. The Tunnel dudes, they were out there on the Tunnel crew, going out there, setting up the field for the starting introductions. They were hyped before Monday Night Football. So we had a little pregame speech, so shout out to those guys. Shout out to everybody at the Olympic Club, Corinne, Mr. Ring, John Ring. Hell of an event. All the money being raised, people coming out. Dunleavy took the jokes well. GP2 was having fun. Bill Cartwright was chilling, saying, yeah, nobody's scoring on me. John Dugan, please. Remember that? It was fun in there. It was a lot of fun at the Olympic Club, so that was fun.
That was great.
Shout out. Who else do I shout out? There's somebody else I needed to shout out today.
God.
Shout out to God. Shout out to God. You know what? That's well said, Spadoni. Shout out to Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God.
Shout out to Joe Burrow. You're playing Kansas City this Sunday. The streets will be watching, buddy.
Shout out Akalani's JV water polo from the 925. 5-0 after going 2-19 last year. The JV Demons.
Hey, Spadone, I'll let you get in here. And we're going to get to the calls. Brock Purdy sneaks it up in Minnesota. Joe Burrow beats Kansas City on Sunday. I think I will be calling sick all next week.
Means a shorter shift for me, so I'm not mad at that. My shout-outs is going to be as follows. So Benny is turning 5. That's going to be next week, so I'm not going to shout out because September 18th is his birthday, so I'll shout out young Benjamin, turning 5 years old. He's birthday. Crushing it TK right now. Love you, buddy. And then I'm going to shout out, you know who I'm going to shout out? Sam Lubman. He's doing a hell of a job the last few weeks. And you know what, Sam? I appreciate the hard work you do behind the scenes. Doing a good job, bud. Good job. Sam Lubman.
Well, on that note, I guess I got to shout out Joe Spadoni for the hell of a job that he does. Not just behind the mic, but you know what, Joe? You really make this life behind the glass so much more enjoyable. So thank you. And you know what? I'm going to shout out everybody here at 95.7 The Game. It is a fun crew we got here. We have our ups and downs, but so many of us here, we all work so hard. And, I just don't think we really get enough. We don't give ourselves enough credit here at the station because of how hard we work. So I know everyone at 95.7, all the other hosts and whatnot, they're listening right now. Take a moment, just reflect on how great you are.
This is about the people. We're shouting out the people that listen every day. Let's go to the phone lines.
You shouted me out. What are you
It's
talking
literally
about?
whoever and whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
it says in the open.
Is it you not shameless shout-outs?
Yeah, you just went on this long diatribe about shot me out on my birthday and said embracing how I'm a mentor. You lied through your teeth. Through a half of you making us all mushy, Shasky. You started this. So now I feel like I got to shout out the boss man, Matt Nahiga, for being patient with us. I got to shout out Spadoni and Lubman.
Shout out the Odyssey corporate holders, stakeholders.
I got to shout out Shasky for me yelling at him all the time and talking down on him sometimes and being condescending. I got to get mushy. I didn't want to get mushy on a Friday. I want to talk about how Burrow is now overrated, and I'd rather have Brock Purdy as my quarterback.
Save that for 8 o'clock.
So now I got to, Guru and Steiny and Evan and Willard and Dibbs all the summit, bringing us all together. And Long Neil and all the listeners. I didn't want to do that today. But now I'm going to do it.
Shut up.
And I shout out to everybody. It was
Nothing wrong with some coworker appreciation.
Might as well shout out the lovely Christy, Willard's better half, for being there helping out baby Ches, and Whitley Sandretto, and Lucas Alexander for doing absolutely nothing at the station, and Mark Grandy for carrying the postgame show, and Kyle Matson for stealing more money from 95.7 The Game. I love you, Matson. You know it's a joke. All right.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now we're getting all mushy and shotting each other out, giving us our...
It's a wrap!
So much love at the station. I love it.
Gosh, I don't like the love. I like it when it's tension. I like drama at the station. It makes it better work.
Well, yeah, that was like 5 minutes of love around all the other drama at the station.
It feels weird when you do it in radio. All right, let's go to the calls, man. Ronnie in Oakland.
Hey, Ronnie.
Ronnie in Oakland.
Hey, man. First, let me say this, man. I love being a roaster, man. I love you, Julio. I love you, Joe Jackie. I love you, Sam. I love you, Joe. Hey, man, have a hell of a day, and I love being a roaster. Oh, baby.
Let's go.
I love that. Ronnie. Shout out Raymond Ritter from the 650. Sure. Shout out to you, Raymond Ritter. Now leave me alone. I'll see you at training camp. Shaka, Berkeley. Oh, Shaka, you about to get the smoke this Sunday. You getting the smoke this Sunday, Shaka.
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
What's up, Shaka?
Hello.
What's going on,
How
big dog?
you doing, man? All right, let me turn this radio down. All right? Hey, man, I want to shout out to all the people that answer the phones, man. They're so nice to everybody, man. They give you the comfort zone before you get on the radio, man. I want to shout out to them, man, and everybody at 95.7, man. I also want to shout out UNLV Rebels, man. They play Kansas today. My son's not playing today, but next week. They're going to be good this year, man. And watch out for Minnesota, man. It's going to be a great game. We're going to win, too. Chassis.
You better not go ghosting me next week.
Nah, Shaka, no go ghost. Let's go to RJ Fairfield. RJ, are you freaking out about Sunday?
Hey, RJ.
Nah, if Shasky ain't freaking out, I ain't freaking out. Bonte, I already know where you stand on it. I ain't freaking out. We good.
Wait. Hold on. Let me get something straight. If Shasky's not freaking out, you don't freak out?
No, it's weird. Me and Shasky got a weird relationship, and I agree with him on a lot of things, but for some reason we don't get along. I don't know what it is.
It's the high IQ that we share.
So
we think a lot alike.
Wow.
So if I'm not worried, you get more worried?
Well, no, if Shasky's not worried, I'm not worried because he does the film. I'm the emotional person here, so just like him.
So what if I'm not? What if I'm not worried though?
No, man, you're something else. You're a different creature, man. You're something else, Bonte. You got confidence like crazy. So no, no.
Real quick, RJ, we got two quick shout-outs. Bayside Broncos, 14-12U Pop Warner team, 2-0 start, going to Marin on Sunday. Let's go. And the other one, shout out my ex-girlfriend. This is from the 510. I heard she just got fired from City Nights.
Oh, my God.
That is funny.
Bro.
RJ, can you top that?
And RJ hung up. Well, you didn't even get a shout-out. You sped right over him. Oh, man, RJ, call back. We'll get your shout-out in here. Oh, shout out to my nephew Noah who turned one yesterday. And prayers are to his family. That's sweet from the 510. Shout out to my oh my God. That is all right. Let's go to Duke in the city. Duke,
what's up,
what
Duke?
you got, Duke? What's up, baby?
Come on, man. Y'all know what it is, man. He was like the dude, like this gold sweet cheddar, 6 rings on our finger, which sure look better. Come on, man. None is gonna mop the Minnesota Vikings. Sam Darnold gets Nathan. You already know, but on a sad note, man, my little sister passed away on September the 11th, man. This September 11th, on this week, man. 40 years old, man. So y'all keep our family in prayer, man. You know what I mean? And we're gonna try to move forward, man. But on a good note, my wife, man, she got blessed with a great managerial job, man. So
that's awesome.
She's doing big things over at Summit Hospital, man. So, you know, well, I love y'all, man. Go Niners, man. Y'all already know y'all got my heart, man. It's 95.7 the game for life, man. Y'all already know. Go Niners.
Let's go.
Prayers out to Duke and your family.
You, Duke.
Prayers out to your family. Very well said. That was a good shave of shout-outs. I appreciate the sentiment, Shasky. You almost made me cry, man.
A lot of love.
You can make me a little uncomfortable when you do that.
Where is the love?
I'm not going to lie. You make me a little uncomfortable. I'm like Ricky Bobby's dad. I don't like compliments, man. I want drama. It's too much of a love fest at Applebee's. Remember that? He had to just do something crazy just because? I'm kind of like that in the family. Like, all right, it's too peaceful around here.
It's because your ego's injured.
I want my money. I want my money now. Ow. Tell RJ we'll squeeze him in at the top to get his shout out. We'll get his shout out in because I like talking to RJ. I'd like to read his mind. So the more I talk, the more he gets worried. When Shasky's not worried, he's not worried. That's a good thing, Shasky. It's a very good thing. Who's injured today? Who is injured? We're waiting to see if Christian McCaffrey will suit up and play Sunday. Kyle Shanahan said earlier this week that there is a real chance that McCaffrey will not suit up on Sunday versus the Vikings. He's been limited at practice. We'll get into that with Jake Hutchinson, who's been out all the practices, our 95.7 The Game insider. But the good news is, for Niner fans, is that he's not on the IR list yet. They have not even considered it. So that is good news here as Christian McCaffrey deals with the calf and the Achilles tendonitis. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We probably will not hear from Hillary from Boxer Gerson for quite some time because the Raiders about to get, talk about a get-right game for Baltimore.
Put money on it. You won't.
Are you taking the Raiders?
Put money on it. You won't.
What you got?
You won't.
What you got?
I got to go to break.
Yeah, on the other side, we'll argue about it.
Really? I'd take that bet. Be my first bet of the NFL season. 408 says, shout out to Shannon Sharp. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll get to RJ and Jake Hutchinson here on the Rust.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State, it's like picking a top athlete?
Purdy. Oh, I am. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We got a quarterback. We have a quarterback, baby.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh, my God.
I was like that. What are y'all doing? He threw that ball to Chris McCaffrey on the pylon against Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I said, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Jimmy, Trey, y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift if you're at work. What is happening? This is good, man. It's a payday Friday. Football season. Like, what is there to complain about? Honestly, I was thinking about this. I was talking to somebody at the Olympic class. I said, man, I can't complain. I have a beautiful daughter, beautiful fiance. I've got my PS5 with NCAA football. It's football season. We're making money. I get to wake up and talk sports. What the hell do I have to complain about? Nothing at all. At all.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. Maybe my endurance, but other than that, I'm fine here. Shout out to Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shasky's in the building. We got Love. We got Spadoni. Let's get RJ before we get to Jake. RJ, you didn't get a shout out, so make it quick, RJ.
All right. Real quick. Hey, shout out to Luchos over there on Ocean Ave. Make sure you order the Chicaquilas and the Conita Cabil. That's the restaurant, the best breakfast brunch spot in SF by far. Luchos over on Ocean Ave. Thanks, guys.
Luchos. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, it's right near my house. I'm gonna have to check
you been there? You haven't been there? You haven't heard about it?
No.
Luchos. I gotta do that.
I'm going to have to check that out.
Ocean's got Ocean looks completely different, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've changed it a lot.
I drove through there last Saturday night.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe how different it looked.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation about when you let in, Whole Foods, which I like Whole Foods to a degree, but what it ends up doing is it pilfers a lot of the produce stands and the specific coffee shops.
Yep.
And, they've got everything all in-house. So your florist is gone. You're like, all of those 6 or 7 smaller businesses that were once there are now gone. Really, Ocean Avenue is kind of like it's restaurants here and there and a bunch of hair and nail salons.
Yeah, they look completely different. Even a laundromat on Ocean and Miramar. There's like the seafood market or whatnot. It just looked completely different.
So I'm looking at this week 2 when the Niners got the Vikings, and this is going to be a nice week for football. There are some interesting matchups. You brought up the Raiders and the Ravens, and we can go through the schedule in a little bit here because I know we've got Jake coming on.
Yeah.
But I think this is a juicy moment for the Niners to continue to take step forward in the division and remain at the top.
And in the conference, because Detroit's playing Tampa Bay. Somebody's got to lose.
It's a big game.
Somebody's got to lose. Rams and Cardinals. One of those teams are going to be 0-2. One of them going to be 0-2. Bears are probably losing to Houston. Seattle's probably going to beat the Pitt. We'll see about that. Let's get Jake, our 95.7 Game Insider, got to sit next to him at Levi Stadium watching the Niners beat up on the Jets, and Jake has done a hell of a job covering the 49ers. One of the more underutilized beat reporters in this market. Jake, back on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Jake, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
We're good, man. Getting good. Getting ready for week 2 against the Minnesota Vikings. And I know you dive into the tape. You look at both sides of the equation. But let's start with the money question. Christian McCaffrey. You've been down there at Santa Clara. He's probably out, right? I know they're saying questionable day-to-day, all that, blah, blah, blah. But it looks like he's going to be out, right?
Yeah, based on the reporting from Schefter and Rappaport, it seems super unlikely that he's going to play. Obviously, they surprised us all last week. And honestly, I mean, just looking at it, the fact that this is a game on a turf field and next week at the Rams is a turf field, I know that's not something that they would say. But, I mean, logically, if this is an injury that you're worried about long term, I wouldn't be totally shocked if he was out next week, too, just to prevent him from having to deal with the turf field. I mean, you guys remember 2020 when they just fell apart in week 2 against the Jets on that turf? I think that's something that they want to be pretty wary of.
4 guys went down in like 7 plays. Like legitimately, it was like 7 plays in a row. Solomon Thomas, Reed, the tight end, Bosa. I mean, it was, and a couple players for the Giants. It was crazy seeing that happen. You're at practice. What if I'm just a Niner fan? I'm driving around and I flip open my phone and Bleacher Report's like, oh, he was a limited participant in practice. What exactly did CMC do at practice yesterday?
Yeah, they kicked us out after like the first 4 periods, but he's out there jogging around, looking good. So it's tough to tell. Like and at this point, they only really do like a full practice kind of on Thursdays. So you don't know, when you're not out there watching them full speed, you can't really tell. I mean, he's obviously a guy who's just going to say he's good and ready to go no matter what. And that, I think, literally is his mentality. But I think the coaching staff and all them, they're going to look at it with the medical team and just say, all right, if there's any chance this thing goes wrong, we're just going to have to protect him from himself. And Shanahan said that in training camp, that he wanted to limit some of his reps. So I think this goes with that a little bit.
Now, behind Jordan Mason, because Jordan's going to get the bulk of the touches, what's the order look like? Isaac Guerrero, Patrick Taylor
Jr.
Are they going to maybe bring in Matt Breida? Like, for a fantasy and for Niner fan implications, how does it shake out behind Jordan Mason?
Yeah, I think it'd be Isaac Guerrero number 2, but at the same time, Patrick Taylor's more experienced. He's a guy that they kept around, I think, for special teams, and the fact that, he was with the Packers in a similar scheme. So it might be a trust thing there with Bobby Turner, the running backs coach. But if you're looking for somebody who's got explosion, it's clearly Guerrero. They drafted him for a reason. He's got number 31 now. He looks a little bit like Raheem Mostert when he moves. So I would suspect that it's Isaac Guerrero, just for the pure fact that, Patrick Taylor's a physical running back, and if they want to get downhill, which you might want to do against this Viking team, I guess you go with him. But Guerrero is also pretty physical too. So in my opinion, I think it would be Guerrero, but they haven't tipped their hand too much. I mean, they went to Guerrero last week a little bit, so I would expect it's him.
Jake Hutchinson joining us on the River Islands guest line. All gas line 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? I like the Guerrero take, actually. The Guerrero take, he does have speed. That's a good take, Jake. But when you look at this game, and you see Minnesota last year with the 8th best run defense under Brian Flores, and we know how he loves to blitz. Is the best play to attack Minnesota's defense from what you've watched on film? Is it maybe putting the ball in it? Purdy says, I know the Niners want to get to 30 carries, and that's their philosophy. They got the 37 last week. But I don't know why I feel like this, and I could be completely wrong. I just feel like they're going to have to pass the ball a little bit more in this game than they want to against Minnesota.
I'm with you, and they were really, really successful at it last year. I mean, you go back to last year, it was like one of the most cursed games of all time. They were chugging the ball down the field in that first drive, and then McCaffrey fumbled. And they just had a bunch of weird plays. They had a couple O-line breakdowns. And then when they were, making that push to come back and win, Purdy got concussed because Spencer Burford botched, their first attempt to get the first down. And then Purdy snuck it, got concussed.
That's
and then
right.
They did it again. And then he threw an interception. So going back to that game, they moved the ball really well. They just had some weird luck, and they didn't have Trent. They didn't have Debo. I'm with you. I think they're going to have to pass the ball. Also, Harrison Phillips and their front, they've got Bullard too. Those are some big dudes. And Jake Brendel didn't look great to me last week. I think Dominic Pooney's a huge upgrade and is going to allow them to run the ball a little bit better. But I'm with you. I think they're going to have to put the ball in the air a lot more than they did last week. And I honestly think they'll be comfortable with that. Ayuk having a little bit more time under his belt, Debo being healthy. I think this team's going to look really, really good. And, the fact that they have everybody pretty much healthy except McCaffrey, I think they're going to feel good about whichever way they have to go with this game plan.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And obviously you got Sam Darnold on the other side, who was here practicing every single day last year. They're pretty confident. I mean, hearing Diomino Lenore say he likes to throw me the ball, I know it was tongue-in-cheek, but you could feel the business-like confidence from especially the defense, and just the talking in front of the media all week. Are you getting that same sense when you're there?
Yeah, it's funny. You talk to some vets, and they're like, no, Trent Williams is like, Sammy's going to give us some trouble. And then Diomino or Lenore is like, no, I'm just going to pick him off. You're like, all right, Timo, good talk. I think there is definite confidence, given that they've seen him. And I'll say Darnold looked good last week, but it was against the Giants, and he was doing the right things. He was taking shots where they were available in zone coverage. That one throw down the sideline to Justin Jefferson was incredible, but his arm talent has never been, in question. But Darnold also took a lot of time to throw the ball. And I think it's something where if the 49ers can pressure him and not give him time to just survey the field, I think that could be a problem for him. And I think the 49ers are confident they can do that. You looked at the Giants game, Dexter Lawrence was demolishing their center and right guard. And I think Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave are going to feel really good about their chance to do that this week.
Their tackles did a good job on Bosa last year. Their tackles with Darrisaw on one end. He got the big fat money contract. He got all the money. It was made sure it was got to hold on. He's like, hold on, I got to be up there with Darrisaw Company here. Bosa, though, did look like Bosa last week. He was pushing the pocket opposite of Leonard Floyd. How's that matchup going to fly here? What did you see from Minnesota tackles last week against the Giants on those edges? Because they do have Brian Burns and Thibodeau from Oregon.
Yeah, it's funny. Thibodeau has been kind of terrible. Like I was, coming into the draft, I was intrigued, but he got almost no pressure. And that's part of the reason the Giants just, they had Dexter Lawrence and then Burns occasionally, but like Thibodeau wasn't doing much for him. I think it's going to be an awesome matchup. Like you said, Bosa, he looked incredible last week, especially in the second half. The defense wasn't on the field a ton, but as it went, he started to beat Morgan Moses on the right side genuinely every single snap. So I think that's going to be fun to watch. Leonard Floyd in the pass game was better than I expected. I didn't like what I saw from him with Buffalo, but he was really good last week in the pass game. So I think it's honestly as well-rounded of a defensive line as they had in like a pretty long time, just with experience and being able to do it and all being healthy right now. So I like the matchup. I think it's going to be tough. I think O'Neal's a good tackle on that right side, but I think the 49ers have enough weapons to really get after the weak spots in that O-line.
Jake, as someone who asks all these athletes questions, seeing what happened with Tua last night, is there a question that you would want to ask some of the players in that locker room?
Yeah. Why are more players not wearing Guardian caps? And not to say that would have prevented it with Tua, but players can wear Guardian caps now, and there's only a handful around the league. And for those who don't know, Guardian caps are those little, they look silly in training camp. They're the little like padded things that you put on top of a helmet. But now in the regular season, they've got little sleeves that they put over so it kind of looks like a normal helmet, just a little bulkier. I don't think they look that bad.
Jabril Peppers wore it in the Patriot game. Sorry to interrupt. Jabril Peppers was wearing it, for example.
Right. And so, this is a game that is going to do damage to your brain. Like, they know that. It's an implicit thing, but you don't think about that every day because it's kind of a crazy thing to think about. But if you can limit that damage, why not?
Yeah, it's a good point. And Tua suffering a concussion last night, obviously. Mike McDaniels talked today, telling Tua, hey, man, you're the quarterback of your family. Go take a deep breath. Go be with them. Don't worry about football right now. But this was the same place you mentioned it, that crazy game where Purdy did suffer a concussion. And you remember that week leading into Cincinnati? I don't think he practiced. And they cleared him. What did they clear him? Late Friday, early Saturday? And he played that Bengals game, and he was obviously not himself there. Now where you see Brock Purdy without Chris McCaffrey. This is why I'm not freaking out too much about the McCaffrey injury, because I do believe the Niners have a guy who can help elevate this offense. Maybe he wasn't ready to do it last year without Trenton Debo, but I just watching Purdy on Monday night, Jake. It's like this guy's so calm, cool, and collected. He's one of the best we got in this league.
Genuinely, I think what people sort of misunderstand and get wrong about Purdy is people have this fixation about, his draft stock and like arm talent. And it's funny because you get a lot of really smart analysts who talk up arm talent. And that's the same thing that like a kid would talk up and be like, wow, he's got a big arm, And it's like all of these smart people are not looking at the things that you should be looking at, which are how you read a defense, anticipation, and pocket presence. And Purdy, he makes some some head-scratching throws and throws the ball into some dangerous spots, and that's worth criticism. But his anticipation and I think his ability in the pocket to feel pressure, buy time, and spin out is like top percentile in the league. And that allows so many things where when a play doesn't go right, he can buy time in a way 49ers quarterbacks have not been able to do for the last 5 years. And that's something that innately elevates the offense, especially when you can make pretty much every throw that Kyle Shanahan wants you to, with increasingly great accuracy, as we saw on Monday night on that throw that Ayuk dropped.
Right. Jake, you going out to Minnesota?
I am not. I am headed out of the country, but
again? Where the hell are you going? Wait, where the hell are you going?
I'm going to Japan.
What? Japan? I've been wanting my boy Flo's going to Japan. He just flew out there. He works at NBC. That's on my bucket list. Where are you going to Japan?
Oh my God.
Tokyo?
Yeah, Tokyo, lots of other places, some countryside. I'll have to bring you guys back something.
I want sushi. Bring back some sushi. Robin. I want it all. Shasky, I want to go to Japan.
I can bring you back some instant ramen.
It's probably a lot cheaper out there. Jake, well, when you coming back, man?
Getting back for the Patriots game.
All right.
So missing the 2 road games, but I'll be back and locked in, and I'll be watching all the tape while I'll be gone. So I'll be locked in for you boys.
We may have to call you from Tokyo. I just want to know what it's like out there. It's on my bucket list.
Happy to do it.
See you, Jake.
Appreciate you guys.
Jake Hutchinson, River Islands guest line. Going to Shasky, you want to go to Japan?
Absolutely. I'm fascinated by Japanese culture. My neighbors are Japanese, and they have the best garden of anyone I've ever met in my life.
We got to get you out of the Bay Area, man. We got to go to Tokyo. We do a right eye. You get LJ. We sit business class. We'll splurge. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about business class.
But that's a long flight, man. You know, look, I got long legs, dude.
I just watched The Wolverine the other day where he goes to Japan, and it's excellent.
Oh, dude, I've been wanting to go to Japan for so many years. Wow, it's calling. It's a sign from up above.
I want to have a bonsai tree in my backyard.
Oh.
Really bad.
Mr. Miyagi?
Well, no, there's a couple of them near Ocean Beach that I walk by when I walk on the Great Highway, and I see them, and I'm like, damn, I really want one of those. They're very expensive.
The Japanese tea garden is very underrated in the city. Yeah. Where we went there not too long ago, took baby Ches.
Took the little guy, it's great.
And it's just, you just zen out. It's just very relaxing.
It's free for SF residents if you show your card and you're an SF resident, so it's really cool.
And it still has her city address on her. Oh, I do too, actually. I do too. I think about it.
So
you know what? It's good you brought that up because my ID is actually going to expire on Sunday. Why do they expire your birthday? That's the weirdest thing.
I don't know.
Oh no, it's just weird. I gotta go to the DMV website. Anyway.
So
are you serious?
Brock Purdy getting the concussion last year in Minnesota. It is almost eerie hearing that because, seeing what happened last night with Tua, it's unavoidable. The Guardian cap thing, it's funny. He said the same thing I said in the first segment about the Guardian caps. When you go to practice, a lot of guys, especially the linemen and the tight ends, are wearing the Guardian caps at practice. Mm-hmm. And there was a guy for the Colts who's like a backup tight end, and he came out and said, look, I don't care if I look stupid. I want to be able to, he's getting married soon, he's saying, and I want to be able to have children. And if I can reduce anything, that I love football, I want to play football, but if I can reduce any long-term effects or any small-term, short-term things, then I'm going to try to do that. And I keep coming back to the same thing. As Roger Goodell is sitting there in the audience looking at that, and I'm sitting next to my wife, and she's like, I don't want my son to play football. And I'm like, there are many amazing things that football can provide for a kid, even if he's not good at all, and he's just a backup. The discipline and the regimen and the weightlifting and the teamwork and, respecting authority and learning how to pull together all as one unit. And there's so many things, persevering, fighting through it, toughness. There's just so many elements that it provides. I do understand if I'm running the NFL as a whole, I'm looking at that Tua thing. I'm like, that image is not a good one. And if we can slowly avoid those types of, and you can't completely eradicate them, but if we can minimize them, and if it's this guy who keeps having that same image, we might have to put parameters in place to keep him from going out there. It's a tough spot for the league.
You can't, look, the league and people who sign up to watch football, people who play football, this is going to happen. I think about my guy, Keene Jackson. Went to kindergarten, Gene Parker knew him since kindergarten. And people who attended College of San Mateo, people in the city know who Keene Jackson is. You're taller than Keene. It's my guy. You're taller than him. He's like a 5'8" safety, strong safety, but would decapitate dudes. And the hit that we celebrate from Keene Jackson is a hit he added to College of San Mateo. They're down like 30 points. He smacks a wide receiver. I mean, just literally jacks this dude up. They got to stop the game for like 15 minutes. Cemetery ends up coming back and losing by a field goal, but it sparked the team. And we celebrate that hit like, oh my gosh, what a hit, because that's football. But on the flip side, that guy that Keene hit, I don't think ever played a snap again. You know what I'm saying? So that's football. You know, things are going to happen like that. Like, this is not going to be the last image we see of a player whose fingers are going, you know, the pinky's going right, the index finger's going left, the middle finger's going up, the thumb is going down. Like, it's not going to be the first image. It's not going to be the last time we see an image like that. So, you know, as much as we think that it may, oh, man, this image is not good for the league, they're still going to get a bunch of ratings this Sunday.
No
Monday,
doubt.
You know?
We're all going to, I'm going to watch, you know, and I freely admit that. But Monty, it's not about the random, you know, hit. It's about the same player having that same problem. I think that's the difference in this one.
Well,
you
no
know?
doubt. There's a big difference.
If this happened to Brock Purdy, and God, hopefully this doesn't happen to Brock Purdy, but I'm just saying, you don't wish this on anyone, but let's say, you know, this happened to Brock Purdy, like, you're in a tough spot. You're in a really tough spot. The Dolphins season feels so irrelevant. It feels irrelevant compared to the individual's health. I was trying to come up with the right word. Like, yes, it's football, and McDaniels' career, it could be on the line if they don't make the playoffs and all those things. This is Tua's life.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm sure he's going to want to play, right? I'm sure he's going to want to play. But I keep coming back to, like, if I'm part of the league, I'm sure they're going to have certain doctors and lawyers tell them, like, we can't have him out there. We cannot, as a league, say it's okay for him to go back out there if there's even a slim chance that this could happen again, because then they're going to be liable.
You think Stephen Ross feels like that right now? I have to give him the $200 million?
I'm sure he feels a lot of things.
I feel like Stephen Ross will just say, hey, is he cleared? Is he able to go out there? Can he function? Can he recite his ABCs? Can he follow my finger?
I mean,
cool.
You've read the Steve Young book. Steve Young, literally, they had to tell him, like, everyone had to tell him. He had coaches at BYU, his pastor. They had the owner was telling him, like, Steve, we know you love football. You can't do this.
You can't play.
I mean, Mike Holmgren had to call him at home, who was on another team, and was like, I love you. You need to be in this game. Right. But no, you're like, it's over. Done. You have to think about your children.
What's Tua, 26 years old?
He's a young man.
I feel like he's going to play again. He's 26 but old? 26 years old, man.
I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I don't know. If you told me one of the two happened, he played again, I wouldn't be surprised. If you told me he never played again, I wouldn't be surprised.
There's going to be other players in the future, hell, maybe even this year, that have concussion problems. Maybe unreported, some reported. You know, this is the NFL, so it sucks what happened to Tua.
I mean, Luke Kuechly.
Go ahead.
Luke Kuechly retired because of the headaches due to the.
All right, Borland retired after his rookie year.
You know, Chris Borland did this.
Chris Borland, rookie year. But, you know, I'm watching that play, and I just wish Tua had slid. This is why we teach our quarterbacks to slide. You know, I'm not saying you can't help what happened.
I know.
But it's just like, man, out of all the players, have that guy slide. All right, real quick. Caller of the week. And this week, it was the return of the Shark. Clark the Shark, that is. But Clark the Shark, Lovely goes, we got Clark the Shark on the line. I said, the hell, Tony, you got to call back. I need Clark the Shark in my life.
Fonte, Bella, Fonte, and Cup of Joe. God bless you guys. How are you all doing? I've missed you. You know, I really have missed you, I tell you. I was one of the first ones, if I remember correctly, to say that Brock Purdy reminds me of Joe Montana. And everybody rolled their eyes.
Yeah, I think I hung up on you.
I'm telling you, this is Joe Montana 2.0.
Let's go.
He is great.
Let's go, Clark.
Anyway, I'll tell you, I love that guy. I'll tell you, and he's everything you want. What a story. This has got to be made into a movie.
Love Clark the Shark. Love Clark the Shark. It was fun to hear from him. He was on it with Purdy. Now I'm on the same trade. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Shasky's 5 plays he's got to see on Sunday. There may not be CMC. Does Shasky have some 12 personnel? Does he have some 5 wide sets? They had some trickery going on here Sunday in Minnesota. Shasky's 5 plays coming up. We'll recap last week's 5 plays. I want to recall last week's plays as we go into this week's plays as well. That's coming up here on the roast.
I had been starting to be sick.
Oops. All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Go, Shody. It's your birthday. All the Virgos. Virgo season in full effect. So it's a few birthdays. I got a lot of birthdays. Chanel Brown, Curtis Brown, my cousin Antoinette. Worldwide Half's got a birthday coming up. Philly Zoo's got a birthday today. I probably won't text him today, but I'm going to say happy birthday today. We're funking football season. I love you, Philly. Even though I don't like you right now. Still love you. A lot of birthdays. Virgo season. Our girl, Katie Mox. Mox Betts. She's a Virgo. She just had a birthday I saw on Twitter. So, got a lot going on here. A lot going on. A lot of birthdays. Virgo season. It's real.
Yay!
You guys, everybody okay today? It's like a Friday. We should be loose.
Friday the 13th.
Friday, is that why you're a little...
No, we're fine. I'm ready to go.
Is the boogeyman coming out? Everybody's walking around here on eggshells, man. Niners playing Minnesota. We got college football. We got Arizona, K-State tonight in Manhattan, Kansas.
K-State. When I think of high-level football, I think of Kansas State.
Big 12. Go ask Steiny about what they did to Tulane last week. Come on, man.
Steiny, what did they do to Tulane last week? I didn't watch.
Oh, nah, he was into it.
I think Arizona football has like the longest active regular season winning streak among the Power 5 conferences.
They've got that wide receiver. What's his name? McMillard or something?
Yeah, that guy. He's good.
Hearing Sam through the glass laugh really loud and no one else can hear it but me is pretty funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried. So I did 5 plays that the Niners had to run on Monday.
Why is he laughing so much, man? Hold on. Before we get your 5 plays, because I do want to, matter of fact, let me get my notepad. I want to write these 5 plays down. What's so funny back there?
I just love how that whole sequence played out right there. I don't know why. The way Spadoni just said, like, yeah, that guy. I don't know, just made me laugh.
Just disrespected the Arizona Wildcats.
I didn't disrespect them.
Legendary U of A Wildcats.
You know? Come on, San Jose State head coach. What's his name? He went over there to Tucson.
Sonny Dykes?
Can you name a couple of people inducted? Here we go. 10 seconds. Name a couple people inducted into the Ring of Honor for Arizona football. I can name them.
Pat Tillman. Neil Lomax.
That's Arizona State.
Said the Arizona Cardinals?
No, Arizona, the University of
Wildcats.
Teddy Bruschi.
There you go.
Yeah,
Nick
Teddy
Foles.
Bruschi.
What?
Nick Foles.
Yep.
Nick Foles is in there. Gosh, there's this
I got a deep cut. Scooby Wright, definitely there.
Antoine Cason.
Antoine Cason, the quarter. Is Chris McAllister there?
Rob Gronkowski.
Wow.
Chris McAllister, absolutely.
Oh, you only noticed because you went to the game.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you cheater. It was like 50 people there.
No, it was tons of people there because we're all trying to get out of COVID. All right, 5 plays on Monday that I had to see from the 49ers. Let me give you the 5 plays.
Where's our music?
There we go. All right, my number 5 was a Debo jet sweep, pop pass, so we can go shoulder into sauce. Check. We saw that. They actually scored a touchdown on one of those little end arounds when they were down at the 5-yard line after like 7,000 holds. Number 4, a Kittle drag crosser. Very simple. We didn't get that. We did not get that. So put a 0 on that one. The Ayuk sail, the deep over, a.k.a. Ryder. They ran this play, except they didn't have Ayuk run the route.
Yeah.
They had Kittle run the route, and that was the lob pass that Purdy threw. I'm going to say check, because that play was correct.
Ryder.
Did we get a Debo smokescreen?
I don't recall getting a Debo smokescreen.
I didn't see one. I
don't recall seeing the Debo. Yeah,
but I saw a couple quick ones to Debo, but not that. 0. And then we didn't get it because CMC didn't play. But a simple toss left, cut back, we got plenty of those. So that's
Jordan Mason.
Yeah, plenty of those. So I was 3 for 5.
There you go.
All right.
5 plays you got to see this week.
5 plays I have to see this week.
I got my diagram.
Are you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right, number 5.
Number 5.
Now this is 2 plays in 1 because you got to set this up. I want a couple of offset eyes like they did last week.
Offset eye.
With Debo Samuel back there. Okay. And it's going to be a couple of random, nonchalant runs to set up the isolation pass game where Debo is a pass guy out of the backfield, offset eye. But the only way it's going to work is if you set it up with a couple of runs. So they are going to get Debo isolated on a linebacker. Trust me on this. Offset eye, Debo's back there, and it's a play-action play or a quick hike, and boom, you're going to hit him on a Texas route.
So offset eye, obviously, we have Juszczyk and Debo in the backfield.
No, on the offset eye that they've been doing right now, there is usually Juice is lined out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a single back formation, but instead of being right behind the quarterback, he's about 3 or 4 yards to the right.
Right. So Juszczyk's out on the field.
He could be, but not in the backfield.
Okay.
One guy in the backfield.
One guy in the backfield.
And it'll be Debo by himself.
So single back set in the backfield.
They ran that formation about 12 times.
Yep, single back set in the formation. But how many receivers? Do we got 12?
It could be two tight ends. It could be Sauber out there.
So I don't even know. It could be 2 wide. It could be 4 wide.
The key is that Debo will be behind Brock Purdy.
Gotcha.
In a single single back formation. But instead of being directly behind the quarterback, he's 3 to 4 yards to the right.
And you want that Texas route on a linebacker.
Absolutely.
So we can have 4 wide. We can have 2 tight ends.
They've been setting this up for 2 games.
All right.
All right?
Got it.
Number 4. I saw them run
Number 4.
I saw them run this in the game the other day. And this is something teams have been running against us forever. And finally, we ran it. And I want to run it again, and I want to run it specifically for one guy, Brandon Ayuk. I want to get Brandon Ayuk feeling good early in this game. You could tell as the game wore on, like it just felt like they couldn't get the ball to him as much as they wanted. The simple pick play. The Niners are actually running the wide receiver pick play. We never run that play. We never do. We're always the one getting caught up in the pick on defense, and we're finally running the pick play. This is the evolution of the drop back passing game. I love this. I want to see an Ayuk pick play where he gets freed open.
So you get a pick play, 2 wide receivers. What about backfield? What don't even matter. You just want the pick play. You just want the pick play in any formation.
Yep. All right, doesn't matter.
All right.
Number 3.
Number 3.
I think you got to do it again and again and again and again every single week because I think he's open on it every single time. Give me that Kyle Juszczyk wheel route again. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's there every single week. You all see what I see. He's open every time, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy. I mean, they even ran that same play for Tyler Kroft for crying out loud way back when.
They ran it for Nick Mullins, but Nick Mullins didn't see it. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Sunday Night Football.
Absolutely. So that is definitely a play I would love to see them run again. It's the Kyle Juszczyk out of the backfield, little wheel route where you think he's going to stop off in the flat. Instead, he stutters and goes, and you lob it right over the linebacker's head who can't stay with Juszczyk. Juszczyk is faster than most of these linebackers, and he's got underrated hands. Utilize him in the pass game now that CMC is probably not going to play.
I like that.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Go right back to it. You didn't do it last week because you're going to use it again this week. It's the Debo smokescreen. You know you want to see it. I want to see it. We all want to see it. Get the ball to Debo. Let's go. Debo smokescreen, number 2. And number 1.
Number 1.
I think this has got to be a big George Kittle game. I want to see if their tight ends can play.
Okay.
I really do.
Or the linebackers.
To me, this is the play to set it up early in the game. Using all that run game from last week, I'm going to have Juszczyk come across the formation as I fake a handoff. Everyone sweeps to that side.
So you're faking a sweep to Juszczyk?
No, he's coming sweeping across the formation.
So like a jet sweep?
It's a fake handoff to the running back, Jordan Mason.
Okay.
Here comes Kittle going across the formation for the simple misdirection screen that'll open things up. It'll be Kittle on the weak side all by himself, plowing down on a tiny little cornerback who's going to be blocked by one of your receivers.
So basically a play similar to the one we saw on Thursday Night Football, Brock Purdy's first start in Seattle.
Absolutely. They also ran this in the Green Bay game as well. I love this play. They use it once every 3 to 4 weeks. I think this is a Kittle game. I think you got to get Kittle involved early. You could tell as the game wore on, they knew, like, we've got to get the ball to all of our playmakers. This is a play I'd like to see them run early and often because I think Minnesota's going to sell out to stop the run. So once again, for those just turning in, 5 plays I have to see on Sunday. Number 5, offset I formation. Technically, it's a single back, but you're going to have Debo off to the side. You run it a couple times, and then you get him isolated in the passing game on a linebacker. Number 4, it's the Ayuk pick play. Run a pick play with 2 wide receivers to get Ayuk open. Number 3, the juice wheel route. They ran it in the game the other day. Should have had a touchdown. It's there every single week. Number 2, Debo smokescreen. You know you want it. I want it. We all want it. It's his favorite play. And number 1, the Kittle play action screen misdirection play that they've run once a month for the last 8 years. Those are the 5 plays.
5 plays.
I got to see from Shanahan on Sunday.
I love that. 888-957-9570. Is there any play you want to see on Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings? Is there any play that you want to see? 5 plays Shasky has to see Sunday against the Vikings. Got a Debo smoke screen. We got a juice wheel route. We got an Ayuk pick play. We got the Kittle misdirection screen. What's the first Debo play? It's a matchup on the linebacker for the angle route, the Texas route. And the Texas route, of course, when you act like you're going to swing out and then you make that little nice plant and cut back to the middle of the field. We all run that play on Madden. Interesting plays.
Well, I got 3 out of 5 of the plays that they did this last week, and everyone's like, Shasky, you suck at these. It's like, okay, look, power right. Like, I'm giving you the creative plays, all right? You're not going to get all the creative plays when you blow the doors off the Jets, all right? So I'm trying to give you unique stuff. I'm not trying to give you, Ask Madden. You guys all know what I'm talking about, XX. Like, we get it, all right? I'm giving you the good stuff.
This is a good point. You are giving us the good stuff. I mean, anyone could sit there and be like, I want to see a running back dive up the middle.
Exactly.
Like, there's no substance to that.
Well, you know what I want to see this week?
Niners run like 80 plays, I
want to see some trickeration. I wouldn't mind seeing a flea flicker this week. The Niners ran a trick play last week.
I thought that Brock was going to get that pass from Debo. I really did.
What's the name? Blew it up. Who missed the block on that play? I can't recall it, but they missed the block. They didn't make the block. If they make the block, then that play may be successful. But I want to see a trick play. Give me a flea flicker or something like that. 888-957-9570. Don't take it so seriously. Shasky wants to see these 5 plays. Even if they don't run one of these plays, I don't care. Like, who cares if they don't run one of these plays? It's not about being right. Hey, they ran 3 and 5 or they won 4 or 5. I'll say it for you. It's fun.
It's
5 plays a fan wants to see.
It's the plays he wants to see, not the plays that we're going. It's just his personal preference.
When I'm playing NCAA football, I set up plays all the time. It's like, man, I got to run this play. See, I'm a big guy. I'm a big trips formation guy. I love trips. 3 wide receivers on one side, tight end on the other side.
Did you see what the Bills ran last night? I don't know if you were listening to the advanced broadcast. They had like the statistical broadcast. So I was flipping back and forth because it's really cool.
Right.
So they ran this trips formation play, which clusters everything on one side and it all floods to one side as the running back comes across the formation for the dump off. And they said that Shanahan was the one who brought that play into the NFL 10, 15 years ago. I'm sure somebody else from the 70s tried to run a similar play, but it's a trips formation play that Josh Allen had a bunch of guys on his right. They all go to the left. It creates all this, as Baldy calls it, soup, where you have to navigate through as a defender, and you got to clear through, and the running back has a walk-in swing touchdown.
Or you could do the trips formation. You got one wide receiver on one side, you got trips on the other side with a tight end and 2 wide receivers, and you can have everybody running drag routes or slants, whatever it is. And then that receiver on the weak side, he comes over with a drag route where everybody clears it out, and he's one-on-one, and he's got nothing but open space. So I'm looking at some plays here on YouTube. And some people, I like this one. Where'd it go? Oh, Manuel Rodriguez. This is what I'm talking about. This is good stuff. Fake Debo jet sweep with a Ayuk over route.
I like that.
So you fake the jet sweep to the left or to the right, and Ayuk sort of the crosser to the opposite side of the fake jet sweep. I like that. I like that play a lot. They may run that play. Have they run that play before? Maybe. I wouldn't mind seeing that. No, they're not going to run Brock Purdy up the middle. That's stupid. Don't do that. Not going to do that with your friends.
What do you think would be a good success rate for me on these play calls? Because right now I'm 3 for 5 early on in the season.
Well, I think this exercise is more so just about using your imagination.
Yeah.
And having fun.
Thinking.
Yeah. I don't think this one is about, hey, I'm 5 for 5. Look at me. I'm a genius. No. This is about you thinking about the game, getting ready for the game and plays that you want to see. And fans do this all the time. True story, Shasky. In algebra class in high school, my guy John DeVore will look at me and say, you do nothing but draw out plays on paper. You play NCAA, I'd be running because the Florida Fun and Gun stuff, right, back in the day. That was when 5 wides became popular with Steve Spurrier. I'm drawing up 4 wide receiver sets in class. This is what we do. But they may run it, they may not. Who knows? This is all fun. It's not about the success rate. It's about, well, what if we do see that play? Damn, Shasky wanted to see that play. I was like, wow, look at that.
When they hit Kittle on that sail route, I was like, I felt so validated.
Wow, see that.
So validated. Coach, there's a coach that's a San Ramon Valley coach.
I'm going to be humble in this
one. He goes, you called that play. I was like, I know. He's like, I love that play. That play's always open. He's like, usually they run it with Ayuk or Debo. And I'm like, I know. Man. They ran it with Kittle. It's incredible. It's wide open.
This is not, I didn't think we were going to take it this serious, but it's all good. When our team wins, by the way, our listeners win. The morning after every victory, be sure to tune around. Tune around. Be sure to tune in around 7:30 for a chance to win a jersey. That's right. When our team wins, our listeners win. The morning after every victory, be sure to tune in around 7:30 a.m. for your chance to win a jersey, presented by Habas Law, because Habas Law always puts people in the best position to win.
So I just listen to the show, I tune in, and I can win a jersey.
Yep.
That sounds pretty cool.
It is pretty
cool.
cool.
What station's doing that?
95.7 The Game. Exactly. After every Niners victory.
Every victory, so you got to win.
At least Bonte didn't win.
See, that's what goes on around here. Because of Guru Shasky.
What? What did Guru and Shasky do?
They have to one-up me. Oh, boy.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
There's like a competition that I don't even know about around these parts.
Well, there's the Guru scoreboard, and then there's the real scoreboard.
Right, there's like a competition, man. It's weird competition around here. I don't even know what's going on.
Do you think Christian McCaffrey plays?
I do not think he plays at all. I do not think we see him. I don't know if we see him the first 4 games of the season.
If Jordan Mason is your number 1 in terms of running backs, who is your number 2 for most touches as a running back? Most carries, I guess.
It's going to be Mason. He's going to get the belt.
No, he'll be 1.
He'll be 1. And then,
2.
I think this Garindo kid could be something.
You think he'll get more than Debo?
I think this Guru, I think this, you want to save Debo. You don't want to use Debo. I mean, again, he's one of your best playmakers. I can't have him running 10 times in the linebackers left and right. We saw what happened last year with the shoulder injury, not once but twice. And when we're talking about Tua Tagovailoa protecting him, and people want him to walk away from the game, well, we need to protect Debo at all costs because he is our tone setter. How can I lessen the impact he delivers or the blows that he delivers on a game-by-game basis? Well, I don't want him playing running back all that much. So let's get Isaac Garindo in here. Rookie running backs can play. Let's see what Garindo has. So that's what I would love. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Garindo.
I'd also like to see them clean up some of their red zone slowdowns. When they got into the red zone, they just didn't become as effective as an offense. And the amount of flags that we saw week 1, I'm allowing to overlook because it is week 1. But as you go on the road and you're facing a team that to me is an inferior team to you, you want to be as buttoned up and as clean as possible. You didn't turn the ball over last week. Great. Do the same thing this week, but let's limit the amount of pre-snap and post-snap infractions, especially on offense. The blocking downfield, we just can't be holding like we were last week.
Well, week 1, there's a lot of sloppiness. We still see it yesterday in Thursday Night Football at times. This is where preseason... Look, I get it. I'm not a preseason guy, and I kind of lean the Rams' way into how they do business of not playing their starters in the preseason because you want to preserve them and you want to make sure they're ready to go week 1. But obviously, that doesn't prevent it. You think Puka Nacua got hurt in the first game. He's going to be out for 4 weeks. He didn't play a snap in the preseason. So that stuff goes out the window to me now. If I want to come out firing in week 1, firing on all and clicking it, like, I'm not saying peak for the season, but I want to come out and play a clean game. You better knock off some rust in the preseason moving forward. You better get your starters a quarter a game. You might have to do that. Bite the bullet and pray to God that nobody gets hurt. As we make another God reference, seems appropriate on today. Maybe it's a Good Friday. You might have to play preseason. Look at the Philadelphia and Packers game last week. Flag after that first quarter took an hour and a half. You got to get reps in the preseason, man. You got to get up to game speed. So I think these illegal man down the field, these pre-snap penalties, illegal motion, lined up wrong, all that stuff, you got to knock this out in the preseason moving forward. If you're not scrimmaging, especially in the Niners case, they didn't scrimmage this year, got to play in the preseason, and they tried to do that. So it's a give or take, or you're going to get what you're seeing right now in the first couple of weeks of the season. Sloppy football, sloppy penalties, boneheaded penalties. Guys are not knowing where to line up. Guys are running on the field. Wait, I'm not supposed to be on the field. This guy's supposed to be on the field. Unless you want some of that stuff knocked out, guys are going to have to play in the preseason, I believe, moving forward. Not a lot, but you're going to have to play something to knock off the rust.
Well, Debo played in the preseason a little, and he got a hold. Some of it's just.
When he played the first quarter against the Raiders.
I'm just saying.
We need more. That's not enough. I don't think. I think you need to play about 3 quarters. Or at least something to equal up to a game.
I hear you. I don't think that Shanahan, especially with a veteran.
I don't think any of these teams are doing it.
Yeah, but plus, even more so with a team as established as the Niners.
That's kind of my point. Like, none of these teams are going to do it. Like, Andy Reid does it, and you see Andy Reid and company. They kind of were buttoned up on Thursday Night Football against Baltimore. Baltimore was a team getting called up for lining up wrong, legal formations, getting penalized.
4 in a row.
Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs, had all the teams played last week, played a fairly clean game. And guess why? I think it's a direct correlation to we're going to play in the preseason, no matter what. This is what I do. Now, you can do what McVay does, and it works. But then again, that doesn't mean that you're going to prevent an injury. Puka literally got hurt. They just put no boom on the IR. The Rams are decimated right now.
I know.
So there's no right or wrong answer, but I just think if you want good football right off the rip, you're going to have to play some of these guys more in the preseason to knock off that rust and to get back into game speed.
Is no preseason an issue for college?
They play sloppy. There's a lot of sloppiness in the first couple weeks of the season.
I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, it's such a long season now.
But also a lot of guys play cupcakes.
Yeah.
Alabama's playing Western Kentucky. LSU's playing Nicholls State.
Notre Dame's playing Northern Illinois.
Yeah, well, what are talking about overrated? Boy.
Well, Riley Leonard just can't throw.
It is sad, but it's true.
So we got Raiders, Ravens, Chargers, Panthers, Bucks, Lions. That's the sexy one. I'm circling that if I'm a Niner fan. Colts, Packers. Every game the Packers lose, to me, is just good. It's good for the Niners. It's good for the NFC, right? Then you got Browns, Jags. No one cares.
The Colts are
Saints, Cowboys, I think is sneaky good. And I think if you're a Niner fan, you're going to be watching that game. I think Saints Cowboys has certain implications on the South. Because, let's say the Saints win that game, okay? And you get Tampa Bay and they lose. Okay, now are the Saints a team that we didn't have on our chessboard that we should be worried about? I'm just looking at some of the other games that are going on. Seahawks, Patriots. Is the Seahawks defense sustainable? Is New England sustainable? They threw for 130 yards. Can they win another one? Giants, Commanders, throw that out the window. I'm just going NFC. Rams, Cardinals. One of them's losing. One of them's going to start the year off 0-2. That's good for the Niners, right? So I think that this is a great weekend for the Niners. If they can just handle business and end up 2-0, look around. You could come out of the first quarter of the NFL season and be right where you were last year at the top of the charts.
Bucks Lions is a very intriguing game. A rematch of the division round playoff game last year where Baker threw an interception on the final drive. They win 30-23. Detroit does to come out to San Francisco to play the Niners in the NFC Championship game. Very intriguing game for Tampa Bay and Detroit. A juicy matchup between these two teams at 10 in the morning. Very eager to see how that plays out. I think that's a back and forth game. It is interesting to see the Colts favored over Green Bay. The Colts, if Jordan Love was playing, the Packers would be 6-point favorites, 7-point favorites maybe?
The Malik Willis factor.
Unbelievable. So what happens with them? Do they start 0-2 the Green Bay Packers? Obviously, you just mentioned Arizona and the Rams. One of those teams are going to be 0-2.
It's going to be great.
And you know what, though? On the other side, and we have Atlanta and Philadelphia, Kirk Cousins, Monday Night Football.
I'll admit that one, my bad.
That'll be on Monday night. Philadelphia's I think they're going to roll in that game. Kirk Cousins did Philly.
If I'm the Miami Dolphins, the team that I call this morning, as I realize I have Skylar Thompson taking 15 picks ahead of Brock Purdy, boy, should we be happy with Brock Purdy. I am calling Atlanta and I'm saying, what will it cost for us to bring in Kirk Cousins? Your season is going down the drain if you're the Dolphins.
Might be a win-win. It all depends on when Atlanta is ready to go to Michael Penix Jr. I'm not sure how ready they are for that. The Bengals and the Chiefs. I've been talking about Brock Purdy today. Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites.
That's the 1:15 CBS game?
1:25 p.m.
I love that.
CBS game.
I love that. It's perfect. On the couch, just lying there, just the food just hit, Niners already clinched a victory off of Minnesota. That's going to be a great one. Why does that one matter to you?
Oh, well, we're going to see how Joe Burrow is. Purdy in the morning, Burrow at night. See how I set this up? It's setting up for Monday. If Purdy struggles, boy, you said you'd take Purdy over Burrow. The Jackals will be out, as Guru likes to say.
Any quarterback can play amazing or poor on any given week.
I agree.
And we'll overreact.
And after the Bengals and Chiefs, we got a little fun matchup between C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams. I'm very interested. I'm very interested to see what Caleb.
Wait a minute, you were telling us that Caleb was going to take them on like a near playoff run.
The defense is going to take them on a near playoff run.
They might. He threw for 90 yards last week or whatever.
It's not going to be fun, but rookies correct. It happens. Roma Dunze may not play. He's got an MCL sprain. Keenan Allen's already banged up. Saw that coming.
Well, he's like overweight too.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look good. So you got DJ Moore against that defense in Houston, and they're wearing the all whites. Whoo. That don't look good. Now, CJ may struggle a little bit. That Bears defense is real. They got a legit defense, but that could get out of hand. That game could get out of hand. I think the Texans are a legit Super Bowl contender, man. I legit think they could beat the Kansas City Chiefs in a playoff game.
I would say that the Texans have the worst uniforms in sports.
That's a take on. Hey, you get used to those uniforms because you're going to be seeing them a lot this year. You're going to see them like the top three teams in the AFC right now, clearly. Kansas City, Buffalo. We're 4 teams. I'd put Baltimore in there. And we'll get back to our bets, Pedoni. Houston.
I put Buffalo and Baltimore in their own category. Elite, not as good as the Chiefs. Like, they're elite. Like, it's Chiefs, and then it goes Baltimore and Buffalo, and then a bunch of other teams.
How you feel about the Texans?
I think they're on the come, but the Ravens year after year after year are double-digit wins, right? And same with Buffalo. So right now they've got a little higher on my board
because of the longevity.
Yeah,
to see them more.
Yeah, and their quarterbacks are more established, and so that's all.
Yeah, I like the Texans a lot. Oh, I like them a lot.
He's still a second-year quarterback, CJ.
Yeah, I hear that. He don't play like it. He does not play like a second-year quarterback. That guy is composed. Talk about a leader, accountability. I love everything about C.J. Stroud. I mean, I'm so impressed with the young man. He doesn't play like a second-year player, Shasky. The throws he was making last week in money time, when they had to have it, 4th down at the goal line, boom. I'm going to hit Diggs here. Nice and cool. 3rd down to ice the game. Let me find Nico Collins on the sideline and make that throw and that catch. Man, CJ's a problem. That team is D'Amico and company. Yeah, they got something cooking down there in Houston. They've got something cooking. Does Miami have anything cooking? Bart Scott on Tua Tagovailoa. Bart Scott played a long time in the league. Middle linebacker. We all know him for, what was his line to Sal Paolantonio? Can't wait. See you in Pittsburgh. Sal Paolantonio. See you in Pittsburgh. Can't wait. And they were down 24-0 to Pittsburgh right away. They ended up losing 24-20 or something like that. But here's Bart Scott. And he discussed earlier today on Get Up. This is on Get Up. Get Up. Get Up. Bart Scott on why he retired from CS Spots.
Everybody think I retired because my toe, right? I had reconstructive surgery on my toe and I left. But really it was because, I started seeing spots and lights. I had light sensitivity. I never really shared this with anybody, but I feel inclined to do this in this intimate, setting that we have. And I didn't know what to do. And I was like, you know what? It's time to fold it up. And, it's about the people that's around Tua. Right, because it's hard for him not to make an emotional decision. That's why you put people around you, your team, that you trust with your life, and to make lifelong decisions. And you give them the information, and then you come together and you make a collective decision, because it can't be a decision. And sometimes, I regret that I walked away. And sometimes, because you have to live with that. Leaving a game that you've dedicated your entire life to is like a death. I tell people all the time, athletes have 2 deaths. right? And you don't know what to do. You wake up the next day and you're 30 years old, you're 20 years old, and you don't know what you want to do with the rest of your life. And everything that you have done has been defined by being a football player. And it's not who you are, it's what you do. But all the laws and everything that we've learned and all the best qualities of us were learned on the football field, how to work with others, how to be accountable. And now you're not a part of that, and it's the loneliest feeling in the world. That's why we see guys, and we don't know why guys commit suicide, but it's that lonely feeling of being not around anybody and feel like you have no worth.
That's Bart Scott.
It's really powerful.
Deep. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coach Pacello from University the other day, we saw him at Fight Night at the Olympic Club. He's been coaching University High School for a very long time, the boys basketball team, very successful program. One of the favorite teams I covered when I covered high school sports. And I asked him about Chris White, this player who played at City and helped them get to a state championship game, a game they lost to, that year they lost to Saddleback in his championship game. It was a fluke. But, I asked about Chris White because to that point about Bart Scott, when you do retire or you get away from the game, then what are you doing? What do you have to lean back on? Now, I know people are going to say, well, Tua's made a lot of money in his life. Sure, absolutely. But money doesn't make everybody happy. We don't know how money's going to make Tua feel. But when you're not around your teammates, when you're not training, you have all that time to fill. That's a good point by Bart Scott. You don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. People pick up golf. I don't know if Tua would do that, but it is a lonely feeling, and I bet you Tua right now is feeling pretty damn low after what happened last night.
Even if I remove sports, and I'll give you some sports examples, there are so many examples of people who are addicted to work, right? Yep. And they work until they're 70 or 75 or whatever, and you hear it all the time.
And they work after retirement.
My dad worked forever and then retired and couldn't wait to go back to work. But you hear about it all the time. Like there are people that retire and then within a couple of years, because they don't have purpose or whatever, they lose themselves and either they pass on or they're wandering, they're searching, and then I'll take the sports analogy. The amount of I would say kids, forget professional athletes, kids that I know that I start coaching when they're 8, 9, 10 years old and they play for 10 years until they're 18 and then it's over and it just shuts and it's just done and they don't know what to do. And it's really hard. It's really, really, really hard. You've defined yourself as a soccer player. You've defined yourself as a tennis player or a golfer or a football player or a basketball player or whatever. And all of a sudden the jersey is taken from you because you don't have any other opportunities to play. It's really, really, really difficult at 18 years old. Now take it another 10 years and say you're in your 20s, okay?
Right.
And try to do it that way. That's all you've ever known. Your whole life is going to and from. At one stage, it's your family driving you, and then you're driving yourself to practice. Yep. Especially in a game like football, where it's 6 days a week, 5 days a week for 6 months out of the year or more.
And you got to train. You got OTAs. You got spring practice. You got all that stuff.
So, your entire life is built into, and you see this in so many other aspects where people are addicted to the travel of sports, or they're addicted to the lifestyle of sports, or they're just addicted to the training of sports. Jerry Rice is a great example. Jerry's on that bike every single day. He's addicted to training because that's what he's searching out that competition. He's a competition-aholic. You know what I mean?
Barry Bonds cycling all the time.
What's that?
Barry Bonds cycles all the time. Chris Mullen, he was out for a while last year. Everybody kept asking why he was out. Well, he had an Achilles problem. Guys work it out. Guys don't stop. Guys don't quit. It's tough to step away. They need that competitive, that juice, that bug, right? Everything is a competition. They're so used to it. So I wonder how that's going to affect Tua Tagovailoa. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say he should walk away from the game, but it is a scary situation.
Well, and this is just two guys talking. I don't know him that well, but when I see Tio, I always feel like, damn, he misses it so much. So much. I almost feel sad for him,
Yeah, there's a lot of things that has happened with Tio. And you could tell the way it ended, he didn't get to end it the way he wanted to end it.
Most
a lot of athletes do. Most don't. But Tio really, went to those locker rooms and bounced around to the point where I was like, you know what? Your talent's just not worth it. We can't do it. We can't do it anymore. reflection, self-reflection. And that hurts Tio today at times. It does hurt him. That self-awareness that, hey, man, I can still play at 45. Tio, you know damn well nobody's giving you a job. But that's Tio.
I think of someone like Mike Matheny, and I remember he was with the Giants, and he had the concussions, and his career was just, boom, over. And he was like, well, how do I search out this competition? Like, I still want to compete. I still want to be in it. And he got into managing. I think of John Lynch. John Lynch has talked about this over and over and over again. Like, I played for a long, long time. And then I did the booth, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't. Steve Kerr's talked about this.
The scoreboard.
I needed more competition. Right. And so I think it's real easy for all of us to sit here and say what we would do if we were Tua. It's a lot harder to be able to actually, look yourself in the mirror when you're the one going through it and will walk away.
Mike McDaniel last night on how the 2022 concussions may impact his decision-making on Tua.
It's important to approach each and every situation to the, much like approach every injury with it, which is basically, all right, we're going to handle this particular situation with this particular player. Every situation is unique to its own. So, I think there's, for me, I'm not worried about anything that's out of my hands in terms of, I'm just worried about the human being, and he'll drive the ship when we get the appropriate information. But it's day by day health is what I've really try to approach all the stuff that way, particularly with concussions.
Gosh,
so
it's a tough one.
Mike McDaniel shook up. The team was shook up. They can't beat Buffalo for crying out loud. James Cook ran all over them. Ray Davis. How about Ray Davis? Shout out Raymond Davis.
They showed him twice, and they gave him a graphic during the game.
Yeah, no, Ray Davis is balling, man. He looks good in that Buffalo uniform.
Does.
Running hard. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going to happen with Tua. I mean, he's going to be out for a while.
You don't follow golf as hard as I do, but so many people tell Tiger what to do. And they're like, Tiger, stop. Like, he can barely walk. Like, the guy is struggling to walk because of his leg. Like, we did this with Alex Smith, like, telling him what to do. Tiger's addicted to playing. It's the only thing he's ever done since he was a little boy. He loves golf, and he loves the competition. He doesn't want to just be a ceremonial, hit the opening tee shot, be there to wave and shake hands. Like, he wants to continue to play. And people are trying to tell him, like, bro, you can't even walk 36 holes. Right. Like, we have this same kind of, even though it's different, right? We have a same kind of a conversation with Tiger Woods all the time. And I see so many people telling Tiger what he should and shouldn't do. Yep. And my theory is this, like, hey, it's a lot easier for you to say, well, Tiger, you've got all the money in the world. But when you're miserable because you miss something that you dearly love, who am I to tell you to, like, this is what you have to do? And the difference is there's no lawyers or doctors that are stepping in front of Tiger saying don't play. There might be in this situation regarding the NFL, the team doctors, his personal doctors, etc.
It is time for the Friday Flush, where we flush the worst take of the week, presented by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Check out their website at floydwater.net. This week, we are flushing Marcus Spears for thinking the Jets would win on Monday Night Football. It wasn't just Marcus, Greedy too. All of them thought they were going to win against the 49ers.
I'm taking the New York Jets. I'm going to go 24-21. I think interior pressure may be an issue for San Francisco tonight. They love to obviously get Christian McCaffrey going sideline to sideline. We talked earlier about Quincy Williams and C.J. Mosley. I think they have to have phenomenal games, but more importantly, I think Quentin Williams can be a menace in this game and really create some havoc.
Not the best take. Not the best take. A lot of people are taking the Jets, man. That spread shot down. Well, a lot of people lost money on Monday Night Football. Oops. Sorry. All right. That was the flush of the week. That was a Friday flush presented by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. We're going to come right back. We'll have some fun. John Randall, Minnesota Vikings sound, predictions, over-unders, 4-down territory. We're going to do all that here on the Payday Friday on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Fairmount Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safe.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Larry June got some new hits. Wings to beat all time. Crank that Wings to beat, man. Just give me that. I think the Vikings are Wings.
Damn, homie.
Vikings are Wingsters.
In high school, you was actually it's the Miami Dolphins. If we just remove the Tua situation, the Dolphins are 12 losses to 2 wins against Buffalo in their last 14.
You know what, though? At least they compete. The Jets are the real frauds in that division.
Mike McDaniels hasn't won a big game yet, and I like him.
They've won some big games.
What? Name one.
They won some big games.
They were up in the division by multiple games when December started and lost going away
they won some
to
big
Buffalo.
games under Mike McDaniel. Let's not crush him. Let's not get crazy
December?
Here. Let's not get crazy here. All right, let me look at their schedule because I'm following the 49ers every single week, not the Dolphins.
I think the most significant win the Dolphins had last year over a playoff team was the Cowboys late in the year. That was, I think, it.
They beat the Cowboys.
And what did we end up learning about them Cowboys?
Let's see. Well, who else did they beat?
They had a streak.
They lost a tough one. They lost that tough game to Kansas City overseas in Germany. Remember that was a dogfight that's 21-14.
They had a streak going where they had not beaten a team over 500, which was a little skewed because they had came back against the Ravens early in the year. But they had a streak where they were like 1-25 or something like that against teams over 500.
And they had a 5-game losing streak. They made the playoffs that year, but they had lost to who's playing? They lost to the Niners, lost to the Chargers, lost to the Bills by 3. 11-6. Cleveland. Not a lot of big wins.
Do you legit think Mike McDaniel is on the hot seat this year though?
No, he just signed an extension.
Yeah, the extensions or whatever.
Signed an extension
but also his quarterback. His quarterback.
We're already talking about hot seats. He just signed an extension last week.
So what?
So
what does that have to do with anything?
So wait, the Dolphins just gave him new money, and he's going to be on the hot seat already?
What? It's the NFL. He's
going to get fired. He's going to get fired. He's going to get fired this year.
Deshaun Watson has hundreds of millions of dollars owed to him. He might get like 4 weeks here.
Mike McDaniel could win 5 games this year. He's not getting fired. Look.
I mean, that's the owner that literally tried to set up a yacht meeting with the coach to lose games so that they could tank. To go get Tom Brady. There's so many things that owner has done.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with Miami and Brian Flores. Brian Flores ain't no saint. We figured that out. But let me see. He literally signed an extension last week? Mike McDaniel? I could have swore he just signed an extension. And now we're talking hot seat? It's like what we were talking about 2 weeks ago. What was that, last week? Oh, if the Niners are with the Super Bowl, heads are going to roll. Shanahan or Lynch. That's the dumbest thing I've heard in 2024.
He signed through the 2028 season. On August 30th, he signed a 3-year contract extension.
Come on, he's not. I'll let you walk that one back.
What do you mean?
He's not going to be on a hot seat.
All I'm saying is that nothing would surprise me. They haven't won any big games, all right? They're a fun team. Everyone likes their personnel, but they haven't won any big games. That's all. And I look in the division right now, and, the Buffalo, this was supposed to be the year to knock them off, and they were destroying them last night, and they can't beat Buffalo.
Yeah, it's tough. They're bugaboo. We can't beat Kansas City. They can't beat Buffalo. We all have those teams.
Really quick, they are 3-8 in the last 2 years against teams that made the playoffs that year.
3-8. They're struggling against teams in the playoffs. That's fair. They just gave him an extension August 30th. So Stephen Ross is going to say, you know what? Here's a contract extension, but you're on the hot seat. Even though I'm paying you money through 2028, I'm going to fire you. That sounds like bad business.
Well, now that Tua's hurt, though, and McDaniel vouched for this guy so hard, and now his quarterback's future's potentially in jeopardy, does that make you, if you're the owner, you really stuck it out for this guy, we paid this guy a lot of money, now, I don't know.
You got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
It's true, but you have Skylar Thompson.
Running backs. Backups. Most backups are trash.
Yes.
Most backups are trash. So,
So could they draft a quarterback potentially in the first round next year?
They could.
Cam Ward staying down there?
Keep Cam Ward at home.
They could.
That actually would be a lot of fun.
They could.
That would be a lot of fun.
I
love how excited Loveman got.
I'll be a big Dolphins fan next year.
While we're here, their jerseys, go back to those. Like, it's just like Seattle. Like, go back to those. Those uniforms they were wearing last night were glorious. That logo, those helmets, everything. Like, they're just excellent uniforms. Uniforms.
It's the logo for me, the Dolphin logo with the helmet.
Perfect,
it's
isn't it?
so great.
Yes.
It's an iconic logo. Like, when they changed that, I think it was like 2012 when they changed that. Like, that was one of the all-time like logo desecrations when they changed that Miami Dolphins logo.
Yeah, I'm gonna refrain from a hot seat. I just had a Teddy Bridgewater quote. He was talking about the concussions and why he retired at the age of 31. He basically was saying that he didn't want his kid to see him carted off on a stretcher or anything like that. And he was like, "Look, man, for 3 hours, I'm a football player. I get it, but I'm also Theodore Bridgewater outside of football." And I have a purpose here. I got to pull up this quote. I just had it up. Damn it. I don't know what I did with it. That sucks. But Bridgewater basically said, I retired at 31 because it just wasn't worth it for me anymore. I had a bigger purpose. So I was, so we saw Chris Borland right here in our own market. Chris Borland retired after a season. We thought he was the next Patrick Willis.
Well, I think what the phrase I've been using for a long time is QOL, quality of life, and it applies to so many different things. Whether it's risk versus reward, whether it's the health risk that you for certain jobs, moving, living in different areas, whatever it is, right? Like everything that I do now, I'm factor in more quality of life. And because of certain financial things that have happened that I've, done in my life, some things are easier to be able to make those decisions. There were times in my life where I didn't have any kind of leeway and like everything was money motivated, right? And so some of these guys can get that money and it can change their quality of life, and then they can see things in a different way, and it gives them opportunities to be able to bow out. Whereas if you ask that same person something at 20 or 21 and they're the breadwinner of an entire family and maybe they don't have that financial means, maybe their algorithm's different.
Yeah, maybe. But Bridgewater wasn't the same. We'll see what happens with Tua, man. This is a scary situation. And it was scary last year. We forget last year when Purdy suffered the concussion against Minnesota. They had a short week. And they were getting ready to play the Cincinnati Bengals. And Purdy didn't practice. I was like, well, they could clear him off Friday. Basically went through a walkthrough. Didn't practice. We thought it was going to be Sam Darnold week. And there was a lot of conversation around Brock Purdy. He shouldn't have played. Why is he playing? What's going on? Is that the reason why he threw the interceptions? Blah, blah, blah. But that's the nature of this year. I'm glad that the NFL is stepping up. Maybe not the NFL, but the doctors and the players around them are taking more of a concerted effort to really be sensitive towards concussions, not to say, he suffered a concussion, he'll be back next Monday. Like, I'm glad they're taking their time and their due diligence and protecting these players and their brains to make sure that, it's not going to be the last concussion suffered on the football field.
And I don't know what the answer is. Like,
there's no answer. It's a physical, violent sport. It's fast.
My cousins all play rugby at a very high level, and rugby is got less protection than the NFL, and you hear people go back and forth which one's more violent, right? Whatever. They love playing rugby. And at some point I'm probably gonna let my little guy play rugby, and it's there are risks involved in it. I've told you about the kid, like in batting practice, okay? This is BP in a batting cage. All right? Batting practice. Kid hit a ball, he's in high school. It ricocheted off the one spot of the cage with a pole where there was no padding, bounced back, gave him a concussion. Kid's been out for like a year. Things happen, unfortunately, in sports. The question now becomes when you are a billion-dollar corporation, the way the Dolphins and the NFL are, where does liability step in? Where do the doctors step in? How can they mitigate this? And how can they try to insulate themselves from images like him being out cold with his hands up on the field again? Because it's not a good image.
I don't really buy into that. It's not a good image for the NFL, man. We're gonna be back watching in no time.
This is why they don't show streakers. This is why they won't show you an injury that they deem to be too gruesome.
Right? Yeah, they'll cut away. They'll cut away.
They don't want to highlight like the when you watch the red zone.
But you also want to be sensitive to the player and say we don't want to spotlight this player in an embarrassing fashion when his bone is sticking out of his kneecap or whatnot or whatever gruesome leg injury that you've seen. We're going to protect the player. We're going to protect the fan. We're going to protect the viewers from having to see this. And maybe there's image that goes with that. But I think it's more so just, hey, let's be sensitive to this. This is a bad injury. We want to put our prayers for the players. We don't need to put this on a loop. His family's watching. But this John Canellis on YouTube, guys, it's about Tua, not the entire game of football. I agree. This is about Tua. This is all about Tua and what he suffered in the past and how he got down there and the way his right arm came up and his fingers were doing. I mean, his fingers were going in so many different directions. I was like, oh, boy. And he didn't slide, and you could see it happening. He didn't slide. He didn't slide. Now, may have got hit on the next place over the concussion. Who the hell knows? But it's not going to go away.
No one's saying
it's not going to go away.
But,
and the NFL can only do so much to protect these players from that. And every single case study is different.
I use the seatbelt analogy, which is not a perfect one, but there was a point in time where there were no seatbelts. Seatbelts are not to eradicate all injuries in car crashes. It's to minimize them, right? And so when you're running an organization, there is this entire wing of liability and lawyers and whatnot when you're as big as the NFL are, and you realize you will never eradicate the concussions thing. You're just never going to. You're going to have guys with broken arms, legs, etc., all that. It's about minimizing it and regulating it and putting what I call the metaphoric seatbelts in place for the mirror protection, for the optics of it, right? If you and I could be driving right now with seatbelts on and we can get in, we see it every day.
No, we do.
We can get in a car crash and get very severely injured, if not pass away. But those things are in place for a variety of reasons because you're trying to regulate things and you're trying to keep people as safe as you can by minimizing it. There's no guarantees.
And there's no guarantees at all. Same thing with football. The football has gone to great measures to provide, they've changed the shoulder pads, they've changed the helmets, the cages, shells
face
on the
masks.
helmets now, everything.
Yeah.
You got it. Football's trying to do everything, the way they run the no huddles, giving the defense a chance to sub in their guys or whatnot. They've done everything to make sure that, hey, we ensure that this is the safest we can play this game. We can be as safe as possible. It's still going to have injuries. Guys are going to have an ankle, just get caught up into the turf and twist their ankle or tear their basketball. We see it all the time. You just never know. Injuries are going to happen, but when you have a case study like this with a guy who definitely is sensitive when it comes to head injuries and Tua Tagovailoa, and you look at his stature and the way he's moving around, you do get concerned with this concussion number 4, when it becomes concussion number 5, and it becomes concussion number 6. Al Toon, we were talking about the Jets last week. Al Toon, he retired. He was the first player I remember as a kid to retire due to concussions. I was like, really? Concussions? You retired? I was, 10, 12 at the time. I didn't understand what a concussion was until Steve Young started suffering concussions. And they're like, oh, he shouldn't play. Or he really shouldn't play. And after Monday Night Football against the Cardinals, he never played again. Never played at all. The image I have of that is they went to commercial. Steve Young was asleep on the turf. Now, Bridgewater, in this quote that I had, and I lost it, but Bridgewater basically said he was out for 4 seconds, and it felt like 3 hours. Ugh. And he woke up thinking that he was at a hotel.
Yeah, I've had a couple concussions, and then not to trying to compare and contrast. They're horrible, absolutely horrible.
We know you've had injury.
I mean,
what's the worst injury you suffered?
I don't know. Concussion was pretty bad. So when we were playing high school baseball, I got one down the line. They were warming up. City College was playing before a Reardon game, and we were down the line, and somebody hit a foul ball, and I didn't see it. It whapped me in the head from behind the head, and I took 2 or 3 steps. I don't remember anything, and I went straight to the ground. And this is obviously the era of the 90s where it's like, get up, rub some dirt on it, you're fine. And my coach was like, you're good. And I was out there playing infield, and I'm like falling all over myself. Guido talks about it to this day. My hat flew off me. I had a huge welt on the back of my head where the stitches, you could see the stitches because I used to have the taper cut, could see it on my head. I woke up the next day. I played in the game. I threw up that night. I was out for 2 weeks of school. I was on the couch. My whole entire body was numb. I'm no joke, all the way down. And at the time, they were like, you're not supposed to fall asleep for more than 2 hours or something like that. And it was because they didn't know anything about these things. And I lied on the couch, and I had to watch TV, and I couldn't sleep for long periods. And it was horrible. My feet were messed up for so long. My equilibrium was messed up for so long. And then I got another one when I was a young adult, and it's they're the worst feeling in the world. And everyone reacts different.
No doubt. Let's go to Willem Moran. Willem Moran, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So I know that, sometimes they're trying to protect the fan by not showing the image, but I think, in reality, it's good to show those. I get, the compound fracture, that's nasty, but, for me, seeing what happened to Tua last night, I wasn't going, oh, look at that little simp. He got knocked out. It was just dang, man, that's a violent game. And it made me just, appreciate it more, that these guys go out and risk themselves, right? I'm not saying that's what I want to see every weekend. I don't, because if you take the health from players, in the game just kind of implodes on itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that you want to be safe, but it's just that I feel that seeing it and making us see that it just allows us to respect the game more. And then number two, I just think a lot of one of the big issues with the NFL and making it safer is I just feel defensively, because I watch a ton of professional rugby, and I'm not saying they're better athletes, because they're probably not, but they are better at tackling. And I will say, they have this strike zone, and it's really good. Anything above the shoulders is pretty much a penalty, but it allows these guys, these guys tackle with technique at full speed. And I know that people are we like NFL because of the big hits. Dude, go watch rugby union, go watch any rugby. There are massive hits, but it's awesome because it's technical, right? It looks like an explosive double leg takedown. And I just feel that in the offseason, the entire NFL as a whole, or at least the defense as a whole, should have a seminar with professional rugby players that learn how to tackle, because they're really good at keeping their head out of the strike zone. They're really good at not getting concussions. I mean, if you look at concussions compared to rugby and football, you would think no pads, there's going to be more. There's 2/3 less of concussions because their technique is down. And I just feel that the big hits would still be there because they have pads and they'd hit hard. So I just think that it's good for us to see this, because it'll make us respect it, and it'll make us not act nonchalant. No, go for it.
No, it's interesting you bring up rugby, because my cousins one played at St. Mary's, the other one's in the Maritime Hall of Fame for wrestling, my cousin Mike, and they talk about how when you don't wear pads and the face mask, Mike played football and whatnot, he's you don't projectile yourself the way some of these guys do in terms of on offense and defense, leaning forward face first, unless your beak's going to get broken. It changes how you go about with the ball in your hand and attacking people. He thinks that the equipment at times makes people feel invincible.
Oh, 110%. I'll tell you this. When I was playing high school football, I thought I was unstoppable. I wanted the face mask. I wanted the big hits. I wanted to hear the pop and all that. But I'm telling you that this, in rugby, I found out real quick, my first concussion in rugby, like your cousin was saying, I protected myself completely incorrect. I put my head in front of where the knees are. In rugby, you're supposed to put the head behind the buttocks and the shoulder in front of the knee. Boom, I got a knee right to the chin strap. It was lights out in Georgia, and it made me change my entire perspective on contact sports. And the difference, too, where we don't talk about is football is not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. Mm-hmm. These guys are 250 pounds running 4.6s. They are not normal humans, and they are playing a fast, aggressive game. So it's good for us to see this. Thank you guys for letting me run my mouth.
Good call.
I love you guys. Have a great weekend, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, well, I'm still looking at the Tua hit. It's not even...
It wasn't some crazy, wild collision.
Yeah, it was. He went head first into DeMar Hamlin, ironically. And the way that impacted away his head went to that shoulder, to those pads in Hamlin's body. It was weird, but it wasn't the craziest hit I've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? So that's why this morning I'm not insensitive to what happened to Tua, but I'm also not sitting here saying, hey, man, he should retire from football. Oh, man, the NFL has a big problem. Oh, here we go again with concussion gate. Whether or not your kids should play football, I'm over that. These guys know what they sign up for. We know what they sign up for. We all enjoy it. But I was just damn, I just wish he slid. I wish he slid. That was my first, and it was my first thought was damn, I hope Tua's okay, because I really love Tua.
I got immediately sad.
But I was I didn't get sad. I was just damn, I hope Tua's okay.
Felt horrible for him.
So it sucks. It sucks. Let's get the 4-down territory. Let's go, love it. It's your show.
All right, yeah. So we'll 4-down territory. We're gonna shake it up a little bit here. I'm gonna throw four thoughts at you guys that we're all gonna respond to here. So First things first, as we head into this week 2 football weekend, I'm kind of curious.
First down.
If I take Brock Purdy off the board, because obviously we're already going to be keeping an eye on him, what quarterback around the NFL are you going to have your eye on the most this weekend?
Oh, on mine, it's easy. Joe Burrow, Kansas City. Make me wear it, Joe Burrow. Show me something in Kansas City. We've been inconsistent over the last season and a half, and nobody wants to call you out on it. So I'll be the first to the trophy doing it. Show me something in Kansas City, Missouri on Sunday, 1:25 Pacific Standard Time. Show me that you can elevate this team. Show me that you don't need T. Higgins. You got Jamar Chase. You got some young studs in the backfield, Zach Moss. Let's go, Joe. My eyes are all over Joe Burrow.
You think I'm going to take a rookie. You do. You think I'm going to take Caleb, and that's not who I'm going to take.
I thought it was going to be Bo Nix.
I'm not taking him either.
Taking Baker?
Not taking him either. I'm taking what I deem to be the most fun player in the league, who I'm not sure is great, good, or sometimes bad, digs holes and just puts up great numbers. It's Kyler Murray. Can Kyler Murray knock off the LA Rams? I think he's the most fun watch in the NFL. Just like if you have zero in stock, like I'm not saying fantasy or anything, just watching. I have fun watching him, but I don't know if he's good. Like I think he's good, but I also think at times, like the way he plays, I don't know if it's sustainable. Can he stay healthy? Can he beat this Rams team? It's Kyler Murray. That's who I'm looking at.
There it is.
I don't enjoy watching this quarterback play, but I'm very interested in how he's going to play after destroying the Carolina Panthers in week 1. It's Derek Carr on the road.
Oh, gosh.
But I'll say this. Because when he has good games, it's like, wow, he threw a bomb in that first series. It's like, okay, he's got the arm strength. He has all the tools still to be very good. They have Alvin Kamara. Like Chris Olave, they should be a good offense. But it's the quarterback that's been holding them back. Taysom Hill's running as a fullback now. It's actually working. I know you hate Taysom Hill.
I don't hate him.
No, not you. I was pointing at Joe.
Oh, Shasky, you hate Taysom Hill?
No, I didn't like how he was like, I could win 10 games with him. And then he immediately didn't play him at quarterback.
It's the Sean Payton.
How many pages is in Shasky's hate book? How many chapters
Should I write a book?
I think it's a series to rival the Harry Potter novels.
It's one of the dismissals of the year, Taysom Hill. But I'm very interested to see what Derek Carr does after all the expectations coming into the season. They're not in a great division, although I do like Tampa Bay. Derek Carr against Dak Prescott on the Cowboys. Both impressive wins in week 1.
I saw a little bit of him last weekend, and I'm going to have my eye on him again this weekend. It's Anthony Richardson out in Indy. He threw for only 212 yards last week, but two of those, half of those yards came on 2 passes.
Yeah.
I love the arm strength there. I'm kind of curious to see what he can do in Indy. Like, I think that him and the Colts can make the AFC South a very interesting race. Well, I'd like to see them do it, but I'm going to have my eye on Richardson. I'm very intrigued by him.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, oh my God. Like you're throwing it into the dirt. You're throwing grounders out here, Anthony Richardson.
Oh, come on. The one that he had 70-yard
one
bomb.
Of the greatest throws I've ever seen.
Okay, but what about the 5 other plays where he can't hit the backside of a bar?
It's like his 3rd start.
I mean, I'm skeptical.
Since high school.
I mean, he wasn't that good at Florida. Like, let's move on.
Josh Allen wasn't good at Wyoming.
No, he was
that
good
is
at
actually a lie.
No, he was good at Wyoming.
Yeah, their team. Yeah.
All right,
completion percentage was like 50%.
Second down,
he was
delay
throwing
game,
to white guys like me.
Second down.
All right, second down, guys. Which one of these 0-1 teams do you think is going to have the best season? The Bengals, the Jets, the Colts, or the Rams?
Okay,
I have the Jets.
His head again.
Go Jets.
Which one of these 0-1 teams will have the best season? The Bengals, the Jets, the Colts, or the Rams?
Let's go. I'm going Jets. I'm going to
take Cincinnati, and here's why I'm taking Cincinnati. Over the last 3 seasons, they were 6-6 in the month of September, and somehow, some way, they always seem to right themselves. I think they're going to be a better team middle to end of the year. I've got them beating Kansas City this weekend because I think it means more to them, and I think it means more to Joe Burrow to prove it after he couldn't grab a Gatorade bottle and everyone's been talking about his wrist. Watch him come out and be special.
Where did he play in college his last year?
LSU.
Where does LSU play in? What conference?
The SEC.
And what does it mean to play in the SEC?
It just means more.
There you go. So there you go.
Unless you're facing Cal.
Thank you. Dave Flip, 5% chance to make the college football playoff, Cal Bears.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm going to go with the Rams. I know there's a lot of injuries right now. I think they find a way to makeshift everything. Cooper Kupp's still very good. I think Matt Stafford's very good. I like Kyron Williams. They'll find a way to sneak into the playoffs still.
You know what? The Bengals slow starts and their turnarounds midseason. Sounds like good coaching. Good adjustments. Shout out Zach Taylor.
I'm going to agree with you, Bonte. I'm going to go with the Jets as well. I do like that defense. And with the Dolphins losing Tua last night, they're kind of out of that AFC East picture. I think the Jets will sneak in and be very competitive in the AFC East when you got a defense that good. And eventually Aaron Rodgers is going to figure out how to be a good quarterback.
I'm in wait-and-see mode on them.
Big game against Tennessee. That's a big game. Big game against Nashville, Tennessee Titans.
Who's coaching Tennessee?
Bo Callahan. Bill Callahan's son.
And Bill Callahan's on
former OC of the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's third down.
I know my Tennessee Titans, dog. Tajay Sharp, Tony Pollard. Come on, man. It's the NFL, dude.
Well-rounded. So I'm going to flip it around here a little bit. Let's talk about some 1-0 teams. Which one of these 1-0 teams do you think will have the worst season? I got the Seahawks, I got the Bucks, I got the Chargers, and I got the Steelers. So again, which 1-0 team will have the worst season? The Seahawks, the Bucks, the Chargers, or the Steelers?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. Ooh. I want to lean Chargers, but Jim Harbaugh factor. He just knows how to win.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I'll go with the Steelers.
Yeah,
I go with the
I'm
Steelers.
in unison with you on that one. I'm playing Justin Fields this weekend, and I don't feel very confident at all. I'm in big trouble at the quarterback position. I had to swing a trade for Aaron Rodgers, and I feel like I need to wait a week before I play Aaron Rodgers. And I don't even know what I'm thinking. That I'm really out on the Steelers. But T.J. Watt might be the most fun defensive player in the league.
He is very fun.
He's amazing.
So both you guys taking the Steelers. I'm going to go Seahawks. I think Geno Smith is so fraudulent. I don't trust that offense at all. They were in a dogfight still against Bo Nix, who tried to throw that game away 6 different times, 7, 8. He's still throwing interceptions. Yeah, I'm out on the Seahawks this year.
I'm going to second you on that one there, Spadoni. I think when we think about the Seahawks, we still kind of think about them from yesteryear when they had Pete Carroll and Russ and all those guys that made them good. It's not your older brother's Seahawks anymore. They're just another NFL team now.
My older brother's Seahawks were terrible. It was Rick Meyer.
I get my older brother, not your older brother.
Benny Blades.
Depends on the generation. For you, might be a little brother, Seahawks.
Cortez Kennedy.
Yes.
Fourth down.
Are we going for it, Staley?
We're going to see here. It depends on...
we didn't talk about Source City Staley enough this week.
I did.
Well, playing time next week.
You did?
I told you, I saw them do more press coverage across the board than I've ever seen them do.
I just took away Baldy, said, they were pretty vanilla.
Good for you.
All right, really quick, fourth down here before we hit Fast Five. Guys, simple question. When's McCaffrey coming back, and what's the Niners' record going to be the week he comes back?
Oh, man. McCaffrey will be back for the New England Patriots game. It'll be on that good grass. No, you know what? He'll miss the Patriots game. He'll come back October 6th against the Cardinals. Niners will be 4-0.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'll give them a loss between Seattle and Arizona. 5-1. He comes back October 20th against Kansas City, and I've got them 5-1.
I like that. Like that a lot. 5-1 would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be amazing. Oh. And then after we beat the Chiefs, we'll be 6-1. And then after we beat the Dallas Cowboys, we'll be 7-1, and I'll allow us to lose to the Bucks.
All right, so I got McCaffrey coming back in after the bye week, I think. So it'll be after that Cowboys game, and I think they're going to be so it'll be week 9. I think they'll be 6-2 at that point.
All right,
about where I had them.
Yeah, there you go.
One of those losses will be to the Chiefs.
Obviously, they taught you no math in Miami. That was not a requirement in Coral Gables.
Hey, general ed guys, come on. Just take that stats class and you're good.
You know what time the overnight dancers are working. Know their hours. Know that business model.
Where's the math wrong there?
They're good at
8
math.
games will be 6-2.
They're good at math.
The math is there, Guru. Speaking of math, are we done with this segment?
No, Spinoni's fourth down.
He's going to be back next week. You guys need to relax. They're going to be back for the. He's going to be back for the Rams. All right, he's already practicing this week. So come on, what are we doing?
The last time the Niners won in Minnesota, December 13th, 1992. Oh, the last time the Niners won in Minnesota, gas was 88 cents a gallon.
In California.
Average cost for a home in San Francisco. Want to take a guess?
Are you serious? I'd say $209,000.
$286,000.
Not bad.
Average rent for a 2-bedroom in the city.
I would say $750.
$990.
Not upset. Bad.
Barry Bonds had been a Giant for 5 days.
Yeah, let's go.
Willie and Tim Hardaway dropped 31 each in a victory over RJ's Sacramento Kings in Sacramento. The night before that. Okay. Sprewell's rookie year, Warriors won 34 games. Yeah. A Few Good Men and a Muppets Christmas Carol came out that weekend. Last time.
A Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth.
Batman Returns. No, I can't handle the truth. Batman Returns was the top movie that year. I don't know if I want to.
Danny DeVito.
Well,
no, it was
Kamala Harris
Returns? Yeah. The Penguin?
Yeah, the Penguin's Batman Returns.
Wow.
Michelle Pfeiffer, Catwoman.
Yeah. Kamala Harris was deputy DA in Alameda County. So we've come a long way. Let's do that.
Giants fans.
You not feeling Kamala?
No, it's 9:50. I had to hit it.
Right. Giants fans, this is your 30 seconds, okay? Buster Posey had 27 career pass balls. 27 in an 11, 12-year career. In 2 seasons, Patrick Bailey has 23. Last night, Kirk Caselli had 10,000. I'm not sure if you were paying attention. The one knee down drives me crazy. Stop telling me about how they can frame pitches low. It is driving me insane. There was a runner on third last night and a pass ball with Camilo Duvall up as the pitcher. And Kirk Caselli is going one knee down with a guy at third base. I don't care about the low strike. We have an epidemic of free 90-foot bases going on in San Francisco. Don't ever, 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 ever compare Patrick Bailey to Buster Posey. He's a good player at defensively, a good player. Buster Posey is an all-time great player defensively. I'm done.
My final thought is, when I think of Minnesota Vikings, I think of the one and only John Randall.
Hey, Tyler, what's up, man? What up, homie? What up? Hey, Billy Nilly. Feel like something just died, Billy Nilly. Come with me. Oh! Regulators, mount up. We're coming. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go! J.J. Stokes. You cousin of J.J. Walker? Down in New York City. Where's Jimmy Hoffa? Now it's time for Johnny come alive. It's Johnny time. It's time. Red Rover. Let them just come on over. I'm so glad we had this time together.
John Randall, one and only John Randall, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Got to meet him one time. Dude, he is awesome. Awesome. Spino, love me. What you guys got?
Big one in Strawberry Canyon tomorrow night, guys. Can Cal avoid the upset bid from San Diego State?
Let's go.
And this is the time to lean in on Cal football.
Let's go.
Big win and then a big trip to Tallahassee next week.
The ACC's Cal versus the Pac-12's San Diego State.
Just how we all drew it up. Man, if Cal can make some noise in the ACC this year, it's going to set them up very well to rejoin the Pac-12 next year.
The Hurricanes are coming out here. I got to go to that game.
Well, I'll be there.
I know you will. I've got to go to that game.
Dave Fleming possibly might be on the call for that one.
Did you get a media credential?
No, I'm going to be going with my dad. We're going to sit
I think I'm going to get a credential for that one. Maybe, no, you know what? Decide on that one.
Be a man of the people.
Well, I usually am. You know, they work hard to get a credential.
If you bring the credential, you got to bring the binoculars too.
I'll bring the binoculars no matter what.
The A's are in Chicago, the South Side, this weekend, boys. The Chicago White Sox have 15 games left. They're at 33 wins.
Oh, my God. They're not going to get to 40?
Do you think they can get to 40? This is who they play.
They have to go 7-8?
Correct. That'd be amazing for them, by the way. They got the A's for a 3-game set. A's, by the way, best record since July 14th in the American League. Angels stink. They're batting like 130 for the last month and a half. So they got the Angels. Then they got the Padres. Angels again and then their in-division rival Detroit Tigers in Detroit to wrap it up. So they got to win like all those games against the Angels, or 4 or 6.
They've got to win 4 against the Angels.
Yes.
You got to steal 1 against the A's.
Yes.
I don't know if they're getting to 40. Did they just lose like 15 straight home games or something crazy? Or
dude, the fact that he said steal 1 against the A's, who are still like 18 games under 500.
A's one of the hottest teams in baseball.
They are. They're very good. They just took that series against the Astros.
Are they going to finish with a better record than the Giants?
They will have more people in the stands in the month of September than the Giants will. Mark it down.
Boy, the Giants.
Well, how about this? I think the A's could be a playoff team next year before the Giants are.
I don't even know where they're playing. Now there's reports that they might not even play in Sacramento because MLB hasn't signed off on it yet.
Apparently they have a backup schedule in case the A's don't play in Sacramento.
What's the backup schedule?
Well, I guess we'll find out if the A's don't play in Sacramento.
Stay tuned.
Oh, that was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Man, what a fun week. Football's back. Football's back. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. Don't forget, YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Steady Guru next. And they're talking Kaminga extension? No, I'm kidding. They're talking Vikings and Niners.
Did you know when you purchase
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Good, let me ask you a question.
I'm right here, baby. I don't have that much bread. If you need cash, I'm not your guy.
Well, it's payday today.
Yeah, allocate, but go ahead.
Are you the kind of guy that when you get the paycheck, 80% of it's spent?
That's 90.
I got you.
90, Steiny. Yeah. Go ahead. What you got, baby?
Let me ask you a question.
Came out with a question.
And I want to get some input here. Who's the best wide receiver in football?
Right now, I would say the Niners will see him Sunday in Minneapolis, Justin Jefferson, for my liking right now.
Justin Jefferson.
JJ. J-Deuce.
Who's the best running back in football? Come on, just say the guy I want you to say.
Jordan Mason.
Wow, look at Evan early. I'm going to say...
come on, just...
Mixon.
No.
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey.
Yeah, good God. What kind of partner do you have? He was hurt. That's why I forgot about it. It's definitely McCaffrey.
Okay, so we got the Vikings and we got the Niners.
Minus 5.5.
And we got the best running back in football.
Yeah.
He might not play, but for the sake of today, he's playing as far as I'm concerned because he hasn't been ruled out. Who would you rather have, Justin Jefferson or Christian McCaffrey?
Ooh, wow. I'm going to go with the wideout. The wideout makes it stretches the defense. I'm going Justin Jefferson. Why do you ask that? Because it's hard, and I defend running backs. I don't like the whole pay scale. They do matter. But, Steiny, there's something about you got to have a passing game to be able to, stress out the defense more so than the run. Because, real quick here, as great as McCaffrey is, if you got a good O-line, let's just call McCaffrey in this instance a 10. I got him as a 10. If you got a 7.5, your offense can still function. I don't think that way on the outside. If you got Jefferson at a 10 and then you bring in a guy like one of us at a 7.5, I think that hurts you. You can't climb the highest mountain. Aretha Franklin.
That was ain't no mountain high enough.
Right. Same thing. The mountain is high. Yeah. Talk to me.
If you ask me, you can have McCaffrey or Jefferson, I think I'm taking McCaffrey.
And nobody will throw anything at you, but I can't wait to hear the science behind it.
There's no science other than
football science.
How many catches a game does Jefferson average? Touches.
Oh, I would say at least 7 to 9.
And McCaffrey has 25 touches. Like that's pretty much the only reason, honestly. I would take McCaffrey.
But what if Justin Jefferson has that Randy Moss effect and a lot of those catches are going for tugs?
Vikings are multiple Super Bowl winners with Moss?
No. But the Niners were with Jerry Rice. Now we can get into. Just look at the last Super Bowl winners in the last decade and tell me how many McCaffreys, have won the trophy. It's startling. And I don't like the answers, but it's kind of lead me to make, and I want to speak for Evan, but we were in the green room. He kind of would take a receiver over a running back if I got him down correctly. So, Steiny, I'm going with the wide out, man. And I think that's why they get paid the way they do in other positions as opposed to a running back. Look at, Steiny, when was Jordan Mason drafted?
He wasn't.
See, that's what, and again, it was one game. It was a great game for him, but let's say he shows the world you guys missed, and he gets 1,000 yards if he got the opportunity. What would that say? That if you're in a good system, maybe you don't need OJ or McCaffrey or Roger Craig to get to the promised land.
So then, do you think the 49ers have a good O-line? That can run block?
I believe so. Better than what they get the streets say. They've went to a Super Bowl when they had Mostert and Elijah Mitchell.
And I'm going to argue against myself.
No.
Then why'd they make McCaffrey the highest paid running back?
Because, Steiny, he has an impact. He's phenomenal. And it gave him a different dimension, and they should have had a Super Bowl by now. I want to call him, and I'm not. I hope. Well, he's not. He's a difference maker.
But he's part of the reason they didn't win the Super Bowl last year.
Because of a fumble.
Yeah. I don't know. And I get it. The league has changed, and wide receivers are huge, and it's not just the passes they catch, it's the routes they run to make the defense move around.
The threat.
But here's the other thing that I put into it too is, do you want Justin Jefferson at 35 or McCaffrey at 16 mil? You know, I don't know.
I like that. But
I mean, I know the 49er running, not 49er, I know the NFL's running backs have been undervalued. But I still think the guys who are at the top, like, you can't tell me Saquon Barkley right now is not going to make a difference for the Eagles. Going from the Giants to the Eagles.
Right. But they went to a Super Bowl without Saquon Barkley. They had a good runner.
No, you're right. You're not going to be wrong.
And the Niners are the exhibit A of, they went to, and again, I know I'm stuck in the past. Now, Frank Gore, I'm putting him in the McCaffrey category. The Niners under Frank Gore, they should have a Super Bowl. They didn't. Running backs do matter. But, no, Steiny, Frankie is.
But it feels like, you know, you're the man of two scoreboards.
Yeah.
So the Niners have won 5 Super Bowls.
Lost 3 in a row.
The Guru scoreboard has them at 9 Super Bowls, apparently.
No.
So Frank Gore should have won one.
Oh, they were at the 12.
And they should have won in 12, 19, and 24.
Yeah,
but there's probably a random year thrown in there you think they probably should have won.
I got 3, it should be 8.
Well, they should have won it the year Brock got hurt in the NFC Championship.
You wonder, but no. The bottom line is, can I tell you why this came up for me real quick? And I don't want to sound like I'm dissing McCaffrey, but my biggest fear and why I calfgate before the season started, and I was really worried about it, I was like, as he goes, the Niner go. And what came away Monday night glaring is that if McCaffrey somehow was hampered, let's just say this whole season, or he's not himself, the Niners with J.P. Mason or whatever they got in their stable are still going to be a problem. And that's a compliment to Kyle, the system, and the rest of the team.
I mean, I feel like when we talk about running backs, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. In fact, I think you're right. And that's really what's gotten me to thinking. You know, I like McCaffrey.
Yeah, we love him.
But the reality of the situation is the 49ers didn't even draft Jordan Mason.
Wow, man.
He wasn't even drafted. And he comes in and runs for 147 yards. The moment McCaffrey misses a game.
And Evan brought up Pacheco from the Chiefs. He wasn't the front. Like, the dude's a featured back.
I mean, it's just making me rethink.
I don't like it either.
Like, on the one hand, it's, hey, McCaffrey. Who's the most important guy in the 49ers? Well, it's either Purdy or McCaffrey. And I'm sorry, and I want to know what 49er fans think of this. I mean, is it as simple as he can plug a guy in there? We know that Kyle Shanahan, his first 5 years with the Niners, had 5 different leading rushers.
Yes, he did.
Then they went out and they got McCaffrey, a bona fide star. And they continued to run like they've always run, and now they have a threat out of the backfield. But, like, they've always been able to run, even without McCaffrey.
So it's the system.
So maybe you shouldn't have paid McCaffrey this summer.
Ooh.
And I'm not saying because of the injury. I'm just saying.
Well, it's a short sample size right now, right? Minnesota loads the box with 6 D linemen, and now they got to pass, and there's going to be a game. It's coming, Steiny, to where if McCaffrey's not on the field, you're going to feel that. But I guess we're going on history under Kyle and what transpired Monday night.
Exactly, and that's kind of my thing. I don't think it is a small sample size. I think it's a small sample size, Jordan Mason, obviously, but it hasn't been a small sample size for Kyle Shanahan proving that he can figure out a way to run the football with just about anybody. All right, so we'll pick up this discussion on the other side. But 49er fans, if I gave you the choice, you could have McCaffrey or Justin Jefferson. Are you taking the receiver? Are you taking the receiver? 888-957-9570. Great show coming up today. We got Warren Moon, and if you don't know, that's Daryl the Guru Johnson's favorite all-time quarterback. He'll join us at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. John Sally.
Hi.
guys, when I was younger, I used to love these times more than I like to let on, quite frankly.
And these times are
when your partner's away.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
When your partner's out of town.
Alone time.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was 25, 30. You're a little younger.
Young Steiny.
You got some action, and you got buddies, I mean. And, your partner leaves and goes cross country.
You act a fool.
Especially if you have small kids and they take the kids. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You get a little bit older. Your partner goes, you know what? It just doesn't have the same zip.
Yeah.
And so you guys are...
Throw something Monday.
Yeah, maybe I'll have some guys over.
Yeah, throw something Monday night for the game.
Who's playing?
I think it's Atlanta, Philly.
You know what? But
no,
it's a school night. That's the only problem. It's a school night.
Sometimes those are the best nights.
What's the Sunday night game?
And I think that may be it. Hold on. Sunday night game. Oh, Bears, Texans.
Yeah, I'm not having a party.
Yeah, and I wouldn't come over anyway. Falcons, Eagles, Steiny.
My guy, my favorite quarterback.
Boy.
How long is he going to have that job?
Are we going to talk about Tua real quick?
Sure.
Just retire Tua. I was on him. I feel bad about his performance up into the head injury. But if anybody should have mastered the slide, Russell Wilson's the best at it. But, Steiny, how do you not know how to slide? Bottom line, partner, the Shield he's a grown-ass man, right? I can't wait to hear your answer. He shouldn't come back he shouldn't be allowed to. This has been going on, man. This is serious now. And if what we know, science about head trauma, brain bleeds, Steiny, he should be done. You gotten paid? They just paid him, but we won't even go there.
Well, I mean,
what would you tell him?
I just don't think it's that easy.
If he wants to come back and play?
Exactly. Exactly. It's a tough one because that wasn't. I mean, that didn't look like an obvious concussion to me.
His hands and are you watching his limbs?
I mean the hit.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
I mean, he had a concussion, but usually when you see a guy get hit in the head, you're like, oh. But that play at first sight, I thought I got a little awkward tackle there, and then you looked at the replay and you realized that, he got hurt in a big way.
What's it all for at the end of the day? I can't speak for another grown man, Steiny, but his loved ones got to get in his ear.
Let me ask 49er fans this, and we're just messing around before the show and picking out who the best running back is in the league, who the best pass catcher is in the league, and I just threw it at Goo. Who would you rather have, Justin Jefferson or Christian McCaffrey?
J.K. Dobbins.
Who, by the way, is racking up fantasy points.
And you have him on how many of your 9 teams?
3.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah. That's great.
Number 3.
And again, Guru says he'd rather have a Justin Jefferson. I get it. There's just something about the amount of touches a guy like McCaffrey gets where I see him. I look at his value in the amount of plays that he touches the ball. And I'm not you know what? And I'll be honest with you. I'm not skilled at noticing how a great receiver impacts a game when he's not catching the ball. I mean, and I'm not talking about blocking. I'm talking about looking at a tape and seeing Justin Jefferson run a route and watch how the defense either leans to him or shades him, which allows other things to open up. I get all that, but it's hard. That's hard for me to measure. And so I just look at it. Well, McCaffrey has 20 carries and 5 catches a game, and a great wide receiver has 6 to 8 catches a game. Even though I realize they're impacting more plays than that. I don't know. I think if you were to ask me, do I want Justin Jefferson or any other running back? I guess maybe at this point I'd take Barkley, but for some reason,
who has one playoff win under his belt and in his career, and I'm not blaming him, Steiny, but the bottom line is you got me thinking about the Niners without McCaffrey, their season's not over. Like Miami, if Tua's done, they're finished, right? You would think their hopes
Skylar,
not Clay, Skylar Thompson, like It just goes to what I think you're saying without saying it. The Niners still will be Billy Badass without McCaffrey. Let's hope that's not the case, but it speaks to the brilliance of Kyle and an undrafted free agent in J.P. Mason, who showed you if I get the opportunity running behind that line, it was 1 week, I could put up numbers, and we still can score Gertie.
Nobody calls it that. Nobody.
Steiny, the streets call it that.
No, Evan, have you ever heard that? And you live in the city.
30, we call it Gertie.
Everybody's shaking their head no.
See, Evan's so straight and hip.
Take that back to Sacramento.
Even if he hadn't said, I'm from
Sacramento.
Take
it back to the U.
Hey,
Evan, I'm willing to give Goo the benefit of the doubt, but I personally have not heard Gertie.
Gary Payton, Isaiah Ryder, all the cats from the Bay walk in here and I say Gertie. They like, okay, I know what you're talking about, Pippin. Come on, Steiny, you got to get hip like a hippopotamus.
Oh, I'm hip.
Yeah.
In fact, I got a better hip than you.
Well, can you if you got
a new one? Mine's made of steel.
But you got to go through hell in the airport. You're that guy. Norm got so much metal in him. It's like, damn it.
Yeah, I get pulled over for additional screening. Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan's in San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing?
Jonathan.
Hey, great guys. Hey, how you guys doing? I just want to say, man, I'm thinking a wide receiver. You know why? Because it's a passing league.
Wow.
And not only that, isn't this Kyle Shanahan system could literally plug you, me, and Guru, and we could run for 1,000 yards?
It feels that way.
So why are we paying a top-notch wide receiver top money, man? I'd rather have a top-flight wide receiver because those dudes, they don't need a scheme. They got skills to be wide open from the get-go. You know, they could run their routes and they'll be wide open. And like I said, it's a passing league. Isn't Patrick Mahomes the Steph Curry of the NFL? You can't beat that guy doing a dink and dunk. We already tried that. We were runner-ups 2 times in a row.
Wow. So you're saying receiver. So Jonathan, you think that one of the reasons the Niners have come up a little bit short is because in their last 2 Super Bowls, they haven't had a guy like that.
Yep. Hey, how many Super Bowls did the 49ers win with Jerry Rice?
Wow,
yeah,
there you go.
That's
5. What I said, Jay.
That would be 5.
Yep.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yep.
Appreciate the call.
He calls Willard and Dibs. I hear him in the afternoon.
Well, he's the mailman.
Yeah, I know.
But he's not the mailman that the dude from Boston wants to coach the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
Eric.
There you go. Yeah.
That's Eric the mailman.
Or Carl Malone. Black neck.
Carl Malone. Oh, he was the mailman.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We asked me what I think about Michael Jordan. He's a man.
I'm gonna give you a 3 for your Malone. I've never heard anybody try him.
What do you think of when you think of Michael Jordan? Well, Michael Jordan. Think of Michael Jordan.
I'm gonna give you a 3.
He's just a man.
Damn, Stein.
You should take some of that advice. Michael Jordan's just a man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's not a myth. I mean, he's not a spirit.
We'll see.
Thank you. You know what? No, this is what hit me. This is what hit me too over the course of this week. We used to ask listeners, well, you know, who's the most important player on the Niners? And we had a variety of answers. But I'll tell you what I don't think the answer is anymore. McCaffrey.
That is, and there's no bad in that, right? It's almost like a compliment to the system.
If McCaffrey is out for the year, and he won't be, the 49ers can still win the Super Bowl.
But I didn't think that before Monday night. I'm sorry.
Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Yeah.
They have no chance to win the Super Bowl.
Man.
And
what is that saying?
Well, it might come back. It may simply come down to who is the next man up. The next man up from McCaffrey is Jordan Mason. Maybe he's really good. And the differentiation between Jordan Mason and McCaffrey, you know, is let's say this wide. You know, maybe 8 inches wide. Well, what's the difference between Trent Williams and Jalen Moore? That's the backup, right? Jalen Moore.
Okay, good call.
Well, it's much bigger than that. So if Trent Williams goes out, you have a monster drop-off there. if Purdy goes out, I think you're going to have a noticeable drop-off.
And that's why it's the most important position in the game.
And for McCaffrey, I'm not saying you want to win without him.
Right. Nobody is.
But I think they can.
And the game, Steiny, is to move the chains, right?
Yeah.
There's all kind of styles to different running backs, but the bottom line is if you're getting 3-4 yards a pop, you got action. And you are right. I believe just like what we do here. We do radio, Steiny. I'll lick you in the face and say you got more responsibilities doing all the ins and outs, driving Evan crazy when you miss stuff. But, I'm coasting and you got it's a little more difficult. And that's, to me, is the quarterback drop-off. Is it easier not to be McCaffrey, but go get those 3 to 4 yards to keep the drive going as a running back, as opposed to all the responsibilities that come with being a successful starting quarterback, and then when you run a Skylar Thompson out there or Dobbs or Allen? Like, there's no doubt if Purdy goes down, Steiny, my confidence goes down the drain.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks.
I won't do that with McCaffrey, and hopefully we don't see it, but it's just reality.
Well, I think the difference is if you don't have Purdy, you can't win the Super Bowl. If you don't have McCaffrey, it's going to be harder to win the Super Bowl.
But you still can.
Exactly. 415, see, this is an interesting point from our friend Murillo in Petaluma. He said, well, the question was about two specific players, McCaffrey and Jefferson. It wasn't about the position. Between the two, the answer is McCaffrey. And I think what Murillo means is if you're just talking about the position, it's wide receiver. Well, that tells me that Christian McCaffrey's in a group of how many running backs, would you say? Like, how many running backs are at McCaffrey's level or in his tier?
3.
Who?
I'll go Barkley when healthy.
Okay.
I'll go, and I'm reaching now.
Jordan Mason.
I'll give you a 4 for that. Is he going to do this
all day?
No, but he's off to a good start. I'll go Mixon. I'll throw Mixon in there. But there are no Tony Dorsett's or Franco Harris's or Roger Craig's or Earl Campbell's.
McCaffrey's kind of like Roger Craig.
No, I got him in the 3, outside of that.
Oh, outside of that. Outside of that.
Yeah.
I got you. Mike B says CMC over JJ all day long unless you have a good quarterback. Look at Jimmy G with Devontae Adams. Nothing. Jimmy G with a running game beats the Packers in the playoffs with 8 throws. 8 throws. All right.
But he was in that system, that Jedi system.
Oh, this is interesting. From the 415. If you ask 31 teams who they would want to take off the Niners, either for their own team, what player would other teams take from the Niners? If you said to the Tennessee Titans,
McCaffrey
you
would
can
go
have
first.
anybody.
McCaffrey would go first.
Not according to this guy.
Yeah, I think there's a couple other options.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Who, Evan? Who would you get? Before you go, Sonny, Evan, who would you go first?
A quarterback.
Oh.
Brock?
That's not even what the 415 has. He says if you ask 31 teams who they'd want from the Niners, it would be Debo or Trent Williams.
I'm not mad at that.
Interesting.
But I think McCaffrey would go before Debo.
Well, we can do it this way. 888-957-9570. If you're a Niner fan and I said, what player could you least afford to lose? In other words, what guy can you not have taken off your team? That's where I think it isn't McCaffrey.
Well, it's Purdy then. But that's because
what about Trent? Can they win a Super Bowl without Trent but with Purdy?
Right now, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because he does two things, right? He's responsible for blocking and...
You going to win a quarterback win a Super Bowl with Brandon Allen?
Oh, no. That's why that's why my answer was Purdy. I said
I didn't answer it. I'm in the middle.
But...
Well, I'm waiting for you to answer, Steiny.
Well, whatever the one...
Take your jacket off. You're making me hot.
It's cold in here today. Right. I'm going to try to give the answer that Evan won't disagree with.
Oh, gosh.
Who do we think it is, Purdy? It's Purdy.
Well, just go around the league. Yeah. How many teams, if I told you you're playing them this week, you got to win the game.
Okay.
Which player are you taking off their team?
The 49ers, to give yourself the best chance to win.
Well, actually, this weekend might be a good example because who are you taking off the Vikings?
Justin Jefferson.
Not Sam Darnold.
Oh, my gosh, no.
Right. I think if the Vikings, this is kind of fun, actually. If the Vikings could say, we want one guy not to play, I think it would be Purdy. What do you think?
I agree.
And that was
I'd rather play Josh Dobbs or Brennan Allen.
Oh, my gosh.
I could also see another team maybe saying Trent Williams.
Wow.
Another team.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I do agree. I think most people would take Purdy there.
And not to make people's heads hurt, but the bottom line is.
Too soon.
You know what? Damn, Evan, you're special. Listen, Steiny, who's the best offensive player in football right now?
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Non-quarterback.
Okay.
I'm taking McCaffrey.
Okay. Fair enough.
I understand that.
Okay.
But he's in a system that could still function without him, to where if we went to all kind of other systems around the league and you took their McCaffrey off, you got no action. Like, that's how highly I think of
But interestingly, only two other teams have him. Only two other teams have a McCaffrey. You know what I mean? If he's in a group of Mixon and Saquon Barkley, and then there's
Jamar
a drop
Chase?
off.
He's incredible with Cincinnati. He wasn't incredible last week, but you know what I mean? I got him right.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Get it started. Let's go, Philmo. Get it started, buddy.
Yeah. I got to reroute y'all, bro. Y'all talking all this cute stuff. This is week 2. We talking soup. What are we talking about? We got to play the Vikings on Sunday, and y'all talking about who would you have if you want to win? Who would you take out? Man, I don't care about no Super Bowl. We on week 2. If y'all don't get y'all show together right now, nobody cares about McCaffrey or who would I rather have, all this cute talk. We need to focus on Brian Flores and the Minnesota Vikings defense.
Yeah, that'll move the needle.
Real talk.
Brian Flores will move the needle.
I'm shocked.
Get him, Goo.
And we don't even know if McCaffrey's and we don't even know if McCaffrey's playing. Wow, Michael.
That's my point. We don't need to be worrying about, who do you think you can have and not have to get to the Super Bowl?
Who
do you
that
think
ain't
we
me,
need?
Mike.
Everybody for the Vikings. We need everybody
Well,
for the
you're
Rams.
going to have everybody.
Well, hey, we got to get it together, bro. But talking about what can happen if we don't have this person, can we make it to the Super Bowl without this person? No.
Why don't you call the Heat and get the topics changed?
Mike, it's your reality, though, bruh. I get it. You know, if you want the ball, you can get the ball. But the bottom line is, it ain't cute. It's your reality. This umbrella of is he going to play or not play has basically hijacked the Niners season. We'll get to the game. We will. I feel you. But the bottom line, Michael, I'm just telling you is, what are you going to, is he in? Is he out? And I could tell it's bothering you. That you're taking it out on us. It's bothering you,
That's
Mike.
a good call.
It is bothering him, and I get it because he's a diehard. But he doesn't know how to process, is he playing or not, and he's lashing out at us. Go ahead, Mike. I get it.
Let me just say one thing. You guys are talking about, who would you rather have, Justin Jefferson or Christian McCaffrey? Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a four.
So my point is, I'm saying that all that is cute and all. Y'all talking like we got Super Bowls up under our belt. We have 0-0 nilch for 30 years. So until we get one Super Bowl, then we can start talking about, okay, who'd you rather have? McCaffrey, Debo, Trent, all this other cute stuff. But until then, we better win on Sunday.
Yeah.
All this talk about Super Bowl,
you know what?
we better win on Sunday.
You know what, Mike?
All this talk about
You know what, Mike? That's not how we do it here.
I love
we ain't
Mike.
talking A-gap.
But Mike is missing the rat on the table. This is all.
Mike's mad.
This is the origin of this conversation. It stems from McCaffrey.
Exactly.
Is he in or out?
You are not doing a great job.
Hey, he was hot. Mike is hot. But
you know what?
This stems from, and they win without him.
Dude, Guru, and I try to point this out every time it happens. Your understanding of people.
Oh, that was
incredible. You can read people like the back of your hand.
He's frustrated.
And that's right.
I got it. I'm here for you.
He was
Mike.
lashing out.
No doubt about it.
It had nothing to do with us.
No doubt about it.
He
man.
was lashing out.
He's frustrated. You saw that.
Mike?
He ended it with the non-Super Bowls, getting blue balls for the Super Bowl.
You know what?
I've been there.
Take care, Mike.
We're here for you, Mike.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, maybe I'll invite you over to watch watch the game this weekend.
Yeah,
we'll see. We're not there yet.
Right. Mike was hot. But come on, Mike, you got to follow with the class. Keep up. Don't fall behind. We're talking about.
Exactly. Come on, Mike.
Who on
Sit
this
up in the
earth-
front row next
Real quick,
week.
Steiny, who on this earth knows if McCaffrey's going Sunday?
Nobody.
possibly.
Maybe 5
But
people.
wouldn't that bother you?
Well, apparently it doesn't bother Mike.
No, that's why he's lashing out. It does.
I know.
Ain't gonna hear I'm the
Oh, yeah. You know what? Hey, you know what, Mike?
The
now you brought this on yourself.
Come on, boy. It's one question about this game.
Right.
Is
And
Mason going to be the guy?
I think it's fair. Hey, would you rather have a great receiver or a great running back? Yeah, cute stuff. Stuff.
As far as mechanics,
Hey, you know what?
Nobody can lash out with the best of them like Mike. He's
Well, you can.
Well, I
you know what?
And
I don't do this.
At us, Steiny.
I don't do this often.
He got at us.
Sometimes I do it on the YouTube chat. Mike, you're done.
No.
Mike's done.
Nah, you got
Possibly.
That's a group
it's
decision.
just a figure of speech.
Okay,
It doesn't really mean he's done. But
Until the end of the week.
Yeah, he was lashing out, Evan.
He was.
He's frustrated.
Hey, Mike married? You know?
I think he's single.
Well,
yeah.
There's another reason.
But he's married to the game.
But
so he's a diehard.
He's got a void. There's a
We
deep,
all do.
yawning chasm.
We all do stuff.
somewhere.
Get off of Mike.
No, I'm not going to get off of Mike. Mike's got 3.5 hours coming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Mike wanted that 12 personnel talk.
You know what? Go to Dibley for that. He's great.
Dibbers.
He's great at that. Great at that stuff.
Trying to bring us down on a payday Friday.
Yeah, he can't. He can't.
I had to get at
He's
him.
reaching. Yeah. He's reaching. It's like Curry on defense sometimes. Or Westbrook. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got Jaime in San Pablo and Jonathan in San Leandro. We'll take you on the other side. Someone wants to respond to Filmo Mike.
Oh.
And I got more to say about Filmo Mike. I just don't understand.
Mike.
I just don't understand the vitriol. You know, and here's the other thing, Mike. Here's the other thing. Mouth. You know, we've gotten specific instructions from the boss. And you know what they are? 2 words, he says. Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun.
My buddy Tone's mad at us. We didn't mention
Not
Tyreek.
another one.
Oh, that's my guy.
Okay.
Hey, Tyreek Hill, we didn't mention. You know, when I said Justin Jefferson, he thinks Tyreek Hill, but he's up there to cheetah. Not yesterday in regard to fantasy points.
So I can assume you'd rather have Tyreek Hill than McCaffrey.
No, that was Tone's answer.
No, but would you take Tyreek Hill over McCaffrey?
No.
So you think Jefferson's better than Tyreek?
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to respond to Filmo Mike? Now's your time. Where did it come from and why? Where did it come from and why? That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Stop hating on Moody.
He stinks.
No, you stink.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff.
Emmanuel Sanders.
That's Scotty signed the contract. You're a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we're talking about the pressing issue of the day, and I think a lot of Sunday's games going to come down to, I think, the health of Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah,
I mean, he's listed as questionable, and the question is, can Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave, can they wreak some havoc up the middle?
Yeah,
against Darisaw is a hell of a player.
Look at my man.
He's a hell of a player. And Eddie Ingram, of course, anchors that line along with Brian O'Neill and Blake Brandel.
Now, I don't know if you know, Stoney,
we're talking O-line and A-gaps today for Mike.
And I'm going to go D-line for the Vikings because they got to revamp.
Okay, hold on. Let me get their depth chart up.
All right.
Okay,
they don't have a Bosa or a T.J. Watt or a Micah, but they do have Andrew Van Turner, rookie Dallas Turner, who got a sack last week against the Giants. So I can't wait to see Brian Flores, Steiny, who took Kyle's offense behind the shed on Monday night. I know who wasn't there or whatnot, but I am telling you, we are going to see a six-man loaded box to where they're like, Purdy, you're going to beat us in there. Not that you can't, but if y'all leave Minnesota with a dub, it's going to be Purdy throwing the ball, hopefully to Kittle, to Ayuk and Debo, and the rest of the gang. And I do got to say this. I don't know if you caught the morning roast, but they got a new segment where Shasky saying 5 plays he wants to see, and then they go back after the game during the week to see if he saw those plays.
Right.
But he mentioned Kittle on a certain play. I want to see Kittle just a red zone target, my friend. Just throw it to him in the red zone. I don't care what play it is. Just the RC Owens alley-oop or give me something.
Well, he can't jump.
Who this guy? Kittle's a wrestler. He can jump, Stein. He can
He's
get
a
up
lineman.
there.
Okay. Now, I wasn't going to do this.
Yeah.
And I need some 49er fans here to back me up. And we're going to go on the offensive against the goo. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Take your red zone discussion and stick it.
Okay. 2 of 5 last. Hey, 60%.
Here's what you don't get.
That's not
6
60.
field goals.
Yeah.
6 field goals.
Hey.
Okay. First of all, just a question. Who led the league last year in red zone percentage of touchdowns? Percentage of touchdowns in the red zone. Who led?
I'm going to say the Niners.
That's correct.
All right.
They were the team that scored the most
now, what
touchdowns.
about the Super Bowl? This is how the Guru computer works.
Well, this is
take that and stick it up. Where?
No.
I got. Hey,
they were the best team in the red zone last year.
In the regular. What about the Super Bowl and the playoffs?
Now let's go to game 1.
Okay, 2 of 5.
Right,
40%.
You do realize, the first field goal. You say 6 field goal. They didn't get into the red zone on the first field goal.
Totally.
They got to the 29.
Gotcha. All right.
46 yards.
Yeah, but you're still the Niners. Punch it in.
On the fourth field goal, they got the ball to the 35-yard line. That's it.
Okay, what about the fumble? What about the fumble from Breece Hall where you got it like at the 25 or the 27?
That's not the red zone. That's not the red zone.
Get it in the red zone.
Well, they didn't.
You're 10 yards away from getting it in the red zone. That's all.
They didn't.
I'm not nitpicking.
Yeah, you were.
I appreciate the effort. I get what you're saying.
You do realize.
But in the Super Bowl, the reason they lost is they couldn't get it in.
That's not the reason they lost.
It is, Steiny.
That's not the sole reason they lost.
It was part of it, a majority. You get one of those opportunities and you win the game.
All right, you want to know what I think? And you're going to probably come down my road.
No, I'm in a good mood.
There's no such thing as red zone scoring, as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of, it just works out the way it works out.
Will you say this to the great Warren Moon? Say, hey, Warren, real quick before we get started. I told my fans and my people this. He would be like, what?
My point is this. Every team gets into the red zone. Every team converts a certain amount of touchdowns, field goals, and fumbles. It's like the teams that score in the red zone tend to be good. They're good teams. Yeah. The teams that don't score as much in the red zone, they're not as good. And
you killed me with last year's stats during the regular season. But that's Super Bowl.
I'm
when you're as
honest.
dominant as the Niners, I hold you to your standard.
Yeah, I'm being honest. I don't think so. I would never. In a crazy way, and I know there's going to be stats. I get there's stats
for everything.
But when it comes to the red zone, sorry, we got a red zone problem. Well, okay, what can you do? I mean, you try to score as much as you can in there. You run your best plays possible, and the 49ers in that situation scored more touchdowns in the regular season last year than any other team. Okay, in the Super Bowl, they missed a couple opportunities in the red zone, but I don't think they have a red zone problem.
Well, I would be a fool to say that, but what I have been consistent with, Steiny, is you got a 6'4", 250-pound tight end who I think is ultra athletic, and I've been saying this, but Steiny, I'm not saying this predicated on the 6 field goals in one game. I'm really not, but I am bringing in the playoffs where you had 7 points in 2 games at halftime at home because I want to know what happened to the offense. Chalk that down. I brought up last year. But my point is, if you get more opportunities moving forward, can we see George Kittle just a pass to him in the red zone, like they did Brent Jones, Dwight Clark, who else? Todd Christensen, Jason Witten. The great Kellen Winslows. Those are the times you use your guy.
I'm just saying.
I would like to see the Niners do that more moving forward.
And I'm just saying that if you drive the football down to the 35 and you stall,
that's not the red zone.
And and your kicker kicks a 55-yard field goal. It's like, I don't look at that as, we missed out on 4 points. Right. Or we can't keep doing it. It's like, you're at the 35. Yeah. It's only a third of the field. I mean, it's only 2/3 of the field you've covered. And you still got a third of the way to go.
I just want to see more of them. But Steiny, at the end of the day, he got 4 for 40. Had 5 targets thrown his way. Caught 4 passes, 40 yards. But, again, I think he could do more in the passing game.
All right, well then.
And I know a former player feels that way, and I'm not just saying that because the player told me. I'm going to quit saying his name, but. Yeah.
John Taylor.
Oh, my gosh.
John Taylor.
Yeah.
I don't know. John Sally.
We haven't talked about one big element of this game. Michael. Have you ever broken up and then you see your ex somewhere? You always want to look good. You always want to make sure your stuff is in order, right? Sam Darnold's ex is the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
And I do wonder, they had success against the Giants. We know what he was supposed to be coming out of college, Stoney, but this is his revenge game. And I know at the end of the day, once the ball's kicked off, all that goes out the window. But we saw, who can I think of? Jordan Poole come back and play the Warriors. Yikes. Didn't go kind of the way, he would want it to go. I wonder what we get from old Sammy Sunday, Stoney.
I wonder. Who do you give the advantage to? The 49ers? The 49ers because they know Darnold, or the Vikings because Darnold knows the Niners?
I'm going to give it to the Niners because I don't think Darnold knowing anybody has ever worked. You know what I mean?
He knows that 49er offense inside and out.
Right, but
he just tells their defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, and now we got trouble.
Take that, Mike.
That's what I wonder about. I wonder how important it really is that Darnold played for the Niners last year in terms of information that each team would have on the other team. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find. It's only Niners only favored by 5.5.
They're on the road, bro.
But they're the
Vikings are 1-0
in the NFC. They played the Giants.
Okay.
I don't even want to call them.
They shut them down.
Yeah.
So what?
Right. Daniel Jones, Steiny. They were waiting for him as he walked to his car and booed him. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Fans are the worst. They're the worst.
When they're not happy. We just heard Mike. Filmo Mike was venom.
And the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl probably. And he's still mad.
No, they got a game this Sunday.
That's why the fans are the worst.
We'll see.
Most fans, most football fans don't appreciate how good they have it.
No, I think you underestimate. Fans are tired of the old, put a ring on it. Tomorrow's not promised. Look at Tua. Do we really step back in sports and understand how fragile this thing is, Stoney, how things can change and injuries can change it all? Tua may never see the field again, or maybe he will. But that's why Niner fans are frustrated, I believe. I'm frustrated for him. I'm frustrated for Kyle.
Okay. I get that you were frustrated by losing the Super Bowl last year.
In overtime.
You can't be frustrated now. It's a new season. You're 1-0. You got the Vikings coming up next.
Steiny, Filmo, Mike. I got you.
I mean, seriously.
That pain doesn't go away. The wins help it, numb it. But at the core of it, the essence of it, Steiny, it is, you can't fast forward to January.
I know you can't. So
play your Lynch sound. TK.
We should have that on the board.
Okay, because that's your go-to.
We should have that on the board.
You can't assume anything.
That I can bring it up anytime.
I don't want to tempt you.
Yeah. We'll see. That's my exact. We'll see.
Well, who called in yesterday and I did have a real problem with it. I'll tell you in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What I'm sensing among 49er fans is it's going to be, do you think it's, let me ask, is there a segment of 49er fans that just aren't going to enjoy the regular season? Like, they're just not going to be able to enjoy it because of the past and the fact that they've had good teams in the regular season before. Are we really going to?
Nah.
Are we? If they beat what? They got the Cowboys and the Chiefs back to back,
and they
something
got
like that.
The Rams next week.
Yeah, I mean, if the 49ers start 9-2, are the fans really not going to be happy? Instead, they're going to be, well, we've been here before.
No, they're watching.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, my book's coming out. Fan, that's the name of it. And I'm telling you, Steiny, there'll be pleasure. So there's no way, and you're right, no Niner fan, as hurt as they are, they're watching, but the expectation is through the roof now. But you still appreciate the dub that week. But you're right, that void of, is this real? And it starts to fester more as the Niners, let's just say, Steiny, they start off 8-2. which nobody would be shocked, 11-3. You know, it's like, oh my God, here we go again. Am I going to be heartbroken? And psychological, it hurts, but there's no way, and I'm telling you, I'm being real, that a win every Sunday does not help. No doubt about it. But you're watching it like you're just, they better not F this up.
Yeah. You hate to see it.
Yeah. Man.
That's an inside joke.
Yeah. Evan didn't remember, but
it's an inside joke.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about, Evan?
Well,
I'm not going to say it on the air.
Don't rob a bank with Steiny. Hey, here's my license. We're getting away. I'm leaving my license right here. Yeah. Good God.
Just wave to the camera.
No, damn wave to it. What are we doing? Keep moving.
Oh, man. You don't listen. If you're a 49er fan, listen to your boy Steiny. There's no need to feel heartbroken right now. It's a good chance you'll feel that in January.
Well,
so don't.
Wouldn't that mean, though, that Niners fans would actually enjoy the regular season more? No, like most of them. I think that's what Mike is so angry about, is he wants to just enjoy the regular season before heartbreak.
But see, I'm going Dr. Phil, Evan. I don't see it that way. And I think that's why that vitriol is what it was with Mike, because the regular season will never supersede that pain of the last decade. That's just me. Evan could be right, but that he was lashing out. That was like, I get it. I understand it. You know what I mean?
It's like Michael Scott. You know, I'm ready to be hurt again.
Well, that's a 3.
Oh, boy.
What?
Who's that?
Oh.
Who's that? Michael Scott? Oh, I know who it is. It's the, he used to work the board, right?
That's Alex Scott. Alexander Scott. It's not
Who's
him.
Mike Scott?
Used to pitch for the Astros.
He was good.
He's the main character in The Office.
All right, give it to me, Evan.
He just told you.
I don't know who the guy is.
Main character in The Office.
Wait, what's his name?
Michael Scott, played by Steve Carell.
I've watched that show.
Yeah,
I just didn't know that was his
classic,
name.
man.
Okay, what was the name of the young dude who liked the receptionist?
Jim? Or John Krasinski?
Look at my man.
It's a great show.
It is.
That's a great show.
It ain't up there with Cheers and Seinfeld, but it's knocking on the door.
What?
Good God.
I may have it supplant Cheers, because Cheers was great, but a little bit dated. If you watch
That's
it now,
what made it great.
No, but if you watch Seinfeld now, it's still funny.
Oh my goodness, Woody was so dumb. Hey, oh man.
Actually, who was dumber, Woody or Coach? They were both a little bit fried.
Coach was dated. Coach was old.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, all right. 888-957-9570. Can I ask 49ers an earnest question? Like, what is your approach to watching the 49ers this year? Are you able to wipe the slate clean from last year and the year before? And are you able to look at this team as a team that's no more or no less than 1-0 right now? And go into the year with no expectations, but thinking you're good, and riding with the team that you hope will win 11 games, and maybe that's your goal. You want to get 11 wins and get a top 3 seed. And if you're working on that kind of season, you're not going to think about the past until you get to the playoffs. Or are 49er fans so not hurt, but so
frustrated? Nah, they
flummoxed, all those things.
You're still watching and going to the game. That's, just like Monday, Steiny.
Are you, okay, are 49er fans enjoying games now the same as they did, let's say, in 2019, when the team started to win under the Shanahan regime after Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula?
That's a phenomenal question. And a
888-957-9570.
Not a diehard Niner fan. I got to believe the psychological aspect of the answer to that question is, no, you feel slighted. You still enjoy it, Stoney. Don't get me wrong. But you have that back in the back of your mind. That's the title of the jam, just like Buffalo. If you ask Buffalo Bill fan year 4 after they lost the 3rd Super Bowl, how do you think they're gonna watch? They're going to the game, But you're thinking that heart pain that heartbreak is there, Stoney. Bubbling like a zit, ready to pop.
No, I don't like that analogy.
You had acne?
I just don't like the analogy. A little bit.
It worked for me.
A little bit.
But when you have something you can see it's ready to pop and you mash it.
But everybody talks about me not being a fan. That's fine. When I was a fan of a team, and I can use the Celtics, when they lost to the Lakers in the finals, which they did twice, I approached the next year as, oh, God, we got to get over the hump. Not, we have no chance to get over the hump.
Real quick.
Or when during the regular season, the year after the Celtics would be eliminated by the Lakers, and they were on their way to a 60-win season. During that 60-win season, I was thinking, we're going to get it done this year. Okay. We're going to get it done this year.
But you had to wait, though, because you stopped yourself.
Right, but
I'm asking you, after game 3 of the 82-game season, you didn't say we're over the hump. You had landmarks of fandom of, okay, I feel good about it as it was getting, the regular season was ending. So that's all I'm saying. Niner fans aren't going to say we beat the Vikings week 1. I'm all good or I'm cured. It's something that over time.
But it's 2024.
Right.
The 49ers are 1-0.
Yep.
What does it serve anybody to focus on last year to a point where it doesn't allow you to enjoy this year because you're skeptical that they can get it done and you're waiting to get hurt again? It's a new year. And I think players can do that way better than fans.
And that's why I appreciate everybody on the Niners, the players and the coaches, for owning what starts with Fred Warner, the offseason. It's Super Bowl or bust, Steve Young, the alumni. And again, Matt, I think Fillmore Mike was hot because we haven't talked about where I'm going here. We don't know until Sunday morning if we and we will, it's about the Viking game. We don't even know if he's playing. So just think of what the Niners have dealt with just as an organization. You had to, whatever you want to call the Ayuk situation, it was a distraction. It was leading off all the shows, then accompanied by Trent Williams. And now you got this thing that could I dare say linger, Steiny, throughout the season, even though guys like you and I believe, hey, if they lose McCaffrey, they'll still be fine. But just think about what he represents and symbolizes to the hardcore fans. You need him to get to the promised land. And you don't know if he's playing Sunday. And the season started, and he already has missed one game.
Travis Irby on the YouTube chat.
Travis Irby.
So he says, John Sally, we're fans. We can focus on whatever we choose to focus on.
And there you go.
I get it.
We're all different.
That's what I'm asking you, Irby.
Oh, okay.
What are you focusing on? Because it sounds like a lot of people are focusing on last year's Super Bowl.
And there's no right or wrong.
And it's over.
And you know what? I'm psychoanalyzing Mike again.
Well, you need a whole team of doctors for Mike.
No, I got it right here. He wants to dive into the game this week so bad that you don't even have time or room to think about.
Okay.
And that's what set him off like Latifah.
Okay.
Because we were bringing up old stuff.
Well,
he is just about Minnesota and Sunday.
But it's you.
It's me.
Not me.
What
you?
Oh, so now, see,
oh my gosh, I just thought of something.
What? And it looked like you really did.
Maybe.
You got the Holy Ghost.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Doing what?
Continually bringing up the soup.
No, it's a character flaw I have of mine. I can't let go of the past. No, I'm not. No.
Is it your way to kind of stick it to Niner fans by constantly
now I'm getting mad because you're trying to separate yourself from Mike. He came in at you and I helped you, and now you're trying to say I did it. No, I get what Mike's doing, and they're fans like that. He don't want to hear a damn thing about what, Minnesota Niners. That's all Mike is about. I get it. And he lost it.
I think, you know what I think it is? At 888-957-9570. Let's put the rat on the table.
Give me the horse, Patoni.
Are you sick of Guru bringing up the Super Bowl loss? I think maybe you're the one perpetuating it, and you're worrying everybody.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
My boy is how did he know to hit that one? But they're special.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I wish we had the Steve Young sound. Like him saying what's at stake and
that's old.
Okay, but to me,
from 6 months ago.
To me, I saw him at the game. I wanted to go say something to him. Like, I appreciate that honesty. We need more of it. But Steiny, this wouldn't be the first time. Real quick here.
Yeah,
I have been accused of living in the past. I can't let it go.
I know
some stuff is hard.
I know,
and it's a flaw I have.
But we all have flaws.
Austin and San Jose, Guru is like an alternative universe. The Niners won the Super Bowl in his eyes.
I mean,
the Warriors have what, 6?
Sometimes that'll frustrate me just a touch.
Oh, man.
888-957-9570. You know what? Maybe today we're just going to make it official. We're flushing last year.
All right.
We're flushing last year.
There you go.
And anybody who brings it up, you're done. All right? You're done.
Damn, stuff like that. Me too.
No. I need you.
Yeah.
Like the flower needs the rain, you know I need you. You ever hear that song?
John Mellencamp.
It's not even close.
Who is it?
And John Salley. Like the flower needs.
How you going to say it and then not know?
Eric Carmen? Bread or ABBA? One of those three. Eric Carmen, Bread, or ABBA is my call.
Unlimited possibilities.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to get into Brock Purdy and something that hit me on the way to work today about how many games he's quarterbacked and where he's going. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
BMO knows that for business owners
like me,
time is money, so BMO moves fast.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we have time to wait for the refrain.
This is dark. I don't like this. This is when I'd break up with somebody or they would leave me or you catch them cheating. And you play this at the end of the movie and you're just reflecting. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Hey, you know what? That's one of the best bands, period.
Where are they
America.
From? Where are they from?
The name of the band is America.
I know. Where are they from?
I would assume the United States.
Hey, smart.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe Canada.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spadone.
Thanks, Spadone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming up at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, it'll be a gush fest. That's
I always
for sure.
tell them every time Spadone, I always tell them.
And you know what? I don't make fun of you. Because we all know how I get when we get a Kevin McHale in here.
No doubt. We hadn't got him since your
Robert Parrish.
Yeah. Well, we had to cheat.
Well, McHale's
John
becoming
Salad.
irrelevant because he's not really doing much these days. But 925 never mind, Goo.
Last thing about Tua, because I just saw something during the break. Yeah, no, it's not that we can't. He had the greatest quote. Not only did he kiss Tua, you could just tell how just their relationship, he loves him. He told Tua, get this, and I mean this, Bedoni. Everybody thinks I'm a joke. You're the starting quarterback of your family. You hear that? Like, that's what you're the starting quarterback for your family. It's bigger than ball, man. And I took that, like, that hit me in the cardiac, like, it's bigger things at place, Donnie. You got the money, man. Just don't come back. Easy for me to say, right?
Yes. It is easy for us to say.
But shouldn't the shield protect the player from the player when it gets to this point?
Honestly, if you want to be honest, I think it's a hard question. I think it's a hard question to answer. I think it's up to the individual. But yeah, no, a lot of people in the wake of Tua's injury are saying maybe he should call it a career. I'm trying to think. I had the guys' names written down. Louis Riddick was one guy who suggested it.
I like Riddick. Did he say hang him up, huh?
Yeah.
Or Antonio Pierce, I believe Spadoni was telling us Pierce, the Raider head coach, was.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate the honesty.
Where is it, Spadoni? Middle, top right, Arifa. Oh, my bad. This is Antonio Pierce on Tua.
I'll be honest, I'll just tell him to retire. It's not worth it. Wow. It's not worth to play the game. I haven't witnessed anything like I've seen that's happened to him 3 times. Scary. You can see right away the players' faces on the field. You can see the sense of urgency from everybody to get Tua help. I just think at some point, he's going to live longer than he's going to play football. Take care of your family.
Wow. He's going to live longer than he's going to play football. So why take off of that if you know what I mean, Stoney? I know.
What's Tua, 25?
Man.
26.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is.
But what's his brain, Stoney? We found out that these concussions, they're minor brain bleeds, not even minor, so yeah, that's his age. But what's his the brain's age with these hits?
No, I get it. I think it's sad and it's scary. I mean, I don't want to disagree with you just for the sake of disagreeing with you.
No, and there are people saying they're going to be back out there.
Football, man.
Yeah, no doubt. This is what you sign up for?
It's what we also sign up for. It's still got to be his decision, I would think, unless the Dolphins want to say we can't take the risk. I don't know. It's a tough one. There
you go. Yeah.
Let's go to Patrick. Patrick's in Stockton. What's up, Patrick? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Speaking of the Shield, the Niners might be facing a little bit of trouble with this McCaffrey situation.
How come?
Let's just say, well, let me give you the facts.
Sure.
Okay.
So the McCaffrey deal, we found out an hour before kickoff that McCaffrey wasn't going to play. That's what the timeline is on that.
Right.
But Mason made a mistake and said in an interview, when they were interviewing, the lady asked Mason, when did you find out you were going to start? And he said, I found out on Friday.
Right.
if that's true, and the Niners withheld that information until an hour before kickoff, we're talking millions of dollars they could be fined.
Yeah, and appreciate the call, Patrick. We were kind of aware of that after Monday's game. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but in the wake of that game, I did see a story from Matt Barrows in The Athletic that the league at this point was not investigating that.
All right.
And right after the game, I'm not saying he's telling the truth or he's not telling the truth, but Kyle Shanahan said he never told him he was going to start. He told him to be ready because McCaffrey was a little dinged up and he might not be able to play, so be ready. And I guess that's really the difference, saying be ready and not saying you're starting.
A little bit of breaking news here, boys. Per Adam Schefter, the Vikings have ruled out wide receiver Jordan Addison for Sunday's game against the 49ers due to ankle injury.
Okay.
So,
and
Jordan Addison, who had a huge play, obviously, last year before the half.
Play of the game.
Steve Wilkes, all-out blitz, failed. Travis Ward can get the pick. Addison gets the touchdown.
All right. So no Jordan Addison.
What do they have? Aaron Jones out the backfield? Like, they're going to double Justin Jefferson, the Niners that is. So, again, Steiny is 5.5. It's football, but I'm just like, from an offensive standpoint, if I'm the Vikings, I got Justin Jefferson and what? So, we'll
Brandon
see.
Powell?
Yeah, we'll see.
He actually
Addison
didn't have a bad game against the Niners. All their receivers played pretty well that night last year in the 22-7 to 17 win.
Yeah. Cross country, 10 o'clock game.
And in honor of Filmo Mike, what we could do is, you were talking about revenge games.
Yeah.
Well, if Jordan Addison's not playing, that opens up the door for Trent Sherfield.
Oh, your man.
Trent Sherfield.
Got one from Trey in preseason.
Oh, he did. He did. Yeah, I do too. 650-SIN, I disagree with the last caller. Just because Mason was told he'd start does not mean McCaffrey wasn't going to play.
And even if they got fined, they got the money. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? It wasn't like you're losing the draft pick if they did want to investigate.
I wonder. But it would seem to suggest that they're not going to be able to do the same thing this week.
Well, no, the rat's on the table now. Like, it's so severe. He's missed an injury. Everybody knows now. It's about pain threshold, but the paperwork is the paperwork. Like, they're going to do the same thing, I believe, an hour before what we got the sound. Christian McCaffrey himself saying, hey, it's all how it feels when I wake up Sunday morning, Stoney.
So they're just going to go into week 2 and maybe subsequent weeks saying questionable.
Yeah.
I guess they will.
Do you think there's any collateral damage on that? Or, Guru, you're a fool. It's sports. You got to be ready to go when you're ready to go. Because before you answer, what fascinates me is if they do get McCaffrey Sunday, let's just say he played, is Kyle going to do anything different in regard to the disbursement of carries or usage for what we think is an injured Christian McCaffrey, Stoney, or is he going to be, no, hey, dude, you said you could play? I'm going to use you just like we always have. That's the game within the game for me. And I won't question Kyle, but if we don't see any adjustment or proration, Stoney, wouldn't you be like, was that the best thing to do, Coach?
Here's where I think that we missed the boat. And it's the head scratching about what to do. Like, I think Kyle Shanahan's role in this is pretty simple. I think he says, hey, Doc, can he play or can he not play? And the Doc will either say, well, he's cleared to play. And at that point,
he's cleared.
At that point, Shanahan's going to play him. Or the doctor's going to say, well, he could play and he's cleared, but he does have some discomfort in that. Well, then that is Kyle Shanahan's decision. But what I'm telling you is, anytime you ask a coach, what's the status of this player, they always say, it depends what the doctors say. Doctors say he can play, he plays. Doctor says you can't play, he can't play. And I don't know what the doctors are saying about McCaffrey. I think he's probably cleared to play, but they know he's not by the work he's either not doing at practice or what he's not able to do at practice, they probably will be very, very cautious. I mean, you can't tell me that he wouldn't be cleared to play if this were a playoff game, obviously. So I don't know.
But he still, or only God can, Stoney, the football gods. The rat on the table here, nobody wants to talk about it, is the Achilles part of this injury. Because the worst case scenario is that thing were to go and then he'd be out in the season. And why I want to commend Christian McCaffrey is when you hear him talk, he is so definitive and basically not afraid of that possibility or whatever happens. He's looking at it from the gladiator that he is, Steiny, and he's like, if I'm ready, I'm going. And I just wonder if the entity, which is the team, is trying to say, Steiny, I know if you think you're feeling good Sunday, but we would just feel better if you gave it a couple more weeks. And yeah, I'm saying that as a fan and a spectator, but Steiny, it looks like McCaffrey's so like, if I feel good, goo, I'm going out there and I want 25 touches. And that, like,
I gotta be careful here.
Okay,
but I'm struggling to even talk about this because, like, there's kind of nothing to talk about.
Well, you said that when you made fun of me about being worried.
Like, we know nothing.
We know he missed a game.
Right.
And we know when this started.
But
I said that was alarming.
But we can't make a judgment on when he will play next.
No, that I got.
So
that I got.
I feel like.
But it is a distraction. Can't we at least give it that?
You know what? What if I said no? Is Jordan Addison a distraction? He was just ruled out for the Vikings. Was Raheem Mostert a distraction? He didn't play last night for the Miami Dolphins.
Well, there's a sense of closure there because
why?
Addison just ruled out, nothing to see here.
Well, what about
the
next
Niners
week?
are taking this up to Sunday morning.
Right.
And again, it might not mean nothing for the team. Wouldn't you want that answer definitive by Thursday or Friday, today? That's all. And again, it might not mean anything, but if this is going to be maybe par for the course for the rest of the season, that's kind of what I mean. That's all.
Like, we have no idea. He might play against Minnesota, and he might miss 10 games. Like,
right.
That's all just the way it is. Right. And I think
your point is just don't worry.
I think there's a lot of injuries like that in the NFL. Like even Jordan Love, 3 to 6 weeks?
Yeah.
But they're saying, he might be able to come back sooner than 3 weeks. Well, what if he gets hurt again? Like, I think coaches measure this kind of stuff by the week, by the day, and I'm going to operate under the assumption he's probably not playing against the Vikings.
And I don't want to come across, you let me know how I'm sounding for real. I hope I'm not sounding like the sky is falling. I'm just saying this, obviously is not how you want it to be going into each week. But it looks like that because of this injury and the status and the uncertainty, that's kind of what it's going to be for the next month, maybe.
Well, again, that's what to me is futile. Like he might have to miss with that? He might have to miss a month. Right. Well, it's based, it's not based on anything, kind of. Right. It's and like the one thing that I would say is, I think we could all pretty much assume they'll be careful, right? They'll be careful.
They will.
Yeah, the 49ers.
But when you play the game and he's out there we saw with Tua, there is no being careful on the football field.
Well, that's just a fact of life.
All right.
And that's actually the one thing that hit me last night when I'm watching that game and I see Tua get a concussion. And in a way, I'm thinking, well, their season's done. That team is in a lot of trouble. But then I'm thinking, man, that's a young quarterback who now things are in jeopardy. And that's why, to me, I would try to enjoy every game.
Yeah.
Because that's all you got.
All right.
I mean, it's all you got.
Now, that sounds like something I would say, but in this instance, I'm kind of bringing up all the past, but I get that.
So I was thinking about this for Brock Purdy, about how do you assess him? And this is the thing that is starting to hit me. So he's played 22 regular season games and he's 18-4 and he's been terrific in those games. And I'm looking at this year and I'm starting to realize that kind of unfortunately for Purdy, I don't think the last 2 years really matter. Now, they've established a baseline. Like, if he is this quarterback, we're going to have to pay him. And I think he will be this quarterback. But, people thought Tua was going to have a great year maybe. And now they got to find out if he's going to play again. So, Purdy's quarterback 22 regular season games, and ideally this year he quarterbacked 17. Mm-hmm. That's like almost half. Like he's almost going to quarterback half his entire career this year. And I think what's at stake is what happens in the next 16 games. Like, I think that's going to be...
I feel like that's unfair, and you could be right.
I know, but I think it's the way it is.
And the premise of leading a team to a Super Bowl a year after, on the fly, you took the job, and you took the team to the NFC Championship game, Steiny. I'm not saying you're wrong. No, I'm just giving you facts. How can that not mean anything? Like, you're right. I know going forward, and starting this week, it's still, hey, you're still auditioning, but I guess I'm just having a problem with the premise of, you got to those heights, but now it's really go time in regard to how we break you down and analyze you.
I guess what I'm saying is...
Because that's a lot of good being wiped away that he's done.
How many... But here's the thing, and this is the part that I don't understand. And it's Brock Purdy's been... How many quarterbacks came into the league and were good, and then they weren't? And I think there's a lot of them.
Kaepernick.
I think there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, if Brock Purdy has a great year, he will get paid. If he doesn't have a great year, then I don't know what's going to happen with him. And I don't like, the one thing I'm trying to figure out is, what does a bad year even look like for Brock Purdy? Because it's hard for me to imagine a bad year from Purdy in this type of an offense.
Well, let's say 23, I know he didn't throw any of either Monday night, but let's say 23 touchdowns to 16 interceptions. That's a bad, to me, with the standard he's come in with, I'd be like, whoa,
And they go 11-6.
Yeah, and losing the first, that would be kind of, whoa, that's some regression.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering
about.
And
I don't think we're going to see anything remotely close to that. Like, I think Minnesota's going to shut down the run or do a damn good job selling out to stop the run with the six-man front. And now this will be the Brock Purdy game or the passing games game or opportunity to show, hey, we did it in the air. Debo Kittle, Juwan Jennings, even Jordan Mason out the backfield and Ayuk. Like, I could totally see that happening. But that's game 2, you know, still.
Right. I mean, 31, what was he? 31-11 last year. Touchdown to interception.
God, dog. It was MVP candidate up until Christmas game.
Right.
Right. That's a long way into the season.
I don't know. I'm just trying to but I think when a quarterback plays like Purdy early in his career, we always assume that this is what it's going to be. And when we were talking about this guy yesterday, how were Dak Prescott's first 2 or 3 years in the league?
Incredible.
Encouraging as hell, right? Now, let me ask you this. Did he get worse? No, not did he get worse. Has he not improved as much as you thought he would improve?
In the regular season, he's improved in regard to the stats and the wins. But now when you get to year 8, year 9, Donnie, you start to see, just like Niners, we can enjoy the regular season, but what are we going to do in the postseason? And that's why a lot of people, hey, you can put up the stats, you can put up the wins, but you're not the same or at your best when it's most important. And that's where I believe he's failed at. So when you talk, and it's all what your agenda is, if you're telling me it's about the wins and the stats in the regular season, he's your guy. But if you're telling me it's about wins, Brock Purdy's shown me he can take you to the Super Bowl and almost get you there. So it's all dependent on what you deem applicable, what you get off on, Stoney, what your goal is. But if I want to win a Super Bowl, I'm knocking on Mahomes' door, and I believe I'm knocking on Brock Purdy's door. I'm not knocking on Jalen Hurts' door. I'm not knocking on Lamar Jackson's door, and I damn sure am not knocking on Dak or Derek Carr. Right, and Josh Allen I'm almost going to bypass his apartment door.
Well, can I ask you about Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Why not? He had 4. Didn't he throw 4 touchdown passes in the Super Bowl?
And then
he had 1 fumble.
Right.
He had a fumble.
Right.
Is that why?
No. It goes a lot to last year. They were 10-1, and he was I don't know if they believe him, but Steiny, he had a lot around him when he went, so I don't want to hate on the kid, but I just don't think he reads it to where he can win a Super Bowl. That's just me, and I could be totally wrong.
Man. Yeah, I don't. You know why? I don't, because I've made a lot of mistakes that way. Like just ruling out a guy can or can't do it.
Well, Andy Reid for me, and I've learned from that.
Well, I mean, you haven't.
Well, no, the one win I get in it is Philly fan will say the Andy Reid thing didn't pop. What he did in Philly doesn't make them sleep better.
Right, but the question was whether he could ever win a Super Bowl, and the answer was no, and then he won a Super Bowl.
You know what, and I'm being honest with you, I always looked at it like it was going to be with Philly would he win the Super Bowl. And I guess that's where I've grown like, duh, dummy, he could go somewhere else. But the fact that tenure ended or that relationship in Philly, I think for people that said, you know what, you let a lot of chicken on the bone, Andy. You guys had a lot of chances. People would look at that, and then you see Peterson come and win a Super Bowl. And now Andy's a god in Kansas City when he gets a quarterback.
Right. And what I'm saying is, like, I don't care about the Philly fans. They're irrelevant. What I care about is there was a perception about Andy Reid that he couldn't win the big one. Not couldn't win the big one for Philly, just couldn't win the big one. Clock management issues, all that kind of stuff. And I've done that too, where you say, that guy's got nothing. He's never going to win it.
And now
they win it. So like I'm kind of done saying a guy definitely can't do something.
All right.
But
and you asked me that about Hurts, so I should say I think he's not going to, Stoney. How about that? Because I can't definitively tell you he's not.
No, and I'm not saying you shouldn't say that. I'm just saying, man,
What about Trae Young?
Trae Young, what about him?
Can he win it?
Well, yeah, but he can't be the best player on your team.
But I think you're saying no with that then.
Okay. Well, if he's the best player on your team, you're not going anywhere. So I think he's got to be.
There he is.
What?
You still do believe that there are players that can't get it done?
As a one, yeah. Like, I don't think, yes.
That's all I'm trying to say. Don't doubt yourself, Steiny.
I love this, Evan.
I don't.
Stand on it.
Why stand on business?
No, you know why? Because there's no penalty for being wrong.
I need more of this
That's
guy.
the beauty of
Lamar
life.
Jackson stinks.
There we go. Okay. And you're one of his biggest supporters.
Who?
Lamar's. I think that was, you were.
Yeah, I was kidding.
Oh, well.
Of course I was kidding. Wait, did I say Lamar Jackson stinks or Mark Jackson stinks?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, okay. I just meant Mark. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got a question, too, about the Tua thing, because a lot of people are now weighing in. I mean, who gets to make that decision on Tua? I mean, whose decision is it?
Man.
888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Don't forget, Warren Moon coming up at 1 o'clock. Warren Moon, one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever do it. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Only a few weeks left to play in the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth. So what is that? That's the caffeine, right? What were you doing, scissor?
Pause.
Oh, man, I thought I was at work with. Oh my gosh!
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up at 1 o'clock, Warren Moon.
My man.
We'll see.
Warren Moon, of course. Okay, I'm going to say it. Greatest quarterback in Houston Oilers history.
Wow.
Was he better than Pastorini?
What, Steiny?
Was he better than Dante Pastorini?
Dante.
Spadoni knows who Pastorini is. Quarterback for the Raiders.
Hey, what about the NFL? That's one of the best to ever play in the NFL.
I would say
that's how you do that.
Tom Brady.
No, I'm just saying he's up there. Warren Moon.
He's up. What do you mean?
You said is he one of the best Oiler quarterbacks. I'm saying no, best quarterbacks to ever do it.
Well,
don't rob him of.
When does your best quarterbacks ever? How many numbers are there? How many great?
Say what you mean. Say what he quarterbacked one of the biggest collapses ever in the playoffs.
No, my question is how many?
Not to Jim Kelly either. Go ahead.
How many quarterbacks would you say are all-time greats? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it?
Wow. Here we go.
Is it 50?
I could give you a quick 10. Nobody wants, but I do want to get it off. I'll leave somebody out and get mad.
I'll tell you what. Just name some quarterbacks, and I'll tell you if they were better than Warren Moon.
Dan Marino.
Yes.
All right. I wouldn't fight you there. Elway.
Yes.
Staubach.
Yes.
Troy Aikman.
Yes.
Now, what are you basing this?
Joe Montana. Steve Young.
No, Young one better than Moon.
Oh, come on.
Not to me.
888.
Young had a cowboy problem. I love you, Steve.
Oh, please.
Yep, he had a cowboy problem. Joe didn't.
You better take that sniffle back. Hey, 49er fans, you heard that. Aikman?
3 rings.
Like I'd put Aikman above.
No, I wouldn't fight you.
Montana, Young.
Roethlisberger?
No.
Big Ben?
I didn't like Big Ben.
Well, it's personal now. I got you.
I don't like
Yeah.
But no, you know what? No. I think if you're talking about the quarterback position, I think Warren Moon was better than Roethlisberger.
And I'm one of those guys that if he were in that Dallas system, would they have won those Super Bowls?
I don't know.
See, I believe so.
Okay.
All right. Well.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to.
Jim Kelly?
Yes. Better.
Would you like to guess Warren Moon's playoff record?
See, this is going to get me mad.
It might get you in trouble.
2-7.
Evan, I'm going 3-5.
3-7.
Oh.
He got the Dax. Hopefully he ain't listening.
Who, Dak or Warren Moon?
Warren.
Let's go to Will in the East Bay. Let's talk about another of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Hey, Will.
Stop! Well, good afternoon or good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you again. Always my pleasure. Don't leave out Otto Graham and Johnny Unitas, by the way.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's too old. I've got a I got a thought on this Brock Purdy thing, though. Because in a perfect world, if Kyle Shanahan expedites this offense, this team's going to do really well. But it's predicated around the run. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Just like that last game, keep that other quarterback off the field. But the catch-22 here is his numbers are going to be more pedestrian. I'm talking Brock Purdy than they were last year. Don't expect a 4,035-5, okay, and an MVP. They're going to be more pedestrian. He's going to be looked on more as a game manager. But when you look at the macro on this thing, this is a very dominant offense that's being run by a very efficient quarterback. Okay, I had one other thought too. You had touched on that Super Bowl, and all Super Bowls have their ebbs and flows unless there's a lot of sloppy play. Well, that was not the case. KC and San Francisco, aside from a McCaffrey fumble, Mahomes interception, a special teams screw up, those teams played stand-up to a draw at the end of overtime. And my point is, I kind of thought about this a lot. I think where this game was lost is I think Shanahan went up to Steve Wilks and he basically asked, are we ready to go, or are these guys gassed? And he says, no, we still got a lot of salt in the tank. Okay? And he took it. They won the toss, but they had to score a touchdown. They had to assume that the other guy on the other side, number 15, was going to come back with a touchdown, just like Tom Brady has done so many times, against Matt LaFleur. They didn't give the ball to Rodgers. You know what I'm talking about. But I think when they got the ball and they had to settle for that field goal, and I remember watching the game and I shook my head. I just said, this one's over. Right there. And I think that Lynch was really pissed off for no other reason than he basically thought that there was still something left there with the defense. And you have a defensive coordinator who doesn't allow a touchdown in a Super Bowl in regulation lose his job. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe the word that Shanahan got from Steve Wilks wasn't really accurate, that defense was, in fact, getting very tired. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just wanted to weigh in on those thoughts, guys.
No, appreciate it, Will. And we can touch on that. But I do think he's right. I think there's a chance Purdy's numbers won't quite be as good as last year. And then we got to figure or factor in what it really means. And I mean,
but it doesn't change the goal of the team.
No, but it might change the number on his deal.
No doubt about it.
And here's the other thing I'm thinking.
But even if they go far and win it all, and let's just say his numbers are pedestrian, Stoney, I know we don't want to get into this today, but wouldn't that supersede any touchdown to interception ratio?
I don't know.
I think that's what it would weigh heavy on my metric if I was like, did we get it done? If this dude runs us to the Super Bowl, obviously he had to be better than he was bad. I think that's when we're talking about resetting the market.
I mean, the other thing is, if there's a lot to me that works against Purdy. One is Kyle likes to run the football. The other thing I think that's working against Purdy is, and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but it's a different context, is if the 49ers play with a lead most of the game, they're probably going to run the ball more than they throw it. And if they don't throw it a lot and they're really, really successful, I think that plays into the conversation about Brock Purdy and what you do with him. I mean, what you pay him. But I don't know to what extent. I mean, I don't know to what extent. Damon's in San Leandro. What's up, Damon? How you doing, man?
It's a good day. It's Friday the 13th, and I was born on Friday the 13th, so I can't complain.
There you go. Yeah. Jason.
Well, today is not my birthday, but I just like Fridays. Nevertheless,
yes,
you spoke about Warren Moon being the top quarterback in Houston Oilers history. Are we forgetting George Blanda?
Oh, come on. His heyday was with the Raiders.
Well, the thing about it, he did quarterback the Houston Oilers back in the early part of their history.
Yeah,
and if I'm not mistaken, I think he won a championship.
I don't think the
AFL.
Oh, in the
AFL. Yeah.
You really think Blanda was better than Warren Moon?
Well, he also kicked field goals.
That's true. That's true. Thanks for the knowledge, David.
For the win.
Oh, that's the kind of stuff I love.
Didn't he also quarterback till he was like 50?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, my God.
Modern day Brady.
By the way, I'll wait to bring this up, but I do want to bring it up.
People saying don't forgive Steve McNair and the Houston Oiler before they went to Tennessee. He was Oiler.
How many years did he quarterback?
I want to say like 9. I'll get it for you. Go ahead.
No,
don't let you forget.
No, I want to do the thing that you got ready for me.
Well, we came in today.
Set it up.
All right, we came in today. All four of us were having the discussion about had we known that Christian McCaffrey was going to miss the Jet game, the impact individually that would have had on what we thought was going to transpire in the game. And lo and behold, the Niners clicked on all cylinders. We saw can I say a running back be born with J.P. Mason in his carries? It was 1 week, but the bigger shock to me driving to the home to Union City after the win by the Niners was, damn, this offense still can go. I know it's 1 week without Christian McCaffrey.
Sure.
So we were talking in the green room today like we do on Payday Friday, and it basically centered around how many Christian McCaffreys, how many ones at the running back position have won Super Bowls? Is that a must? Is that a mandate that if you have a star stud Eric Dickerson type quarterback, Tony Dorsett, Roger Craig, Joe Cribbs, whoever, does that get you to the dance? And what this stemmed around from was your question about how important the running back is to the quarterback and wide receiver and the discrepancy that we all know, which is the pay. So if you don't mind, what I did or what we did is I went back to 2012, the Super Bowl winners. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to list the starting running back, tailback for the teams that won the Super Bowl since 2012 up until last year.
All right. Before you do it, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. After you give us all these guys' names, is there going to be a conclusion to draw?
Well, that's up to you and you decipher, what you get from this. But it kind of bothered me.
Okay.
I got a cough.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going back to 2012.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens beat the New York Giants, and the starting running back was Ray Rice.
Okay.
Would you call him I guess he's got to be a 1, right? Evan Spadoni? What would Ray Rice be?
He used to be.
Okay, so when they won, he was still in his, we checked the box, I'm with you.
He probably was a year or two removed from first team, but he's a good running back.
Okay, 2013, Seattle Seahawks win their first Super Bowl, Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He's a 1.
Let's call him big boys.
Okay, big boys.
Yeah, big boys.
Okay, New England the year after, LeGarrette Blount.
No.
They beat the... Okay, gotcha.
Well, he is a big boy.
He's a big boy, but he ain't a 1. He's playing with you on Payday Friday.
Let me tell you something about LeGarrette Blount.
Oh, Steiny, what are you going?
He did something in college that he really got in trouble for.
Boise State.
Boise
State.
Yeah, he punched the player.
Actually, I think he hit him with his helmet.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
get sidetracked.
Oh, all right. Now you messed me up. Now we got Denver, C.J. Anderson, when they won their Super Bowl.
Go Cal.
C.J. Anderson, Steiny. I don't think he was a 1 at that juncture.
All right.
Okay. All right. Then we got LeGarrette Blount with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's was
still
way past,
a no.
Okay. And then we got Blount again with the New England Patriots in 2014.
This guy's a mercenary.
Holy hell.
Yeah, he went so.
You know what? Why is he not in the Hall of Fame?
Anyway, Sony Michel, 2000.
No.
Okay. Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Who?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Cam Akers with the Rams. No. He ain't even on the squad no more.
Well, years go fast in football. Like, you could be good last year and be terrible next year.
Kind of like McCaffrey.
Yeah. And then the last 2 years, Pacheco, who was not a top pick with the Kansas City Chiefs. So what bothers me about this list, Donnie, there's some good running backs, but not it. You don't have to have a number 1 at running back to win a Super Bowl. And I didn't like this exercise because you think of all the ones, Zeke Elliott, Barkley. Who else can we come up with that haven't even sniffed a Super Bowl? But you got average guys at the run. I'll call them 7s. I believe you can win a Super Bowl offensively with a 7 at running back, a pretty damn good offensive line, but a stud quarterback or receivers. And that's why I think the pay is what it is because if you I know running backs have different styles, but Steiny, if those holes are open, the game is move the chains. And if I can get you 3.5 to 4 yards, 3 or 4 yards a carry, I mean, you don't need Walter Payton. Just look at this list. And we went back to 2012.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question for you.
You didn't like it.
No, I do like it.
Yeah.
I do like it.
I didn't like your energy.
Well, I'm trying to
the music from Evan.
No,
you let him throw you off.
I'm trying to think of the conclusion. So let's say in the last 12 years, you don't need a big boy running back.
Is that why the pay is what it is now with the running backs and how I tried to be Malcolm X and say they're youth? I don't like what's going on. I think that this, if you allow me to insert this to the jury, present this to the jury, it kind of outside of Marshawn Lynch, Steiny, and Ray Rice, it's not a prerequisite.
No, it's not. No, I think you're right on that. The question is, if you have a big boy, you don't throw him back, right?
You don't throw him back in.
You would never. Okay, I guess my question is, would you rather have one of those backs at $4 million a year or McCaffrey at $16 million a year?
Now I'm starting to believe it.
Well,
the $4 million. And look what the Niners did in 19. They didn't have a McCaffrey. They had a three-headed monster.
But you know what? Mostert is good.
He's
a good running back.
Jeff Wilson Jr., as hurt as he was. But my point is they got it done by committee. They went to the NFC Championship with Breida and Elijah Mitchell.
Let me stipulate.
Yeah, Kyle knows how to dial it up.
See, I'm not being
hating on McCaffrey because I love him.
I'm not being a nitpicker here, but when I hear you say they did do it by committee, I think of that as, we got two running backs, both of whom ran for 600-700 yards. I think he's had a different big boy each year, but I don't want to use big boy because I'm using big boy for the big boys. But in each year, the Niners did have a number one running back. It just happened to be a different guy every year. Hey, I got one for you.
Yeah.
What does Andy Reid call it when Isaiah Pacheco goes out into the flat? The Pacheco pass. Spadone gave me a 4.
I don't know if that's true or...
Well, it's not true.
I think it's some of your worst work, and I want to talk to Spadone. We got to review the...
Have you ever heard of the Pacheco pass?
Oh, no, that's
in the Bay Area.
Okay, that's why it didn't resonate. No, what's up with the Pacheco pass?
Well,
where is it?
It's in Pacheco.
Shout out my old boss, Richard Pacheco from AmeriQuest Mortgage.
No, so you've always heard that on the, hey, we got trouble at the Pacheco pass.
I have not.
A big rig and a semi.
Now that makes sense on why he gave you a 4.
I'll go to the text line for that. Give me a number.
Oh, Frank Gore. A lot of people saying Frank Gore, but he didn't win. They lost to the Ravens. But had they won, Frankie G, he would have been a 1 to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Frank Gore's going to the Hall of Fame.
You would think.
Kaepernick's going to the Hall of Fame. It's fun. It's fun.
Why would you do that?
I wanted to see how many seconds either one of you said, "Stop! Put the jungle juice down."
510.
What?
Oh my gosh!
I live in Pleasant Hill. Where is Pacheco Pass? I don't know. You didn't tell us where.
510 says not in the Bay Area. That's Gilroy, Los Banos.
Correct. Yes. I thought that's who you're referring to. I was on the phone. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
Oh, really? Oh, so...
Yeah, so you turn right at Gilroy instead of keep going, like going through there to Morgan Hill, you'd veer right.
Right, that's the Bay Area.
Yeah, if you're going to like Fresno or anything, you'd cut through the Pacheco Pass.
Yeah, it's the Bay Area.
No.
Okay, so then let me ask you a question.
Morgan Hill's Bay Area, not
Gilroy. All upset.
Hey, Spadone, you don't make the rules on this one. Why then do they include the Pacheco Pass in traffic reports if they're not Bay Area?
Because they impact Bay Area traffic?
Evan is my MVP,
Put it in the Bay.
Dude, a lot of people are unfamiliar with it.
I was about to give you a 1.
I was like, Pacheco Pass. I thought that was the actual name of the... I was like, okay, Pacheco. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Wrong, Steiny. That's not the Bay Area. See, this is what
people say. That's the Altamont.
This is what people don't get. Yes, it is in the Bay Area.
We'll see.
It's in the Bay Area. It's like I do that like Guru does. Oh, 49ers have won 7 Super Bowls.
Oh, no.
Even though it's not true, I'll just maintain it is.
No, they could have. Yeah, I'm your guy. Pacheco Pass.
Well, somebody took issue with you because you... Now, I like the way you phrased it. Could have. In the past, you have had the word should in there. At times. At times.
Had Clay and KD not gone down, that thing was a wrap. Had Draymond not got suspended up 3-1, that's a wrap. 4 + 2 is Dr. J. 6. We got robbed of 2 parades.
They could have won 6.
They should have won 6.
They shouldn't have.
Injuries and suspensions.
How could they win a title when they're banged up like they were?
Banged up when?
Durant and Clay got hurt.
Oh, Clay tried to dunk and got hurt.
Exactly.
If he would have laid it up.
Exactly.
He'd still
You're
be
making
here.
my point. Just say could, and we can avoid all this.
Oh, could. I'm a team player.
I think I originally said Pacheco Pass was like near
there. I didn't want to do this.
It's in the Bay. It's just I did mess up the location.
Uncle Looney, is Half Moon Bay the Bay?
Yes,
of course.
Please. If you know what, if you want me to run down what is and what isn't, I can.
Yeah, I'm out too. Yeah, the boss is like, yikes.
No, the boss.
Oh, your best friend, huh? Trouble in Paradise?
Yeah, by the way. By the way, what are you doing, man?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
No, I feel left out, that's all.
Like the kind of stuff you're saying to the boss about me. Like, what are you doing?
I did it in front of you yesterday. You look mad. I said, maybe I shouldn't have did that. You look kind of agitated.
You know what?
If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? Michael Irvin. That's what I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
He didn't.
Now, why would Evan do that?
He didn't make that up. Never hear report. Pacheco Pass is part of folks commuting from the South Bay, including the Valley. You all know. There you go. You only know. Yeah, I think count the bucket. Pacheco Pass.
Yep.
Absolutely count it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
So what?
We got how much seconds, Stout? I got to ask you a quick question.
I'm shook.
Have you ever been to a live auction?
Did you see the boss just came in?
No.
He did. And he glared.
It's pay.
Back to Wiggins. Back to Wiggins. Okay, go ahead. Finish off the segment.
Have you been to a live auction?
Live auction? Yes, I've been to a live auction.
Isn't it incredible that Joe Cunningham did it last Friday at Harding Park? Going once, 1,100. Do I got 1,200? Do I got 1,300? In the back. All right, 14. It's incredible what they do. Like jockeys.
Yep. We got to get back to football.
Yeah. Back to the Wiggins.
Yeah, see, you know what? You know what? Filmo Mike's right.
Well, you fell off with the Pacheco Pass. That bomb.
I didn't know where to go after that solid running back list.
You didn't like it either.
No, I did. That's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true. But I just know that it's a blow to your knowledge that no running back with the ha-ha has won a Super Bowl in a long time. Marshawn didn't even have the ha-ha.
That's what made him who he is.
No,
he had Fred Astaire feet.
No, he ran over people.
And he could shake
you. Do you want me to get the sound bite of running through a guy's
in the
face?
Playoffs against the Saints when they shocked the world and beat the Saints in Seattle.
He ran over people.
No, he
didn't have the ha-ha.
Yes, he did.
I think he's trolling. We need a troll, Matt Trollman segment because you do it the best, and then I just bite like a dum-dum. Did the boss really come in?
He did.
He said we got to go.
All right.
888-957-9570. Warren Moon coming up in 45 minutes. Warren Moon, 45 minutes. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing...
49ers in a shambles.
Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what we should do. We should have Sally on speed dial, and every time the show slows down a little, just give him a call.
Do we slow down?
Well,
we get off track
during those infrequent times.
Yeah.
I'm a big man.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong
about the Pacheco pass.
I didn't realize that I thought the Pacheco pass was in Pacheco. Apparently it's not.
Oh, man.
There's a city called Pacheco.
What's up, Guru?
Oh. And then
That's bad.
It's not bad.
No, I do stuff like that.
It doesn't matter. It's not the Bay Area anyway.
So you looked it up, or who brought that to your attention?
Well, somebody said the Pacheco Pass was down in the South Bay, and I was like, wait, I thought it was up near Benicia and Port Costa.
Get your game ready for Warren, baby.
Right. Hey, let me ask you this. If I asked you, well, I want to get into some of this sound that we didn't get into yesterday, and a lot of it's really good. And I want to start with Alex Smith. Alex Smith was on with McAfee.
Okay.
And he was talking about Brock Purdy. Because I want to get into Purdy and what some people are saying about him. This is Alex Smith talking about Brock as a pocket passer.
I think he's got the most courage in the pocket than anybody in the NFL. I mean, this guy stands in there and take hits, and he is just like unflinching, right? Like his focus downfield never wavers. It's a gift to his. Obviously, he's accurate, but like I think that poise and courage is something that, again, like how do you quantify it? And we're so caught up in size and speed and arm strength and hand size and like that. And like, again, none of that stuff I really think matters. This guy can play ball, and he's been playing ball at a high level for a long time, and yet, again, he falls to the last pick in the draft. Like, how does that happen?
See, here's where, first of all, I do want to say it does feel like, and I'm not saying Alex Smith wasn't this way, but it feels like more and more people are realizing that Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I would say this. I would expect Alex Smith, the kind of quarterback he was, to really like Brock Purdy's game.
Right. But, again, let's take it a step further.
Okay.
When I'm going Tom Cruise, a great movie, Against All Odds, and you're Brock Purdy, Steiny, I think you can't pull off what you've done to seize the opportunity that was blessed upon you by not staying in the pot. Like, you got to, you know what I mean? Like, that's part of his moxie and who he is, and that's why we're here, is his ability to look downfield, but also take that punishment. You know, we've seen some good ones. Derek Carr, I felt like he got ruined because he was thinking about the punishment too much. But I look at Brock Purdy, that is something, and Jeff Garcia's of the world. Steiny, when I hear those names, those are dudes that stood back there and got the you-know-what. They got hit hard, and that is one of Brock Purdy's attributes, is hanging in there and delivering the ball.
But I also think the one thing that Kyle loves about him is the way he gets out of the pocket and doesn't take chances when he gets out of the pocket. For the most part.
We've seen him throw some balls. Jacksonville last year on the road.
Okay. Can I be honest? Yeah. Like, this is just one of the things that I can't stand. The greatest quarterbacks of all time have thrown interceptions.
Right.
It's like, for the most part, you can probably count on one hand his across the body
31
throws.
to 11 last year. It don't look like he got a problem.
Exactly.
He takes chances.
But I think he's turned into the kind of quarterback that Kyle Shanahan loves. He can throw from the pocket. When he gets flushed from the pocket, he can scramble for a first down or throw on the move. But he's not just a runner when he gets out of the pocket.
And he's not Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, he's much more mobile than Jimmy Garoppolo.
And his pockets are about to be fatter than Jimmy's.
We'll see.
Well, Jimmy for a couple days was the highest paid in the league now.
And listen, I don't know where I want to go with this, and maybe there's nowhere to go. But that's what it really is. When we talk about Brock Purdy and what they're going to pay him and is he the future of the franchise and will he be the quarterback for the next 8 years? It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't.
So Sunday in Minnesota
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, I
get it.
What matters is that he is a successful quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and they win games. But here's what I mean more, and I don't believe in jinxes, but
I do.
After seeing what happened to Tua, after seeing Jimmy Garoppolo get banged up for the Niners, it can all change in one play.
But you're talking to every player in the league.
Well, yes and no. What the difference to me with Purdy is, like, if Brock Purdy were
already been hurt.
Exactly. So if Brock Purdy were to get banged up, and I'm not saying this is conjecture or anything like that, then all of a sudden we're going to say, well, now he's been hurt in 2 out of 4 years.
And I understand.
Well, that's kind of Garoppolo territory. So what I mean, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, Purdy, eventually they're going to have to make a decision on paying him and what to pay him. But we got so much longer to go. Like, he's got to get by every single week.
Okay.
He's got to be solid. 14 out of 17 games. He's got to stay healthy. All those kind of things. And all I'm saying is I get that that's not a given, and that goes for every team. But I do think it's particularly pertinent to Purdy, because we do talk about what he's going to make a lot. And what he's going to make, really, most of it's going to depend, I think, on the next 16 games. And damn, anything can happen.
Right.
Like in 2 weeks, we could say, oh boy, I wonder if Purdy's injury prone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But on the Purdy scoreboard that we talk about, and I know people don't like it, but I put it there, and it was there before this season started. When you just talk about his personal journey, but at the end of the day, if we keep getting more games, let's just say there's no McCaffrey in Minnesota,
okay,
and they come out and he does his job, and let's just say we get another week, 3 weeks of tasting what life is without McCaffrey, and Brock still is balling, that to me, the game, yeah, the team got to win, but Steiny, nobody can take away from me. It's almost like a double header of wins for the Brock Purdy scoreboard for guys that I work with. And I wasn't saying you were ever wrong. That we're like, okay, let's see if Brock is really a byproduct of the system and what it'll look like without such and such. Well, we're getting that also. And I know it was one game Monday, but my goodness, that went a long way just for the dub of Brock Purdy not tripping over himself and wetting the bed against what we all thought was a Jets good defense led by Robert Saleh. You go up to Minnesota, and again, this could all be vamoose if McCaffrey plays, but Steiny, you can't tell me that's not doing well for Brock. Nobody will say it to ball out without McCaffrey.
No, here's the way.
Those are extra points. He's racking up.
What if I told you
on the Brock Purdy scoreboard?
Yeah. What if I told you I actually think it'll work the other way?
Now this is amazing because you're the author of wanting to see Purdy without some weapons,
right?
So now how does it? I'm just listening. But how does it go the other way?
But like, I don't think he balled out on Sunday. He was fine.
Oh,
no touch.
Stat-wise.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing. One thing that always bothered me, but now I look back on it and I think, well, maybe that was the truth. Remember the game where Jimmy Garoppolo threw 8 passes? I think it was Minnesota, right? He threw 8 passes against Minnesota in a playoff game. And everyone's like...
That was Green Bay, the Packers.
Green Bay, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, right. You're right. I think that was a game Mostert might have carried 32 times. But...
They used that against him.
Exactly.
But he threw 29 times Monday.
Right, but they ran 37 times. So if they rely on the running game so much, it's going to lead, like that's one of the reasons that people aren't giving Brock Purdy as much credit as he deserves. Because I get it. He's thrown more than 8 times, But the reality is, I think Kyle trusts Purdy a lot more than he trusted Jimmy Garoppolo, but it doesn't change the fundamental philosophy of Kyle that he doesn't want his quarterbacks to be superheroes. He wants them to execute his game plan, and a lot of times his game plan is to run the football. And so his numbers will be tamped down a little bit, and I'm not saying it matters, but it might matter when contract time comes around.
Well, how would it? Well, now you got me thinking. Just real quick.
And I'm not saying they won't sign him. I'm just saying
they got a game in Minnesota.
Maybe they come in and they go, they go 12-5, and Purdy throws 20 touchdown passes, which would be low.
But don't you think he did okay Monday night?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at. He did okay Monday night,
and I agree with that.
Right, but that's
you don't think that's enough moving forward. If that happened again, no touchdown, no picks, they win going away. Like, I'm just asking, and I know you don't have the answer.
I don't.
But at what juncture do we say he's doing it without McCaffrey? Or, are you going to tell me, Guru, he's got to put up numbers? Like,
no.
I mean, just to everybody out there, it's different for every. I feel like each athlete, all according to how you like him and how you judge him, their personality, and people are going to say, Guru, what are you talking about? I'm about to tell you. I feel like we pick and choose what metric we judge different athletes. Based on their personality, do we like him? Is he the guy next door? Purdy, we talk about his outfits, and then he turns into performance, and then we're like, well, you know what? You guys won going away, but he didn't throw for 4 tugs. Then the guy that throws for 4 tugs, well, they're not. I don't know where it is for Brock Purdy. I just know they beat the Jets' ass. He had a couple touchdowns called back that would have, gone on his ledger. But Stoney, I just think this thing is headed in the direction of, hey, bro, this blank check is coming your way. It might not be 60, but it might be 54. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just me. And I know today is not the day for it. But, man, if we come out of Sunday's game and they win, and let's just say he has, so it'll be 8 quarters, Donnie, no touchdown, no picks.
Right.
Do you think there's a person in this football world that might be like, what's going on here?
Yes.
Wow.
They said the same thing about Garoppolo. And I'm not saying Garoppolo's better than Purdy, but no, all I'm saying is I think that is what plays into the perception of Brock Purdy.
Well, that's what the perception.
Here's the other thing, and maybe this is unfair, and because you just said it, but it struck something with me when you said Steiny did it without McCaffrey, so he did it without one of his weapons. But then I look at the game and I say that was Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason was Christian McCaffrey the other night. He ran for 150 yards. So and I'm contradicting myself because he didn't have McCaffrey, but the guy he did have was unbelievable, and that's maybe one of the reasons why he didn't have to. I think Kyle Shanahan would love to pass as little as possible.
Now he's
if he had his
50-50 was his. He liked that balance, Donnie. That's what he strived for, 50-50.
And 50-50 right now is considered run heavy in the NFL.
Mm.
So, I don't know whether, and I think the game plan is, okay, against the Jets, they want to run the football. They ran it successfully 37 times. And by the way, if that game, let's say, one of the reasons they had a high time of possession is because they were able to run the ball. But I think if they're not able to run the ball, then obviously more of the responsibility falls on Brock Purdy as a thrower. But he pays the price because the running game works a lot of the time. Yeah. So he's not asked to put up monster numbers. And does it matter when he gets paid? I don't know. That's how I would answer that. I don't know. I'm not going to say, well, it doesn't matter at all, because it might, but I don't want to say, that's all that matters, because that might not be right either. I think it just comes down to how you assess Brock Purdy and how you factor in the fact that the 49ers, on balance, don't really like to throw the ball around a lot.
But Steiny, they throw it enough to pay their receiver, Brandon Ayuk, $30 million a year. And it ain't not to me how much you throw it. It's when you throw it and what you need to throw it for. And what you need to throw it for is first downs and touchdowns. And you're going to come as dominant as the offensive line was, led by Pooney and Trent Williams, Steiny. They were just that. But they were also, along with Malik Collins, you mentioned Floyd, Hargrave, and Bosa, they were causing pressure. I just can't wait to see Kyle again. Flores and his defensive unit last year was different, but they got the best of the Niners. They stacked the box, and McCaffrey played in that game Monday night, Steiny. Now, I know Trent and Debo didn't, but I'm up here excited just to see how Kyle's going to go about carving out or trying to carve up this Viking defense, especially if they're like, hey, Jordan Mason, great game, buddy, but it ain't going to be you might rush for 70 tough-ass yards, but it ain't going to be what the Jets were doing. So, like that has me fascinated to see, Steiny, maybe they got to win it on Brock's arm. And they have before.
But that'll always be I feel like that'll be the last option always. Now, maybe on the first.
Like, you get ready. I think you're going to see some. He's
not ready.
He's going to be out there more than he was, I believe, Monday night.
Who, Ayuk?
Yeah.
No, catch the ball.
No doubt about it.
He's got to catch the ball.
You can't tell me the offseason wasn't on his mind dropping that ball. You just can't. So you want to negate that now.
I'm telling you the offseason wasn't on his mind.
You're saying it wasn't?
No. He's just rusty. That's why he missed it, I think.
All right.
Maybe it was on his mind. I don't know. I'm just trying to factor in what Kyle Shanahan is. What's his ultimate goal? For example, when they come out and they have their scripted first series, he's got to, yes or no, and maybe I don't know the answer. Is he scripting those plays right now off an expectation of how the Vikings are going to defend them?
I believe so.
Or are they scripting plays irrespective of what the Vikings do?
Now, both of those are sexy, and there's a truth in one of them. I got to believe Kyle goes to the lab to see what transpired last year and what they tried to do, and then it changes. Or if you tell me if I'm right, that latter part is, we're the Niners, these are our 15. Yeah. I don't care who it is, Steiny Evan, I'm coming at you the same way. I got to believe he's looking at that film from last year. In a game, remember I told you they're going to beat the crap out of the Vikings last year, and they lost that game, even with no Debo or Trent.
Let's say last year, just as a blanket statement, the Vikings did a real nice job against the run.
Which they did. It was their lowest average yards after contact of the season for the Niners with McCaffrey.
So does Kyle Shanahan go into this game and say, we're the Niners, we will once again try to establish the run because we're the Niners? Or does he go in and he says, man, look at how Minnesota defended us last year. I'll tell you what, this first script for that first series, I'm going to throw it a little bit. But I'm only throwing it a little bit early to once again set up the run later. Like, I think his end goal is to always get back to running the football, even if he has to start by throwing first, because the defense is designed to stop the run.
Yeah, and I always compare football to boxing, Steiny. When you got the run going, those are body punches, and you got them at your disposal. But that second part that you just mentioned, that sounded Jedi to me. And the first part may be Jedi as well, but that second part of, I'm going to use what they tried to do last year. That means something up until a point. Then I'm going to go into what we do. But what if something is ineffective? And that's why Kyle gets questioned at times, Steiny, of why did you call this win? Why did you go away from this? Like, that's been a thing with Kyle. And players got to execute and go block and do whatnot.
I just don't. I don't even want to put that blanket over him. I was thinking about this. If you're a head coach and you're designing plays, what would be the ultimate goal in terms of what you get the defense to do? And for example, The greatest play caller of all time would be the play caller who threw a pass every single time the defense thought they were going to run and would run every single time the defense thought they were going to throw a pass, right? That would be, in theory, the greatest play caller of all time.
Okay, I can't put my initials next to that because I would say when you build something dominant, you know that I'm throwing and it's coming, and we still have success.
Right, but I'm saying if for a perfect head coach, so you want to trick them, yeah, exactly, right. Exactly. You want to trick them,
right?
And so that's when people say, "Oh, Kyle, Kyle got away from what he." I just think that's Kyle trying to run the play that he doesn't think they think you're going to run.
And sometimes I think that gets in the way of his brilliance because a lot of times to the average eye and average bear, if something's working, keep going to it. There is no need for change, a la the 2019 Super Bowl. And I think when you create a creative guy like him, Steiny becomes a victim of of his own IQ. Like, oh, I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to sprinkle in some pepper. No, it's just fine. Keep doing what you're doing. That's where that's where you get second guessed and frustration comes in, Steiny. When you feel like you got to do something to cover all bases when you go away from what's working.
So you run.
I thought Bill Walsh, one of his greatest attributes, this is me, and I know I'm old enough to remember him. Steiny, if you were weak in something and they were gashing you, oh my gosh, it was coming. And it wouldn't stop until you stopped it. And I think that some of the great ones do that. They work. Hey, if we see we got it, it's coming until you stop it.
Right. And then what happens when they stop it?
Well, then that's when you, yeah.
Okay, so
you go to your sheeter.
So, but here's the thing: you're on a drive, and it's an 8-play drive, and you've run 7 times. Okay, now it's 1st and 10 or 2nd and 10, and you pass. Like, I don't necessarily think that's getting cute. I think it's a judgment that Shanahan may make. It's like, okay, we've just run 7 times out of our last 8 plays. We got it down to play with here. So I'm going to try to exploit the fact that they're stacking the box or whatever. And then they throw an incomplete pass, and we say, well, why did he do that? I don't get why he did that. It was all working before. Well, maybe he anticipated that they were going to start shutting that down, the run, if you will.
All right.
Like,
I just know this, and I know you can write it down on your notepad because I said I wasn't going to do it. The Honey Badger said after the Super Bowl in 2019, I'll never forget this, he wanted to send a gift basket to Kyle Shanahan every time he did not run the ball as they were gashing the Chiefs, and the Chiefs couldn't stop it, and Kyle started throwing it on that last drive. And again, it's just one Super Bowl. But Steiny, when you hear a defensive player say, you basically did us a favor, so Chris Jones now can disrupt or block Jimmy Garoppolo's passes when we had we couldn't stop you on the ground. That's all. It's a feel thing. But Steiny, I wouldn't do that one pass you just mentioned if I'm gashing you. Easy for me to say.
But my point is like, okay,
why would I go away from that?
If you're running the football successfully and then on 1st down, you only get 2 yards on this one play. Now it's 2nd and 8, and you decide to throw rather than try to get 2 4-yard pickups. Like, I don't necessarily think that's going away from the run. I think it's just, nobody's going to do everything all at once. I just think even when he wants to run the ball, he's got to try to keep him off balance. And maybe he does get too cute there. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, it's going to be Warren Moon, ladies and gentlemen, 9-time Pro Bowler, over 23 seasons as a professional quarterback. Warren Moon on the other side. That segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 15% off a set of Breakmess Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct.
fat. I'm thick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Warren Moon.
Number 1.
NFL Hall of Famer. 9-time Pro Bowler. The problem with Warren was he only played 23 years, so he wasn't very durable.
And he had to start his career in the CFL. Well, leave that there. Yeah.
Well, he got a lot better after college.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah. He was kind of like Jeff Garcia, I think, had to do the same thing, right?
Well, not because of color of his skin. That's what I was going
Oh, boy.
You know the whole black quarterback thing he had to go through, Steiny?
He's black?
That's a 0. You might even lose points. Kevin, thank you. Give me those Steiny.
He's not going to do
it. What is that?
I don't know. All right, so if you're just joining us, Guru and I have a weekly bet going where we pick one NFL game per week. We start out with 5,000 imaginary dollars.
I wish it was real.
Yeah, well, if we were given $5,000, I wouldn't bet. I would just take the 5,000. But for the interest of the game, we each start with $5,000. And each week we're going to make one bet, and whoever has more money at the end of the year gets to make fun of the
And we both won last week. I'm mad.
Right. Guru, you remind people who you had last week.
Last week, I know you had the Niners.
Correct.
Minus 4.5.
Correct.
You got that one. And then I went with the Eagles Friday night. I got a little worried. Yeah.
I think it was, 2.5?
Boy, I was like, I'm going to lose $2,000.
Philly coach.
All right, so Guru bet 2,000 on that game, so he's now up to 7,000. I won my bet. I only bet 500. So I will start at 5,500.
Whoa, okay, here we go.
You want to start?
Yeah. So I've looked at the board, Steiny. I'm hot. I got 7,000 to play with. And I said, you know what? What did we see in week 1? And we saw the Panthers are still lethargic and sorry. And that led me to Carolina, where Jim Harbaugh is going to have his troops ready, because I thought the Raiders had them. And for the Chargers to win that game, close out the Raiders, they go across town to play the Panthers. -6. I'm taking Justin Herbert and the LA Chargers to cover -6 for, I wanted to say 2K again. Shout out the video game.
Sure.
But 1,500.
1,500.
Yeah.
Where is that game?
Carolina.
Uh-oh.
For me, it's back to work.
That
and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Put him on the ballot.
I'm back in the Harbaugh camp. What do you want me to say? All right, so you got the
Chargers. -6, baby.
The Chargers
for 1,500.
All right, I'm going with a team who got beat in week 1, but I think it's obvious if you watch the game, they're good. The LA Rams. They are playing the
Arizona Cardinals.
No.
Yeah, Rams are at the Cardinals. That's a big game.
You know what?
No, we're all
I'm
good.
getting
Take
old,
your time.
man. No, I'm getting
You're
old.
not getting old. We're all.
Hey, Goo.
Oh, no, I was saying both of them.
I have the LA Rams giving 1.5.
That's a good.
To the Arizona Cardinals, and I think the Cardinals stink. The game is in Arizona, but I'm taking the LA Rams to win the game outright by at least 6 points.
All right. I like that
$500.
I like that bet.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Almost beat Buffalo. Now, we need to do something called like Sounds of the Weeks. Not do we do it with the coaches, but I'm talking about with the players.
We can. It doesn't have to be coaches.
I don't want to speak for Vontae, but he's been high on Kyler Murray, and I didn't leave him. But did you hear he missed Marvin Harrison Jr. for a game winner on the game on a drive? And then the reporters asked Kyler Murray, I know we got Warren at 1 coming up, about his lack of targets and Marvin Harrison, the rookie phenom, wide open. And the worst answer that let me know the Cardinals are done was, it's not my job to get him open or throw the ball. I throw the ball where it's supposed to go. He sounded like Bob Melvin talking to Baggerly about a couple of days ago in Athletic. But it was a guy that didn't sound fond of throwing the ball to his hotshot rookie wide receiver, Steiny. It was cryptic. And I'm like, Kyler, do you know what's at stake for you, bruh? People are doubting you. You got paid, and you missed them open in the right side of the end zone. Steiny, it was weird, and I said, oh, boy, there's problems. And if I was Marvin Harrison Sr. and Jr., I might cuss my quarterback out after that soundbite. See, if I were good at my job, I would have got the sound for you, and we could play it. But I'm working on it, bro.
Because now I can't even say, oh, that's not what I heard.
Oh, my gosh, man. He said it's not his job to decipher where the ball goes. I'm like, dude,
the paraphrasing. I need to hear the exact quote.
You know what? No matter what happens this week, I'm gonna get it for you anyway.
Okay.
So we'll double back to this.
Fair enough.
That's what we'll do.
Here's a little piece of news. Christian McCaffrey right now is not at practice. He's not on the field with the 49ers in the early portion of practice.
Can I something about that real quick?
Yes.
Because he was reported to practice yesterday or the day.
Not a full
Yeah. But if rest is the key and the only antidote to try to fight whatever you're dealing with the calf / Achilles tendonitis, why would you even be at practice? Why are you not on a sofa with the foot elevated? Like, why are you even fiddling around at practice on the side? Is like, why wouldn't you get the ultimate rest if that's the one thing that can help this thing?
Oh, I think it's a balance. He's got to keep his conditioning up.
I
think when we're talking about an injury like this, I think he can do everything except play in a game.
Now, why because the burst and
because he can feel how it feels and
but he says he does that Sunday morning when he wakes up.
What do you want him to do? Like go to the hospital?
Oh no, he's got to stay off of it. Is I guess what I would say. Yeah, don't even come in. No, if I were, I'd say, tell us how you feel Sunday, buddy. Meet us in the locker room. That's all. Stay off that bad boy. You understand what rest means, right? R-E-S-T.
He took a stroll around the practice field.
Tell you, all right.
What are we doing?
He walked to the refrigerator.
Man.
All right.
Anyway, he's not practicing. Hopefully he's resting comfortably at Mount Sinai.
Hey, Steiny, I'm thinking about your bed. I'm a little worried now. No Nakua.
Puka. You think I didn't know that?
No, I didn't say you didn't. Why are you so...
But see, this is where you make it sound like, well, without Puka, how many yards
I got $7,000.
How many yards did Puka Nakua gain through the air last week? 140. Uh-oh, well, they're going to throw for 140 less then. That's the rule.
That's not how it's the threat. I'm telling you, Cardinals are improved. They tricked that one off against Buffalo.
I don't believe you.
Did you see that game? It was a great game.
Did they win?
They lost.
Let me guess, they were leading after first 5 minutes.
They had the ball late in the game.
With a lead?
And a wide open Marvin Harrison Jr. They had a lead, and then it evaporated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Sometimes you're
Warren Moon coming up momentarily. 9-time Pro Bowler. Played 23 seasons of professional football. Warren Moon. He's also Guru's. Is he your all-time favorite?
Yeah, all-time, number one.
2-7 in the postseason.
And I guess
this is the guy.
No, but
I'm sorry, 3-7.
Let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Adco. And I know I'm going to catch
it's essentially like Dak Prescott. Moon is one of the greatest of all time. Couldn't win a playoff game. Dak's one of the worst of all time. Couldn't win a playoff game. You see what I'm saying?
You're old enough to feel this. He is my Jackie Robinson of the NFL. And I say that because of race and what the black quarterback had to deal with. And I'll give kudos to the NFL, Steiny. Everywhere you look around, even in college, the black quarterback is readily available. He's everywhere. And I'm just saying, Warren Moon had his career couldn't start. He wasn't given the keys because of the color of his skin. He had to deal with that and then come back later and ball out. So
what about Doug Williams?
No doubt about it. The same thing, but Warren came before him.
All right. God, I want to argue with you.
You know what college Warren went to?
Washington.
No, Mama, UW.
Thank you.
My man.
You. Yeah, so we're efforting Warren Moon. And, of course, this text has come in, and this is what I was afraid of. Guru, you need to hear that sound again.
That's one person in their mom's basement.
You took you took his quote out of context.
No, I went back.
Well, then find it.
All right, find it. At the cafeteria, I'll let you hear it.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it in the.
Well, we're working
in the last hour. Is what I want to hear. Couple things before we get to Warren Moon. No, go ahead.
No, we're talking about, I don't want to tell all the business. We're talking about maybe a GMZ segment for this show to where we talk about current events. But I'll just say this, Donnie, before we get to Warren Moon. I am disappointed in Shannon Sharp. Not that you got some whoopee. I'm just disappointed that I think you did it on purpose to get the clicks. And now you got the Viagra, the condoms. I don't know if you saw this, all the promos and endorsements. I think it was staged. And I just bothered that he's that guy that would stage something like that. That's all. I'm tired of our world. It's all about clicks. No matter what, Steiny, it's just about clicks. If you click it, you're a winner. And I'm mad at Shay. I thought he was above that. That's all. It stays, and I'm mad. But he wanted the fame, and you got it.
If from the bottom of my heart, I reject you thinking that he did it on purpose. Who the hell would do that on purpose?
So, okay, if your sexuality was called into question, this would be a way to show people, you know what, and I know more than you. So that was out there. So I'll leave that there. I solved the puzzle. Chalk one up for the Gipper.
Evan, these are the moments where can you help me?
I'm not getting into this.
But the irresponsibility that's coming from my guy.
Yeah. Oh, what part?
Maybe we should ask a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. No, you can't say that. Let me just ask Evan this. Are we going a little long here if we need to? Okay. Good? All right, we're good. I'd like to welcome in, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in 9-time Pro Bowler, played 23 seasons of professional football. He is in the Hall of Fame. Played for the Minnesota Vikings from 94 to 96. Warren Moon, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on. How you guys doing today?
We're doing great. I'm gonna just start out with a general question. You like Brock Purdy?
I do. I mean, there's a lot of things I like about him, and it definitely helps that he has a great supporting cast. But I think any quarterback that's successful in the league is going to have good people around him, and that's where it starts, especially for a young guy. And he's really grown into the job, and I think he's feeling more comfortable every time he goes out there.
Warren, when you watch today's football, my partner and I were just talking about not the disrespect to the running back position, but, we talk about the pay scale and everything's about the quarterback and wide receiver. Do you think the quarterbacks become more important in today's football?
Oh, no question about it. I mean, it's just because of the way the game is played. It's played now with 4 and 5 receivers. Everything's spread out. The ball's thrown all over the place. Guys are, throwing for anywhere from 4,300 yards all the way up to 5,000 yards. So that's where the emphasis on offense is, and even the running back plays a part in that as far as those guys catching a lot of balls out of the backfield. And the more you can do as a running back as far as being able to run the ball but also be able to catch the ball, run routes out of the backfield, that just makes you that much more valuable in this type of offense that they're running today where, like I said, the ball's thrown all over the place.
Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame 9 times in the Pro Bowl. We were having a fun little discussion before you got on, Warren. Obviously, the 49ers play the Vikings. Vikings have maybe the best wide receiver in football in Justin Jefferson. McCaffrey's banged up, but when he's healthy, many consider him the best running back in football. And we were just having some fun saying, who would you rather have, McCaffrey or Jefferson? And it just stretched into, would you rather have a great running back or a great receiver? What would your answer be to that?
Well, I think as a quarterback, you'd probably want to have a great receiver because that's what you mainly do as a quarterback. You throw the football. But I also like the versatility of McCaffrey, that he not only can run the football well, but he also catches the football out of the backfield well. And you can line him up in different spots. He doesn't always have to be right behind you. He can be, at a wing. He can be at a slot. You can put him out wide, and he can do things from all those positions. So, but you can also do the same thing with Jefferson. As a receiver, you can move him all over the place, but he doesn't have the ability to run the ball like McCaffrey does. So I think from a selfish standpoint, I'd rather have the receiver, but I think it makes more sense to have a running back that can do all those different things that I talked about.
Warren, we're in San Francisco, and outside of the Chiefs, nobody's won here in the last 5 years more than the Niners, and you're talking to a guy that thinks they should have won the 2 Super Bowls, mainly the one last year. They didn't. But can you share with us, a former player, when you look at the Niners and Kyle, on what's left? Why haven't they got it done, and do you think there's any pressure to get it done?
Well, the only pressure is that you're not going to be able to keep that roster for a long period of time, because at some point the salary cap's going to catch up with you. You're going to have to pay Brock Purdy at some point down the road. And if he becomes, a $50 million or more quarterback, some of those guys that are on that roster now are going to have to go bye-bye. So that's the only pressure, I think, for them to win it, is that they can't keep this current group together to get it done. And the problem is you're playing against probably one of the most generational quarterbacks that are in the game. That's the guy you've lost to, the 2 times that you've lost. And he's made some big plays at the end of ball games to make those victories happen. So somehow you have to find a way to slow that guy down on the defensive side of the ball, because I think their offense has played well enough to win those Super Bowls, but you got to be able to stop number 15 for Kansas City in order to take it over the top. So they've gotten as close as you can get, but that's what it's going to take.
Hall of Famer Warren Moon joining us on 95.7 The Game. Warren, is there a way you can explain or put into words a player like Justin Jefferson, on the plays where he's not catching the ball and they're not running to his side of the field? How does a great receiver impact a game on the plays where he's not doing 1 or 2 of those things?
Well, I think he impacts it before the snap of the ball, because I think every time he comes out of the huddle, the defense is going to focus on where he is. So if he's going to be doubled, they have to figure out what side of the field he's coming to and how they're going to double him. And then if it goes in motion, they're going to have to figure out what happens with that double, which guys take over on the other side of the field. So there's adjustments that go along with that in the secondary if you happen to be doubling him on a certain play. And then if you're not doubling him, you might be helping with the safety over the top. It doesn't mean you're double teaming him, but you're giving him deep help. So that safety has to be aware of where he is on the field as well. And all that does is take one more guy out of the defense to allow you to maybe either throw it to somebody else in the middle of the field, tight end, or you go to the other side of the field away from him, so he's more of a decoy, or you run the football because they don't have as many guys up in the box because they're trying to concentrate and focus on where Jefferson is. So he plays a huge role in what he does, even when he's not catching the football or running out on a route.
Hey, Warren, we were at the game Monday night, and there was a hush over the stadium pregame when the news broke that McCaffrey wasn't going to play. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, if he doesn't play, against Minnesota, how do you look at that Niner team, and how would you handle that injury with one Christian McCaffrey?
Well, I think you just have to kind of go how he feels. I think up until that week of the game, that Friday, they thought he was going to play, but I guess on game day, it just didn't feel right. So it's one of those injuries that is probably going to be up and down for him all season long because of where it is in his calf and that. And I think the kid that filled in for him did a pretty good job. So I don't think they have to worry about it if they get that same type of blocking that they did against the New York Jets, and the running back runs the ball the way he did. I think they're in pretty good shape. The 49ers have always had pretty good depth at the running back position, and that showed against the Jets. But a lot of it had to do with their tremendous offensive line play. They just really dominated the line of scrimmage, and if they continue to do that against teams that they play against, it doesn't matter who you put back there in the backfield. They're gonna be successful. But there's no question Christian McCaffrey is a very special player because of all the things I said he can do earlier in the interview.
It seems like every week, Warren, we talk about injuries. And Christian McCaffrey, for the last week or two, we've been talking about, is he going to play, is he not going to play? We saw what happened to Tua last night in the Miami Bills game. How were you able to play into your 40s and be so durable in a league that's so violent?
Yeah, I was just very fortunate, and I think about that every time I see a guy go down. Every time I see somebody get hurt in the game. I was very blessed, I think. I was very fortunate. I took very good care of myself, and I think I played pretty smart for most of my career as far as when I was going to run the ball, who I was going to take on, who I was going to hit the ground on, who I was going to run out of bounds against, and try not to take any big hits. It's like last night, Tua didn't have to take on that defensive back. He had the first down. He could have got on the ground, but he chose to slam into somebody, and that was the result of it. So you have to be very smart with how you run the football, and you have to take care of your body, and that's something I did for a very long time. And I think I played at a more physical and more violent time of the game than the guys are playing today. So the game is much more safer the way it's officiated today. It's safer because of the equipment that they use, all those different things. But football is a very violent sport anyway, and it's going to continue to keep having injuries. Guys are going to get hurt playing football.
Warren, I want to give you some love. I hope you don't mind, but my partner was kidding me because you're my favorite quarterback of all time. I don't think your story.
Oh, man.
I don't think you get enough love for what you had to go through and what black quarterbacks had to go through during your era. But when you look at this state of the black quarterback now, not just the pros in college, how does that make you feel?
Just really proud. Just really proud of the progress that we've made at that position. I know I played a small part in that with the success that I had playing the position. Doug Williams played a part in that by winning a Super Bowl and doing something that they've said we couldn't do, which was win a championship. So all of those things really make you proud that these guys have taken the baton and taken it to another level. And now you have some of the top quarterbacks, if not the top quarterback in football, is African American. He's winning Super Bowls. You look at Dak Prescott's contract, just the other day, $240 million for an African-American quarterback. So I think we have dispelled the rumors that we can play the position at a very top level, that we can win championships, that we can be endorsed, all those different things that they didn't want us to be leaders as well. I take tremendous pride in playing a part in that. And there's a documentary coming on at the 24th of this month called The Evolution of the Black Quarterback that was produced by Michael Strahan's production company. And I think it's something that people should really take a look at and just see where we started and where we are now. It'll be a great look at the history of the African-American quarterback.
Oh, awesome. It's a great idea. Evaluation of the black quarterback. We'll keep an eye on it.
Evolution.
Evolution, I'm sorry. What about the money these guys are making now? You feel like you missed out on that?
Well, yeah, I was born a little bit too early, but you know what? I look at it's all relative. Like what I was making compared to say what Roger Staubach and Terry Bradshaw and Joe Namath and all the great quarterbacks in that era made. I felt like I was stealing at the time that I was playing. Wow. So, these guys today, the game just continues to keep growing. The revenue just keeps growing, and they deserve it. If the game is going to generate this type of money, the players should benefit from that, and that's what they're doing. The only thing I want them to do is remember, how this came to this. How many guys sacrificed and went through what we went through to make the game grow to where it is right now. As long as they don't forget that and appreciate what was done before them, that's all I really care about. Other than that, make as much money as you can because it's a violent game, as we talked about. You don't know how long you'll be able to play this game, so you have to make as much money as you can while you can.
Wow, that's all good stuff. Warren, we'll get you out of here on this one because we do this a lot. I told you were my guy growing up. Who was your guy? Who made you gravitate to the quarterback position growing up?
You know, it was a couple of guys. There was a guy by the name of Roman Gabriel. He was the quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams when I grew up in Los Angeles, and he was he was of Indian descent, and he was a minority. So that was somebody I could kind of relate to. I love the way Roger Staubach played the game because he was able to run and scramble and made big plays at the end of ball games. So he was somebody I looked up to. And then when James Harris came to the Rams. Later on when I was in high school, he was somebody I really focused on because he was African-American. He was playing top-level football, went to the Pro Bowl, took his team to the NFC Championship game. So those are three guys I really looked at a lot at the quarterback position growing up.
Man. Interesting. Yeah, I remember Roman Gabriel as a Philadelphia Eagle when I was growing up.
He went from the Rams to the Eagles.
What if, hey, Warren, real quick, I know I said I'd let you go. What if you were in these systems today? Do you ever watch the games like, boy?
Dude, it would be so scary.
There you go.
The yards, not only myself, but a Dan Marino or a John Elway or a Troy Aikman, the numbers we would put up with today's rules. And the thing I love is how they're protected. You won't get hit.
Unbelievable.
You don't get hit anymore. If you can go out there knowing you're going to be protected and throwing the ball all around the lot, it'd be scary.
Well, let me ask you. I'm looking at your age. Are you feel healthy and complete and seeing what goes on?
I feel great. I went to the chiropractor today and got adjusted, and I still go to the gym 2-3 times a week. I still weight train, and I want to stay alive as long as I can. And I still have a son in high school playing ball that I can still throw the football to and all that. So life is pretty good for me right now.
Great stuff, Warren. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we can catch up.
Thanks for having me on. I'm sure I'll talk to you guys down the road somewhere.
Great. Thank you so much. That's Warren Moon, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. 9-time Pro Bowler, quarterback 23 seasons in professional football. He's in the Hall of Fame. Played briefly for the Vikings from 94 to 96.
Yeah, man, good stuff, Stoney. Evolution of I can't.
Way to go.
I did too much.
No. I was like
Evans probably. Evans never critiqued me, but he's always said, "Go be you." But I have to Stoney, that's my guy.
No, I know.
Man.
No. I thought you loosened him up a little bit.
Right.
Like
evolution of the black quarterback. We got to check that out.
I'm being serious, right?
Yeah, no.
I'm not.
Yeah,
no,
I got you.
Like that's cool. When a guy's like that, it's great.
He said he'll talk to us again maybe down the road.
Yeah. You want to get his home number, don't you?
I look at you. He got a son in high school throwing the ball. He said they don't get hit today. Wow. They used to get clobbered.
Yes, they did.
Man.
25. Okay. 888-957-9570. You can jump into the conversation. We can talk a little about the Warren Moon interview. He was great. He's a great quarterback. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Of course, he also played for the Houston Oilers. Yeah. He played for the Minnesota Vikings. He played for, I think he played for one or two more other teams. Gil.
Seattle.
Seattle, correct. And one. Oh, who did he finish his career with?
And I hope Warren's not listening, but when he was in this uniform, it was like Shaq in Boston.
Oh, no.
It's kind of, I'm going to say Kansas City. Look at good.
But he only started one game there in 2 years.
Okay.
And only played in 3 overall.
Yeah.
But Warren Moon, quarterback till he was 44 years old.
And that was pounding he was taking, and those guys he had mentioned. But it's kind of funny, he brought up Kyle Stoney.
Yeah.
His daddy was known for a stable of running backs in that zone system that they ran. And I guess, so is Kyle. And what's shocking to me going into this game against Minnesota is after 1 week, I feel comfortable in telling you, Evan Spadoni, and the listeners, this is nothing about Christian McCaffrey, but I had to take a refresher course on Kyle is not McCaffrey or bust. He's done this with different iterations of the team, and obviously you want him to be healthy as possible, but they still got action without him.
They do.
That's all. I don't think the Warriors have action without Steph. You know what I mean? I don't think the Lakers have action without Bron. Because that's what it's just Kyle.
I'm listening to everything you're saying, and I just can't find anything to disagree with right now.
Friday, Steiny.
You know what? You know, and far be it from me to make a snap judgment off a 10-minute interview, but you know what? You can just tell. Moon's a class act.
Yeah, man.
He's a class act. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. Wants to jump in on Warren Moon. Hey, Paul, what's going on, my man?
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah.
So, I think most folks who would be listening to your show probably don't remember Warren Moon back at UW, University of Washington, during his college days, running a split back veer offense.
Wow. Well, explain to people what that is.
Right.
Well, if your listeners pay attention at all to De La Salle, it's two backs in the backfield, quarterbacks under center. It's a run-heavy offense with the quarterback making two reads on every snap, and he's as liable to keep the ball running down the line as he would be to hand it off. But he was also a great thrower at that time. So he had to go to the CFL to make his mark and to prove that he could get the job done. And if he had been in the NFL longer, or if he was playing at this time with the way offenses are in a spread, I mean, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and all these guys would be second-tier conversations to Warren Moon. Warren Moon was just utterly fantastic.
Appreciate the call.
Good stuff.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is now I'm looking at...
He went De La Salle.
Well, you know what's funny is once he said De La Salle, I'm like, oh, I know how they play. I covered De La Salle for 2 years. They never lost the game.
No, they're legendary.
So basically what it means is...
They beat us.
The up back... You can hand it off to him for a quick hitter,
gotcha.
But it's sometimes a fake.
Yeah, of course.
And then, okay, I got it. Will's in Pleasanton. Jump in here, Will. Hey, how you doing, man?
What? I'm doing well, guys. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Well, Guru.
Hey.
Guru, you set him up perfect. You set him up and asked him how great he would be in today's game. And what did he do? He took about 5 seconds to talk about himself. And then he rattled off 5 other quarterbacks
that he did.
who would be just as good, if not better. And that is a class act.
Wow.
He could have talked about himself, and he didn't. What a guy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great call.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Man, I'm looking at, I'm looking at Warren Moon's college stats.
Okay.
Yeesh.
But the game was different then. Steiny.
Yeesh.
Give it to me. Give me his best year. Yardage.
Yardage. 1,500 in 11 games. So he threw for about 175 yards a game.
But the caller did say he ran the veer.
I know.
That's where I was just going.
What is his rushing totals?
His rushing totals. Where the heck are they? Rushing and receiving. Okay, rushing is first year 9. Oh, boy. It says he 266 his senior year.
Oh, boy.
Eric, it was a different era then.
What the hell, Warren?
No, the scouts knew.
17 career touchdown passes at Washington. 17.
The game was different
It
then.
was different.
But the scouts knew he had the goods, and that's how Houston benefited from him. But I was going to bring up that Buffalo loss. I didn't want to do that to him.
So he
collapsed.
In 1977, an asterisk indicates bowl stats. Okay, they went to a bowl. He quarterbacked 11 games.
Probably the Rose Bowl.
He completed 57% of his passes for 1,500 yards, 11 TDs, 7 interceptions.
It was a harder game then, Steiny.
Man, in college, his touchdown to interception ratio was 19-17.
You know what his rookie year was?
I told you he got better after college.
His rookie year was 84, man.
In the NFL.
In the NFL, but the game was different. 14 touchdowns.
No doubt.
Yeah. 12 touchdowns to 14 picks.
It was a simpler time.
No, I believe. No internet.
Yeah.
Put me back there now.
You couldn't function.
Well, we did. We played Stratomatic. We had Atari.
He never played Stratomatic. Come on, Goo.
49er Frankie and I played strat.
You know
we
that
played
that's
the
my
football electric game to where you put
that's
the
not
cotton.
Stratomatic.
No, this is another one on top of Stratomatic where you put the cotton ball like a football, and we played that game.
And when it didn't work, you just tap on it.
Don't come at me. We play Stratomatic,
dude.
Oh, so you're saying I'm lying about?
Yes, I am, and here's why.
Wow,
here's why.
This
We've
hurts.
been together 7 years.
Yeah, this.
I have brought up Stratomatic at least
and I melt every time you do it.
A dozen times,
and I melt.
And you've never said at the time, "Oh, Steiny, I played too."
Because I did what Warren Moon does, but you can't recognize how classy I am. That's your childhood, so I melt because I don't want to make it about my childhood.
Because I am part of your childhood.
Just like he brought up the other quarterbacks, which was awesome.
What side of the card did you play?
Say it again.
What side of the card did you play?
This is when you insult me. It's like Shasky at the thing. Name a defensive player. I don't want to do that. I'm not good with tests.
What side of the card did you use?
I don't want to even answer. It's insulting.
What was your favorite play to run?
Evan, I'm out.
What did they call? What was the call?
I'm going to have Frankie call in.
What sport? Okay, let's do it this way. What sport?
Baseball. Okay. Oh, my gosh.
What side of the card did you use?
I don't want to tell you,
Steiny,
man.
Don't dig in because about 15 minutes ago, there was a minor slip-up during the Warren Moon interview.
Evaluation instead of evolution? Please.
It hurt me, Steiny.
I'll tell you what, you can play that as long as you don't play my question from yesterday.
Which didn't get played. Hey.
Yeah, that was fun.
And Warren had to correct him. I was like, oh.
By the way, for the record, I played the front side of the card.
I don't want to know because you hurt me that you thought I would lie.
Well, just tell the fans and the listeners what the difference is.
You asked me what sport. You had me there. I got past that.
What was the difference between the front of the card and the back in Stratomatic?
Yeah, thank you, Evan.
We do not have to go.
Not good for our relationship.
I'll tell you what the difference is between the front side of a Stratomatic card and the back side of a Stratomatic card.
I killed you with baseball.
On the other side, that segment sponsored by Lucky California.
You know I'm playing.
Steiny. Hey, it's Bonte with an update from River Islands and
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
It's the Italian beef, Joe Spadoni.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Goo, you were right.
We'll see.
It was a different time when Warren Moon quarterbacked in college.
No doubt about it, man.
Somebody out there wanted to know his rushing stats. Okay, so Warren Moon played at Washington in 75, 76, and 77. I'm starting to realize how long ago that feels like.
Man.
Okay, here were his rushing numbers at Washington. 60 attempts, 94 yards. 80 attempts, 69 yards.
Not Lamar Jackson.
99 attempts, 266 yards. That tells me, I'll bet you quarterback sacks went on your rushing total.
You think so?
I'll bet they did back then.
But he was your prototypical pocket passer of color. Steiny, when I saw him spin it, I'm like, man, that's my dude, man.
He also caught a ball in 1996 for a touchdown on a 17-yard reception.
Yeah.
I can find out the opponent if you'd like.
No, I'm all right. Okay. Stop too short segment.
Yeah, that's going away, though, permanently, I think. So, anyway. A couple things I didn't get to on my list, Goo. And one is, I should have teased this. Gosh, the bosses wanted me to work on teases, and I would have had a great one. This is how I would have. Should I tell you how I would have teased this segment? Okay, I would have said, coming up next on The Game, just another professional player with a clueless opinion and another reminder that players don't know talent.
They are the talent.
I'm going to tell you what I mean on the other side. And then commercial. Okay.
What you got?
Kevin Durant. This is why you don't let players get involved in personnel.
Who I thought was in love with Steph. Remember I said they got a bromance going. What woulda, coulda, shoulda. So this shocked me.
Somebody asked Kevin Durant, what's your dream starting five?
So real quick, the key word is dream.
No, it's gotta
Think about it, dream. This is special list for coming from Kevin Durant. Dream.
Center, Joel Embiid.
Damn. I'm
power forward, LeBron James.
Okay.
Small forward, Kevin Durant.
Oh.
Shooting guard, Klay Thompson.
Go ahead.
Point guard,
Steph.
Luka Doncic.
Oh, KD. No, you didn't.
First Iguodala stuck it to Steph.
See,
and
this
now
is why,
Durant is sticking it to Steph.
But that shocked me, but Klay at the 2.
You know what that tells me? He liked Klay. He and Klay probably got along.
He liked Steph. No.
Well, then why isn't he
on the court?
Why isn't he the starting point guard on Durant's team?
But who honestly would take prime Luka over prime Steph? It's hard. Luka, I don't look at Luka as a PG, Steiny. I'm sorry.
I don't either.
All right.
I don't either.
So there goes that. But Klay Thompson getting love for Durant.
But he does.
And take a page from Warren Moon's book and have some class, KD. Don't put yourself on the damn list.
Oh, I mean, that doesn't bother me.
At all?
No.
Who's your top 5, Goo? Me.
Well, he is. He is. Ask me who my all-time starting 5 at Franklin and Marshall is.
Who's your top 5?
Me.
That's whack.
Dennis Wesley.
That is whack. But I really believe that's your list.
It is.
Me.
It is.
You can't include yourself.
Yes. You gave yourself a nickname.
Pete Franklin gave me that nickname.
That's right.
That is a big deal that he gave it to me.
I wish he hadn't.
What kind of dude calls himself this?
So up until the time you called Pete Franklin, people would just be like, hi, Daryl.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, who's calling Daryl? Then he flushed me. Get rid of this bum. Think you are some type of guru?
That's not bad.
And I called it the next day. Pigskin Pete. On Fridays, he would do this during football season. Pigskin Pete predicts. And he'd go over every game.
I remember that. I definitely remember that. Remember,
Pigskin Pete predicts.
What was the something and the kid?
my God!
He did a show
Gary.
with Fitz.
No, Gary.
No, it was Fitz. It was.
Oh my!
God, what was that called? Something in the
Kid. You're right.
The King. I think it was the King and the Kid.
Oh my goodness, my head about to explode.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll bring it full circle for you.
Yeah.
In case you don't know, and this is how you set stuff up. In case you don't know what we're talking about, there was an old time radio sports show host.
Says he created sports talk out of Cleveland.
He might have.
Okay, he said it.
Pete Franklin. He was from Cleveland, and then he worked out in the Bay Area. And Guru would call his show, and Pete Franklin said, "What? Some kind of guru?"
After he flushed me.
Right. And so from that moment on, Daryl was known as the guru.
Yeah. What? No, Daryl.
So get this.
Yeah.
About 3 years ago, all right, I'm talking to Rocky Colavito.
This is incredible. You're man.
An icon in Cleveland. And we're just talking about writers and stuff. And he said to me, he goes, "Hey, Matty, there was a guy back in Cleveland that really knew his stuff.
No way.
Really knew his stuff. Knew his baseball, knew his sports. Pete Franklin." He's like, "I don't know, Matty, if you've ever heard of him." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've heard of him. He worked out in the Bay Area." He goes, "Matty, he knew the game." I had a lot of respect for Pete Franklin.
Wow,
so
man.
There you go.
How random is that?
I know. It's pretty cool.
Did you tell Pete
about you? No.
No, I work with his creation.
I didn't tell him that.
Yeah.
No.
Just like Dibs didn't tell Tierney I'm still out here trying at it. No, Tierney will check on me. We talk on the like Facebook. I'll send him a message. He'll send,
Giants,
all that for
Giants running out of time.
Boy, I don't know what you do, man. Snell, why would he want to come back to this? Let's just start real quick. Why would he want to pitch for this team?
Because the ballpark is pitcher friendly.
Wasn't for him in the first half.
Well, he's hurt.
Well, Evan says he's a notorious slow starter. So when he ain't hurt, he still starts on.
Why would you want him? Like, forget why. Why would you want him?
There was an article in the the Athletic. I'm just quoting Farhan, and they said, "Hey, what's this team's biggest need?" He said, "Veteran off the bench depth."
Veteran off the bench?
Yeah. He said they needed more veteran depth help because usually when they're in a pickle, they trust the young guys. They need more veterans off the bench. And I was
veterans off the bench.
Yeah, I didn't. And I heard what I heard.
I'll tell you what.
That dude.
I do think if the maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but if the Giants can sign Manny Mota, then maybe they'll be back in the playoffs.
Steiny, this ain't fun. They're down there with the
Evan.
Rockies.
Let's test Evan here. Mr. Baseball.
He pitched in college.
Have you ever heard of Manny Mota?
Heard of Guillermo Mota?
No, that's a no.
And I pictured his face right now, Guillermo.
See, this is where, Evan, your knowledge is very broad-based.
He pitched in college. I'd love to look at his stats.
All right, so Manny Mota, Evan,
I'm going to try to find him,
was the all-time leader in pinch hits, I think, of all time. Somebody may have surpassed him.
Yeah, Sonny, my knowledge has a few
Here's when he's got to be
gaps.
careful.
The 1960s would be one of them.
And we're laughing. I'm mad. Like, he's right.
So he's absolved from learning about
the black
game
and white
he loves,
television, yes.
history.
Right.
Nah, you know what they say about not knowing your history.
You know the greatest pinch hitter of all time is, correct?
Rusty, stop.
No. Hold on. It is somebody from more of the modern era. Somebody past Mota, right?
Well,
hey, this is what I mean.
Mota's a pitcher.
Manny Mota was not a pitcher.
Position player.
I'm talking about his Guillermo Mota.
No, the most pinch hit home runs, I believe.
Tony Taylor.
No. Well, I don't think so, but I can double check.
Manny Mota.
Yes, I was right. Grandy just fact checked it for me.
Okay, so most pinch hit home runs.
Yes.
Who? Come on.
Oakland A's legend.
Joe Rudy.
Not that old. He also didn't pinch hit that much. He was a starter.
I know. Matt Stairs.
There you go.
Oh, wow, Matty.
That's a pull.
No, that's
a pull.
Well, he didn't pinch hit for the A's, but
it doesn't matter. I got it right.
Yeah, with a hint. You didn't give me a hint. You say, who's Manny Mota?
You know who's underrated?
Gotta go.
Seth Smith.
Guru, it's an ironic nickname, like when you call a 7-footer shorty. You're an idiot.
That's not nice.
It is funny.
I can't. No, it's not.
If I'm laughing at it, like, boy.
That segment's sponsored by Lucky, California.
Only a few weeks left to play in the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly.
if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Ross.
It's
Thank you, Ross
crossover
Tucker.
time. Willard and Dibs in the house.
He's had his jacket on all show. I'm hot.
It's so breezy in here.
Yeah, well,
It shows you
Dibs, you
how
always come to
observant
his
you
rescue,
are. I
man.
just put it on.
You do.
I was just
had
telling
it off all show long.
Well, but it's a little bit of a trigger. It's a trigger to everybody in the room.
It means
It's a social
you're
cue.
fixing to leave. You're finna leave.
That's right.
cue.
It's
You're
a
finna
social
leave.
cue.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
You
have
don't wanna be
if there's-
here,
if there's
right.
one thing that
Yeah.
I wish you could teach my kids. Actually, there's a bunch of things you'd love to teach your kids,
Sure.
right? But social
Sure.
cues. Social cues. Like if somebody starts leaning in the other direction when you're talking to them, let them go. Rap. Send an emoji.
Yeah.
Do something. Don't hold them there. It's a social
Oh,
cue.
man.
You're giving us a social cue that we don't like.
Yeah.
Because we like you.
Yeah, you're
and we
assuming
want
that
you to stay.
you're assuming that we have Asperger's and that we're unable to pick up on social cues. Asperger's.
That's a good. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
what is that exactly?
that is an issue.
It's a condition.
It's a condition.
Yeah,
Thank you. If
yeah.
you're on the spectrum, you have Asperger's and you're unable to pick up on the nonverbal cues, such as I'm talking to you right now and you're slightly annoyed, and I'm picking up on that.
Okay.
And I'm also picking up that Mark's delighted that I'm pointing out that you're slightly annoyed. And Guru is mostly nonplussed, waiting for us to talk about
Wow.
the flag football team that I want to put together.
Guru's waiting for his
I'm
turn.
quarterback.
He's waiting for his turn. That's what he's waiting for.
But real quick, I'm going to shock you guys.
Let's go.
So we'll call it McCaffrey gate if he's going to play or not, but just how great he is. He's
Heavy
the
on the
best
calf,
running back
yeah,
in football.
yeah.
But if you allow me to run through, because we did this on the show, since 2011, the number one running backs of the winning team in the backfield. Okay? Ahmad Bradshaw, Ray Rice, Marshawn Lynch, LeGarrette Blount twice, C.J. Anderson, Sony Michel, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Cam Akers, and Pacheco twice.
Wait. What was that on
Super
list
Bowl
of?
winning running backs.
Got it.
The
got
leading
it,
rusher
got it,
for
got it,
the
got it.
team that
Okay.
won the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
But my point is, like, in this, that's a decade worth of, you don't need Eric Dickerson
Jags.
to win it all.
As you would
And
call them.
outside of Marshawn Lynch, Willard, who on this list was really a one?
But you could do that with receivers too,
Oh,
couldn't you?
But
Like
I
I've
guess-
tried to make this
yeah.
point when receivers are making $35 million.
but that's what I was going to say. They get the respect for the money. The running backs get dissed, man, and I hate it.
They do.
But is
I
this
just-
why? Because if you got those wide receivers or the quarterback, you could win with the 7 at running back if the O-line has the whole. What's the goal? Give me 3 yards, baby. Give me 3 or 4, chains move.
Yeah, the goal is to outscore the other team. And if you go down that list, you've got a lot of Belichick and Brady, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the LeGarrette
Facts.
Blunts and
Yeah.
even a Sony Michel thrown in there. And otherwise, you've got teams that are balanced. So ultimately, it's not about having the best running back or the best receiver. It's about having the best 22 and having good special teams and great coaching. And so, yeah, running back's a part of it, but we're going to talk about it on our show. If McCaffrey does, in fact, get shut down,
right,
how does that change your feelings about the Niners here in the early part of the soft schedule?
I also think it's just important to bring up, like, there's more than one way to eat a Reese's, you know, and so, like,
yeah. Well, my man.
So just because
I think he's thinking Oreo.
No, and he's done this before, and I try to ignore it because there's only one way to eat a Reese's.
No, it's not true. It's actually an ad campaign.
We've been through this.
No, you take it out. Shake your head at me.
I'm shaking my head.
It is an ad campaign.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
It doesn't matter if you believe it.
No,
it's
it
a
does.
slogan.
But Willard, no, I don't think
There's
it's
only
one way to eat it.
Yeah, yes, there is. You grab
there's
a
not.
knife and cut the center out of it.
Nobody
if you
does
want.
that.
Are you kidding me?
But you
Nobody
can.
does that.
But you can.
You're
But nobody
allowed to,
does it.
yes.
Okay,
but
so if nobody uses a bell cow running back, aren't the Niners allowed to?
that's a decent
That's a
transition.
terrible
but I'll just
analogy.
No, it's
close
not.
with,
You're
if
allowed
I
to.
ever see you take a knife and cut out the center of a Reese's, I'm calling the
leaving.
authorities.
There's
I'm calling
by the way,
911. That's crazy stuff.
There are more than one way of Reese's themselves. You get the mini ones. You can get the big king size
That's
ones.
obfuscation.
You could get
Thank
the
you,
pieces.
Steiny. If I may,
Like,
Steiny, the original Reese's Peanut Butter Cup was only a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Why you got to go to the OG though? Why you always
'Cause
got to
that's-
sound like you've
it's
been
a
here for
Steiny
80
bit.
years?
Because I
Like,
remember
what's
when
wrong with now, Dibs?
I remember when Reese's came out with that. Yeah,
Hey, go get me a
peanut
knife.
butter and chocolate were never together until Mr.
Why
Reese's.
can't we do now? It's the #1 Halloween candy. Yes.
Oh my God, it's my favorite.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but when your kids come home with it, do you give them a butter knife?
No, I steal it.
Give me that knife.
I steal it is what I do. I take it and send videos of them crying to the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Dude.
Like, that's what I do. Get back in here,
I put mine in the freezer before I go after.
I was going to leave, but the boss is right out there.
Frozen Reese's is delicious.
God.
But the point is the Niners can do it this way.
Right.
And I think that's already been proven.
Oh, no
even
doubt,
though
Will.
I know, but they haven't done it.
Monday was a refresher, though.
If you get to overtime of the Super Bowl, then yes, you can do this your way.
And if you get to the Super Bowl with Jimmy
Burger King instead
and
of
Elijah
Reese's.
Mitchell and Mostert, he's done that. They're okay. I'm rooting for McCaffrey. And I think, oh my gosh, the odds go through the roof. But to say it's like another city had they lost their best offensive player like Tua. No. Yeah, thoughts and prayers. If he doesn't come back, Miami's done. But if McCaffrey, and we don't want this, it's not done, Dibs, because of the guy calling the plays.
I wonder if Miami is actually done. And I heard this on the way in today, and I heard you guys talking about them being done, and I thought about the 49ers when they lost not one but two quarterbacks, and it turned out that they weren't done. Now, I know this is an unbelievable, extraordinary example of a team not being done, but is Skylar Thompson allowed to come in and give the ball to really talented people with a very, very good head coach and still win enough games to keep them afloat?
It's
is
not
that
against
possible?
the rules. It's not against the rules.
Yeah.
The difference is we've seen him, and he doesn't look good.
He looks all right.
The Brock Purdy thing was totally based on our imagination. Like he came in and everyone's like, "Oh,
it's a wrap." I know I was.
This is the last pick in the draft, and 8 weeks later he's the quarterback, and then turns out that we didn't know. But you're not wrong.
I just think that we as a media, we as a football, thank you, we as a football populace, I think that we default to the "it's over" part of this.
Okay, yeah, you
far
guys
too often.
But
the math is there.
When we do that,
the math is there for the Dolphins.
When we do that, though, what we're talking about, what usually our senses tell us, and usually when a good NFL team loses its quarterback, you're dust.
Right.
Usually.
Yeah. Not last year when Cleveland lost its quarterback and Joe Flacco came on to lead them to the playoffs.
So you get one playoff game out of it. Like I'm talking about
Miami going 10-7 and being a playoff team.
Right, and maybe that's what their
They can't even stop the run.
That's what their outlook was or whatever. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you watch every game. They look like crap.
What
week
is
one,
going?
too. They rallied and won, but that's why I was with. And Fade the Dibbers is going the wrong way.
Yeah.
If you're fading
people
him,
are trying to fade me at 5 o'clock on primetime games.
But
I'm 3-1.
He's 3-1, and he's won 3 in a row. And I firmly went with him yesterday because Miami's not good. Miami's not good with Tua so far. So far. Yeah. But so I get it. Yes, it's not against the rules. But usually, what would we say about the Chiefs if Mahomes gets hurt Sunday?
That's it.
I would say that the Chiefs are more Mahomes reliant than Miami is Tua reliant.
Which is interesting because last year we sort of broke this down as like it was actually the defense that kept that season afloat.
It is what happened.
Right? So, but I
think Miami's more about Tyreek and McDaniel and the run game that hopefully gets healthy.
Cincinnati last year, Burrow goes down. How do you feel?
Yeah, not great.
That's it.
Although they had some nice wins with Jake Browning. Shout out Folsom High.
He was okay.
He was local kid.
Yeah, covered his game.
He had 2 minutes.
Folsom's local, but Pacheco Pass is not in the Bay. Explain that one to me.
That's tough.
I've never heard of Pacheco Pass. He got it wrong. Said it was somewhere it wasn't.
I didn't realize the Pacheco Pass doesn't have anything to do with Pacheco, the city.
Right. Isn't that Pacheco Pass? Is that between Livermore and Brentwood?
Gilroy-ish.
Oh, apparently. My bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Why is it pronounced Pacheco when the running back for the Chiefs is Pacheco? I'd like an answer to that.
I don't know, but did you hear my joke?
No.
It's gonna be great.
Get ready, Willard.
Okay, hold on.
What do you call it when Isaiah Pacheco goes into the flat? A Pacheco Pass.
That's excellent.
10-2. Yeah. 10-2, baby. Look, and he's laughing like he's doing something funny.
Your whole discussion there.
It's okay.
So you were talking about missing McCaffrey, but then you jumped to quarterbacks. Because I don't think there's a running back in the NFL who, if they missed the entire season, that team would be done.
Hold your thoughts.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Christian McCaffrey has been ruled out of Sunday's game against the Minnesota Vikings. So for the second week in a row, this time you get a little bit of a much earlier warning shot. Christian McCaffrey is out. I don't think this really surprises anybody, especially with comments made by John Lynch earlier, which we will bring into the fold.
How long is this going to be?
My guess in this moment is that this is not going to be back next week either. Right, well. My guess in this moment is that we are talking about multiple more weeks at a minimum.
Wow. But I wonder if they will do the IL stint, because the IL stint is a cemented 4-week, or do they continue to play the week-to-week? In other news, and I don't have this officially confirmed yet, but J.P. Mason has been informed that he will start on Sunday against Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's better than a 2. I thought I built it up quite nicely. And you know what?
Somebody just call Jordan and tell him what the answer is.
That poor
when
kid.
People ask.
We feel so bad. I hated
it's
that.
terrible.
Was a stain.
Well, I mean,
I'm telling you my reality and truth.
Look, and if you actually go back to what he said and the way he said it, he wasn't even firm about it. He was like, it might have been Friday, maybe. So a kid who's never been in the media spotlight like this, in the biggest moment of his professional life, just is talking to Lisa Salters, and the next thing you know, it's like supposedly...
And he's mad at the media. He feels scorned. Remember, he said this why I don't talk to y'all.
The media, and I know people won't like this, but the media didn't do anything wrong. This is just an unfortunate situation with the way the whole thing works, because those questions are fair, but he has every right to be totally annoyed.
No McCaffrey.
Time for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's bugging you coming up in 3 minutes? Your thoughts on the McCaffrey news, and how much does this increase the goo fear that you feel?
Well, I was on the record as saying an 8.5, and then Monday happened. And it was a reminder as I drove home that Kyle can do it with whomever. And I know that's kind of a blanket statement, but I'm into that. I'm drinking that Kool-Aid again. So I do worry about McCaffrey when he comes back. How will the body or it react? But at the end of the day, Kyle's shown us I don't need the top tier or the best of the best. I just can call it, and Willard, Steiny, and Dibbs, and Goo can run through it. That's a stretch, but I'm not as fearful for the Niners as a whole, Willard. And he's done it since he's been here, Kyle, that is.
Well, I mean, this is directly a reaction to what we saw Monday night. Like, nobody.
I was biting my nails when we found out at the beginning of the game.
So it's Friday at 2:01. That means 1, 2, 3, less than 4 days ago, this exact same news came out, and all of us flipped on our head and rolled around the room wherever we were sitting.
Me crazy to think it was an issue.
Yeah, the whole NFL world went nuts. Then Jordan Mason ran for 147 yards, and now all of us have like
six-man front this weekend.
We all have running back bulletproof vests on because we think that the Niners don't need him anymore. And somewhere in between,
I hope I'm not saying that they don't need him.
No, you're not. You're not. But I mean, we're talking about this weekend. But clearly, we've got a thicker skin to this because of the way Jordan performed on Monday night.
Wow. Yep. Yeah, without a doubt, the offense looked great.
Steiny,
take your jacket off.
Stay for a while. To me, are you telling me this is true? Because if it is, it's a joke.
Oh,
that if Kyle Shanahan went up to Mason, Jordan Mason
last
Friday and said, "You're starting Sunday," that's a fine. But if he goes, "Hey Jordan, be ready," wink, 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 be ready. Just hey, I want you to be ready. That's okay.
It's not okay because it's creepy. Like the way you looked at me and started to wink. Like if Kyle Shanahan did that to Jordan Mason, I'd be like, dude, get further away from me. You're weird. My bet is actually Kyle looked at him and went, "You're in line for a much bigger."
Yeah, he said, "Be ready."
Yeah. You're in line for a much bigger
Christian's
role.
banged up.
Christian's feeling
and
a certain way.
he took that as I'm starting.
Yeah,
it's also okay to tell him, you're starting, but that has nothing to do with McCaffrey's status. You could just start him, and McCaffrey, we want you to come off the bench because you're not fresh.
And we're going with 2 backs.
Exactly.
Can we further update what Kyle Shanahan said? Not only is Christian McCaffrey out, but you remember, I think it was just 2 days ago, that when Kyle was asked about the idea of IR, he was like, that hadn't even crossed our mind. Well, now it has. Kyle is publicly stating they are now considering placing Christian McCaffrey on injured reserve, which would sideline him this week plus 3 more. Game 1, I want everyone to know.
You can't go retroactive.
It's not like baseball. You can't go retroactive.
Yeah.
So if they put him on IR before Sunday, that means a week 6 return at the earliest.
Chiefs are week 7.
Right.
So,
and we'll get into it.
I'm going Westbrook. I'm just thinking of the Trent holdout, the Ayuk situation, and now this. Even though they can finesse this and get past it, this is not what you want.
I don't want to give it all away, but through it all, they should still be 4-1 at least, probably 5-0. But it's time for What's Bugging You guys. Yeah. Got spiders? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those 8-legged intruders. You know what that is, Mark?
It's eradication sensation.
Thank you. Yeah. And they do it with precision and care. Don't let spiders take over. Go to atcopestcontrol.com and reclaim your space. Who wants to go first? And Steiny, thank you for allowing me to have the legal.
Did a great job, too.
Thank you. And the tag. I enjoy that.
I'd like to go first so that you guys can sort of undo what I'm going to do and maybe have some fun and we'll have some laughter like we normally do because mine has a very serious undertone to it.
Go ahead, brother.
So all of the students in, South Marin County today have the day off of school because of a bomb threat that was sent out to an entire district. This comes a day after the particular high school where my kids go. All the parents received an email about both African-American and Jewish hate speech that was written on the walls in the school. This is in the Bay Area in California. And I just want to say, first of all, where the hell is the love gone? I mean, go from what we see now in our presidential election year. But furthermore, we're so glossed over now as a group. We're so immune to everything. There was a school shooting a week ago, and there are people that don't even know about it because it gets swept right under the rug. And there are so many, the kids are the kids. And yes, they have some accountability, but at the same time, the fact that those words are running around on people's phones and on walls and in homes, and parents are not coming down so hard on those children and letting them know that's a hard no in any form, whether it's the N-word or this, that, or the other. It's the hardest no. There's zero wiggle room. And I'm devastated. I'm so sad that this is.
And it's scary too, Willard.
This is this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing in 2024.
Kids.
The lovely Christie's dad, who's in his 80s, upon finding out about this, sent a message earlier today about how sad it is that we've basically circled back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s when this kind of hatred was taught and encouraged. And it's just, that's the last thing I want. It's so sad that we have not progressed in the way that we all ran around and thought that we had.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry to be serious, but it's just, it's just, it's absolutely devastating.
Heavy. Well, mine's serious. Yeah. Not quite as serious. Depends on how
that was heavy, man. You got it's real. I've dealt with that.
You know what else is heavy and real is when you work in a place and you share a refrigerator and people do not respect the dates on their dairy. I'm looking at you, dairy violator. You go in that kitchen right now and you open the fridge. It is nasty. It smells like the cheese factory outside of Novato. It is rank. You put your dairy in there and you forget about it now. And so those of us who are trying to use it for our salad dressing and the occasional fruit cup,
man.
I open the door and it is, you want to talk about nasty? Dude, beyond Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew, that makes Pepe Le Pew smell like the fragrancy at Nordstrom when you walk in the front door in the lower level. Hey, you, dairy fridge guy, handle your dairy.
They're like the hard rock band rancid.
Thank you, Steiny.
Clean it out, Steiny.
And I didn't mean to bring everyone further down than where Mark brought us, but
that was real.
Did you just say clean it out?
Well, you wash the dishes.
I haven't put anything in the fridge in 7 years.
And that's actually what you can't do when you have too much dairy. Actually, that's the problem that happens.
Yeah, fair enough.
Go ahead, Steiny.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, before you go, can I add one more piece to the Christian McCaffrey news?
Oh, I thought you were going to continue down the road.
Kyle Shanahan said that yesterday was Christian's worst health day in terms of pain
Steiny,
through this entire process.
You owe me one at the cafeteria, man.
As you were.
Nothing.
As you were. Go ahead.
Yeah.
G for
I
Guru.
can't.
Well, he's going on IR, but they won't do it until Sunday.
You're absolutely right.
You go.
You're absolutely right.
And that's what I advocated earlier in the week, whatever radio doctor.
Such an elegant muscle. Yeah, Achilles.
Yes, it was
calf. Go ahead, Steiny. I'm sorry.
Advocations.
Well, this kind of hurt my what's bugging you. Because what was really bugging me was the absurdity of trying to figure out when Christian McCaffrey was going to play again.
This didn't age well.
It's pointless.
Yeah.
It's meaningless.
Well, now we know.
It's gratuitous.
We have to do
quite
it.
frankly.
Thank you.
And
now we know, though.
No, we don't.
Well, we don't. We know for 4 weeks. It's not. We know for
You're
right.
We know
for Sunday. We
don't. But even if we know that, we don't know that means he's back.
No doubt about it.
Right.
No doubt about it.
Christian McCaffrey might not play this year.
Weeks, if it happens,
Christian might not play this year.
Yeah.
So, Goo, you'll be able to say for another month and a half, I'm worried about how the body reacts when he does come back.
Look at my partner.
Well,
I'm done.
Just before you go, and I know Steiny's already...
Just a song before
Well, now
I
you got to
go.
stay to 13.
Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
No, he's itchy.
I love it when he sings.
I heard you one day. I wanted to crash my car. Like,
no, I do. No, it started at that Sacramento Warrior game when you were out there.
And they lost at home.
But the whole Bay Area was in a good mood because he spent the whole day singing.
That was
the whole Bay Area was not in a good mood. No,
I was out there while you were singing. I was on those streets.
Yeah.
People were happy.
Here we go. One guy. One guy said to me, I really didn't like the attitude of the station on Friday.
Oh, boy.
It was a big party. Everybody just thought they were going to roll.
He's right.
Yeah.
Well, Steiny,
That's a full That's so good.
There's always one guy. There's
always one guy. Before we go to Goo, the CMC News, I want to know who is really a good friend on this station of Sam Lubman, because somebody needs to do a well check, because that's his fantasy football player.
Oh, good
I'm
God.
sure he's panicking.
Yeah,
he played Isaac Garendo last week.
It's a 0-sum game. I have Jordan Mason.
Do you really?
Someone check on the emotions of my 10-year-old that I've got to go tell this guy.
Fair enough. Anyway,
Sam Lubman.
Goo, what's bugging you, kid?
I can't say the bank, but it's embarrassing now when you walk in and there's 8 teller stations and only 1 teller. You're telling on yourself. People do not care about your time and what you have to do. But I wish we could go, Mark, not your version of it, back to the 70s when they respected the customer's time and you had people there to help you. I'm in the bank for 30 minutes and we all looked at each other like, it's embarrassing that I bank here when you got 7 stations made and created, but now you feel like it's okay just to use one. Don't worry, I don't have anywhere to go or anything to do.
No, Goo. You know I'm on.
I'm hot.
You know I'm a customer, and you know I endorse it.
ETMD.
But, dude, Fremont Bank.
Full service banking.
I'm going to go to them.
Yeah.
Goo, you get 21 branches, and if you go to another ATM, they don't charge you.
Stop it.
They don't charge you. So I go to an ATM,
I solved it.
and it says, "Oh, this ATM will charge you $3.50," and I hit yes, and they charge me $3.50. And Fremont Bank, before I get to the car, whoop, you get your $3.50 right back.
I got friends over there. We have friends.
No,
I got cards in my wallet.
While we're talking about money, you know you're not getting paid extra for this, right?
No, this is a freebie.
Baby
This is what they call it.
Well, I just want to get that out there.
This is added value. And you know where they're getting their added value, Steiny?
Maybe I'm not ready to leave yet.
That's an upset.
Yeah, sit down.
Dude,
sit down.
Well,
you are fascinated that I was worried about it.
Sit down.
Okay, then
I
don't
teed
sit
it
down.
up perfect for you.
What's
wrong with you?
Look, you're blushing. I was worried, and I don't want to be. I don't feel validated, but
now that
this
you said
was
it that way.
something.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Hashtag Chris Stapleton. You should probably leave.
Who's Chris Stapleton?
He's a country and western singer.
Country singer. And it's a pretty good one.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
What time is that?
That's what they play last call.
Yeah,
What time is that?
What time is what?
The Chris Stapleton interview?
Call's 2 o'clock.
No, we're not
just
having him on. I was not having him on.
I was like, Randy, what
No, he has a song called You Should Probably Leave.
Oh,
whoa. I will give you...
I call it the Steiny song.
I will give you my 5 reasons why the Sunday game in Minnesota is going to be feet up and RELAX.
So take the -5.5.
Oh, I'd lay the alternate. Okay. I'd lay 10.
By the way, did you see, before I leave, Aaron Rodgers came up with a new RELAX.
I saw that.
Mm-hmm. On 95.7 The Game. Hear more.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
First of all, how dare Steiny drop a tease on the way out the door and tell us to pay it off when we have no idea what the hell he's talking about?
I don't know what he was saying.
So we will move on to something much more important. If you are just hopping in the car, or if you just told your Alexa to turn on, and sorry about that, if I just turned on your Alexa.
Man, you've been turning on Alexa since like 93.
I've never dated an Alexa. We've got a good friend right now named Alexa, though. She's probably not listening, but hi if you are. But anyway.
That's a bad beat. If your name is Siri or Alexa,
it's rough. It's absolutely rough.
Or Karen.
Can you imagine having the smart speaker in your house if that's your name? Good Lord. Anyway, Christian McCaffrey is out this weekend. And my experience, this is how I'll say it, because I know you just said he's going on IR. And Christian's not going on IR yet. But my experience is, when you hear a coach and a general manager both start using those letters publicly into microphones, it is very unlikely that it then doesn't happen. So the fact that both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch indicated today that IR is a consideration,
right?
Signals to me that it is of the highest of likelihoods that prior to the game on Sunday, Christian McCaffrey would go on injured reserve. And injured reserve does not mean what it used to mean. It now means a minimum of 4 games, which would potentially only have Christian returning for a Week 6 Thursday night tilt in Seattle. That would be, if they do it, the first time that we would potentially see Christian McCaffrey this year.
And I'm all for it. And I'm all for it because I think that when you go through 1 week of is he going to play or is he not going to play, and we all headed into Monday night thinking, yeah, all signs point toward him being ready to go, and then boop, he's inactive last minute. It was a shock, and Jordan Mason did what he did, and you won the game. And then you get into this week, and it becomes, all right, he's practicing. He's limited, but he's practicing. It looks like maybe week 1 was a little bit of a blip and that he's going to be better and that he likely will be up and he'll be ready to go. And then you get to Friday and you don't even wait till Saturday. So this tells me he's not getting on the plane. So he's going to continue to stay here and do treatment here. If he was at all questionable, they would have flown him there and he would have gone through Friday and Saturday, or the Saturday walkthrough, and you would have seen on Sunday morning and you would have made the call. The fact that they're making the call now tells me that there was a setback or it's worse than they thought. And because of that, week 1, week 2, both misses, it makes sense to me to just say, you know what? We're going to take 4 weeks and really try to get you better.
Short time ago that Kyle Shanahan addressed the media. Here is how the back and forth conversation went over there at the Niners facility with regard to Christian McCaffrey.
Game injuries, Huff will be doubtful, D. Winters is questionable, and McCaffrey's out.
Does Christian need any kind of procedure or anything of that nature?
No procedure.
You said earlier in the week, IR is still not an issue.
It's something we're considering now. Yeah, yesterday was his worst day. It's on and off, but with it yesterday having the most pain, something we're going to be discussing here in the next 24 hours.
Yesterday was his worst day, and I will say something, and this is a complete layperson comment. All I have is 2 eyes, sometimes a brain, but I watched some practice footage yesterday of Christian running. Didn't look right to me. Didn't look right. I'm not in the guy's body. I didn't talk to him. None of that. So maybe he was only going at 75% on purpose or whatever. But I'm not surprised to hear Kyle Shanahan say that the pain was at its highest yesterday because I saw some practice footage and it didn't look right.
And that was the second consecutive day that he had come back. And so that makes sense where you have your first day back on Wednesday and you go through practice and you're limited. And then Thursday you try to give it a full go and you're not quite 100% and you still have the pain that Kyle's talking about in that leg and in that Achilles. And so you get out of yesterday and you wake up today and the pain's no better, and you realize that, man, I've gotten worse since Monday when I didn't play. I'm now in a worse spot than I was on Monday. So the trainers, the doctors, and Kyle and Christian, you all talk about it, and it's, you're not going to play this weekend, and now we have to take a hard look at not only you for 4 weeks, what that might do to get you better, but also our roster, because you can't continue to go forward with 45 guys or 46 and a last minute, switch out.
And another running back.
Exactly.
You're going to get another running back. I don't know who's on the practice squad or whatever. Go get another running back. So let us kind of tighten the screws here on the fly since this news just came down while we were in the midst of the crossover. 888-957-9570. Debs, I'm going to throw a question to you. Let's throw it to our listeners as well. And again, here's the premise. The only thing we know is that Christian McCaffrey is going to miss the first 2 games of the season. I can tell you what we also think, which is that Christian McCaffrey is going to miss at least the first 5 games of the season. That's what Dibs and I both think. We don't know. The consideration is underway to IR. My experience tells me when coaches start saying that publicly, that's probably going to happen because that tells you that right now, based on what the Niners are seeing and what the team doctors are saying, they don't feel very good about next week or the week after that either. So now the consideration is underway for IR, which would eliminate the first 5 weeks of the season, and obviously it could be more. So here's my question that I would love to hear an answer to from everybody. 888-957-9570. You can go to our YouTube and Twitch feeds and watch the show. You can look at the concern right on our faces and in our eyes and interact there. We'd love to chat with everybody on those platforms during the breaks and sometimes even during the shows and all of that stuff. 49ers still the Super Bowl favorite in the NFC?
Yes. Yes, okay. They are. Yes, they are. And this is something that I definitely want to deliver to the audience today, my opinion on it, because everybody we talk to, whether it's Tisha Hushmanzada or other experts and you and me and many other people around the team, Greg Cosell, the roster is, as you like to say, restaurant quality. It's Dante DiVincenzo. It's Michelin star, this roster.
I missed that name.
I do too. But this roster is that restaurant quality. Your quarterback is top whatever in the league. All you know is that this guy goes out and wins, and you've got a head coach with a laminated play sheet that is the best in football, or maybe top 2 with Andy Reid and his play calling. So one running back should not derail you from your overall picture of who you are. You have a very good defense. The coordinator looks to be somebody who's in tune with what the defense wants to do. You had a runner who went for $140 last week in a lopsided home win. I don't change my expectations at all. Not one iota.
Can I follow up with another question?
Not one bit.
And again, 888-957-9570 right now. We'll take your calls right now. Are the Niners still the Super Bowl favorite? McCaffrey's out at least 2 weeks. We think it's likely he's out at least 5. Who knows? Maybe more. I don't even know if he's going to play football this year.
Exactly.
There's no way to know at this point because there are people bringing up right now in front of our faces, Xfinity Mobile text line, like, how about the red flag? I see you, 925. Thanks for the text. Like, how about the red flag of the fact that apparently he started experiencing this before last year even ended? And you had a whole off season. You skipped OTAs to get a new contract, a whole off season, and we're still here? Why? So what tells you this will be better in October or November or December? Because it wasn't in March and April and May and June and July and August. So I have no clue where this is going. If I had asked you this 2 weeks ago or even 6 days ago.
Right, pre-Monday.
Prior to Monday. If I had said to you,
this is a good follow-up question.
Christian's going to miss at least 5 games. Niners still Super Bowl favorites?
Do you want me to tell you the truth?
Yes.
Or would you mind if I just, I don't know, lied to you?
I think I deserve the truth.
Well, then I'd say, are you high? How high are you? So high? Cody Bellinger on a Dave Fleming call? I mean,
it's been like 25 years, but anyway, go ahead.
How high are you? Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Dib Smokes Kush. That's my other favorite from Film on Mike. Pre-Monday, prior to what we saw from JP Mason, I would say it's a little foolish to think that you're still Super Bowl favorites. But then we saw what we saw.
You didn't think they could win without Brandon Ayuk, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and McCaffrey's more important than Ayuk.
Yeah.
So, but having seen what I've seen after 1 week and a small sample that I'm going to hold on to, like my daughter holds her teddy bear, koala bear, shout out Koala, I think that they still can be. And I'm thinking about Jeff Wilson Jr., Matt Breida, and all the various running backs that they've had. I would think that Kyle Shanahan, if he gets news that McCaffrey's out for the year, which thank God he hasn't gotten that news, but if that gets to be where we go, I think he looks at this as the ultimate challenge. With that laminated play sheet and the run game, they can survive it.
415 says, Dibs-lusional.
I like it.
Dibs-lusional.
That's a 4.
Not without C-Mac, not favorites. Like, I do think that your answer last weekend would have been no. And
pre-Monday. Monday at 2:30, if you would ask me, and I'm going to be honest with you, the answer would have been no.
Right.
Now, the liar in me wants to say, of course I still would have thought that. But that would be lying.
Take your comment and think about what we're all about to do. You know what happens at 6 o'clock? Grandy plays, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't wait.
The weekend. We're going to go into the weekend. What the hell are we going to think on Monday? Because one game.
Thank you.
Probably changed 75% of our opinions. One football game. Now we've decided Niners are bulletproof. We spent all August. What if there's no trend?
Mason on pace for 2,000 yards.
And now everything's fine. You know how the Super Bowl odds update every second in Vegas.
And the spread this weekend.
How have the odds changed since this news came down? We will tell you that coming up next. Plus, we will go straight to your phone calls. We see you coming. 888-957-9570. CMC is out this weekend. The Niners are considering putting him on IR, which would have him out through week 5. Are the Niners still Super Bowl favorites? We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. This is Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you're just joining us, Christian McCaffrey is out on Sunday. And take a listen to Kyle Shanahan and the way he answered a question on Wednesday versus Friday. Hey, Kyle, IR? On Wednesday, it was absolutely not. Check it out.
No, I've never considered that. Considered him to play last week, so definitely not thinking about 4 weeks off.
48 hours later.
Game injuries. Huff will be doubtful. D. Winters is questionable, and McCaffrey's out.
Does Christian need any kind of procedure or anything of that nature?
No procedure.
You said earlier in the week, IR is still not an issue.
It's something we're considering now. Yeah, yesterday was his worst day. It's on and off, but with it yesterday having the most pain, something we're going to be discussing here the next 24 hours.
All right. And Dibs, I appreciate your honesty because you said to our question, are the Niners still Super Bowl favorites? Because now it really does lean in the direction that Christian's probably going to miss the first 5 weeks of the season. That's just you and me talking. Sure. He's definitely going to miss week 2, but I think 3, 4, and 5 are likely as well based on that answer. Are they still Super Bowl favorites? You said yes, but you also admitted that if I had asked you that last Friday, you'd have said no.
Yeah, pre-Mason, I probably would have said no. I would have said that they still have a very good chance, but this checks notes Jordan Mason guy is going to have to be at least serviceable. Well, it turns out he's more than serviceable. 28 carries, $140. He's on pace for 2,000 yards this year. So
it's incredible.
It's incredible. So yes, my answer has changed with new information, but honestly, if you take a step or two back and you don't have McCaffrey, even for 8 weeks or 10 weeks, you still have a good enough overall team, in my opinion, to be right there in the end.
On FanDuel, prior to Kyle Shanahan's press conference, the Kansas City Chiefs were plus 500 favorites to win the Super Bowl. The Niners were second at plus 550. I want you to remember that number, plus 550. Then that press conference happened. And now the 49ers are plus 550.
Jeez, yeah. Still.
To win the Super Bowl.
Okay. So you're saying the odds haven't moved. They haven't budged.
Not one tiny bit.
And I think that the spread, which had been as much as 5.5, actually, it might have gone all the way up to 6. I do believe, depending on where you shop for your lines, but it's sitting at either 5 or 5.5. So that hasn't moved that much either.
Well, I do think that spread baked into it was the somewhat the likelihood that Christian was not going to play, because that was sort of indicated by Adam Schefter right out of the gate on Tuesday. Where I'm shopping, Niners down to 4.5.
Okay.
Minus 4.5 against the Minnesota Vikings. But we'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. And obviously the question is, with this news, do you still consider the 49ers Super Bowl favorites? Let's go to Frankie Eyelashes in San Rafael. Hi, Frankie. What's good?
Well, they're not the favorite. Kansas City's the favorite. Why would the Niners be the favorite?
Well, they've been co-favorites all off season, actually, Frankie, and they're certainly the NFC favorite. You know what I mean.
Come on, dude. That one guy, it's just, dude, the guy who was just talking, I don't know which guy you got next to you there going, yeah, they got a great defense. They got this and that. Yeah, and they got Kyle Shanahan.
I won't have
Frankie.
You.
Yeah, check the marquee, Frankie. I'm 26 years in this market.
You guys, you want me to name the games? Here, let me name some of the games he's lost. Well, he was offensive coordinator with Atlanta. He blew that Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was his fault.
On 2 play calls. Instead of kicking the field goal going up by 11, he chose to go back and pass. They got sacked 2 times. Then the NFC Championship game against the Rams, he blew that. 4th and 2, they don't go for it. They're up by 10. You remember this.
Yeah, NFC Championship.
Super Bowl. Yep. Then he blew 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
the guy,
you're right, Frankie. He's the one who went the wrong way on a block inside the red zone. That was his fault.
Hold on, Frankie.
Right, Frankie.
We'll accept all of that. Now do Andy Reid.
Andy Reid, what a god, man. Did you see how wide open they were in that final drive?
You forgot the first decade and a half of his career, didn't you, Frankie? Did you forget? Remember?
Listen, you guys, I'm a Raiders fan, but I know a dynasty when I've seen one, and this team is built for a decade. He's not just getting 4, you guys.
You still think they're the favorite in the NFC, Frankie? Or are you just trolling all afternoon?
It's a troll.
I think the Niners are a good team. I just don't like Kyle Shanahan. I don't like his coaching.
Fine. So answer the question, though, Frankie. You still consider him the favorite in the NFC or not?
No, absolutely not.
Who is then, Frankie? Oh, Detroit.
Detroit could beat him. Yeah, that's my friend's son, Jared Goff.
Oh, well, there you have it.
So you know Jerry Goff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Frankie.
I'll have to ask Jerry about you next time I bump into Jerry and see how good a friend you are, Frankie.
Well, listen, everybody can have whatever opinion you want. What I love to know is, where did your opinion come from? And when you give me hard-hitting analysis like the Lions are now the favorite, and we go, oh, why? Well, because I know Jerry Goff. Well, what a wonderful, bleeping reason to pick the Detroit Lions to win the NFC, because you've met Jared's dad.
That's why I picked him to win the Super Bowl at the Summit, because one of their assistant coaches is my former neighbor.
You did.
Cameron Davis. We all get to make our predictions based on what we want to make them on.
Yeah.
Now, to me, the Niners are the exact same team other than having McCaffrey. And yes, that's a step down. But if you look at the look-ahead line, and I just checked it from before the season started, the Niners are favored by 5 in this game. So here we are without McCaffrey, and the spread is either 4.5 or 5.
4.5 or 5.
So there you go. Yeah. It hasn't moved that much.
No, look, and by the way, we're also working on a premise that's not real yet. However, you and I are both guessing, and I think it's an educated guess, that it's headed that direction. So right now, it might be fair that the betting world is considered that Christian McCaffrey is out for week 2. And if he's just out week 2, why on earth would that send a tremor through the Super Bowl odds? They're already 1-0, and they did so emphatically. Whether the Vikings are a challenge or not this weekend remains to be seen. I hear a lot of educated opinions on this one that say the Niners will roll this weekend. I know some people in some pretty interesting places that think the Vikings are going to win this football game. Tell you who told me that coming up here in a few. But the world is working right now on the premise that he's gone for week 2. I and you are working on the premise that he's going to be gone until at least week 6.
Well, let's just think about that, and we can talk about why we believe that. And I think about first the nature of the injury, and maybe this is a day we get an emergency Pandya, Dr. Nirav Pandya.
I think that's already a done deal.
Okay, good.
20 minutes, he's going to call us.
Wonderful, because I want to ask about rest in this type of an injury and what that actually can do for quieting down the inflammation that's happening in the Achilles. But you miss week 1, and you start to ramp up for week 2, and then you get shut down on Friday. That tells me that this is a bigger thing than we would have thought back in camp. And so if it's bigger now than it was 4 days ago on Monday, for me, from a radio doctor standpoint, it's gotten worse, not better. So now we have to take more drastic measures to get it better, which means you sit out 4 games. And I'm looking at the schedule, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. You'd be back October 10th on a Thursday. So it's only 27 days from now.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's actually pretty quick.
But keep in mind, IR designated to return, like we're talking week 6 simply because that's the minimum rule. But there's no indication we have no idea when Christian's going to feel better. You can put him on IR and keep him there for much longer.
Right.
And then there are rules as to far as like, if you're going to designate to return, you just got to do it by this week. I don't have those all in front of me right now. But week 6 is just when he would be allowed to return.
Agreed.
Not necessarily projected to return.
And if you look at that week 6 game, it's a short week at Seattle. It's a Thursday night game. And if you sat him for that game, he'd have 10 more days before Kansas City. And then you have Dallas the week after that. Then you have a bye. So there are different, I think, checkpoints on this. If he does go on IR, 4 games, all right, Seattle on the 10th, but maybe you hold him out then and you wait till 10 days later, Kansas City, which would give him an extra 10 days.
I fully hear everything you're saying.
We just don't know.
And then I'll also add in, like, how's the leg feel?
Yeah.
Nobody would have guessed what Kyle just said, which was that yesterday was the worst pain day he's had the whole time. that means it's getting worse.
Agreed.
Not better as he rests.
Yeah.
It's getting worse.
And if he
I don't know where this is going.
Exactly. So let's just put some like mythical numbers on it, because we didn't find out till Monday he was out, and he was, working all the way up till game time. So that Monday he was probably about 75%. And he said if it was a playoff game, a meaningful game, he would go. And you go from there, 4 days later, now he's out on a Friday. So maybe he went from 75% to like 50%.
Well, it feels to me like the Niners are getting surprised by what's happening with Christian's body. That's what it feels. I don't know that, but you went into camp, and now we find out that whatever, he's been feeling it off and on for 7 months? Okay, that's bad. That freaks everyone out. Now the word Achilles pops up in addition to a calf. That freaks everyone out. But you're still all along expecting him to play on Monday Night Football. Then all of a sudden at the last minute, he doesn't. That further freaks everyone out. Then now we're sort of ready for it, but you get to today and announce that as he was a limited participant in 2 practices, he had his worst pain day since I don't even know when. Like, what's the frame of reference there? Worst day of the week? Worst day of the month? Worst since when? But whatever it is, his body is not reacting well to whatever they're trying to do. And so we can say week 6, I don't know. How about somewhere between week 6 and week next year?
Right.
That might be what I'd like. Get ready. I don't know.
You never know.
And he doesn't know.
Exactly. And obviously they don't know. And how could they know? And so McCaffrey doesn't play Monday. Tuesday's an off day. He gets treatment. He goes out Wednesday and he's limited. And he makes it through. And then clearly Thursday, he went out and tried to do the same thing. And you saw the video from practice and he looked a little bit off. I don't know how you would describe it. I'm going to try to pull up some of the footage myself and see what you're talking about. But clearly after Thursday, second day in a row, he was worse, not better. And then you get to today and it's like, I got more pain than I've had. What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm basing it on the burst as he got the ball on a couple of routes that he was running as they were doing their drills, and he did not look like he was pushing it to full speed, and his body language just didn't look great. But again, I'm sitting here looking at a video of somebody on a field. I can't tell you what he was actually feeling, but as I watched it, I remember what went through my belly. I'm like, that didn't look like Christian to me.
Yeah.
That didn't look like other practice videos I've seen of Christian. It looked like something a little bit lesser.
And why was he even a limited participant yesterday?
Obviously, because I think that they were probably trying to go through the process of seeing if he'd be ready to play. And it didn't. The body did not go the same as last week. The body did not go where they wanted it to go.
And you remember Christian saying, Grandy, that his mentality was to be ready to play on Sunday. So his mentality was, I want to practice Wednesday, Thursday, whatever, limited or full, it doesn't matter. He wanted to get himself ready, ramped up to play, and you get to today, and if he's experiencing more pain than he has in this cycle of this injury, well, then you shut it down.
We're going to go back to the phones. We're asking you, do you still consider the 49ers Super Bowl favorites, even if just in the NFC? Do you still consider them favorites to go to the Super Bowl, which they firmly are, and they remain at this hour, with the news that Christian is both out this week and the Niners are considering IR, which would push it at least through week 5. Your answer is yes. Here's my answer. Yeah. Different tone. No, because here's what I mean. I need more evidence that the run game is going to look like that without him. I'm not going to just be we've all seen running backs go for $150 and the next week they go for 28.
Yeah, but I know this is different.
That's why I said,
I get it.
I want more. I want to see more before I go, well, that's just what the Niners are going to look like. That's all we've got to go on so far. But week to week league, and look how much, again, opinions change based on
1 game
60
for sure.
minutes of football. Well, I'd like to see at least 60 more before I decide that Jordan Mason's going to go for 1,300 yards this year. That's all.
I get that. I also do think, and Kyle was asked today about Deebo Samuel and, will he get more carries now as a result of Christian being out? And Kyle said, well, it depends on the game flow and every game's different. And he kind of dodged it, but the answer, I believe, is yes. So Deebo's going to get probably 6 to 8 carries again, and he's going to, be a guy who's probably the backup running back for lack of a better way to describe it.
I by the way, this is just, and again, I'm no play caller, and I love the hell out of Kyle Shanahan. I'd love to see less of that. You drafted somebody again in the third round, or was it? When was Garendo? What round was that? What round was Isaac Garendo?
Fourth round, I think.
Fourth round, was it? Was it fourth? Not third. Anyway, whatever.
Pooney was the third rounder.
Yeah. You drafted somebody again. I'd love to see that person spell Jordan Mason. Fourth round, confirmed. Okay. I'd love to see that person spell Jordan Mason's son. I'm not saying that Debo can't carry the ball out of the backfield, but I'd love to see that be a little bit more of what it's been in the past. Surprise nature, jet sweep, whatnot. I worry more about Debo now. If that's the way, if you're actually going to line him up in the backfield and 6 to 8 times a game, just turn him into a running back that runs into the line, that, I don't think that that's awesome for Debo, the receiver. So,
right.
But again, I don't know if Garendo was ready. We'll see where that goes from here. If they put him on IR, they get a new roster spot. Maybe they can have more backs on the sideline on game day. Let's go to Rudy in Newark. Hi, Rudy. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. How are you? Good to talk to you.
Great to have you.
Hey, yeah, thanks. I been a long-time listener, about a third-time caller. Anyway, I'm not a doctor, but I did spend the night at a Holiday Inn Express.
Oh, good for you. I hope someone was with you.
McCaffrey, I don't understand how he got through all of last year injury-free, because all of his time in Carolina, and I'm convinced that they've known about this and that Christian's been hurt since camp even began. And I don't, for the life of me, understand why they would let him play or try and play like yesterday. They have to know. They have to have x-rays and MRIs. They got to know the tendonitis exists in the Achilles, and that doesn't go away without rest. Why would you push him on Thursday to see if he can play this Sunday? It doesn't register with me. What do you think?
Well, Rudy, here's what I think. If this is something that's been going on all offseason, which there are indications that has been the case, I'd argue that they did rest him. They rested him. He didn't go to OTAs. Then they signed him to a new contract. Then he showed up to camp and worked for like 2 days. And then they shelved him. And I know he did work on the side, but he essentially skipped camp too, as far as meaningful reps on the field. And then they got to game week, and they checked on it.
Right.
Like, dude, are you ready? And the answer was no. And then they checked on it again for week 2, and it got worse. So now that's when you start thinking IR. I get where you're coming from, which is like, why would you do that? I'd argue that if this is something that they've known about for 6 months, sounds to me like they did go as slow as possible.
Exactly.
While keeping the possibility open for him being ready for the start of the year.
And this is how you find out if a player's ready. You go out to practice and you push the player on a limited basis. You get him out there and you see. And it goes well the first practice, and you think, all right, let's try it again the next practice. Maybe we'll give him a little bit more and see how it looks. And that was yesterday. And he went out there and it looked maybe not as good as you would have hoped. And then today he comes in for the final practice of the week before the Saturday walkthrough, and you don't even make it onto the practice field because you've got pain and you've had a setback. This is what you do when you try to see if a player's ready. There's no other way to have a player get ready. Like in baseball, where a guy goes on an IL stint and he's out for a month, you throw him into single A for a game, maybe 2, maybe he gets a triple A game, maybe 2, then you bring him up. You see how he's doing on his way back, and that's what this is. And unfortunately, McCaffrey got to stage 2, and if he would have gone through yesterday, no pain, he practices today, no pain, he plays on Sunday.
McCaffrey is out today. Kyle Shanahan says they are now considering IR, which would push him out through week 5. If that happens, do you still view the 49ers as Super Bowl favorites? Dibs says yes. I say, yeah. Vegas says yes. Vegas, in fact, says at this hour, unchanged. However, Vegas is not adding in the somewhat hypothetical scenario that we are, which is we're sort of assuming that he's going to be gone at least for the first 5 games of the year. Vegas can't really do that. They're in the moment. And right now, Christian is only out for week 2. But I'm with you. I would be very surprised if in the next, we got a lot less than 48 hours, if in the next, 42 hours or so,
yep,
we don't find out that Christian is going to be out for the next 4 games.
This feels like a classic Sunday morning, like before you wake up, Adam Schefter, where, the 49ers will have announced at that point that he's going on the list.
Well, do you remember how quickly, when the words IR, when you see a coach go, IR is a consideration, the amount of time between when Sean McVay said that and Puka Nacua actually went on IR.
It's like an hour, right?
Like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happens before the hell we leave here.
It could. Yeah.
Honestly, if this is based on yesterday was his worst day of pain, then you come to today, you've got practice, you've got all your media stuff. Like, I would imagine that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and everybody involved is probably in the middle of meetings with team doctors about this right now.
And that's a good point.
And they may well come out of there with no white smoke.
Right. They may come out of there with an addition to the roster. And if he goes on the list, then the player that you add to the roster can get on the flight and go to Minnesota and help you out. I did think it was interesting what Kyle said about Garendo and Patrick Taylor Jr. about, their ability to step up. And he said, Garendo missed so much time, and then he got those 2 preseason games, and he was rolling. He looked good in those games, but Kyle's already lamenting being down to, deep on the running back depth chart. You don't have Mitchell, and you don't have McCaffrey, so he's down to RB3.
You have a group of pups like Jordan Mason. You know what I mean? Like, I know now we're all just comfortable. Well, what if Jordan limps off even for a handful of plays?
You've got Garendo and Patrick Taylor Jr., and that's why I do think what you're saying about well, you don't want to use Debo,
I know, I agree with you.
He's your change of pace, but you talk about the IR, and if you are going to make that move with Christian McCaffrey, it behooves you to do it soon so that you can find another running back to add to your team and, get them up to speed just in case.
But yeah, we've had that question, and I'm glad you just answered it on the Xfinity Mobile text line of like, what would be the reasoning behind IR? Why do you want to lock up 4 games? Yes, gives you an extra player while that player who goes on IR is getting healthy. If you know he's not going to be ready, or if it's not smart to play him over the next 4 weeks, absolutely the right thing to do. And again, our experience, when you hear coaches and general managers say that publicly and into microphones, it's very rare, I think, that you say, we're considering IR, and then you come out and you're like, no, skip it. Like, because what indication would you have right now if you're the 49ers that this is going to get better in the next 3 weeks? You have the only thing we know is that yesterday was the worst day so far the whole time.
Yes.
So you got no indicator that this is going to get better in the next 3 weeks.
And he was coming off of 2 practices in a row where he was trying to ramp up, and he started to feel something. Just Niner fans and fantasy football fans, keep your eyes on Keyshawn Vaughn on the practice squad.
Yeah, boy.
He might be the candidate who gets elevated if a move like this happens. Keyshawn Vaughn.
Fantasy's crazy.
Keyshawn Vaughn.
Every year, the league.
Who are you?
The league is won by somebody who went in your draft. You're like, I wasn't even thinking about that person. Yeah. # Puka Nacua. You weren't even thinking about this stuff at the beginning of the year. And now here we are. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Okay, if he misses at least the first 5 weeks of the season, do you still consider the Niners Super Bowl favorites? We see you. We're coming to you. 888-957-9570. And we'll get a little emergency Pandia in there coming up as well. The doc will give his thoughts on Willard and Dibbs.
After a Week 1 win with a new weapon emerging.
And a face over the right tackle. Touchdown.
Okay, we're going to go straight to the phones as quickly as we can, and we're going to go through the games that Christian may miss. Again, we know that Christian McCaffrey's out week 2. The idea of IR has been brought up. Dibs, you and I both believe that means it's very likely it's happening. We'll see in the coming days, but if it does, that means Christian misses Minnesota, the Rams on the road, followed by the Patriots at home. The Cardinals at home would be eligible to come back for Thursday night in Seattle in early October. So question is, do you still see them as Super Bowl favorites? And what record do you think they might have after those 5 games? They're 1-0 already now. So we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. But on the River Islands guest line, quickly jumping in here for some emergency Pandya is our friend Doc Narav Pandya. Hey, Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, but yeah, we'd love some answers and I guess just a general reaction to not just the news that Christian is missing this weekend, but Kyle Shanahan's comment that yesterday was his worst day of pain. What does that indicate to you?
Yeah, that's not a very good sign. I mean, I think what we get concerned about is that clearly he's been dealing this for a while. He took all this time off during training camp. And as you're ramping him up, he gets with the worst day of pain. That's super concerning in terms of, number one, does he need an extended period of time off, which it sounds like IR is the answer for that. It also then means, is this something that's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks? I mean, he rested. He did all the things that you would do to treat Achilles tendonitis, and he's having bad days. So that's super concerning as we head into the season. And I do worry, is this something that's going to need more than just IR time? Are we talking 6, 7, 8 weeks before he gets better?
Is there anything you can do with Achilles tendonitis other than just rest it?
There are some injections. You can do injections called platelet injections, called PRP, where you can inject in that. You know, some basketball players get it for MCL injuries, et cetera, that can potentially help the chronic changes or inflammation in the tendon go down. But the tough thing is that even with those injections, you just need to take time off. And that's the tough thing, is that you take time off and then suddenly you've been off for a period of time and then you have to ramp back up. And, you know, the football season just started, but you go 6 weeks of rest and you get this injection and you're trying to ramp up. Does that mean that he's got enough time to be explosive and get into shape and be productive this season?
Doc, I guess I would just ask, when you say extended rest, what does extended mean? Like, is there any reason to think that a month would do it, or is there like no way to know how long?
Yeah, it's without knowing the severity of it, but the fact that, you know, yesterday was the worst day. Like, when we're dealing with non-professional athletes and they have like a flare-up of Achilles tendonitis, you say 3 months. Now, obviously, he's a professional football player, so you're not going to take 3 months off. In general, you're going to say, maybe we'll push the limit and do 4 to 5 weeks and then see, as Dan was mentioning, see how he does. But the worry always is, you feel pretty good until you get out in that field. Next thing you know, 5 weeks from now, he's out there and he's having pain again. And the risk of, number one, rupturing it, number two, causing chronic changes in the tendon, or number three, him hurting something else because Achilles is weak, it just raises all these possibilities that you are super concerned about.
Does the tendonitis portend for future injury, or is that just simply happenstance based on the wear and tear of an athlete?
Yeah, I think for an athlete, if this was just like, hey, he was doing great all off season, it started at the beginning of camp, and it just kind of flared up a little bit, you don't get super worried about it. But you hear that this is lingering at the end of last season. He had all off season to get this better, and then it's still bothering him in camp. Then you do worry about, number one, you know, that risk of the rupture, but also, are there chronic changes starting to come in that tendon for someone who is his age and has played all this football? So you do worry about, is this going to be more of a long-term issue, because it's been going on for a while and at the position that he plays.
Doc, thanks for hopping in real quick on an important day. We appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime, guys. Yep.
There he is, Emergency Pandya.
Yeah, it's so great to have him in case of emergency break glass.
Well, the only thing I heard all of it.
Yep.
But what stuck with me, twice in his first answer, super concerning.
Yeah.
End quote.
Yes, super concerning, because they did everything that they were supposed to do. And if he was feeling this back in February and through the offseason, then it's, let it quiet down, rest. And I don't even know if he had injections, the PRP, whatever he did, rest. No OTAs, no camp, rest, no preseason, rest, week 1, sit. All right, I think we've done enough of the rest and stuff. Let's see what we've got. Day 1, day 2, full stop. That's what's really concerning, is when you think about 6 months of rest, and he got married and he was busy, and I'm sure he was active because he's a monster when it comes to working out. Sure. But you get all the way up to where it's time to go, and you get 2 practices in and you got to shut him down, that is very concerning.
888-957-9570. How about, let's go to Ferris in Antioch. Hi, Ferris. Thanks for calling.
What's up, man? Thank you guys for letting me on. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to respond to a caller. I think he was a Raider fan, a little depressed Raider fan. He was calling about, he was criticizing Kyle about saying he don't like Kyle, and Kyle cost the Falcons in the Super Bowl. Well, I've never seen an OC get more blame for a Super Bowl loss than Kyle Shanahan in the 2017 Super Bowl versus the Patriots. I don't think people blame Dan Quinn for that Super Bowl when he's the head coach. Didn't the head coach begin, blame for that Super Bowl? And also...
All right. Yeah, Ferris, I look, you're not going to get any disagreement whatsoever in this room. If I could make a rule, be like when we were playing quarters in college, I think when you hit 3 in a row, you got to make a rule. Remember that?
Oh, my God, you're taking me back.
You don't remember that?
No, I do remember.
You got to make a rule if you hit 3 in a row. Okay?
No elbows on the table.
No elbows on the table.
Or whatever.
Like,
totally.
If you make another one, you get to run around the room, or everybody else has to, whatever. Take your shirt off. Stupid stuff. You're college kids. I'd like to make a rule. No more Kyle Falcon stuff.
You got to make 3 in a row first.
It's beyond irrelevant, not only because he wasn't the head coach and we don't do that, but B, it wasn't here. Like, if we're going to assess the coaching job of Kyle Shanahan, we've got a tremendous amount to work with here as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. If you want to play coordinator games, then we get to go to Cleveland, and we get to go to Houston, and we get to go to all these places, Washington, where Kyle was an assistant, and start assessing what happened in each of those cases, whether the team was better offensively, worse. It's really, really overwhelming and, quite frankly, a waste of our time.
It's irrelevant.
Leave Atlanta out of this one game where, by the way, the defensive coordinator, no one even knows who he was, and he was the one who couldn't stop the Patriots the entire second half.
Yeah, I believe the caller even said that. For those of you on YouTube, you heard him say, what the Chuck was his name?
That's right.
And I couldn't quite remember what he was talking about.
His name was Dan Quinn because he was the head coach and a defensive guy.
I'm going to allow one wrinkle to your rule. And if you call in and you want to talk about him blowing a 28-9 point lead, I'll allow it. Because when they got the ball back, it actually was 28-9. So if you really want to be nuanced about it, but he didn't blow a 28-3 lead because he's the offensive coordinator. And when he got the ball back to coordinate, it was already 28-9.
Yeah, but why are you then hanging on him all of the other scores that happened after that?
I'm not hanging any of it on him.
He doesn't get any of that. The Patriots ended up with over 30 points.
Whatever. He was a coordinator, and that was 10 years ago. So I'm with you, but I do like when people 28-3. It wasn't 28-3, but you're right. We have enough of a body of work, and I do think that if Christian McCaffrey misses the next 4 games, so he misses the first 5 games, I still think that what Kyle Shanahan has done, what John Lynch has done, what this team is, you should still be 5-0. I'm going to give you 4-1.
5-0. 5-0.
If you're 4-1 and you lose at LA or you lose Sunday at Minnesota, I'm going to give you a pass.
I hear where you're coming from.
To 5-0. You're that good.
Well, again, I hear where you're coming from, but if anything, haven't we learned over the last 7 days? Can we just go week to week? I know that that's not an answer that's satisfying to people.
Sure, Mark.
I get where you're coming from. You're
Stop
right.
asking me about the Sunday game. Then. Let's talk about 3:10 on Friday.
But we know who's playing Sunday.
We do.
I don't know who's playing the next Sunday. Because you got to get through this Sunday.
There might not be a next Sunday if you ask Kyle Shanahan.
Ask Kyle, that's right.
Right.
The world might explode. Greg in Antioch, next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Greg. Thank you for calling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Quick question, man. What do you guys think about Kyle putting Debo at running back with wide receiver shoulder pads, running them up the middle? And he already has a bad shoulder from last year.
Well, I'm not a doctor, Greg, so I don't know if his shoulder from last year is fully healed or not or whatever. I get where you're coming from, and I'll just reiterate what I said earlier. My hope is that other running backs, whether it's Garendo, whether it's Taylor, whether it's somebody that they sign, a lot of people are bringing up Matt Breida, who was here just a couple of weeks ago. Could you bring him back? I would love to see other running backs be the ones who spell Jordan Mason during this time more than Debo. A, because yes, running him up the middle, I worry for Debo's health. But B, I want when Debo gets the ball out of the backfield, I love the element of surprise. I want those jet sweeps. That's all still going to happen. That was already going to happen. But just handing him the ball to run straight up the middle, not my favorite. Not my favorite.
And you've got Garendo. You drafted him, and he's starting to get into shape and starting to get ready. I bet you see some Garendo carries on Sunday.
I agree with you. I hope so. We're sponsored by Safeway. The questions we're answering. A, if indeed Christian McCaffrey's gone through at least week 5, are the Niners still Super Bowl favorites? And B, through those first 5 games, what do you expect their record to be if he's out for all of them? 888-957-9570. Matty Barrow's on the beat in an hour. Your phone calls till then on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and more. Nabisco Family...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Is Christian McCaffrey going to be out a while?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Right.
What a difference 2 days makes, right? 2 days ago, it was IR.
What a difference every hour makes.
Yep. But 2 days ago, we're not even considering, it was not a consideration of IR. And then 2 days later, we're now considering it.
Yeah, but 5 days ago, we were all like, the Niners offense is cooked. And now we're like, I don't think they're going to lose ever again, with or without Christian.
Well, the margin for error, if you don't have McCaffrey, does get a little bit smaller because you and I were talking maybe at the end of last segment about, Matt Breida. Maybe you go out and bring back Matt Breida, the cheetah. And I was looking at other free agent running backs, Rashad Penny, who announced his retirement, Kareem Hunt, no thank you. As you go down the list of people who've actually been a running back who aren't signed by other teams, there aren't a lot of them out there. I just had another development come across. Okay.
And so wanted to pass this along to everybody as well. The NFL has released this statement with regard to the 49ers handling of the injury report on Monday and over the weekend. Quote, we looked into the 49ers reporting of the playing status of Christian McCaffrey for the team's Monday night game against the New York Jets. We have found no evidence of a violation of the league's injury report policy in this matter. End quote, end issue.
End story, which was a non-story, and it unfortunately became a story because of Jordan Mason's on-field post-game interview where he told Lisa Salters, they told me on Friday I was going to start. Even if that was true, that still is not a violation because McCaffrey could have been the backup.
Absolutely.
And what if McCaffrey was in Kyle's doghouse, like Brandon Ayuk famously was? So, you know what I mean? Like just because JP Mason's going to start doesn't mean that McCaffrey's going to be out due to injury. These things are mutually exclusive.
You're absolutely right. And not everybody, but a lot of people missed that sort of approach. The illegal thing would have been if Jordan Mason answered the question. They told me on Friday, right when they told Christian that he definitely wasn't playing.
Right.
Now we've got
no doubt
a violation. And you know what it would have been.
Would have been a violation sensation.
It would have been. All right, let's go.
More than a buck. It probably would have been 100,000.
Right.
That's $100,000. That's a clean $100,000. Yeah. That's a clean $100K, I think.
Yeah, which Jed York is like, I didn't even notice that. But anyway, before we go to the phones, which we're going to do right now, but this take 13 seconds, Kyle Shanahan was asked about already being down to a third running back. Because, of course, Eli Mitchell, now I think this is a little bit of a disingenuous sort of an approach. I think Jordan Mason was going to beat out Eli Mitchell anyway. I thought that all camp. But, okay, you're down to a third running back already. Here's Kyle's response.
It's different to be down to your third guy already. But we never really looked at Elijah or JP as 2 or 3s. I think those guys are capable of being ones, as Elijah's shown in the past, and so is JP. For the 2 new guys, when their op comes, I believe they're ready.
Okay, so he views JP as a 1. So they're not down to their third running back. They've got 3 1s.
Right. Now they got a couple of 2s as well. And they should probably go out and add a 3. And I was mentioning Keyshawn Vaughn on the practice squad. He might be a guy who gets elevated. So stay tuned. Kyle Shanahan, like his father before him, they've done a lot of magical things on the ground with people you've never heard of.
Always have.
Right.
Always have. And if you've been an NFL fan for a minute, you'll remember those names, from Mike Anderson to Olandis Gary and then the ones that actually had some name value, Terrell Davis and Clinton Portis and whatever. But it doesn't matter who's back there. So it seemed. And the Niners have that too. Mostert, Breida, on and on. Okay. 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey is out for week 2. The 49ers are considering an IR stint, which would push him through at least week 5. Let's go to Jay. Hey, Jay, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, I guess your guy didn't tell you. So I want to put it out in 95.7 community. I'm trying to drill through a leaf spring. Do I go carbide or titanium for a drill bit?
You got to go titanium. I don't think that the carbide is going to give you a clean enough cut. You need the heat that comes with the titanium. Much cleaner trip through, if I can recall.
I'm going to answer this in a very fuddy-duddy way. Jay, our producers, and he's got a name. His name's Lucas. He's the director of sports at 95.7 The Game. He absolutely made us aware that you're trying to drill a hole in metal. And while Christian McCaffrey is facing IR, I'll straight admit I didn't give a rip. So, Jay, sorry for being I'm so sorry for being a fuddy-duddy. I really don't care what you do here with your metal. But I'm glad you called.
I'm taking Dib's advice there.
All right, good. You should.
Thank you.
I don't know the answer anyway.
Oh, yeah. It's clear.
So the thing is this, man. RBs don't last, and NFL teams know this. And, man, rest CMC. Just rest him. Just freaking rest him. And let Kyle do what Kyle does. All right? So you got an entire season, right? All right? So there's a large sample size. You have a large sample size for the season. And, yes, did he make mistakes? Sure, in that final moment, the last quarter. But just trust in Kyle, people. Just trust in Kyle. And I'm sorry, Diz, what'd you say?
Titanium. Titanium, Jay, yeah.
Go Titanium. All right, I'm
Appreciate it. Yep.
Or Tartanium. Or Tarkanian. Thank you, Jay.
Use the Tarkanian blade.
Yeah, eat a towel and it'll be fine.
Best of luck. And he's right about RBs. They tend to not last. And because of that, if you can have a more fresh McCaffrey in week, 10 or 12, I don't even know if that exists. Clearly, right now in week 2, he's not ready to go, and that doesn't have to be a devastating thing.
No, you're all absolutely right. I have the hardest time processing this point though, because here's where my head goes. In fact, even the most recent set of texts on the Xfinity mobile text line, 510, thank you. Put him on IR so he's ready to go in the back half of the season when it counts. You know exactly what I'm going to say. How the hell you know he's going to be ready then?
Yeah.
He's been hurt since January.
Right.
So why do we suddenly think, just put him away till week 6 and then the Chiefs come to town and they'll be ready to ride? Maybe. I'm preparing my mind for Christian to not play this year. I'm not telling you I think that. I'm not telling you that it's going to go that way. But if Christian is ready to rock in the way that we know Christian is ready to rock, I'll be pleasantly surprised, and that will be wonderful.
Yes.
But, dude, if this has been lingering since January, on what planet are we all thinking, well, just give him a few more weeks? They've given him a bunch of weeks.
Yeah.
He ain't ready. I don't know if he's going to play this year. I got no idea.
And I'll tell you this, having coached at a much lower level and dealt with athlete injuries, when you have an injury that could be severe, you immediately shift your mindset into, what do we do without this player? You want the player back. They want him ready for week 3. And if he goes on IR, you're hoping he's ready for week 6. And if he's not ready till week 10 or 14, you're going to be ready at that point. Between now and then, you've got to rush the ball. You've got to find a way to get yards on the ground and win football games. So I'm sure Kyle already is sympathetic to Christian's plight right now. But he's already moved on to what are we doing game plan-wise without him?
No doubt. And here's where, when people go Super Bowl or bust, or it's a year-to-year league, here's where I do think you have to bring the future into play. Not just because of the contractual situation, but are you a human being? Christian McCaffrey, if doctors are telling you, he could play week 9, he's at a much higher risk to rupture the thing. Well, now you're bringing next year, and you're bringing, quite frankly, in his late 20s at that position, you're bringing his entire career into the balance. And so I do think that's a conversation that could end up happening, where you do get to week 8 or week 9 or week 10, and you're like, this is just not worth the risk. We'll see next year. That's possible. That's possible, because you can't, even to win a Super Bowl, if you feel like this guy's at a high level risk of rupturing his Achilles, and I know what Christian will say, come on, coach, put me out there, it'll be fine. But similar to the conversation a lot of people are having today about Tua, you got to get other opinions entered into this whole conversation and sometimes help these players save them from themselves.
No doubt. And we obviously are not aware of just how severe the Achilles strain or the Achilles tendonitis is. And we've heard many doctors, and Dr. Nirav Pandya joined us earlier today, and Dr. Brian Feely earlier in the week. And based on the severity, that will indicate how much more likely it is that a rupture occurs. So not knowing how severe it is, we don't know that, because if he was on the precipice of a rupture, he probably would have had surgery in March and just bagged the year and got it good and sat a year and thought, you know what, I'll just come back in 9 to 12 months and make it better. But if it's a 50-50 thing where maybe rest will quiet it down and you'll be able to play,
right,
that becomes a more difficult thing. When I tore my ACL, I went to the doctor and they're like, you have no ACL. You need one, so we're going to go ahead and put one in from a cadaver. Okay. Wasn't a really difficult choice to make,
right,
but this is a tough call to make.
Absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, our friend Tim Kawakami sent this out about an hour ago, and I think it's a fair thing to enter at least informationally into the conversation. So many people now talking about the possibility of IR, which would make him eligible to come back week 6 against Seattle. As you pointed out, short week. And oh, by the way, what surface do they play on? Same thing that we're talking about in Minnesota and LA. That's another turf game, and it is a very short week. So if he's not going to be ready by Sunday against the Cardinals in week 5, you may well be thinking, let's not do week 6 in Seattle either. That's 4 days later, and it's on turf. So maybe right now the Niners are actually circling the week after that, which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, and they go, after that game, they go grass,
okay,
turf, grass. That's their next 5, and including a bye. The only turf game is at Seattle. No, they have Seattle at home, so
Seattle's
those are all
at
grass.
home.
Tampa's grass.
What is Buffalo?
Buffalo is turf.
Okay, so there's your next turf game after Seattle is in December. It's in December because they will go home, Tampa, home, Green Bay.
Yep.
And a bye week in there too.
Exactly. And the Buffalo game, I believe, is your final turf game of the year until you play Arizona.
Arizona on January 5th, which hopefully the Niners have wrapped up the first round bye by then because of, as we've learned, they will not be losing any games this year. And so he can rest for that one too.
Yeah, and the reason why I still think that they are a Super Bowl team, and honestly, I think 5-0 after 5 games is where they should be. I just look back at the 2019 year. Niners go 13-3, and here are the carries. Tevin Coleman, 137. Raheem Mostert, 137. Matt Breida, 123.
Wow, that's crazy.
Those were your 3 running backs.
That's crazy.
And they all rushed for 4 to 5.5 yards a tote.
Yeah, but this is a different team. I mean, when you acquire Christian, you're committing to more of a bell cow scenario.
But you can go from committing to committee if you have to. See what I did there? And this was much more of a committee. And if it's Mason and Garendo and I don't know, whoever else you can find. Maybe Breida comes back. Maybe you can do it that way.
Let's go to Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the call.
Yeah, man.
So I've got 2 things. Obviously, this is not the news any Niner fan wants to hear. And so I'm going to slightly contradict myself. My first thought is, if you're thinking IR, put him on IR right now. Why are we thinking about it? And let's not let him play till after the bye week. Forget the Chiefs game. He's more important than just one game during the regular season. But then the other flip is what you kind of stole some of my thunder there, Willard, is what is 6 weeks going to do when 6 months hasn't done? So that, I mean, I don't know where you go with this. Now, I guess it could be a week-by-week thing. But, I mean, that leaves everybody like, is it this week or did it flare up again? And then we're doing this back and forth thing. And that's screwing with Kyle where you just shelf him. Just shelf the guy and, not move on from him, obviously, but just move on with the game plan and just know you won't have him for this duration.
Well, Waterman, here's what I would say, because it's a fair point that many might be thinking, but and I'm going to just try to translate Kyle Shanahan the best that I can. Dibbs, I think you'll back me on this. Waterman, thank you for the call. He's saying if you're considering IR, just do it. My translation is that's what they're trying to tell you. The reason you don't just come out and do it on Friday at 2 o'clock is because the pain came yesterday that was worse. You go through the morning process at the facility. You're talking with team doctors. You've got to still conduct practice. You've got to put together an injury report for the game. It's a lot going on. It's a busy day. And then once that's all happened, now you're going to huddle as a group. In other words, there's no difference between putting them on IR today or putting them on IR tonight or putting them on IR tomorrow morning or Sunday morning. There's no difference in that. So this is simply the 49ers not rushing to a microphone to tell us what's happening, but if they set it into a microphone, that is what they're doing. That's what I believe. I believe that Christian McCaffrey will be on IR by Sunday morning.
I think that he'll be on IR by tomorrow morning, yeah. And I do think that the announcement comes out today because they realize there's no sense in even flying McCaffrey there for a let's see if you're ready Sunday morning kind of a vibe. He got through yesterday. He comes in today. Practice was at 12:30 today. By the time he came in today, the pain was so severe that you knew he was going to be out on Sunday. So now you go through practice, 12:30. They probably wrapped it up a little while ago. And, Kyle Shanahan already spoke at 1:30 when it was over. And now you sit down with the GM and you sit down with your player personnel people and you look at your options. And maybe it is you call Matt Breida back and see if he's able to rejoin the team, or you elevate Keyshawn Vaughn off the practice squad, or you look at all your options and you figure out if he's going to go on the IR, what's the corresponding move you make, or maybe you just play this out for another week and you try to get him ready for week 3.
Well, we'll see about that.
I don't think that's likely.
Option A, I mean, again, I think Christian is very likely going to end up on IR this weekend. And then it just becomes, dude, you're over here and the doctors are going to let us know when you're ready to go. And if that's week 6, great. 7, 8, great. Not at all, okay. But until you're back, option A is exactly what you saw on Monday. I have absolutely no hesitation about the idea of, dude, let Jordan Mason run for 1,400 yards this year. He can do it in this offense. And I don't sound crazy because I can give you a list of you've never heard of them who do that under Shanahan. Mike or Kyle. That's what they do. This is a very, very effective system. And we can line up offensive linemen to come on the air right now. Mark Schlereth will do it with us next Tuesday, I promise. And he'll tell you exactly why this run scheme is so effective. And if you've got Trent Williams on the left and Pooney doing what he's doing now at right guard, and you're able to pick sides the way they are, yes, Mason can lead the league in rushing if he's healthy for 17 games and gets that opportunity. No doubt in my mind.
Or you can have some sort of a committee, and I referred to you earlier, the 2019 year of Coleman, Mostert, and Breida. They combined for 1,930 yards on 400 carries. Now, you're not going to ask, Jordan Mason to carry it 400 times and go for 1,900, but
you give him 330?
You give him 280, and then you spread 150 among Garendo and, whoever else you want to elevate up.
28 carries last time?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, times 16.
28 times... Well, 28 times 17. Yeah, 28
that's
times
about 450.
17, yeah, 476.
That seems like a lot.
I'll take the under.
It feels like it might be a record. But this three-headed monster was 397 carries for more than 1,900 yards. So they were able to run the ball effectively and go to the Super Bowl, by the way, with Coleman, Mostert, Breida, and just a tiny sprinkle of Jeff Wilson. These are not household names.
No, but boy, they were successful and all still bouncing around too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Are the Niners still Super Bowl favorites if CMC hits IR? And what do you expect the record to be after week 5 if that's the case? Want to know now? Then it's at Minnesota, then it's at the Rams, then it's home to the Patriots and home to the Cardinals before he'd be eligible if the Niners choose to do that. Marvin in Livermore is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Marvin. Thank you for the call.
Hey, how you guys doing? Good show. I just have a different viewpoint. I do think the Niners are the favorites out of the NFC after one game. But 3 things that I wanted to say. One is, who gets the blame or credit as CMC's agent that good that he hid a serious injury from them so far and had him become the highest paid running back? And then 2, on Mason, brand new, he's 1 fumble or 2 fumbles away from not starting, so what are the Niners going to do? And then 3, I'm a lifelong Bronco fan, and all those running backs you mentioned did great, but we only won the Super Bowl when we got a Hall of Fame running back, TD. So the 1,900 yards those guys did, they didn't win. And the name of the game for the Niners right now, their window is to win. So I'm not sure running back by committee will win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't, Marvin, this is an interesting call. And I don't love running back by committee either in this particular scenario. A little bit of a chicken or the egg comment. I don't want to take anything away from Terrell Davis. I will say if he ended up on a different team, I don't know that he would have gotten a gold jacket. So when you say they didn't win until they got TD, that's true. But was TD, I mean, we do this to Purdy, right? So was TD a product of the system?
No doubt.
To a degree, and he had John Elway as a quarterback, even though I know he wasn't as devastating in that portion of his career. But anyway, let's just sort of bringing it back to the 49ers. The first thing he brought up I would love to address, the idea of the agent for Christian McCaffrey and Christian himself sort of like insinuating that they pulled the wool over the 49ers' eyes in becoming the highest paid running back. A, he was already the highest paid running back in the game. He just got a little bit more. And B, should the 49ers have known that this was going to linger or flare back up? I don't know if you can ask that of teams. And C, even if they did know that that was a risk, I think you still do it. I think you still do it. You know, it's akin to me on a much smaller scale to what the Warriors did when they showed up to Klay Thompson's hotel room with a max extension. It's like the expectation is that Christian's going to be a part of this for a number of more years and is going to get back healthy. If they end up wrong, it won't be the first time. You know, D Ford, like sometimes things happen and you're just like, well, they got
the Niners
hurt,
used to always draft guys with torn ACLs. Yeah. If you remember, Marcus Lattimore and Contavious Street, I believe, was another guy who had an ACL, but they didn't have the wool pulled over their eyes. Thank you. Yeah, Joe, who never
played an NFL snap.
Never played.
Grandy said that like he was still mad about it.
That guy, Hurd, the wide receiver. Was it Jalen Hurd?
Yes.
Who had the bad back, and he never played either.
Preseason legend, though.
Thank you. Yeah. And I don't believe that they pulled the wool over the Niners' eyes. They knew full well where he was medically, and they chose to sign him and give him guaranteed money anyway because he's that important.
Another free agent name that no one's brought up yet, and I'll throw that at you coming up next. Just food for thought. I don't really know his state right now, but he's available and might be interesting, especially if you're looking for Jordan Mason to not do 28 carries a game. This is and you don't want Debo lining up out of the I formation. I'll share that with you coming up next. Matty Barrows is about a half hour away. 888-957-9570. If McCaffrey goes on IR, are they still Super Bowl favorites? Also, your expectation for their record in those next 4 games if Christian is out. We'll continue to take your calls at 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
After a Week 1 win. 95.7 The Game.
Well, Christian McCaffrey has taken over this entire situation. Matt Barrows is going to join us in less than a half hour. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. And the news is, first of all, if you're just joining us, he's out. He's out week 2. But listen to where the conversation goes next when Kyle Shanahan is asked about it earlier today.
Game injuries, Huff will be doubtful, D. Winters is questionable, and McCaffrey's out.
Does Christian need any kind of procedure or anything of that nature?
No procedure.
It's early in the week. IR is still not an issue.
It's something we're considering now. Yeah, yesterday was his worst day. It's on and off, but with it yesterday having the most pain, something we're going to be discussing here in the next 24 hours.
Something we're going to be discussing here in the next 24 hours. So I'd be shocked if within the next 24 hours he's not on IR because, again, not that it's being discussed, but think of what we know here. He just said yesterday was his worst day and then added that the pain was bad. And he didn't have to share that. Like they asked him about IR and he's just like, he could have been like, we're not there yet. But once you say to the media, this is something we're considering and a discussion that we'll have over the next 24 hours, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that they're not going to come out of that discussion by putting him on IR.
Yeah, because think about it in terms of Christian McCaffrey and his calf and his Achilles tendon. So he experienced the most pain that he has, and that was yesterday into today before practice. So if you're going to wait 24 hours to make that decision, does that mean you're going to check back in with Christian's leg tomorrow? And if it's a lot better after one day, then you don't put him on IR? Or do you not even check back in with him because you got to get up and go to Minnesota? And do you just realize that it's not going to be better, so then you make a decision accordingly?
Well, and largely the person who's talking here is not even necessarily the decision maker when it comes to this. Kyle is going to refer to what the doctors are telling him. And we had a doctor on, and he said it was very concerning that you've done all of this work, all of this rest, all of the treatment that no doubt he's getting. And as you try to ramp up to game weeks, now twice in a row, not only was the answer no, but it's getting worse. That's incredibly concerning.
Yeah.
So how on earth would you sit here today and somehow look at the situation and think that he'll be able to play football in the month of September? And if he can't, IR.
Exactly. And even if he's a maybe for next week in week 3, and you go through the same process again next week, maybe you get to next Friday and you realize, well, he can't go again, and now you're going to put him on IR, which puts him out through week 6. At some point, you have to make the hard choice early in order to allow him to come back and get better. And I liked what Matt Mayoko asked Kyle about any procedure, and I think for me, a procedure would also include injections. Dr. Pandya came on and talked to us about a PRP injection that potentially could be a treatment. And from what I heard Kyle say, I don't think that he was just talking about surgery, but no procedure on the Achilles. I wonder about.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know.
I don't know. I got to think that a lot of that stuff has already been tried. No, if he really's been dealing with this since January, I mean, you're talking about a major name, a major team with major goals and a major investment. I got to think that if somehow now for a period of time or 7 or 8 months, this is not reacting the way they want it to, they probably tried a whole lot of stuff, would be my guess.
Potentially.
Not surgery.
Right.
That's how I took it. You might be right.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you have the PRP or I've had cortisone shots, which it works on a short-term basis, maybe he's at a spot where, you know, he's had those things and he still is in pain, which is possible. Or maybe you're holding off on those treatments until you really, really need him and you're trying to get him healthy the natural way. You don't want to go the PRP route or cortisone or Toradol or anything else that's pain relieving. You want him to get right through natural healing, and he just hasn't been able to do so.
Rick in Fremont. Let's keep going with the phones, 888-957-9570. If McCaffrey goes on IR, are the Niners still Super Bowl favorites? Also, what do you expect their record to be at the end of that stint if, and again, lots of hypotheticals, I get it, but if he was going to be just those 5 games that would be required, what do you expect the Niner record to be? Rick in Fremont. Hi, Rick. Thanks for calling.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Got a couple of points I'd like to make if I could. I don't think the 49ers are Super Bowl favorites without McCaffrey. I know they won one game. They look really good doing it. I made this point earlier in the week. If you look at their points per game differential with and without McCaffrey, that's a 9-point swing over the last 2 years. And the numbers are identical, 29 with him, 20 without him. So the sample size indicates that they struggle to score too many points without him in there.
Rick, can I interrupt? Can I interrupt? Because I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand where you're getting. Like, when was since Christian got here, then there hasn't been any without Christian. But there's also pretty immediately we got a new quarterback. So, like, excuse me if I feel like you're sort of attributing a bunch of stuff to Christian that I'm not sure we can quite do.
So I believe that they have played 4 games over the last 2 years without him, or actually 7 games. I could be wrong on that, but I was looking at the stats the other day.
I think you are.
And in those games...
Yeah, I don't think that's right. Grandy, can you look that up? I'm remembering, obviously.
Well, he played 16 games last year.
Right. He played 16 games last year, Rick, and the one he missed was the one that everybody missed, which was the game at the end of the year against the Rams.
Got it. So it might be what I'm thinking there. The other point that I'd like to make is, you know, with McCaffrey, you're dealing with not just a running back. So the running back by committee theme doesn't really work with McCaffrey because McCaffrey is a real threat out of the backfield or when he's spread out as a wide receiver. And the other team knows that they cannot just match up a linebacker when he's a threat in the receiving game. They have to match him up with the safety. And that's one safety less that's going to cover your wide receivers. So I think it's a little bit more nuanced. I think the other defenses will tee off on the wide receivers a little bit better without the lack of pass-catching running back from the Niners. And the last point I'd like to make is going back to what Doc Pandya said. Even if he comes back in week 5 or after week 5 or week 6, what's he going to look like? Because he has to rest it. It's not like he's going to be working out on the sidelines, unlike other injuries. He's going to have to completely ice it and stay on the shelf. So what's he going to look like? So I'm leaning more towards your assessment there, Mark, where I'm assuming they're going to have to play with McCaffrey without the better part of the season.
Rick, thank you very much. So a couple things on that. First of all, confirmed that once Christian arrived on this team, he has only missed one game, and it was the game they purposefully sat everybody last year against the Rams. On the other point, though, where he references what Doc said, I'm just managing, and each fan can do this. You manage your own expectations. This is enough for me to just be like, look, I'm going to wrap my head around the idea that Christian might not be available or his normal self for the whole year. And if I'm wrong, actually, it's not an opinion. I'm just preparing myself for that.
Yeah.
If something other than that happens, wonderful. But that's a totally fair question, which is to say, okay, you get through an IR stint, you're feeling better, you go out there, you have no idea that thing could flare up right away on you. And then you're right back to square one, or you might not perform at the same level you were before. That I don't know. That feels like something that there's a solid chance they're going to be dealing with throughout the year.
For sure, and he might be dealing with this throughout his career. Nothing is promised. Tomorrow is not promised, especially when you're in the National Football League where the injury rate is 100%. And now you have one of these injuries that if it gets worse and if a really bad thing happens in that part of your body, it's 9 months. And there's no two ways around it. You're out for 9 months. And as a running back at 28, coming up on being 29, you might be on the downside of an unbelievable career because of this particular injury if it gets worse. And so that's just the reality of the sport and the nature of this injury. So, yeah, you're going to do everything you can to get him as close to right as you possibly can and then play him. And if something bad happens, there's nothing you can do about it.
So we want to keep going on the phones, and we will. I just want to let you know, though, that in 5 minutes or less, I want to play something for you that came up on the morning roast when Baldy was there at the beginning of the week. Because it is my belief that we have now swung the pendulum a little bit too far in the other direction. And what I mean by that is Monday calmed us down at such a level that now we're cruising around like the Niners are the same entity with or without Christian. And that's just, in my opinion, flat out not the case. And that's taking nothing away from Mason, who was wonderful, and I firmly believe can be pretty good, if not really good, all year long. But even if he is, that still doesn't make them Christian McCaffrey's 49ers. This is a hit, even if Mason does go out and run for 13 or 1,400 yards this year. Like this will be a lesser performing offense, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair way to put it. You got a guy who was top 5 in the MVP last year, so that's a safe bet to say your offense won't be as good. It doesn't mean that you will win any fewer games. It just means you're going to have to go about things in a different fashion. And maybe you won't be an automatic 30-point offense. You were on Monday night without Christian McCaffrey, but that's going to be tougher. Minnesota's defense is as good as the Jets, in my opinion, in many ways. The way they crowd the line of scrimmage and they really focus on stopping the run, that becomes a more interesting game for me without McCaffrey. So now, Jordan Mason, the book's out on you. Everybody watched Monday Night Football, and everybody saw you have 28 carries and what you did in the run game. Minnesota's going to go out there and try to snatch his soul, and they're going to try to beat him down and take away Jordan Mason's cute little start to his career as a starting running back. So this might be a Brock Purdy game.
I was just going to say, go ahead and start Brock in your fantasy games this weekend. If you do that, like I would love that. Go ahead and focus. Put 8 or 9 in the box. Go right ahead. And then be like, but we're going to fool Brock with misdirection. Go ahead. I love that. Niners 37-14 if you do that.
And you know what I loved watching last year's game, even though they lost, is Brandon Flippin' Ayuk was carving them up.
He was great.
Yeah, he was fantastic last year.
I hope he's back to his normal self.
Yep.
In this one. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. How about Ryan in Irvine? Ryan, thank you for calling. What's good? What's up?
Hey, guys. So to answer your question, are they favorites? I would say no, they're not favorites. How could they be over Kansas City? I think Kansas City obviously is the favorite, but I mean, I think if Kyle's already, I agree with you guys. If Kyle's already talking about they're considering putting him on IR, I think it's a done deal. I think they've already decided it. They just are kind of slowing down the news, that's what they're going to decide to do. But I think there's a silver lining in this. I think if he goes on IR and there's no telling whether he's going to come back this season, which we don't know that. And if they win a Super Bowl, it's going to be because of two things. Number one, Brock Purdy had to win some games for the 49ers. Like, he will be the focal reason, the primary reason why they won some games. And that's going to make us feel a lot better about, paying him like a franchise quarterback, right? And then two, this is going to be Kyle's, I think, most challenging season, because I think one of the biggest differences between someone like him and Andy Reid is trust. I definitely think that's like a huge difference between the two coaches. Andy Reid seems to trust rookies a lot more than Kyle does, because he just looks at, hey, if you are really good at one or two things, I'm just going to use you for those things. And then I'm going to give you on-the-job training to get you up to speed with the other things I need you to do. Kyle has a difficult time with that. And so Isaac Guerrero, like, you can even hear it in his voice. He struggles to give him like a lot of credit. Like, oh yeah, we're going to be using him and everything, but I think if they're going to be successful this year, it's going to be because Kyle's going to have trust in his young guys, and obviously Purdy is going to be, getting them over the hump in some of these games without McCaffrey.
I wonder about that. Ryan, thanks. I appreciate that. Like, the idea of, the trusting rookies thing. We talk about it with Steve Kerr and the Warriors all the time. We're told by people who play the game that Kyle Shanahan's offense and his scheme are probably the hardest to learn. But if we're going to zero in on Guerrero, I do want to remind everyone, I'm not going to discount your point, but I want to remind everyone that Guerrero literally got hurt this year the first time he touched the ball in camp.
Yep.
Day one. And he was hurt bad. And so as a rookie, when you miss, and he missed at least half of camp.
Yep.
When you do that, you're behind. Now, they did dip his toe in the water on Monday night. Kyle said they liked what they saw. I think that you're going to get more of him. I don't think 28 carries a game. No. I don't think that's going to happen.
For JP Mason.
Yes.
I do think that you're going to probably see a little bit of Guerrero this weekend, and you're also going to start to see maybe some free agent activity. I mentioned Keyshawn Vaughn a couple of times. He's on the practice squad. He's a Super Bowl champ, having won one with Tampa his rookie year. He's a guy who hasn't carried the ball a lot, but he's been around for 5 seasons now. Matt Breida is a street free agent. I saw some people talking about Latavius Murray, who's out there. So you could bring in another body to just augment the running back room if he's going to be gone for a while.
Name I promised everybody. Does this do anything for you? You already brought him up today, but you didn't bring him up in this form. Jet McKinnon.
The Jet?
He's out there? He's out there. The Chiefs let him go. He's 32 years old, free agent. Of course, said some things when he left here that kind of turned people off. And maybe he's dust. I don't know. He's 32 years old and he's had 2 torn ACLs.
Man.
And he knows the offense.
Sounds more like a biplane to me than a jet.
Well, he brings the aspect that you sort of lose when you go from Christian to Jordan. Like Mason is a more traditional running back. Christian McCaffrey was such a dual threat. Deebo Samuel, a dual threat. Jet McKinnon, he's real good catching passes out of the backfield. I don't know. Just a thought. Got brought up by a couple of our listeners.
2 rings for McKinnon. He's a 2-ring guy.
Yeah, none of them were here.
No, former Viking. So
Yeah.
maybe he can give you some intel on what Minnesota did 10 years ago.
I don't mean for this week.
I know, but I do think that if they make the IR move, they're going to have to add another running back because as it is right now, it's Jordan Mason, 28 carries, and then you've got Isaac Guerrero, who's behind and a rookie, Patrick Taylor Jr., and as I mentioned, Keyshawn Vaughn. Those 2 are kind of the same ilk, guys who are like, your 5th outfielder if you're a baseball team, guys who are just kind of there, and you don't really want to give them the ball unless you have to. I think they had Isaiah Cannon a few years ago, who was that guy the Niners did, and some of these other running backs that just pop up all of a sudden when you're desperate.
Yeah, I mean, you're not looking, obviously, gosh, like prayers up for Mason's health through all of this, and that's the really scary thing. But yeah, right now you're just looking for somebody to come in and do 3 or 4 carries a game. That's really all you're looking for, I think. And yes, this is going to lean more on Brock. And it is flippin' fascinating when you start thinking about what people wanted Brock to show them before you give him a contract. It's fascinating to think that he may get at minimum a 5-game stretch to show you what the offense can look like if there's no Christian McCaffrey. And if your prediction rings true, Dibs, if these guys are 5-0 without Christian, cha-ching. Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, Brockster's millions going up.
You don't think the agent's going to bring that up? Oh, product of Christian McCaffrey. Oh, really? What was his record when Christian didn't play? Well, it was 5-0 and stuff.
5-0.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, of course, Brock's going to get an earful of that.
Especially if he does it against a Minnesota team that will sell out to stop the run. And you saw last year's game where McCaffrey had 45 yards on the ground. Purdy had a 17-yard run, and that was about it for the Niners on the ground. They didn't run it very well because Minnesota is going to sell out to stop the run. If they do that same thing, which it looks like that they did in week 1 against the Giants. Brian Flores, very aggressive DC in Minnesota. It's going to be a Brock game anyway. I would imagine that Brock Purdy is going to be asked to do a lot in this game because you got JP Mason off a short week and 28 carries. This feels like it's going to be more of a pass-happy approach by Shanahan.
888-957-9570. Matty Barrows in 10 minutes covering the team. We'll get the latest. Let's go to Scott in Monterey. Hi, Scott. Thanks for calling.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, happy Friday. We have a great matchup with the Vikings coming up, so definitely look forward to that. But I just wanted to address, with CMC, if we're looking at the early end of the schedule right now, with if he has to go on the IR for 4 weeks, I feel confident that we could, with the roster that we currently have in place, I feel like we could pull off a few W's there. And hopefully by the time we match up against the Chiefs and the Cowboys, CMC will have enough time to heal up and be ready to go. The good thing about Jordan, though, is that, he put a lot of time in the offseason, catching the ball and working with the jugs machine, and all camps from training camp, all reports from training camp looks like he's been improving pretty vastly on his pass catching ability. So having him as a 3-down asset in place of CMC definitely helps out a lot. Obviously, he's the best offensive player in the NFL, so not having him sets us back. But I feel pretty confident that Jordan can hold the load while CMC is still recovering.
Yeah,
so,
and
anyway, I hope you guys have a great weekend, and let's get a W.
Yeah, Scott, thanks.
You. Appreciate it. I mean, that's what I'm getting at, and take a listen to this. It's not that I don't share that opinion. Jordan Mason was fantastic, and the Niners are not built on one player. I don't know where it goes if the quarterback sits out. That's a hell of a drop-off, and that, as I sort of detailed a bunch yesterday, to me that's a different starting point in the NFL when you're talking about losing your quarterback. The drop-off is just so great. Even Tua last night, who did not have a good night prior to him getting hurt, you see what happens on most teams when the backup comes in. It's just like running back, check down, sack, check down, let's go home. So high-level quarterbacks, I think, are different. But other than that, the 49ers are not built on one player, not even Trent Williams, not Fred, not Nick, not Christian. There is a drop-off there, but the game on Monday, Dibs, in my opinion, has given us a little bit too much confidence in terms of what the 49ers would look like without Christian for a period of time. I wanted to throw this into the conversation. What Brian Baldinger said in the morning roast on Monday, or I guess it would have been on Tuesday or Wednesday, after the game, and was sort of thrown this idea of if the Niners have to exist for a period of time without Christian, can they keep up the same level of production?
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think that's important to continue to put out there. Like, there's a drop-off. Like, there's all kinds of things you can't do. You can still go, I'm not arguing that they're not still really good.
I'm not arguing with him either, but there's a drop-off. So you go from beating the Jets by, 19 you were up, and they made it lipstick on a pig, and you won by 13. So, you're going to go down a level. Does that mean that suddenly now you're going to lose 13 points a game? I still think that what you have is good enough to beat the majority of the teams on your schedule, especially in the early part of the schedule. So Baldy's right. You can't expect to have that same level week in and week out, but your step down level is still going to be good enough to win most weeks.
I keep refreshing the Super Bowl odds page with this news. Okay, and the news, as far as the odds are concerned, is just that Christian McCaffrey is out this week. He will not play this week. But the 49ers have suggested they are considering over the next 24 hours putting him on IR. That would mean he's also out week 3, week 4, week 5, and maybe longer. And as we stated off the top of the show, the 49ers Super Bowl odds were plus 550, narrowly second behind the Kansas City Chiefs, who are at plus 500. You got to go all the way to plus 1,100 to get the next group, which is now the Lions, Eagles, and Bills. After their performance last night, they're now 2-0. So the Niners were plus 550 prior to this news, and now are at plus 550.
Yeah.
The exact same place they were before. Vegas has not moved the Niners a muscle after this news.
For the future. And if he goes on IR, I wonder if that then changes the number.
I wonder.
Maybe it goes to plus 600. I don't think it moves that dramatically. I do know that the spread has gone from 5 to 4.5 over the course of the last few hours. And maybe the move happened before the McCaffrey news, but I'm seeing it now at Bet ESPN Bet at 4.5.
Yep.
So
me too.
I wouldn't expect it to move much further than that on the McCaffrey news, especially when you think about what happened Monday night with Mason.
We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We're taking your calls all afternoon, 888-957-9570. McCaffrey's out week 2, possibly going to IR. Are the 49ers still the Super Bowl favorite with that news? And if he misses the first 5 games, what do you think the record will be after that? More of your calls, plus we enter Matty Barrows of The Athletic into the conversation. Coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Real quick, just letting you know, I was watching something from the insiders on NFL Network where Ian Rappaport sort of echoing what you and I have been saying all day, which is that when a team comes out and says we're like considering putting him on IR, almost assuredly means they're about to put him on IR and that tomorrow would likely be the day they're going to want to do it by tomorrow. So just to sort of like set the table for everybody, the news is that Christian McCaffrey is out for this week, but we all consider it a very high likelihood that he is about to head for injured reserve, which would force him at least to be out weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep, and the announcement, if it happens, likely to come tomorrow in time for them to make a roster move, you would assume, and we'll ask our next guest about what he thinks that might look like.
And that's Matt Barrows on the River Islands guest line, and we go out to him now, but we have to start, instead of asking about Christian McCaffrey, we have to start by congratulating him, because based on today's news, I'm pretty sure you now run The Athletic. Is that correct, Matt?
Last man standing. Yeah.
I mean, it's
me and Marcus Thompson are the two pillars now on the 49ers beat. I should say that we are going to be adding some folks to that. It's being settled right now, but there will be some movement in the future.
All right. They used to call it The Athletic. I call it The Barrows until further notice, but let's get to what everybody else is talking about. How does this news grab you, and what do you think a 49er fan should brace for right now with regard to Christian?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, 2 days ago, the prospect of IR caused Kyle Shanahan to say, "Yeah, I never even considered that." We thought about playing him against the Jets. 2 days later, it's totally different. What happened was the 49ers had their hardest practice of the week on Thursday, and McCaffrey didn't react well to it. Shanahan said that the pain that he was experiencing after that practice was the worst it's been since this became problematic in early August. So he's going in the wrong direction. It's not getting better, and all signs point to IR. All signs point to it happening tomorrow, and then the question would become: okay, is it just 4 weeks? Or is it longer than that? Because it's been the nature of this, is that it starts to go away. Everybody starts to feel better about it, optimistic about it, and then it comes roaring back. And so, my sense is that Christian McCaffrey is a guy that has trouble resting it. That he wants to be out there, he wants to be working, he wants to be practicing. But I think that what it requires right now is just him being off of that calf, him not running around and practicing, and then seeing if it resolves itself on its own.
Do we have any idea when the genesis of this injury was? We've heard reports that it was sore going back to last January. Has it been something, Matt, to your knowledge, that's lingered since then all the way through now?
I asked him exactly that yesterday, and he was clear that it was not related to last year's calf injury. So apparently, that happened in Week 17, that game against the Commanders, and then he was ruled out for the following week game against the Rams, and nobody really took it that seriously because most of the starters didn't play in that game. And then, of course, they had the bye. And then he was on the injury report for the Packers game, the divisional round game. He practiced that week. I forget whether he even had a questionable status. I don't think he did. And he played well in that game, and everybody totally forgot about it. So, and he was fine for the Lions game, wasn't on the report that week, wasn't on the report for the Super Bowl, looked really good in both of those games. So I think it resolved at that point last year. And Achilles was never part of the equation. It was just calf. So I think that's right, that it's not related to that calf injury from last year. This is something new and obviously something that just won't go away.
Okay, Matt Barrows, The Athletic, with us. So I think that's something fans would like to know more about, which is sort of like the timeline of the entire summer. He got a new contract this summer. Is this something that at that time the Niners either didn't know about, or did they just think was going to go away, or was it just not even there at all?
I mean, that it just throws another complication into it. In the 23 offseason, we were all surprised that he was out there in the spring. Very few veterans are practicing in OTAs. He was out there, and he was practicing like he was getting ready for the Super Bowl. I mean, these were kind of full-on practices. And then he was there for the summer as well. It wasn't quite as intense as that. He was getting regular rest days along with Nick Bosa and everybody else. This past spring, the 24 spring, was entirely different. He didn't take part in the spring, but also was going through contract negotiations, and then also was getting married, and there were all sorts of things going on in his life that sort of explained, okay, why is he not on the field this May, whereas last May he was. So I don't know whether the calf was an issue at that point. He certainly didn't start training camp with it being an issue. I think his last full day of practice was August 4, so that's almost 2 weeks, a week and a half of practicing that he did early on in training camp. So, from what I know, that's when this calf issue became problematic. Now, did it become calf/Achilles later on in the process? I don't know about that. It certainly started with a calf.
Man, and that's just troubling to think that it isn't something that lingered from last year. It might be a totally separate issue, a separate injury, and now here we sit with an IR stint possible. Matt, where are we with the running back room? And I don't even know if they need a room right now. It's just maybe Jordan Mason and Coach Turner at a table, but what do you expect him to do with the running back situation?
I think that's a good point, that Jordan Mason is the guy that can handle a bigger load maybe than the average back because he is bigger. I wrote about it this week. He had a really good offseason. He trained with Fred Warner, which gets anybody in shape for the season. And so his stamina is really good. And we saw that in the summer because it wasn't just Christian McCaffrey that went down with an injury. It was Elijah Mitchell. It was Isaac Guerendo. It was Patrick Taylor Jr. Just about every running back on that team suffered a multi-week injury at some point, except for Jordan Mason. And I should add Cody Schrader, the undrafted rookie, also was healthy throughout. He got scooped up by the Rams. So he would be in play right now if he hadn't. But to answer your question, it leaves Isaac Guerendo and Patrick Taylor Jr. as the two other tailbacks on the 53-man roster. And I asked Shanahan about Guerendo today because Guerendo was one of those guys, as I just said, that missed, I think it was probably about 3 weeks with a hamstring strain. And so we're getting to the end of August, and there's a big question about whether he even makes the 53-man roster because he just hadn't practiced at all, hadn't put on pads. But then, of course, he does come back, and he has a very, very good final preseason game against the Raiders. And that assures the 49ers that, okay, we can keep him on the roster, and we can kind of bump him up in the pecking order if there are injuries. And all of a sudden there are, and he's basically the number 2 back for the beginning of this season. So if they do want to start giving Jordan Mason more rest, if they do want to kind of take a little bit of load off of Deebo Samuel, which I imagine they would, 10 carries is a lot for him. I can't see him getting 10 every game for 17 games. I just don't think that's sustainable. They're going to have to start working in one of these other guys, and the first guy on that list is Guerendo.
Matty Barrow's The Athletic with us here on Willard and Dibs. Matt, you know what I find funny, and I'd love a reaction from you, is sort of like the way the goalposts have gotten moved by 49er fans in the last week. If you had asked any of us a week ago, hey, can the Niners win for a while without Christian? Everybody would have been like, hell no. So then Mason goes out, has one good game, and we're taking calls all day of everybody who's like, yeah, no, they're still the Super Bowl favorite. Like, have we sort of swung in the opposite direction a little bit too far in our confidence in the offense without CMC?
Are you asking if the fans have overreacted?
Okay, fine. Maybe it was a dumb question, Matt.
That never happens. I will say that, the fan base has been clamoring for Jordan Mason for a year now. I mean, they've been watching him come into games at the end of games since his rookie season in 22, and he's looked great. He looked like a throwback running back. Looked like Marshawn Lynch, has the same number as Lynch. So people have been waiting to see what he could do in a featured role for a while. And when he got in, it's exactly what people were envisioning. So, the fan base identified him a while back. I think they're right. He does seem like somebody that can carry this team for a month. My question is, what happens if they overuse him? What happens if he didn't escape the summer entirely unscathed? There was a hip issue at one point, I believe. He didn't miss more than 1 or 2 practices. But it's possible. 28 carries is a lot. I feel like if anybody can handle that load on the 49ers, it's Jordan Mason.
Could there be a possible reunion with Matt Breida if McCaffrey eventually goes on IR? What was that parting like when they eventually cut him during cutdown day?
Yeah, the feedback I got was that he wasn't interested in a practice squad spot. He's at a point in his career where, okay, if you want me, put me on the 53-man roster. If it came to that, 49ers needed another running back on the 53-man, yeah, I think he would. When he came in, he did not look like the Matt Breida I had been watching in forget what year he came in, 2017, 2018, but he started to work his way back to that form. I thought he got better and better, which is what you would expect. So I don't know what the ramp up would be if he came back, but yeah, I think he would be on the short list of guys if they needed to bring somebody in. They do have a running back, Keyshawn Vaughn, on the practice squad right now. I think he'd be the next guy up if need be.
Matt, we had our show sports doctor on a short time ago, Dr. Narav Pandya with UCSF, and he characterized the fact that Kyle Shanahan said today that yesterday was Christian's worst day in terms of pain. He characterized that as super concerning. The need for rest, okay, but the fact that this seemingly sort of like got worse as they tried to ramp him up for a game, what did you view being there in front of the actual people talking? Does Kyle look super concerned to you?
I mean, the tenor has totally changed since 2 days ago when he basically thought that the prospect of IR was outlandish, out of the question. Now it's probably going to happen tomorrow. So again, they keep expecting this to get better. That's the nature of this injury, is that it gets better with time. I talked to my own orthopedist source who said it almost always resolves itself. Now, it has to resolve with rest a lot of times. And, Christian McCaffrey has not been resting it like you and I would. He hasn't been going as hard as he normally would, but he's still been practicing, and you still see him out there. He's testing it. So it was a hard test that he gave it yesterday that, it did not go well. And presumably it did not go well, I want to say last week, earlier in the week when they were playing the Jets as well, which is why he didn't play against them. So it's not going in the right direction, which I think is going to kind of change the 49ers approach to it. And I can only assume that we're talking about more rest, like real rest, like Dan Bibbs rest, like just sitting on the sofa, eating bonbons for 2 weeks type of rest.
Do you have a camera at my house, Matt? Yeah, you kind of owe me there. Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. The Athletic has a very far-reaching scope. Matt Barrows here on 95.7 The Game. In a weird way, does this become some sort of a boost to the Brock Purdy campaign for a contract? And what I mean is, Mark and I talked about it. If McCaffrey's out, you're going to lean probably more on Brock Purdy. Is this a chance to quiet more of the doubters playing football without one of your best players?
Yeah, sure. The big critique of Brock Purdy is that he's just a product of all the special weapons around him, and didn't have probably the most special weapon on Monday. Another one of those weapons was clearly not, in peak form in Brandon Ayuk, and the 49ers still won. I mean, it wasn't a big Brock Purdy day, but I thought it was a good outing for him. It was just the right type of sort of mature performance that you would need in that circumstance, and he delivered it. I don't remember any bowls that were, even close to being interceptions. It wasn't perfect. Everybody seemed a little bit rusty, but I can only imagine when Ayuk is sharper, when Debo's not being used as a running back, that's going to help the passing attack.
Speaking of Ayuk, he was really good in Minnesota last year. Are we expecting his full complement of snaps on Sunday?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it was he got 60% of the total. He's usually a guy that's up around 95%. His stamina is impressive, and that's one of the reasons why the 49ers like him. He never really has to come off the field because he's the same guy down in and down out. So I would imagine it's somewhere between 60% and 95%. Maybe they get it up into the high 70s for this game, and then maybe into the high 80s for the Rams game, and then maybe by the time the Patriots visit at the end of September, he's back to his normal allotment.
Matt, it's great to have you. Thank you so much, and congrats again for taking over The Athletic.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, there it is.
There it is.
Matty Barrows, he's in charge of The Athletic because he's the only one left.
And he's so big now, by Monday, he probably won't take our calls anymore. So it's been good having him on. Yeah. It was a good run with Matty B.
And he will never. In fact, he's going on IR.
Possibly.
We're going to try again in maybe 5 weeks, see if we can get him to answer our calls.
And he had me with couch and bonbons. The old me, certainly 25 pounds ago, that's how I rolled.
I'm going to eat it. Yeah.
Now it's same couch.
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
It used to be. Now it's celery.
It is football season.
Yeah.
You're going to let a couple of them just
let a couple
for winter.
We'll
just
let a couple go.
Pack a couple back on.
By the time we get to Monday, though, those pounds are back off, baby. You got to keep them off by Monday. Yeah, that's right. You like that, Grant? I
didn't know you had that in there,
That was from earlier this week. Somebody was talking about the hippie lettuce. And I was like, see you on grass, bro. Yeah. Because I was saying you should hold McCaffrey out until you get back on grass, man. Yeah.
By the way, there's a bunch of stardom, sit-em, kind of whatever. All the injury reports all come out. Jordan Love only got listed as questionable for the Packers.
What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing with...
I don't know. What are we doing?
Well, you don't have to declare him as out until, is it an hour and a half, Granny, before the game when the final declaration comes out? Okay, so he's questionable. Thanks.
Are you saying that he ain't playing?
I'm saying that he's not playing.
Yeah, I agree with you. But you could have listed him as doubtful. Could have listed him as doubtful.
Doubtful is out. Like usually, 99% of the time, doubtful becomes out.
Kenneth Walker, Seattle, doubtful.
And he played?
No. This week.
Oh, they're not playing.
Higgins, doubtful.
Yeah, they're not playing.
Yeah.
And that's the way doubtful goes. Doubtful is almost an automatic no. Questionable is legit 50-50. So is he 50-50 to play?
No, questionable is we want you to prepare for both quarterbacks.
Questionable means I don't have a television.
It's exactly what the 49ers did with Christian McCaffrey last week.
And I do believe that he was questionable at that time.
Yeah,
on Friday.
But they probably knew he wasn't going to go out there and be Christian.
Right.
You know what I mean? They knew
but they don't have to put that on the injury report.
Of course not. Again, I'm not suggesting anything.
We're going to play Brandon Ayuk 60% of the snaps.
NFL has already cleared him. But I'm just throwing a bunch of those in there. Jordan Love's questionable. Walker's doubtful. Higgins is doubtful. Jake Ferguson, Cowboys tight end, doubtful.
And what do you do if you have a Packers receiver? Say, I don't know, Jaden Reed.
Questionable.
He is questionable.
Also questionable.
Right, but do you play him knowing that you have a backup quarterback? That's where fantasy gets to be... You got Malik Wilson throwing to your receiver?
Or Malik Willis, either one of them.
Isn't that what I said? I said Wilson?
You said Wilson.
Okay.
It's Willis. Anyway.
Whatever, Grandy. I've had a big week.
Oh, hey.
You can't bring me down.
I'll fade the Devers in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah, fade the Dibbers.
Congrats, Dibs.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
job. Hey, way to go.
Thank
I
you.
went with you,
Yeah.
and we won.
And
we won last night.
We sure did. And not only did we win, but they lost. Lucas faded me and lost, and Grandy, he actually liked Buffalo, but he couldn't bet it because I liked Buffalo.
Lucas was clapping like a seal at Pier 39 when you made that pick because he was so sure that the Dolphins were going to not only win but cover. I told you the Bills were not going to. The Bills were going to win.
It's a rough day for the haters, huh, Dibs?
Totally.
Dude, that was ottoman.
Well, coming up at the top of the hour, I will give you my 49er Viking lock as I look for my 4th consecutive win. All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Number 4.
That's right.
Fade the Dibbers.
Yeah, good luck with that.
At your
you
own
won't. That's
risk.
right. Your boy's hot.
At your own.
Hot.
I'm going to let you do hot because it's 3. I told you. It's like Will Ferrell. You can't yell we're going streaking until you've got 3. 2 is not a streak. You tried to do it after 1. I think I got
that was
the
a nice
text from
bounce
you
back.
again.
It's hot.
Dibbers is hot. No, you picked 1 correct.
3-1 on the year.
3 in a row.
And I got a Sunday pick, and then we'll come back Monday, and I'll give you a Mr. Monday Night. We'll weigh in on Monday Night Lock.
Who's playing Monday night? Is that the Eagles and the
waiting all day for Monday night
and
the Falcons?
Yeah, the Eagles and the Kirk Cousins. Yeah, that ought to be interesting.
Philly by 6.5.
Yeah, because Kirk Cousins can't move.
That's a big number.
And is on prime time. Kirk Cousins on Monday night.
Good point.
You know what happens there?
Yeah, he shrivels. He shrinks. It was shrinkage.
You like that?
Ah, man. I like rooting against Cousins because only of Matt Steinmetz. That's the only reason.
I really enjoy Fade the Dibbers. It's really already been fun. It's 4 games. It's really fun.
And it's tough. I mean, to be in not so much your seat, but for Grandy and Lucas, who have done so well going against me for so long.
Yeah.
It's hard to like double down when you're going up against somebody who's on a streak.
I go game by game. You know me.
Yeah,
I don't just automatically fade the Dibbers. I tell you, I'm like, no, yes, fade him here. Not there. I told you last night, Bills are going to win that game.
They are on auto fade. And that's like Lucas automatically.
Yeah, that's tough.
And, Grandy right now, he's kind of stuck. His head and his heart. His head tells him fading me is the right thing, but his heart's like, I don't know. Something about Dibbs. I'm starting to like him a little bit.
Isn't that like a Christina Aguilera song or something? My mind is saying no, but my body's saying yes, or something like that. Isn't it something like that? Yeah. Attaboy, Grandy.
Genie in a bottle, Mark. Genie in a bottle.
Rubbing you the right way.
Totally.
All right. That's enough of that.
That was Johnny Gill, but go
ahead. 888-957-9570. If you have not heard what happened at the Niner facility early today, from Kyle Shanahan, we will let you hear his directed comments about Christian McCaffrey and about Jordan Mason. McCaffrey is out for the game on Sunday. They are considering IR. As we've said, as Ian Rappaport said, if you're considering IR publicly, it almost assuredly means IR. So let's go on the very educated guess that Christian McCaffrey is at least out for the first 5 games of the year. With that being said, are the 49ers still Super Bowl favorites? And what do you have for their record 5 weeks in? At Minnesota, at the Rams, home to the Patriots, home to the Cardinals. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls for the rest of the afternoon and evening and tuck in a little Fade the Dibbers. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your calls next on Willard and Dibbs.
After a Week 1 win with a new weapon emerging, questions linger.
Christian McCaffrey.
islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Check it out at riverislands.com.
My mind is saying no, but my body's saying yes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It is. It is 5 o'clock on a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
And things have been known to get weird.
You usually start uncontrollable laughter here coming up in this next segment.
I think this is perfect. This is exactly what Christian McCaffrey's been trying to tell all of us for the better part of 2 weeks. My mind is saying yes, but my body's saying no. It's a little bit the other way around.
Yeah.
There
my body's saying let's go.
My body's saying no go.
But my Achilles said no. Is how that went. There you have it.
Yeah.
1999, this song came out.
No.
Yeah, dude, 25 years ago.
No, stop. Take it back.
I can't.
You did not just say that to me.
I had to Google it. 99. It's the amount of things that are
You
now.
got to Google it.
The things that are around me in my world that are now 25 years old or older.
25 years old?
It's a lot of years now.
That's. I was in Boise, Idaho in 1999.
I'd only been fired once in this business. Actually,
I was playing bus wheel roulette in Boise, Idaho in 1999.
I was doing traffic on a Christian station down in the peninsula.
Oh,
Jesus
really?
Loves You on 280.
I mean, I would imagine on all the freeways.
Well, especially 280.
Oh, that's probably a good point.
Yeah.
It's beautiful up there.
Got a heavenly backup on 87. The Guadalupe Parkway, as you well know. Christian radio. I was a hit until they found me out. Ran me out of town.
Christian radio. That's what we've been doing the whole day.
That's a 5.
Come on.
That's a damn 5 right there.
On.
That was really good.
Where were you on that one?
I'm with you. You got a 5.
Okay,
It's a 5
the pause was longer than I wanted it to be.
Because it was so good and so clever, I had to step back and realize what you were doing, and what you were doing was genius.
Thank you.
It's a rare 5 out of 5.
All right. It's now officially Friday afternoon, okay?
My body was saying whoa, but my mind was saying let's go. Something like that.
All right, let's dial it up. Where are you? 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers still Super Bowl favorites? We are going on the assumption, and maybe that's not fair, but we'll put it out front, the assumption that Christian McCaffrey is going to miss at least the first 5 games of this season because A, he's been ruled out for Sunday, and B, the 49ers have already publicly stated they are considering IR. Here's that conversation with Kyle Shanahan earlier today.
Game injuries. Huff will be doubtful. D. Winters is questionable, and McCaffrey's out.
Does Christian need any kind of procedure or anything of that nature?
No procedure.
You said earlier in the week, IR is still not an issue.
It's something we're considering now. Yeah, yesterday was his worst day. It's on and off, but with it yesterday having the most pain, something we're going to be discussing here in the next 24 hours.
Okay, so that was the revelation, which is that yesterday was his worst day, the pain getting worse. And everything I'm sort of learning on the fly, just like we all are from doctors out and about, is this is something that just sort of like heals itself and goes away. But you don't know necessarily when that's going to be. And then Doc Pandia came on our show earlier today and said the fact that they've had all this treatment and all this rest and that yesterday was his worst day of pain is, quote, very concerning. And so that's where we sit. And that's why the assumption is he's going to go on IR. And that means at the best case scenario, he's back for a Thursday night in Seattle week 6. So the question is, when he returns, what do you expect the Niner record to be? And the second question is, do you still consider the 49ers to be Super Bowl favorites? You said yes. I said, yeah. And the reason I put that tone on it is I just simply want to see more. How can you not be optimistic off of Monday night? But that was one football game, and I've watched too many football games or teams do one thing on a Sunday and come back the following Sunday and look completely opposite. So I want to see what this thing looks like for a little bit longer before I decide that the 49ers are just as good with Jordan Mason than they were with Christian McCaffrey.
I get that, and I don't want to come off as somebody who thinks that they're going to be just as good, because they're not going to be just as good with Jordan Mason as they would be with Christian McCaffrey, but I do think the Niners have a certain buffer between them and the Vikings, them and the Rams. When you go down to SoFi Stadium next weekend, that's a home game for the Niners. You can't tell me it's not. And, Matthew Stafford had to go to a silent count. That was crazy. And he'll have to do it again. Yep. And I look at the schedule and I look at the teams. You've got Arizona coming up. You've got New England at home. Those are games where you'll be favored in each of them, barring another catastrophe. So, yes, they're not as good with Mason instead of McCaffrey, but they're still good enough to win all these games. They should be 5-0 after 5 games when McCaffrey theoretically would be able to come back.
Well, I have a hard time sort of like doing the whole they should be 5-0 because what does this teach us? Matt Barrows literally just said to us a short time ago that 48 hours ago, Kyle scoffed at the idea of IR, and now he's knee-deep in it. So that's how quickly things change. And I have a hard time just assuming, you're just going to beat Minnesota, and then you're just going to beat the Rams. I get where you're coming from. They're favored. They're the better team and all of that. But you got to go week to week because things change so fast.
Of course.
Ask a Miami Dolphins fan how they're feeling now about what their prediction for week 4 was 2 days ago. Everything changes. Everything changes in an instant. So I know that's not like a fun sort of way to respond to it. If the Niners remain healthy, I would imagine that through those 5 games, they would be at least 4-1. I have a hard time, unless Brock Purdy or something like that is not in there, I have a hard time believing they're not going to beat the New England Patriots and the Arizona Cardinals at Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with that. And then these next 2 road games, you'd think they would get one, if not both. But we're still learning these teams, man. Is Minnesota good or were they playing the Giants? That's the first thing I'm looking for this weekend.
Having watched a lot of that game this morning and yesterday, Minnesota's better than I thought. But when you watch the game and you see what Daniel Jones did for Minnesota, not to Minnesota, what he did for Minnesota, he had 2 picks that were absolutely hilariously awful.
Yep.
One from his own 15 where he tried to go with the quick throw right, and he threw it right to the defender.
He threw it right in the belly.
Waltzed into the end zone. Minnesota didn't do a lot offensively. Justin Jefferson, a quiet game. Sam Darnold, I like him, but he's a little bit languid, a little bit slow when he gets back there in the pocket and he goes to deliver the football. He's not electric. The one thing that does concern me a little bit is Aaron Jones. Mm-hmm. You saw him last year in the playoffs for Green Bay, and he is a load. He's fast. He's elusive. He's tough to bring down. So if they can establish the run, Minnesota's got a chance.
Quick aside on that one, I don't understand what the Packers were doing, letting Aaron Jones go in favor of Josh Jacobs. I don't get that. Aaron wasn't more expensive, was he? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Was it a free agency thing? And they just didn't
let
sign
him walk, and then they signed Josh Jacobs instead. And Josh didn't get like a truckload of money, but I don't think Aaron did either. I think Aaron got less to go to Minnesota. Josh is younger. I understand that, but he's coming off of a disastrous year with the Raiders. You could blame the Raiders for that if you want, but I've always been a big fan of Aaron Jones, and I think it was Matthew Berry, the fantasy guy, who sort of coined on Twitter every year, free Aaron Jones, because he's really dynamic, but they never let him really cook. They never let him just be like, dude, just be a 20 carry per game guy. Is all A.J. Dillon or whatever always alongside him. And then they finally just let him go. And I think the Vikings have a real dual threat now in terms of the run-pass game with Aaron Jones there.
Yeah, probably the age, just looking at the contracts. Minnesota signed him for 1 year and $7 million. So Jones has got just the 1 year deal. Jacobs signed for $4 and $48.
Yeah, but what's guaranteed? Because I've heard the way that Jacobs thing is structured is they could easily get out of that thing after 1 year also.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And again, yeah, even if you can't, you paid more. You're paying more, like significantly more for Josh Jacobs than you are Aaron Jones.
Yeah, the dead cap hit after this year would be $9.3 million. So that's, you can get out of that. It's a 4-year deal in principle, but he got, a lot of it up front in the signing. The signing bonus that he got was $12.5 million, prorated throughout the 4-year life of the deal. So that's where the dead cap hit would come if you got off him after this year.
Yeah.
Not much.
We need to see more, like, what does Jacobs look like? He did not look good against Philadelphia. I mean, in a game in Brazil where the Packers scored almost 30 points, they did not get much from their run game. And now with Malik Willis coming in, you'd figure they're going to lean on him even more. So I'm interested to see that one plays out. But anyway, it's
me too. That's my running back.
It's a long way of saying, like, I agree with what you're saying, which is I know, now coming off of a game against Breece Hall, we've sort of decided, the Niner run defense is back. Can't run the ball against them. Well, we'll see. We'll see, because it was only 3 games ago that Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery did whatever the living bleep they wanted to do for about 2.5 quarters at least, if not more, against the Niners. Now, Gibbs fumbles. Dan Campbell starts calling 4th downs. Ball goes downhill. But I that's why I say, still Super Bowl bound or Super Bowl favorite or whatever. So long to go. But I say it that way because you just got to see more. Is the defense going to perform like that against Aaron Jones also on the road? Hope so.
Right, and I do think that a lot of it last year was the scheme, not to blame Steve Wilks, but the defense never looked like they were all on the same page. They were never that ferocious, and you got into the playoffs, and whether it was scheme or fatigue, whatever it was, you're right. They started getting run on like we aren't used to seeing it. And one week in, they looked great against the Jets. Everything went their way. I do like what the Niners have done to their defensive front. They've gotten a little bit more depth. And especially in the interior, if Hargrave can have a better year this year, they're going to be a problem in those A and B gaps.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. This is Willard and Dibs, and we're taking your calls throughout the final hour of our week. Do you still consider the 49ers Super Bowl favorites if Christian misses at least 5 games? And what do you expect the record to be when they get done with that, assuming he heads to IR, which all indications are right now that the Niners will do that at some point tomorrow or earlier. Dave in San Jose, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dave. What's good?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. And thanks for calling me buddy.
Yeah, I love the show. I've been listening for a while now.
Appreciate it, pal.
I wanted to touch on the McCaffrey subject. I honestly think the Niners will be fine without him, maybe like till week 5. Because Kyle Shanahan's always been really good with a bunch of running backs since he's came in to the system. So I think we should be fine. And that's what I wanted to say, because he's had a lot of running backs over the years, and they've all been productive. For example, Jeff Wilson, he was always productive when he was here. So, yeah, I think we'll be good.
You know what's interesting, Dave? Can I ask you a question? Did you feel that way last week?
No, of course, because I used to tell my brother when we were watching Jordan Mason run the ball, I think like in preseason as a rookie year, and I was like, man, this guy runs hard. Like, you should give him some reps. And when he finally got a shot, me and my bro weren't surprised. We were just like, hey, man, we told you, like, this guy can run. So I think we should be fine.
Yeah, Dave, I get that. Here's what I would say. Dave, thanks. I'm going to try to split the difference here. I'm going to thread the needle for a second, okay? Because the 49ers will remain good. They will remain good. Can they win all the way through to the end? For me, it's kind of too early to be talking about the end. That's why I phrased it as, are they still Super Bowl favorites? Not like, are they still going to win the Super Bowl? It's freaking week 2. There's so many things that can happen, right? But here's where I'm going to try to thread the needle. I believe they can stay good. I believe Jordan Mason, if you gave him 17 games, I think the numbers would be fantastic. I believe all of that. That said, at the very same time, I think from what I'm hearing from people today, many of you are going too far in the direction of the 49ers will remain essentially unchanged without Christian McCaffrey, or feeling like that they will still be 5-0 or the favorite or what have you. If you believe that the 49ers will remain that good without Christian McCaffrey, you probably should not be paying Christian McCaffrey what you're paying Christian McCaffrey. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you're still in that turn and burn mode of Shanahan can put any running back there, then let's go back. He brought up Jeff Wilson. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to 3 guys with 130 carries. I thought that the Niner offense changed pretty significantly when Christian got here. And just because Jordan looked really good on a Monday night, I'm going to choose to not forget that. I think this offense is way better with Christian McCaffrey in it than it is without him.
Agreed, but I don't think that it has to be way better in week 2, especially when you've got this opponent. I think you can win without McCaffrey. You can beat the Rams without him. You can beat Arizona without him, and you should beat New England without him. So does Christian McCaffrey make the difference in the end of the year? You bet your offense is better with him, and he was a key player in the Super Bowl. If he doesn't fumble in the Super Bowl, you might go out and win the game. So I do think that having McCaffrey toward the end of the year is more important than having him toward the beginning of the year. Now, you'd love to have him for all 17, plus 3 or 4 in the playoffs, but that's not going to be the way it goes this year. So for me, yes, your team is not as good without McCaffrey, but you are still good enough to be a Super Bowl favorite, to go 5-0. And, you head into Dallas and Kansas City and Buffalo, and you get that real tough stretch toward the middle of the year. Ask me then if I want McCaffrey.
Yeah, I agree with, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to thread the needle. I don't think the Niners suddenly become not good, or they don't have a chance to win the Super Bowl or whatever. Yes, they are still a favorite, but I just think that we're saying it a little bit too firmly. I think that Monday night has given our confidence maybe just a little bit too much of a boost.
That's fair. And talk to me on Monday if they happen to lose to Minnesota. They haven't won there in 32 years. My tune will be certainly different. They've lost 7 straight in Minnesota. On the flip side, what if they were going to be without Purdy if Purdy had the same issue and he was going on IR and you didn't have him for the next 4 games? It would probably be a little too aggressive to say, I think they could still be 5-0. I do think they could be 4-1.
I don't.
Yeah. See, that's where, and this is no disrespect to Brock, but it speaks to everything they have going for them as a team that would still be there.
I think that.
And I'm sorry, in this hypothetical, you have McCaffrey, you wouldn't have Purdy. So it'd be Brandon Allen with everybody as opposed to Purdy with everyone except McCaffrey.
And that's why I said everything I said yesterday about Brock Purdy or just the quarterback position. Traditionally in the NFL, you lose your quarterback, you careen off of a cliff. We've watched this with so many teams. Are the 49ers different because of the depth of their roster? You could argue that, but here's the way I would phrase it. Right now, the 49ers are special. That is a special roster.
I love that word.
And if you lose one of the players, non-quarterbacks now, all of them, from Trent to Nick to Fred, George, Debo, whatever, all of them, each one of them represents a little bit of a ding, just like Christian does, a little bit of a ding. But do you remain, like what we saw Monday night, does that remain a special roster? Yes, it does. You put Brandon Allen in at quarterback as the person to distribute all of that. I don't think they're special anymore. They can still be functional. They could still win a game. They could still do a 23-20 kind of a thing. But you become, in my opinion, when you start going to backup quarterbacks, unless they pop in ways that you didn't know, like Brock did when he came on the scene, I don't think you're special anymore. You just become part of the sea of the NFL.
Yeah, see, I think maybe you're not special anymore, but you're still good, and you're probably very good. And then it becomes incumbent on Kyle Shanahan to figure out how you go about winning in that situation, as he's doing now. So now he goes into Minnesota without Christian McCaffrey. He's out for this game, maybe longer, and Shanahan's got to look at his play sheet and think, all right, all these plays I like to design for McCaffrey to go out of the backfield and catch the ball, or I'll put my running back in the slot, or I'll even spread him out wide and let him be my receiver. Well, Mason doesn't really do that. So those plays have to get reworked, or maybe those plays don't get included. So now Shanahan's in the lab, and he's trying to figure out with his personnel what actually works for this group.
I just always think, and this is a generalization, sensation.
Thank you.
But when you go to a backup quarterback, most of them in the NFL can no longer get the ball to wide receivers down the field. Most of them. You watched it last night. And I know that's not a great example because you're down by 21 and you just kind of like the Dolphins are like, can we just leave? Like, we don't want to be here anymore. But Skylar Thompson came out and they're like, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, just get off the field. And we're going to throw the ball to Devon Achane to the right and to the left and just run the clock and get the bleep out of town. That's the way they handled it. But you see a lot of that. Like, I was intrigued by Jaden Daniels week 1, but Terry McLaurin, nope. Like, you're not.
Brian Robinson, let's go.
There you go.
Let him eat.
Because everything's close to the line of scrimmage. So what would Christian McCaffrey look like with Brandon Allen if you didn't have to worry about Brandon Ayuk downfield? You didn't have to worry about Debo downfield. There's no Jawan Jennings over the middle of the field. There's none of that because everything's got to be just right there close and get the ball out of the hands. And it's very difficult to string together first downs like that. So that's why I feel the way I do about the quarterbacks. When you find one that can use the whole field and all the weapons, that's how you get $50 to $60 million. And the Niners, I believe, have one of those. I don't believe they have 2 or 3.
No team has 2 or 3. And, Pittsburgh might think they have 2, but they probably have 0.
The Niners might have had, they thought they had 3 2 years ago. Turns out their starter was the one who couldn't.
Well, they thought they had 2 last year, and now those 2 quarterbacks are going head-to-head on Sunday, and Brandon Allen gets elevated, and your QB3 is a guy who started about 6 or 7 games last year, so their QB room is better than most. But, yes, there would be a step down no matter who you lose. Now it comes down to how do you go about winning the game with what you have, and that's what makes Sunday, coming off of Monday, it makes it even more interesting.
888-957-9570, the number. Dino in San Jose. Hi, Dino. Thanks for calling.
Well, Dibs already kind of said what I was thinking earlier, but with Mason going in and with CMC going on the IR potentially, I think the offense changes, but I still think the Niners are going to be dominant. Kyle Shanahan's obviously one of the best coaches in the league, and I still think come this Sunday they're going to ball out for the next few weeks. Thank you guys.
Yeah, Dino, thanks.
Thank you, Dino.
I keep asking everybody the exact same question when they say it, and I actually appreciated the way you answered this, which is whatever your optimism is, was it at the same level on Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock? Because I'd argue no. We sat there. We were at the stadium. We watched the looks on people's faces, our own faces, when this news came down. And let's just be freaking real for a second about how y'all felt. The news came down, and you looked at your friend or your spouse or your kids or your mom or your dad, and you went, oh, bleep. And I can pull my phone up right now and show you the text, read the text that I got. I read without even, in fact, maybe I'll do that here in a second. I'm going to pull up the text messages that came in when Christian McCaffrey was announced out. You want to know what none of them said? We'll be fine. We can still go 5-0. Nobody said that.
Let Mason eat is the text I got.
Nobody went, you know what, Jordan Mason's pretty amazeballs. We're going to be fine. We're still going to win all the games. We're still going to win. Nobody did that. You all went, oh, bleep. And then he went out and did what many of us thought he could maybe do if he ever got a chance, but it was never in this form. It was never like, instead of Christian McCaffrey. And so he goes out and has a great game, and I just think now we're peacocking. We're peacocking, and it's fine. It's good. I hope you're all right. But this blase, no Christian, a little too quick for me.
Well,
that's all.
I will lean on the Vegas movement, and the spread has moved by a half a point since
fair.
The word came out
That's
that he's
fair.
going to be out. So I do think that sometimes we fixate too much on individuals in a game played by 11 on 11. And yes, the quarterback is the most important person in all of sports. When the quarterback is on the field and you don't have a good one, you don't have a chance. And I get that. And running back is a position that's been devalued around the league, and the Niners don't devalue it. And so they gave him a new contract, and he's the highest paid running back and all the rest of it. But then he's out, and his backup in his first start gets 28 carries and goes over $140. So I do think the loss of McCaffrey in the short run in these games is less dramatic than, the name of the person who's going out.
Listening to you guys, huge blow. Really hope this doesn't allude to a greater Achilles concern. Here's another one. Tried to tell you calves are tricky. F-U-C.
I love a know-it-all.
Those are. I
told you.
Well, I won't tell you who that was.
I know who that was.
No, you don't.
I know I don't. I'm just saying that. I can probably guess. Although I don't. You text a lot of different people. Like,
yeah, I got people.
Yeah, I see you over there with your index fingers going crazy.
By the way, I like just full transparency to both you, to the bosses at Odyssey, to the YouTubers who might see while you're talking me doing things on the phone. If I'm doing that, it's because children
I get it.
Are loose in the world and wanting to know where, what, why, how
much.
Can you please send me? I'm at the checkout stand right now. Please send money. Sometimes, lovely Christy, that's pretty much it. I'm not over here.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Nor am I.
Just want to let you know.
Yeah.
That's all.
All
right.
Of course.
Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. What's good?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I think one of the reasons why Mason had such a great game was because really no teams in the NFL really seen this guy. And what do we know? We know that, hey, when teams prepare for the teams, they wait for them to be, 2-3 years, and then that way they got tape on them and they can prepare for them. But they couldn't prepare for Jordan Mason. Okay? They prepared for CMC. Okay? Instead, they got Jordan Mason. So this kept the defense off balance. That's the reason why he ran as well as he did. Okay, now they got tape on him. Okay? So they know that Kyle Shanahan is going to run the football. Okay? So, I expect Minnesota to probably prepare a little differently for the Niners than the team they played last week. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that, really, without CMC, okay, it takes away the dynamics that Kyle Shanahan can utilize when he's running the offense. Because what do we know? CMC's a threat, no question about it. When he's healthy, he's a threat. And because of that, Kyle can utilize that threat, and he can even not even use it at all, just use him as a decoy. Once again, what are you doing? You're keeping the defense unbalanced. And with CMC not out there, they don't have the same dynamic. Thanks, guys.
Rich, thanks.
It's a fair point as far as, the decoy factor and moving Christian around. You have to account for him more than you do JP Mason.
No doubt. Although the preparation, I'm interested by this. Okay, so in many ways, it might be what the 49ers were doing in not letting the news out until an hour and 20 minutes before kickoff so that the Jets, right? Yeah, you couldn't prepare for what was going to be a different style. That's true. At the same time, to insinuate that J.P. Mason only succeeded because the Jets didn't know he was coming, I feel is a little bit of an overstatement because it's not like the Jets were just completely unfamiliar with the idea of a running back.
Right.
Like, stylistically, do you not have to worry about Christian anymore? I'd argue if I'm a defense, that should help me. I now have less to think about. I can just go try to plug the gaps, or I can jam the box or whatever. So I think there's some validity to it, but it's not like Mason's doing something that was all crazy that they weren't ready for. He was taking the ball and running it.
Yes, but I do think, having watched the game a few times, that they run it with Jordan Mason differently than they do with Christian McCaffrey. A little bit more inside the tackles, and Juszczyk played his usual amount of snaps, about 60%, but a lot of the time he was in there, they would motion him up to the line of scrimmage. So he'd be in a single back. When McCaffrey's back there, there's a lot of two back sets in the backfield, I formation and whatnot. So the run look was different, but Rich is right. You got 28 carries worth of tape now from fresh Mason, so now you can make the adjustments.
And he got a lot of yards after contact, and for that he deserves credit. On the other hand, I feel like a lot of running backs would have put up decent numbers with the holes that were being created by that offensive line.
Yep.
There are a lot of NFL players who would have gone over 100 yards in that game. I'm not diminishing what he did. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
But offensive line was incredible.
Yes, and even more so than the yards after contact, it was the yards before contact, to your point about the holes. And I'm just watching a collection of his runs right now, and on most of the runs, he was 5 or 6 yards downfield before anybody even touched him, which would be pretty cool if that could be the norm.
I expected the sledding to be a little tougher on Sunday, for sure. Steven in Concord next up on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Steven.
Hey, what's up, guys? First-time caller. Love your show. Listen all the time.
Thank you.
My concern would be more of, like, Christian McCaffrey himself. How does this affect his long-term status for the season? Does he get banged up later on down the road? And then the overall margin of error for the team, because now that he's hurt, what happens if a Trent Williams goes down or a Debo goes down or an Ayuk? It just adds more pressure for the season now that he is officially out. And who knows, I mean, with an Achilles/calf, that could be kind of a crazy one. So, like, how does this impact the team moving forward with other injuries? Because it is football, and, you know, it's most likely going to happen to somebody.
Well,
how does that impact them?
This is a great point. And again, there's no way – thank you, Steve. There's no way to answer it right now because we don't know what's hanging out around the bend. But, you know, we start talking about the other names around the field. What about Jordan? What about Jordan Mason? Like, how you feeling about your backfield now if he goes down? And don't forget, after 28 carries, what he stated he did, he walked right over to Christian and went, how do you do this every week?
Right.
Like, I think it's a leap right now. And again, we're only talking about, for the moment, week 2, but the high likelihood weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5. But what if this does linger and Jordan Mason is asked to be a starting running back for the full year? I don't know if he's ready for that.
Exactly.
I have no clue what to think about that.
Well, 28 carries is the most any running back has had in the Shanahan era. So you would think that might be...
Damn, really?
Yeah, I'd heard that, and it makes perfect sense. And it's a little bit of a one-off based on the situation, and Garendo probably not being ready and stuff. And so you hope that... I had to get one in there.
Nice
you hope that going forward, you can get a little bit more balance in there. But I thought the caller made a good point about the margin for error among injuries, because you've got, 8 of the top 100 players in the league, and you already have 2 of those guys who are out, Dre Greenlaw and now Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. So you have 6 remaining in that top 100. So if you lose another one of those guys, now you're starting to really get into the depth of your roster.
And then going to more what he did bring up, like Debo Samuel right now is such a security blanket. And have we ever seen Debo play all the games? Thinking no.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So, reasonable to assume that Debo Samuel, battering ram, the way he plays, now we're giving him carries out of the backfield. How's that going to go? He stayed on the sideline for a minute or 2 on Monday night after one of those hits. Jawan Jennings limped off at a certain point. Luckily, he was okay. But, yeah, this thing can snowball fast.
Yes, it can. And this is where, the roster, every team goes through this. You have to worry about the depth of your roster. And forget Miami losing Tua to a concussion, which was terrible to see. But when you lose other players like Miami, they had 4 running backs coming into the season. They've played 2 games, and they're down to 2 running backs. So these things happen quickly across many positions, and you have to be able to pivot as an offense, and that's what Shanahan's going to have to do on Sunday.
888-957-9570. Do you still consider the Niners Super Bowl favorites now that Christian McCaffrey is out week 2 and likely out until at least week 6? And what kind of record do you expect him to have in the first 5, assuming that Christian does miss all of those games? How about Drew in San Jose? Hi, Drew. What's up?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Just hanging out doing radio.
All right. Yeah. I mean, we've been listening to the discussion, and my thoughts are basically this. Look, I think the offense, in and of itself, I think they can hold their own for the most part. I think, it pretty much without Christian McCaffrey, we go back to being, the offense that we were a couple of years ago, where we were pretty good at driving down the field. Maybe we're not the best red zone offense in the NFL anymore, but we pretty much hold our own. I think the biggest improvement needs to be on the defensive side of the ball, because I think the onus and the pressure is on them to be much better than they were last year. And, that's on the D line. I know our corner depth is better than it was last year. So the onus is on them to be better. And like with the Sorensen and Staley law firm that we have going on the defensive side of the ball, what is that going to mean in terms of like where our defense is at? So I actually think that if you're looking for like where do we make up the gap with Christian McCaffrey, it's going to have to be on the defensive side. But yeah, I am concerned about the overall long-term longevity of Christian McCaffrey going forward. Even if he does go on IR, what does that mean? Does he split carries for the rest of the year with Jordan Mason? And also with regards to Jordan Mason, I mean, can he keep up going 28 carries for like even 5 weeks? Like it's the most he's rushed since high school. So, I mean, fatigue is going to play a factor when it comes to him. So yeah, I mean, a lot of questions, but I do think most of the onus is actually on the defense to improve. Yep. I think the offense can hold there.
Drew, thanks. First of all, no, I do not think that Jordan Mason getting 28 carries per game is a sustainable format, a good idea. Not at all. I don't think that for anybody. And as you said, that stat you threw out was pretty wild. That's the most in the Kyle Shanahan era with the 49ers of a running back for carries in a game. That's crazy. And so, no, I don't think that they will at least purposefully attempt to do that going forward. And then with regard to the defense, I fully agree with his point, but I thought that was true anyway. Like, even if Christian McCaffrey had a healthy season with 17 games, I'd have been looking at the defense to improve. They were solid last year. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I think with the personnel they have, we all feel like they can be better. I'm totally stuck on what they looked like in the first half against Detroit. It was inexcusable. It was wild.
Yeah, and I've really kind of wiped away that from bringing that to this year because I do think it was a number of things. It was the coordinator who didn't really match up with the defensive players. You remember Steve Wilkes was up in the booth, and then we had Boothgate on whether or not he wanted to be on the sideline, then he was on the sideline, and things never matched up last year. So I take the struggles that they had last year and kind of wipe it away and realize that this is a new team. I do want to correct what I said because I was thinking about the one game, and it was Raheem Mostert in the playoffs against Green Bay.
Against the Packers.
29 carries for 220.
Oh, dude, he was,
so maybe that was regular season I was thinking where he hadn't had a regular, but Mostert went 29 for 220.
Close enough. But yeah, like that's what we're talking about. It's a very rare circumstance that's going to lead to north of 25 carries out of the backfield for any running back in the NFL anymore.
Only 5 rushers have ever had more than 400 carries in a year. Larry Johnson is your record holder with 416. Jamal Anderson, Dirty Bird. James Wilder, 1984 out of Tampa.
Oh, gosh, yeah, I remember that.
Eric Dickerson.
Sure.
And Eddie George.
Oh, wow.
Tennessee. So the last one was Larry Johnson in 2006. He had 416 carries.
And Jordan is on pace for 480?
476.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Which would be a record, Mark. Back to you.
Back to the calls. Vince in the city.
Nice.
Hi, Vince. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I don't know if...
That was a great call.
Rack him.
That was a really good call. No, there you are. Vince, Vince, start over.
Vince.
Oh, sorry. I'm going through the tunnel right now.
Don't do that.
Golden Gate Bridge, my bad.
Don't do that.
So what I was saying was I don't know if the loss of CMC is as bad as everybody's making it to be. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to discount the superstar talent that C-Mac is, because he is. But I just think back to before we had CMC, there was a lot of white back going on with Debo, which is what we saw on Monday night. Now, there's been other running backs in the system with Kyle Shanahan that go and, they eat up yards. And I think it all comes down to the blocking scheme, and the O-line has always been pretty good. We got guys who can pull, who are agile, who, get outside and set the edge and create these gaps. That's our wide receivers like to block, so, that helps too. So I don't know if really losing CMC is that bad. We still have Juszczyk, who can come out of the backfield and catch passes. We saw it on that deep run, that deep pass where he pretty much should have scored just a yard short. So I don't know if it's going to be that bad. Jordan Mason is promising. Cooney, as a rookie, is doing what he did well. It's only one game, so I can't get too high on him. But I think it's going to come down to, obviously, the team effort when it comes to the ground game. The passing game is a whole different story. And I like what the guy said before me about the defense. I know our defense is solid. I want to see a step up in production and, efficiency with our secondary, because our corners have always been, I feel like, our Achilles heel. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Vince, thank you.
Yeah, too soon for Achilles heel, but go ahead, Vince.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll also just say this. I'm going to sound like my mom for a second and worry a little bit too much. I don't want too much Debo. How many touches does he have in the game against the Jets?
Week 1, he had 8 carries.
Okay.
And he had, 5 catches?
Okay. All right.
I'm just confirming.
I mean, the touch count is
5 catches.
The touch count is
carries,
fine. Yeah. It's also the kind of touches that you get, running him in between the tackles and everything. I love that, the element of surprise with Debo. But if you go back to the Jimmy Garoppolo NFC Championship game, the year that they lost to the Rams, like that team leaned on Debo in such an intense way down the stretch of that season. And Debo literally tried to carry them to the Super Bowl, and he almost did. And so I think you can do that, but you can only do that for a short period of time. If Christian McCaffrey is going to miss 5, 6, 7, 8 games this year, especially off the start of the year, and you want to start doing with Debo what you did on Monday night, what is Debo in January? I don't like that track.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who we've seen can break down pretty quickly. He plays so physically that asking him to carry that load over 17 games is not ideal. In this game, you had Jordan Mason play 81% of the snaps. Isaac Guerrero played 3 snaps for 4%, which tells me that the other 15% of the game was either no running back or Debo at running back. And I don't recall a snap where they didn't have at least a running back. So you had Debo playing about 10 snaps as running back, and as mentioned, 8 carries. So 13 touches is okay, but it's the 8 carries that is definitely something to watch.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey is out for week 2. Might be, probably will be more. Here's Kyle Shanahan earlier today.
Game injuries. Huff will be doubtful. D. Winters is questionable, and McCaffrey's out.
Does Christian need any kind of procedure or anything of that nature?
No procedure.
You said earlier in the week, IR is still not an issue.
It's something we're considering now. Yeah, yesterday was his worst day. It's on and off, but with it yesterday having the most pain, something we're going to be discussing here in the next 24 hours.
Okay, so...
Doesn't sound happy about that discussion.
No, he's going on IR. He's going on IR. It's almost assured. So just
you can hear it in Kyle's voice.
Yes.
That's something we're going to have to discuss. We're going to have that conversation the next 24 hours. Damn it!
And yes, spoiler alert, they already had the discussion. They got to dot some I's, cross some T's, make sure, check with doctors, blah, blah, blah. But, it getting worse at this point is really bad. Matt Barrows, The Athletic, earlier with us today.
The 49ers had their hardest practice of the week on Thursday, and McCaffrey didn't react well to it. Shanahan said that the pain that he was experiencing after that practice was the worst it's been since this became problematic in early August. So he's going in the wrong direction. It's not getting better. And, all signs point to IR, all signs point to it happening tomorrow. And then the question would become, okay, is it just, or is it longer than that? Because that's been the nature of this, is that it starts to go away. Everybody starts to feel better about it, optimistic about it, and then it comes roaring back. And so, my sense is that Christian McCaffrey is a guy that has trouble resting it, that he wants to be out there, he wants to be working, he wants to be practicing, but I think that what it requires right now is just him being off of that calf, him not running around and practicing, and then seeing if it resolves itself on its own.
Okay, that from Matt Barrows, The Athletic, and the latest from over at 49er Camp today. Let's keep going with the calls. Do you still see the 49ers as Super Bowl favorites? What do you expect the record to be after week 5, which is likely the first time we can start talking about Christian coming back, at least the way it is headed? Kurt in Hayward is next up. Hi, Kurt. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. First of all, as far as getting back to the Super Bowl, that has to be a must for the 49ers, and I'm going to tell you why. This could be the last chance that we're going to get back to the Super Bowl. And looking at the team already for the first game, Offensive line is great. Defense looks even better in the secondary. As far as running back is concerned, we can still win it without him. We have so much talent on that team. We are not going to be going backwards. We're going to go forward. And as far as Minnesota this weekend, did you say that we've lost there 7 times in a row?
Correct.
Well, let me tell you, that's not going to happen. And I'm going to tell you why. The offensive line is going to protect our quarterback. The defense is going to get an interception, and we're going to knock that quarterback out. Bottom line.
Okay.
We're going back to the Super Bowl, fellas. That's for sure.
Kurt, this is a super
call,
yeah, it's an optimistic call. Can I ask you a question though? Go back to the beginning of your comment. Why is this the last chance?
Well, because first of all, we don't know if we're going to still have the same superstars on the team. That's number one. We don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know if they're going to have another. If they have another letdown, that's going to be pretty devastating for the superstars on this team and the quarterback. And Purdy is going to get his $60 million next year. That's for sure. Because one thing about him, he's a shooter with the ball. He get the ball right in there, bullseye half the time. He's a timing quarterback, and I think he's just awesome. And we got a good shot going back to the Super Bowl. No matter who we're going to play, we're going to be the champs this year, and that's the bottom line.
All right, that's the bottom line. Yeah,
Kurt.
Go ahead, Kurt. Go ahead with your bad self.
We're going to hit him high. We're going to hit him low. We're going to give him the business.
I can listen. I wanted to ask Kurt more questions because I could listen to him talk all day.
Pretty good.
I've played this game. I've coached this
That's
game.
kind of what I was thinking. That guy, that famous man.
But here's the thing that's funny to me. It's like, why is it the last chance? It's like, well, we don't know who's going to be on the team next year. But he already knows they're going to be in the Super Bowl this year.
Correct.
There's 1,000 we don't know. I would argue it's not like the 49ers roster is just going to crater beyond recognition at the end of this year. I want to keep blowing up that narrative. I just don't believe it to be true. I don't believe they're restructuring Debo's contract if they're cutting him at the end of the year. And I don't believe that Brock Purdy's contract, which doesn't even kick in next year, I don't believe that that's going to make the 49ers make all these massive movements now. And then third, it's the Niners' job to draft and acquire players at a cheaper rate to replace the players who have to eventually leave either through retirement or getting cut or whatever. And that's their job. And it looks like they might have had a really good draft this year that might go a ways in doing that.
Yeah, they've netted some capital in the last few drafts. They've gotten some players. Jair Brown is a guy who looks like he's going to be a mainstay, and you found other players to replace. And also, you need to point out that I think they're number one in the league in cap space as it sits right now.
For this year.
Fine.
For this year.
But you can carry that
You can
forward.
roll it over.
You can roll that cap forward, which is going to be important as Purdy approaches the big payday. But, I'm not worried even about the Super Bowl this year. I am excited to see the Minnesota matchup. And, stay tuned because I'm going to make you a little bit of money here coming up in a few minutes.
Right. By the way, don't forget, in, 10 minutes, Fade to Dibber.
Yeah.
And you can pick any game you want this weekend, or are you definitely making a pick on the Niner game?
Oh, I'm making a pick on the Niner game. To me, that's the easiest game on the board.
Okay.
Possibly.
Other than the game I already hit.
Let's continue to update the line in that game because now Christian McCaffrey is announced out. There was a little bit of movement. Holding steady. Niners minus 4.5.
Okay.
On the road against Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. So I'll give you my lock coming up, and you can fade me if you want, but 3-1 now on the nascent NFL season.
Forget the 3-1. 3 in a row. Three in a row.
Yeah.
Threatening for hot.
Number 3.
Oh, already hot. We're approaching scorching.
Threatening for scorching.
Then we get to scalding.
Let's go scorching first.
You ever been scalded? That ass hurts.
Yeah, like if you touch a stove.
Or if like hot water gets on you, that's a scald.
I did that this morning. I got a nasty habit of like taking the stuff out of the oven. Like I'm too lazy to walk across the kitchen to get the oven mitt.
Oh, yeah.
And so sometimes I'll just use the towel and try to like fold it over, like so it's 2 or 3 deep because I know.
Because the oven mitt is 7 feet away.
Right.
And you don't want to go over there.
Hey, man, I'm in a hurry. So like I'm like reaching in there and I know the towel is not an oven mitt, but I'm like, if it's just going to be 3 seconds, just do it. And sometimes, sometimes I just get caught there on the wrong.
Dude, I do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today was a pot on the stove where I just wanted to grab it and dump the water. It's like, ow. My wife's like, you knew that was hot, dummy. I thought I can handle it.
It's like you learn this when you're 4.
Totally.
And now you're in your 50s.
Damn.
And you still haven't learned.
This laziness wins out sometimes.
It really does. A lot of times. Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. What's good?
What's good? What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Hope you guys have a great weekend coming up.
You too.
Thank you. Just wanted to kind of go off the last caller thing about the Brock Purdy part of it. What my main point was going to be was, and it's obviously very early, but I want to see Brock Purdy potentially not take a $60 million contract. And what I mean by that is that I want him, and I would like to think that, he's a good guy, very smart and everything, and actually see about talking to veterans. And I'm just throwing some names out there that have done this. Tom Brady took, less money to help out with the team. Even Patrick Mahomes took less money to help out with the team or restructured it. And same with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Well, Pat, I wouldn't say Pat took less money. At the time, that was the biggest contract in the history of the NFL. Guys are restructuring it. I think that's easier than asking people to quote unquote take less money. Mike, you know this. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, we're not there yet. Again, it's kind of just a hypothetical right now. I just what my main thing was out of that is I want him to be able to actually just look at all options. And if we want to actually keep, as many players or sign additional free agents as well to keep the team going, I don't think this would be our last Super Bowl year at that point. We're going to have $60 million in the cap. Obviously, a lot of that is going to go to Purdy and maybe it's some additional moves of whatever we do at that point. But I would like to see at least some sort of potential just rethinking of how he goes about his contract. But that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you, Mike.
It's such a rarity. And, Brady had already made a bunch of money. You're asking a guy who's making $900,000 to sacrifice $10 million a year for the greater good of the team.
This is just the way I look at it. This is the way I look at it, and I think players do too. It is not the player's job to build the roster.
Right.
It's the team's job to build the roster.
And it's not the player's job to sacrifice for the greater good.
That's right.
You get every dollar you can.
But I trust the Niners to do it. They've done an unbelievable job at roster building.
Yeah.
So I don't have worries about that going forward. They'll keep building the roster, but that's their job, not Brock's. We're sponsored by Lucky California. We'll keep taking your calls, and there's this little thing called Fade the Dibbers is coming up around the corner, too, on Willard and Dibbs.
Only a few weeks left to play in the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy Mission Tortilla Chips. Select varieties and sizes are now 2 for only $3. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and is used with permission.
Dan Dibley here, heading into a weekend, and it might be a shirtless weekend because I'm feeling so good about the way my body looks, and I want to share it with all of you. I'm down 25 pounds. I've lost a couple of inches off my waistline, down two t-shirt sizes when I actually decide to put clothes on because this body is something to behold thanks to Abundant Life Weight Loss. You can find the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. All you have to do is call for a free consultation, 925-854-5140. The program does not involve surgery or injections. There are no hormones, no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals. You eat the food that you want, and you learn about how to lose weight. Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first month or two, and you can too. Get started today. Just call for a free consultation, 925-854-5140, or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How did you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payment.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'd like to point something out that is completely off topic but fun.
Okay.
The San Francisco Giants had Brandon Pajemski down on the field tonight, and in fact let him take BP.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Which is also his initials. Somehow those two things blended together to have something special happen. Brandon Pajemski hit one out of the park.
He did.
Posminski.
Like darn right.
Out of the park or just over the fence?
I mean,
that would be,
Well, no, over the fence. Like
the ball is wet.
He hit a home run.
Maybe he went to right field.
No, it did. It went to right. He's lefty. Right. He's left-handed. He hit it to right field. I watched it. It was not a splash hit.
But up on top of the arcade.
It was a home run.
Okay.
Brandon Pajemski.
That's my favorite. Was he using a metal bat?
No. Wood bat.
Wood bat, okay.
Wood bat.
Because when they let people like you and I down there to take BP, they give you a metal bat.
Yeah, no, that's a wood bat. That's a bat. That's a Giants bat right there. It's the ball gone. Yeah.
All right.
It is out of here.
Can he play second base?
Oh, good question. He was wearing a Chappie jersey when he did it.
Okay.
There's that, too.
Well, I mean, he's a guy who's going to be here now.
Yes, I know. He probably went to the Giants. He's like, give me a jersey of someone you know is going to still be here next year, kind of like me.
Can I get a Jorge Soler and then go in the dugout and thrash an iPad? Did you see that video?
No.
Soler lost it. I think yesterday he came in and just started smashing.
I heard people doing Soler iPad jokes, and I didn't know what it was about because I didn't know baseball was still being played.
Soler greater than Apple products.
I have a Soler update. Forever Giant, he hit a home run against the Dodgers today. Yeah. How about that?
Way to go. There you go.
I mean, it's better
currently
than
5-2 Braves over the Dodgers.
Better than what Nick Ahmed did when he went to the Dodgers and homered for the Dodgers.
Worst moment of the season, no doubt. But I'm glad you brought that up, Grandy, because you know what right now is. You better start getting ready, everybody. It's root against the Dodgers season. We've arrived because we ain't got nothing else. I mean, it's Niners season, but if you want to watch a baseball game, Giants fans, you got one thing and one thing left to do. That's it. Root against the Dodgers.
I thought, but the math is still there, is it not? And I'm looking to see what their tragic number is.
The math teacher has retired.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, that's not happening.
8.5 out in the card with 15 to go.
Yes.
I don't like their chances,
It's going to be a no from them dog.
Right.
We want to go back to the calls, and we will, but we need to do something else even more. We're heading into the weekend, and it's time to fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
I'm sorry, it's never not going to be funny.
It's pretty funny.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
That would bother me more if my picks actually did stink, but I'm on a 3-game win streak over here, so all you people, the chorus of haters, you're a hater. You're in Lucasville right now.
It's a long season. But hey, let's ride that thing, man. Let's ride that horse. What do you say?
Well, I say that this one is pretty easy, and I'm surprised that the number is as small as it's gotten because I look at these teams on film, and I see a 49er team, even without Christian McCaffrey, that is decidedly better than Minnesota. Minnesota's tight end is not around. Hawkinson, not playing. Jordan Addison, their wide receiver too, not playing. And I love Sam Darnold as much as the next guy, but he's not very good. And the Niners are only laying 4.5. They will end their run of futility in the land of 10,000 lakes. They will win and they will cover. Take the Niners and lay the 4.5.
Why did you say that Sam Darnold is not very good when last year you argued that the Niners would not have any drop-off if he played?
Because he was good enough to be a backup. And, you watch him from week 1 against New York, and you see that as a starter, against a very mediocre Giants team, he didn't look that good, Mark.
Okay. What were his numbers? I don't even know what his numbers were.
Oh, I don't know.
What did he do last night?
He did all right. I mean, he didn't have to do much because Daniel Jones kept giving him the football.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, there were the pick sixes and all that stuff. Here we go. Sam Darnold last week.
About 240?
208. Wow. 19 of 24.
Woo-hoo.
Can I give you a little nug?
2 touchdown throws.
Yeah.
One pick.
If he throws 2 touchdowns this week, this will be the first time Sam Darnold throws 2 touchdowns in back-to-back games since
USC
2019, 5 years.
Okay.
That's a long time.
I mean, it's not like he's had an opportunity every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's not always been a
Carolina.
Starter,
and I know this is hard for you, Lucas, because you don't want to fade me because you like the 49ers, but
I'm waffling.
Yeah, you should fade me anyway, tough guy, because you know I'm probably going to be wrong. And just root for the Niners to win, but not cover, and then you can be happy fading the dibber.
And I tell you, this conversation I had earlier today with somebody who is Sam Darnold's personal quarterback coach.
Okay.
You know who that is.
I do.
It's Jordan Palmer, Carson's little brother, and a former NFL quarterback in his own right. We tried to get him on the show today, and he said no, because he's not available. But then,
that's enough for me, Doug.
Yeah, like I was like, okay, fine, all good. We'd love to have you on some other time. Thanks for the text back. Unprompted. You want to know what he writes?
Tell me.
Vikings by 6.
And was there any basis for that? Just Vikings by 6.
Vikings by 6.
He heard who you were picking, Dib.
And I wrote,
there you go.
I wrote, oh, now I really wish you could come on. And then he just wrote, the Vikings are going to be really good. His opinion.
Yeah.
It's his opinion.
Jefferson's going to be fun to watch, and I'll have my eyes on whether or not Mooney Ward follows him. Usually he just plays his side, so if Jefferson goes to the other side of the formation, what do the Niners do? Do they roll Mooney over there to match man with him? Or
Demo's ready.
Exactly.
Demo's ready.
The other one is Aaron Jones, the running back, who's been problematic. But outside of that, nobody on this offense scares me against a defense that I think is markedly better this year than it was last year.
Let's go to the phones for more Vikings-Niners preview. Will in the East Bay next up. Hi, Will. What's going on?
Well, thanks again for taking my call, Willard. Always love speaking to you guys.
That's what we're doing here, Will.
Yeah, and you do it well. You guys, we've been hearing a lot about the offense. You know, Brock Purdy, you know, the X factors, you know, Youssef and Mason. But let me just say this. The defense played very well, very controlled. And, of course, you know, the hater fans out there are going, why didn't Nick Bosa get more sacks? Why didn't he, you know, whine, okay? Well, let me tell you something, okay? Get ready for a big fall. And what's going to happen here is Sam Darnold's going to see a rush, and he's going to see an attack like he's never seen before. He's going to see a Peter Gabriel sledgehammer, okay? And it's going to happen early, and it's going to be efficient, and he's going to be going off that field, you know, shaking his head like, what the H happened here, okay?
Well, didn't he see this exact same defense in practice all last year?
I think so.
Okay.
But I think what you got here is a hungry group, Willard.
Yeah, no.
That basically, you know, played well, but they were putting up with criticisms like, why don't we get the sacks? You know, the big plays. And you know what? You're going to see it this week. And you're going to see it in Sam Darnold. Once he gets, you know, the pressure, he's going to feel the sledgehammer. And if it happens early, it's going to, the game with the offense and the substitute players we have, you know, they're going to shine. But you're going to see a defense, not only in this game, Willard, but you're going to see a defense, I think, this year, you know, minus Kinlaw for a while. We don't know when we're going to get it back, right? You're going to see something like you've never seen before.
He plays for the Jets now, Will.
I didn't mean to.
It was going so great.
No,
I didn't mean to break into the Will and Willard show, but thanks for calling.
Well, and also, Will, just so you know, because I'd love for Dibbs and I to not be the only two who have to experience this, your Peter Gabriel reference went so far over the heads of Grandy and Lucas they broke both of their necks. They I
Googled it.
I know.
1986.
I appreciate you helping them.
1986.
Grandy looked at Dibs like, what is happening?
I know Peter Gabriel is a singer, artist, musician. I did not know the song.
38 years ago, Sledgehammer was a big deal.
This is one of his most famous songs.
Mark Grandy was negative 10 years old.
That's right. I'm impressed enough that you know who Peter Gabriel is. I guarantee you Lucas does not.
I looked at Granny and said, Wenyan Gabriel?
Yeah, who?
Dylan Gabriel?
Gabriel Davis?
Gabriel?
Gabriel Davis is on my bench in my fantasy league, my 8th league, not my first 7 leagues, my 8th league. Yeah, anyway. All right.
On that awkward note. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. What are you doing in 3 minutes, Grandy?
Well, the McCaffrey news kind of took over the whole day, so we're going to hear a lot of Willard and Dibs coming up, reacting to McCaffrey being out and probably going on IR.
The plan has worked perfectly.
Thank you, Niners.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Giving us another hour.
Grandy's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Great week. Thank you all for all the interaction. Ton of fun. Here we go, Niners and Vikings. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
How about Sunday?
I'll be busy watching football.
You want to do it on Monday?
Can't wait till Monday.
Fade the Debbers.
Yeah, he's hot.
-4.5.